In just a few years, the main character managed to create a capital of 100 million in business in the field of games, the internet, media, catering, and much more. Journalists crowded around Pei Qian, who started from scratch and is now known as the best boss in the world and a genius game developer. The guy was at a press conference. He was standing at a golden microphone, and dozens of journalists were ready to ask him questions. One of the reporters asked President Pei if he could share his experience and tell how the guy reached such heights. A young man in an expensive suit honestly admitted to a curious journalist that the main character's success is his luck. The protagonist spread his arms wide and told the crowd of reporters that his original goal was to spend 50,000. This whole dizzying story of success began back in 2009 in the city of Jingzhou, on the territory of Handong University. Our hero woke up from his sleep and barely realized that he was being woken up by Ma Yan, his friend, shouting that it was time for him to get up, because the vice rector's classes were starting. After a deep sleep, Pei Qian still couldn't think straight, and sleepily he asked his friend what activities he was talking about. When Pei Qian finally woke up and saw his friend looming over him with a crazy smile, he started screaming and telling him to get lost. The hero's friend ran out of the room first, warning that Pei Qian would be in trouble if the vice principal didn't see him in class. Pei Qian scratched his head and complained of a headache. At that time, our hero was still an ordinary 19-year-old student. The guy was shocked when he saw that he was in a dormitory, and from the news about classes with the vice rector, he realized that he was a first-year student. The young man grabbed his face with his hands and trembled with horror. He screamed. Realizing that he had returned 10 years ago to the year 2009, Pei Qian pinched his cheek to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and it hurt, which made him realize that this wasn't a dream. The main character was confused when a bright blue light began to blind his eyes. He did not understand what kind of nonsense it was. A hologram appeared in front of the guy, serving as the wealth conversion system, with a message on it that the system was contacting the server. The young man stared at the hologram with puzzled eyes, his face sweating from the strain. He read what was written there. Then, on the virtual screen in front of him, Pei Qian saw a notification that the system had successfully connected to the server. Pei Qian saw his statistics. There was data on the initial capital of 50,000, but there was practically no money in his personal account. The hero smiled when he read that from time to time, the system would give him money that could only be used for running a business. He realized that the system not only provided him with initial capital, but would also give him money regardless of whether the business was profitable or not. After doing some calculations in his head, he realized that if he spent these 50,000 and earned 100,000, he would only receive 1,000 yuan in his personal account. A sly smile appeared on his face when he realized that if he spent 50,000 and all of it was a loss, he would get the lost 50,000 back into his personal account. The main character was happy. He smiled broadly and shouted that his future seemed more and more cloudless to him. The system asked to enter the name of the company. Pei Qian decided to call it Tengda, knowing that under the guy's leadership the business would definitely die. Pei Qian completed the task and assumed that it would be much easier for him to spend money than to earn it. So he did not find the task difficult. He knew he had the advantage of 10 years of experience and would now stay away from profit-making industries. There was a meeting going on in Pei Qian's head. He was deciding which industry to choose in order to only make losses in running a business. The protagonist struck with an imaginary wooden hammer and shouted that the first meeting on the spending of money was declared open. The boy asked who would speak first, and one of his personalities, student Pei Qian, raised his hand when he was only 19 years old. The student, rummaging through the documents, said the system prohibits illegal activity, and the choice of permitted areas remains small. The main character was wondering if the system would really punish him if he chose a field that was prohibited. While drinking tea, the hero concluded that the world he was transported to was not much different. Only technology was developing faster. Pei Qian surprised himself when, after some thought, he proposed game development at a meeting, mentioning technology and copyright protection. According to the guy, developing games requires a lot of money, and any changes to them can require even more. The student in his head adjusted his glasses and objected, saying that they wouldn't be able to sell a bunch of useless game codes after going bankrupt. Pei Qian then suggested looking back over the next 10 years and simply picking out games that wouldn't become popular in the future. Having made his final decision, the young man shouted that the first step of the plan was to create a computer game. Pei Qian, in the guise of a student, added, shouting that the second step was to pay for the creation of the game, turning the system funds into personal funds. The third step of the protagonist was to spend every penny of his money. so that, having received only losses, he could return what he spent to his personal account. The meeting in the young hero's head ended. The guy encouraged himself and raised his clenched fist up, getting ready to work. The main character sat with his hands folded and thought about developing games that would help him make himself incredibly rich. Peiken seemed to be immersed in a digital space, with images of game characters flashing through his mind. Our hero had a smile on his face. He was ready to become a rich man, not by earning money but by spending it. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and took a breath of fresh air. In his imagination, there was already a rain of green bills. After some time, our hero was already spending time at the computer, developing a future game. The young man sighed heavily and admitted that he had not thought it would be so difficult to create a marketable computer game. So Pei Qian decided to use a platform where you can buy a ready-made game set and simply process it in an editor. He smirked because he realized that in 2 weeks he would be in the red if he spent money on creating mediocre games. The protagonist decided to spend a whopping 20,000 yuan on the interior and exterior design of the car in the driving simulator. Afterwards, Pei Qian decided to thoughtlessly spend 23,000 to make a desert in his game, which would be in the background. Our hero decided to spend the remaining 7,000 on purchasing a simple level system and a radio station in the car. Pei Qian began to fear that his game would fail the test because this driving simulator seemed too simple to him. Afterwards, the guy realized what feature needed to be added to the new game to make it complete. The hero called himself a real genius and got to work, realizing that it was necessary to add turns on the road and make the transition to the next level more difficult. 2 hours later, the guy finished the job. Now he will get something quite different from the original product. Pei Qian rolled up his sleeves, picked up the joystick, and, not wanting to waste time, decided to try out the driving simulator he had created. Our hero started playing his own game, in which he was a truck driver on the road through an endless desert. After playing for a while, the guy felt disgusted with himself. He couldn't believe that he had created such a boring game. Holding the joystick in his hand, Pei Qian couldn't understand how this game could be called a driving simulator, considering it's some kind of torture. He threw the joystick on the table and said that with such gameplay, players would curse him, and it would not be possible to make money on this game. A sly grin appeared on his face as he realized that with such a disgusting game, he would only make losses. Evening came. The following events unfolded on the territory of the dormitory of Handong University, where our hero lived. Many students were not yet asleep. Loud voices of young people could be heard from one of the dormitory rooms. The guys spent time on their laptops. 4 guys who lived in the same room playing a game together. Ma Yan, who was playing and eating at the same time, asked Brother Qian if he was going to continue skipping classes and not attending classes. Pei Qian asked his friend to shut up and eat faster because the guy was constantly losing team battles because of food. There were angry cries in the room. One of the guys was killed in the game, so the guys were loudly complaining. The game didn't go according to plan. Pei Qian was indignant that the 3 of them went against one opponent. But in the end, they were still killed. A notification of defeat appeared on the screen. The main character trembled with anger. He did not believe that he could lose with such statistics. Ma Yan turned to our hero and asked him to drag the entire team if Pei Qian wanted to be fed. The protagonist was shocked by his friend's words. He began to mentally insult Ma Yan, who was useless during the game, and now blames him. Ma Yan was Pei Qian's friend and roommate throughout his university life. An average student, an average player, the 4 boys agreed to play again, and this time they were ready to crush their opponents. The main character refused to play further. He yawned and said that he really wanted to sleep, and he had to get up early in the morning. Tired after a hard day, the young man plopped down on his bed and immediately closed his eyes. But he still had things to do before going to bed. Pei Qian took the phone in his hands and smiled. He was ready to wait 2 weeks to get the money he spent on the worthless game back into his personal account. A smile sparkled on the main character's face. He was very happy to have received such an easy way to earn big money. The young man couldn't wait to receive the first 50,000 yuan into his account and spend it on good gaming equipment. Meanwhile, in the city of D, in one of the shabby apartments, Qiao Liang, a streamer and moderator, sat inside at the computer. The guy was in a bad mood because the game releases this week were disgusting and he would never get more viewers. After turning on the kettle, Qiao Liang said that he would not get sponsorship and would not earn money to pay the bills if he did not get enough views on today's stream. The young man in glasses returned to the computer, where he saw a poster of a new game that caught the streamer's attention. The boy stared at the new game. It seemed unattractive to him because it was called Lonely Desert Road. He immediately purchased the game. which was said to make him think about life because it only cost $1. As soon as Chao Liang launched the game, the boy began to complain about the disgusting depiction of the desert in it. The music in the game was dark and the steering wheel was uncomfortable, but Chao Liang did not give up because he was used to playing bad games. The man was immersed in the game 100%. He began to feel very strange. The game caused conflicting feelings. Chao Liang decided to give the driving simulator one last chance and decided to play for another 10 minutes. The young man felt uneasy. His whole face was covered in sweat, and his body began to tremble. The long journey made him think. The guy stopped understanding who he was, what he was doing, and what this strange game required of him. Chao Liang was confused. There was nothing in this driving simulator. He just drove and sometimes encountered turns. He finally understood the idea of the game because driving was as boring as real life. The streamer's kettle had long since boiled, so he decided to take a break and eat, and then continue playing this mysterious driving simulator. The guy was furious when he pressed the joystick to pause the game, but it turned out that it was impossible to do so. Due to Chao Liang's distraction, his truck in the game went astray and crashed into a rock in the middle of the desert. The streamer's eyes widened when the game was over. Shocked that after half an hour of driving, he was simply asked to start over. The guy walked up to the table and hit it so hard that the food fell out of the plate. He was determined to shock his audience with this talentless performance. 2 whole weeks had passed since then, and the action took place on the territory of the dormitory of Handong University. Peiqian watched a review of his new game, and it was criticized for requiring 8 hours of driving and not missing turns to win. Chao Liang complained that after the first missed turn, the game would say you lost, and you would have to start over. The streamer was furious because if the player wins, he gets nothing and just wastes 8 hours of his life. The enraged reviewer shouted that the game helps a person think about his life, and it helped him too. The main character didn't like the reaction to his game. There were hundreds of comments under the review, and viewers willingly bought the game. Pei Qian grabbed his keyboard in a rage. Many netizens praised the game and were going to buy it after the review. The main character was discouraged. He did not understand what was wrong with this world, and began to assume that something was wrong with him, and he was just crazy. He couldn't believe that he made a shitty game, but people still buy it. So the guy decided to open a wealth conversion system. When he saw the statistics, he was crushed. His 50,000 yuan spent on the game simply disappeared. The protagonist decided to hold another meeting in his head to discuss what had happened with himself. The boy mentally struck the wooden hammer and shouted that he was declaring the emergency meeting open. He said he never expected the game to sell 20,000 copies and make 70,000 in profit. Student Pei Qian adjusted his glasses and stated that based on the conversion rate of the wealth conversion system, they would only receive 700 yuan in their personal account. The calm part of the guy's personality took a cup of tea in his hand and declared that tears would not help their grief, and they needed to start all over again. The main character was stunned by himself when, at a meeting, the idea of asking someone for help appeared in his head. The meeting in our hero's head continued. The guys were heatedly discussing who they could ask for help. Peiqian liked the idea. He said that the person he wanted to ask for help always ruins everything and achieves nothing. All the hero personalities in his head made a unanimous decision to turn to the guy who constantly drags the team to the bottom. Ma Yan walked into the room with a radiant smile on his face, loudly humming a melody and shouting that he only knew how to eat. The boy was stunned when Pei Qian thanked his friend and said that when he was around, everything seemed to be in its place. Our hero took the bag of food from his friend, put his hand on his shoulder and declared that Ma Yan was his only hope. Ma Yan was perplexed. The student scratched his head, not understanding why his neighbor was behaving like this, and assumed that he was crazy from hunger. It was evening in the city, and there were many customers sitting outside the local restaurant on the street, drinking alcohol and eating meat. The restaurant prepared dishes for guests on the grill. Corn, sausages, fish, and meat were fried over an open fire for customers. Peiqian took Ma Yan to this restaurant. His friend admired the taste of the food, and the hero doubted whether he should hire a neighbor because he had 30,000 system left. Maya Yan, worried about the fish, asked his friend why he suddenly decided to feed him, assuming that he had won the lottery. Peiqian replied to his friend that it was something like that, but he himself did not admit why he was so sad, suffering because of the 50,000 he had spent. He took another look at the system while his friend was eating. His system account had been replenished by a whole 300,000 yen. The main character burst into tears. All his efforts were not justified, because in the end he earned only 900 yuan on his personal account. The guy realized that the next recount would be in a month, so he urgently needed to figure out how to spend 300,000. Ma-yan, chewing on his shashlik, asked our hero why he was sitting and suggested that he finally start eating dinner. Pakin told his neighbor that he had started developing games and needed an assistant, asking if his friend would be interested in such work. The guy was stunned. He asked the hero if he had at least some initial capital, because game development requires a lot of money. The hero decided to lie to his friend, saying that he was actually the son of a tycoon, and his family gave him 300,000 yen. A shocked Ma-yan asked Pei Qian if he knew how to program and design, to which he replied in the negative. While opening a can of soda, Ma-yan told our hero that they both knew nothing about the field of computer game development. The guy told the main character that he thought it would be somehow wrong if they just wasted 300,000. The friend's behavior awakened the flame of anger in our hero. Pei Qian did not expect that his friend would be so conscientious. The protagonist gave up. He thought that he would not find a way to persuade Ma-yan to help him develop the game. An idea came to his mind. Pei Qian coughed and asked Ma-yan if he had heard of the game Lonely Desert Road. Ma-yan asked if his friend was talking about that crappy game that had recently become very popular. The young man smiled smugly, pointed at himself, and declared that he was the creator of this game. The hero's neighbor was so impressed that he spat out the cola he was about to drink, causing the hero to stand up abruptly. Ma-yan was shocked. He stood up and stared at Pei Qian with dumbfounded eyes, shouting, "Is he the creator of this nonsense?" Ma-yan's mood improved. He was ready to work with our hero because he didn't know that he had such a talent in creating popular games. Pei Qian tried to stop him, but Ma-yan flew away like a bullet, intending to buy a couple of books on game development. The protagonist was perplexed. It was strange to him that Ma-yan was going to learn how to create games from books. Doubts began to creep into the guy's head. He no longer knew whether it was worth hiring a roommate who was so enthusiastic. The following events took place in the university dormitory. Our hero had already returned home after dinner at the restaurant. Pei Qian was shocked when a joyful Ma-yan burst into the room, holding a long stack of books he had bought from the store. Ma-yan was full of enthusiasm. He began to show the hero the books he had bought and explained that some were on sale, so he took them. Our hero was furious. He was angry at his ignorant friend, who, being not a programmer, bought useless books. He decided not to upset his friend, gave him a thumbs up, and said that his books were just what he needed. Ma-yan, leafing through the book, said that he would start with the book High-Level Coding for Dumb People, and immediately admitted that he did not understand anything in it. Pei Qian stopped his friend. He said that they would be working on design, not coding, and all these books were already outdated. An enraged Ma-yan shouted that it was no longer surprising to him that all these books were on sale and that the return policy did not work for them. The hero reassured his neighbor, saying that they could still be looked through for development, and that a complaint could also be filed against the company. Ma-yan got ready for work. He took one of the books he bought and was going to cram all the information. After a while, Ma-yan fell asleep on the top bunk of the bed. Pei Qian, who was working on the computer, looked at him. The protagonist stood up from his chair and leaned his hands on the table, causing a loud sound when he saw that his roommate had fallen asleep. Pei Qian cried with happiness and smiled at the same time. He mentally laughed at his friend who promised to cram the material, but fell asleep. The main character had a whole army of warlike Ma-yans in his head. He wanted to hire a whole bunch of such guys to get rich in a second. The guy sighed heavily, realizing that it was unlikely that Ma-yan would be able to become an assistant, and he didn't know any other people with such talent. He instantly pushed away the sad thoughts and stretched his hands. He needed to decide what to do next and how to spend 300,000 yen. Soon, Pei Qian had an idea and was already standing with several character cards in his hands, showing them to his friend. Ma-yan woke up and rubbed his eyes when Pei Qian told him that he was planning to create a mobile card game. The protagonist stated that he had already purchased the card templates and suggested creating a mobile card game based on the Three Kingdoms. As Ma-yan got out of bed, he assumed that Pei Qian had simply noticed the success of Three Kingdoms and decided to make a game like it. Our hero's roommate admitted that he had heard that many people are currently developing mobile card games. The guy put his hand in his pocket to get something and continued criticizing the main character's new idea. He showed Pei Qian the phone and said that Three Kingdoms was becoming a cliché, and every other game was similar to it now. But Pei Qian smiled because it was only to his advantage to create a talentless game in order to turn the money he spent into his own. Our hero decided to make a mobile card game because they have incredible competition, and then his game will definitely be forgotten. The protagonist decided to hold a meeting in his head again. He divided his personality into 5 small Pei Qian. The boy tapped the wooden mallet and asked who would speak first. Pei Qian, wearing glasses, raised his hand, wanting to speak. Our hero, with a smile on his face, allowed student Pei Qian, who was so eager to speak first, to express his opinion. Student Pei Qian asked the hero to pay attention to the fact that Three Kingdoms has a more complicated payment system than other games. According to the guy, the publisher sells the game for only 5 yuan, and players spend more than 1,000 yuan on content. So Pei Qian suggested making the donation requirement even higher, confident that players would start complaining. The student adjusted his glasses and said that they could not know for sure whether a few rich fat men would spend money on their game. He tried to convey that there might be fat cats in the game who would be willing to donate a lot, and then the business would be profitable again. Pei Qian had an idea to move in the opposite direction, so that the rich fatties couldn't spend money even if they wanted to. All of our heroes' personalities unanimously decided to sell the game for 10 yuan, and the only paid content would be eternal VIP status for pennies. They smiled slyly, anticipating how players would delete the game because there was nothing to spend money on. Soon, our hero showed Ma Yan the purchased game template, which has raid, PvP, quest, and other ready-made modes. Ma Yan was horrified when he heard that his friend had paid a whopping 100,000 for a ready-made game template without any new gameplay. In response to his neighbor's indignant cries, Pei Qian only smiled, replying that for him, 100,000 was just pennies. Pei Qian thought it was bad that the template was so cheap and was willing to buy it even more expensively in order to waste his money. The hero told his assistant that he was going to develop the interface, the appearance of the cards, combat effects, and much more. A puzzled Ma Yan scratched his head and asked our hero how much money he was willing to spend on the design. Pei Qian said that he had prepared 30,000 for music, 10,000 for everything else, and 60,000 would go to design. A startled Ma Yan jumped back when the young man slammed his fist on the table with all his might after this statement. The development of the new mobile card game continued for some time. Pei Qian exhaled and finished planning. The guy handed Ma Yan the papers he was working on and told him to look at them. The neighbor didn't expect such a request. Pei Qian folded his arms and declared that all the visuals and effects would be his, and that he would entrust the development of the maps to his assistant. Ma Yan's sweat dropped when he heard this. He thought he was going to screw up because he didn't even know the characters from the Three Kingdoms game. The protagonist grabbed his friend by the shoulders and asked him not to worry, setting the task that the characters should be original and non-standard. Ma Yan, holding the papers in his hand, was still unsure of his abilities, but after some encouraging words, he promised to try his best. Pei Qian looked at his assistant with a sparkling smile and wished him luck, saying that he was sure the guy would succeed. The assistant sat at the table, clutching his head, not knowing where to start working, and Pei Qian laughed and asked him to relax. Given the task of making custom characters, Ma Yan asked if he could make Guan Yu a dragon, which Pei Qian readily allowed. Work on creating the characters continued. Ma Yan kept asking questions about whether he could make certain characters. After creating another character in the form of Liu Meng, who became a small dragon, Ma Yan asked the boss for his opinion. The protagonist smiled widely. He said that this character was incredible and called his assistant a true genius. Looking at the characters that Ma Yan created, including Liu Meng and Zhou Changlei in women's dresses, the hero realized that he had found the right person. In Pei Qian's eyes, the heroes created by the assistant were incredible crap, which was why the guy was so happy. After studying the site, the hero concluded that players liked characters in the chibi style, so he decided to move in the opposite direction of realism. The young man found an artist named Ruan Guangjian on the internet and said that his work was not bad. He saw that this artist only charged 800 yuan to create one character card and was bad at drawing in a realistic style. The protagonist wrote a letter to this Ruan proposing cooperation and hit the key to send it. Pei Qian smiled, knowing that the players would curse them if the novice artist drew the characters in a realistic style. The guy had a wicked smile on his face from ear to ear. He was ready to release a paid game with ready-made templates without new gameplay. While Ma Yan was boiling over his work, our hero already saw this success before him, when he would lose 300,000 on creating a talentless game. The next day, the action took place in the student cafeteria of Hundong University. It was a normal school day. It was lunchtime, so the cafeteria was filled with students, many of whom were still standing in line to get their portion. Pei Qian and his new assistant were also having lunch. Ma Yan was eating rice with chicken, and our hero was looking at some papers. The guy smiled as he read them, because the list of demands was pretty good, considering that it could have been left blank. The young man gave his friend a thumbs up, saying that he had done the impossible, while he himself thought that this game was nothing like the Three Kingdoms. Ma Yan was overjoyed by his friend's praise and confessed to Pei Jian that another crazy idea had ripened in his head. The guy asked Pei Jian if it wouldn't be cooler if they made the divine warriors of the Three Kingdoms women. The protagonist was wary when he heard this idea because he knew that female characters would gain popularity. The guy suddenly jumped up from his chair and threw the papers on the table, shouting that he was definitely rejecting this idea, which scared Ma Yan. Ma Yan asked why he didn't like the idea, since he himself had said before that the game should be something completely new. The protagonist coughed and told his assistant that the characters would lose their uniqueness in order to get out of his way. He praised Ma Yan again, saying that he had already done a great job by creating Mao Chao as a centaur and Guan Yu as a dragon. Ma Yan no longer insisted on his idea when he heard our hero's praise for his characters. Pei Qian returned the papers to the assistant and asked the boy to transfer all the information to the computer. After returning to the dorm, our hero sighed with relief. He realized that his assistant was a complete idiot who could be easily fooled. The following events took place in the modern metropolis of Mo, namely in the dormitory of the city's main university. Two students crowded around a third who was sitting at a computer. All of them were students from the Faculty of Arts. Guanjiang stared at the screen with stunned eyes when he saw that he had received an order. His friends were also surprised. The guy asked his friends to be quiet because he was currently talking to a customer, and whether he would eat meat next month depended on it. The artist corresponded with our hero on the computer, but in his head, it looked like negotiations in a courtroom. While playing with a pencil, the artist asked the new client what special requests he had regarding the work. Pei Qian replied in a text message that he needed 200 drawings, 4 for each character, and they should not be in chibi style. The artist was tense because all the works in his portfolio were in the chibi style, and the client puts forward the main requirement to use a different style. Guanjiang told the client that he would take 2,000 for each character, assuring him that he was a very capable artist, even though he was a beginner. The main character didn't like that he would only spend 500 yuan for one picture because he wouldn't be able to get rid of all the money. Pei Qian decided to protest. He told the artist that he was not at all satisfied with such a price for the work. The artist responded to the client that he had already set the price as low as possible, thinking that the customer considered it too high. Our hero wrote that he wants to do something non-standard, and the work will be more difficult and the requirements will not be very precise. The protagonist slammed his hands on the table before making a statement to the artist regarding the value of his work. He wrote to Guangjiang that he thought 3,000 per character was a fair price, considering the extra work. The artist broke the pencil in his hand in surprise when our hero offered the guy a reverse deal, increasing the price of the work by 1,000. The protagonist sent the artist a list of demands and asked him to look at the working conditions. Genjing grimaced in bewilderment when he saw the customer's technical specifications. He had no words to express his opinion. The outraged artist stated that the requirements were too vague and that it would be extremely difficult to create drawings, since there weren't even any examples. Pei Qian tried to calm him down, saying that he trusted his skill and promised to accept his work without any corrections. The artist was perplexed, but agreed to the terms and offered the customer to sign a digital contract. The protagonist happily agreed to sign a digital contract, under which he undertakes to accept the artist's work without edits. The boy stretched and yawned as the negotiations with Guangjiang were finally successfully concluded. While Ma Yan slept, Qin thought about how he would continue to buy music and sound effects without leaving money for marketing. After receiving the order, Guangjiang called Old Man Huan and Old Man Zhou to his place, saying that they had work to do. The guys came up and said that the order was very profitable, and they would also agree to draw chibi for that kind of money. But Guan said that this time the work would be in a different style. The guys were shocked when they found out that the crazy client ordered drawings in a different style, although all of Guanjing's works in her portfolio are in the chibi style. Guanjing got angry at his friend when he called his client crazy and sent him away, saying that his customer was just shrewd. The artist actually hated drawing chibis, but now all the mobile games have such characters and he didn't have a choice before. But he won't have to do that anymore. Guanjing finally has a chance to show what he's worth as an artist. After some time, Guanjing had already chosen the style of his work for the order and decided to show one of the drawings to his friends. The artist decided to do the drawing in an epic ink style with an oil paint effect. He has already drawn one character. One of the friends asked the guy if the chosen style met the customer's requirements. The second friend also had doubts. Guanjing turned around and replied that he wanted to convey a sense of epicness, and to do that he needed to draw characters that were not human-like. He explained that the style of the Three Kingdoms games was not suitable for this style, but it met all the requirements on the list. The artist's friend said that Guanjing was the only one who could paint in this style, and they would not be able to help with this work. The artist waved his hand and asked not to worry, and asked his friends to simply correct his work. 3 of Guanjing's friends agreed to help him, and they already dreamed of creating their own studio after graduation. Guanjing encouraged his friends and shouted that they were going to make their name and paint everything in the best possible way. 3 whole weeks have passed since that moment, and the action took place on the territory of a dormitory at the University of Mo. Guanjing announced that everything was ready. He threw his pen on the table. The artist looked exhausted after long and hard work. A smile came across the man's face, and he told his friends that they had all done a good job and was going to invite them somewhere. But he stopped when he looked around and saw that all the friends who had helped him with the order had passed out from fatigue. No one heard the offer to have dinner. Guanjing scratched his head and decided to please the guys with lunch tomorrow. The artist yawned and pushed his chair back to sit at the computer again because dinner was canceled due to his sleeping friends. Guanjing opened the conversation to write a message to Pei Qian, notifying the customer that the work had been completed. Other events took place in the dormitory of Handong University, in the room where the main character lived. Pei Qian's mouth dropped open in surprise when he received a message from the prolific artist that the work had been completed on time. The guy opened the system and saw that there were still 8,000 left on the system account. He decided to buy something at the resource station. The main character made a couple of mouse clicks, and the task was completed. He spent the last money to empty the account. Pei Qian hoped that the artist he ordered the character cards from wasn't very good at drawing. The guy opened the first drawing. It showed a character in the form of a humanoid monster with green scaly skin. The smile disappeared from our hero's face when he looked at the artist's work. All the drawings were incredibly high quality. Pei Qian was seething with irritation. All his hopes that Guanjing could not draw in a realistic style were destroyed. The young man was shocked that he had paid only 700 wen and received excellent drawings in return. Pei Qian stared at the monitor. He thought the artist was joking because all the drawings were up to standard. The guy grabbed his head and burst into tears. He didn't understand why all of Guanjing's drawings in her portfolio were in chibi style when he could draw so well. The young man decided to open a second emergency meeting in his head. All the little Peijian clutched their heads, not knowing what to do. The guy slammed the hammer down and shouted that they couldn't break the contract with the artist and that the game had to be released in 2 days. Student Pei Qian adjusted his glasses and asked the others to calm down, saying that the players might not like these drawings. The second Pei Qian was also calm. He said that their game has an old template. The gameplay is boring, so the creation is absolutely empty. The third guy yelled that due to the lack of marketing, players would never know about the game, so they wouldn't see the characters. They suggested keeping the game's name and description simple and avoiding words that could make it trendy. A puzzled Ma Yan approached Qian and asked his friend where he was looking while our hero was lost in his head. The roommate and assistant saw that there were art of the game characters on the monitor. He was amazed by these drawings. Ma Yan blossomed when Pei Qian praised him for the way his drawings turned out, thanks to the boys' descriptions of the characters. Pei Qian asked Old Man Ma to test the game for bugs, and after that they can release it. A happy guy in a yellow t-shirt asked his friend what the name of their new game would be. With a beaming smile on his face, Pei Qian announced that their game would be called Ghost General, a normal card game. The next day, Guanjing and his 3 assistants celebrated the successful completion of the work by drinking beer and eating. Guanjing asked his friends to eat the mutton while it was fresh and hot and not to be shy, promising that they would get drunk today. One of the artist's friends asked the guy what game they were drawing characters for and when it was coming out. The artist scratched his face with his finger and replied that it was called The Phantom General and that he didn't know the release date of the game. The friends fell silent when Guanjing decided to check the website to see what date the game they had helped develop would be released. The guy was stunned when he saw that this game was already out. The artist's friend was perplexed because he sent their work only today. All 4 art students stared at their phones to make sure the Phantom General had already left. The guy with glasses criticized the description of the game, which only says that it is just a regular card game. The artist's second friend was shocked when he saw that these same people were the creators of Lonely Desert Road. The third friend asked Guanjing if he had bought the game, and the artist replied that he had already purchased the Ghost General for 10 yuan. One of the guys also bought the game and started playing. He said that he completed the tutorial and now intends to reach level 10. The young man was surprised when he was able to summon the Divine General so quickly and obtain 2 orange cards at once. Everyone started actively playing Ghost General. All the guys got 2 cards and one of them got 3. Guanjing was confused. He assumed that the game was still being tested, so the chances of getting rare cards were still high. The guy in glasses showed the artist his phone and showed that in the store of this game, you can only buy permanent VIP status. A black-haired student criticized the game for being useless because it only gave 10 extra spins each day. Guanjing suggested that the guys ask boss Pei Qian about it, suggesting that it was simply not the final version of the game. The artist wrote to our hero and asked if the game was really in the testing stage, since there was only 1 item in the store. The art student was transported back to the courtroom where Pei Qian stood before him as the hero responded that this was the final version of the game. A puzzled Guanjing asked the protagonist in correspondence what happened to the store where you can only buy permanent VIP status. The protagonist replied to the artist that they would only sell the membership card and would not add other items. Guanjing was shocked when he heard. He asked Pei Qian why he made such a decision. Pei Qian explained that their strategy does not include adding in-game purchases, and they added VIP status to meet the needs of some players. Guanjing asked in response how they were going to promote the game since it had very few downloads so far. The artist was taken aback when a cheerful Pei Qian threw up his hands and declared that they were not going to promote the game. Pei Qian sighed heavily and admitted that they had no money, since they had spent 300,000 on buying templates, design, and so on. With sad eyes, the protagonist told the artist that after this they had no money left for promotion. Guanjing's face was blank when he read these messages from the boss, and his friends began to ask him what Pei was writing. The artist jumped up from his chair, clenched his fist, and shouted to his brothers that the game Ghost General needed them. He told his friends what Boss Pei had just told him in a text message, and why the game was having trouble promoting. Afterwards, the guy sat down on a chair and admitted that he thought Pei Qian was very rich, so he didn't ask for a discount and even raised the price. The guy with glasses took a sip of beer and asked the artist if Pei didn't want to earn some extra money, since he had already invested so much into the game. Guanjing told his friend that this was not the case, and an image of Boss Pei appeared before him, standing in the sun's rays in a formal suit. The artist told friends that he thought Boss Pei was a righteous man who didn't need the heavy money. The friends replied that it was impossible to make the game popular without money, and one of them offered to help Pei advertise it. The guy in glasses threw up his hands and replied that they didn't have the means to do this, because they weren't internet celebrities or streamers. Guanjing slammed his hand on the table loudly before turning to his 3 friends and making a statement. The artist, raising his voice, declared that the protagonist had treated them generously, so they should help repay him. The guy picked up the phone and said that he would try to persuade the guys from his group, who are famous artists, to help. When evening came, the events unfolded in a hostel in the city of Handong. Our hero and his faithful assistant were in the room. Ma Yan was sad. He sat on the computer and complained that no one was interested in their game, assuming that it was so bad. The guy looked at Boss Pei and said that the other new games had several million downloads, but they only had a couple of them. Pei Qian placed his hand on his assistant's shoulder and told him not to worry, promising that everything would get better with time. Pei Qian smiled because he was sure that nothing would really work out, and no one would download their new game. Ma Yan sighed heavily. He wanted to see again how many times their game was bought, hoping that something had changed in a couple of hours. Pei Qian smiled slyly as he opened the bottle of water, confident that even after 3 days or 3 months, no one would pay attention to the game. The happy guy took a sip of water, already dreaming about how he would receive 300,000 in his account after the system summed up the results. But suddenly Ma Yan's eyes lit up and he shouted to brother Pei Qian that the number of downloads had increased and many people were giving positive ratings. Pei Qian choked and spat out a fountain of water from his mouth when he heard his assistant's joyful shouts. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, as if he had been struck by electricity, and he asked his assistant to repeat what he had just said. The young hero was stunned. The number of downloads grew to several thousand. All people leave good reviews and give the game 5 stars. Pei Qian trembled. The boy grabbed his heart and began to lose his balance. He leaned his hand on the table when he felt sick after what he saw. The disappointed protagonist plopped down on the bed, face down in the pillow. He didn't understand what was happening to this world. The boy buried his head under the pillow, wondering where he had gone wrong when he found out his game had become popular again. The protagonist wanted to hide from this world, but happy Ma Yan continued to disturb his friend, shouting his name. The defeated Pei Qian, who would not receive the money again, opened his face, looked at Ma Yan and asked what he wanted. Ma Yan asked the boy not to relax for now because it was bad for his health. Assuming that Pei was very glad that everything ended well, Pei Qian forced a smile and found the strength to lie to his friend that he was happy. But he didn't understand where Ma Yan saw the joy on his face. The protagonist got out of bed and took control of his emotions, telling himself that tears wouldn't help the grief. The guy grabbed the laptop and opened it, sitting down at the desk. He was determined to figure out what went wrong. The young man's eyes widened as he entered the site and noticed one thing that made him think. Pei Qian saw that most of the players were mentioning drawings. He didn't understand where all these players came from. The guy started writing something on the keyboard. He wanted to figure out how people who appreciated the art in the game found him. He went to the artist's page to find out who forced the experts to repost and promote the Ghost General. The protagonist screamed when he saw that it was the artist Guanjin who decided to help him promote the game. Pei Qian decided to write to him right away. He was angry at the artist and did not understand why he was so actively promoting the game. The guy was furious with the artist when he told him in a correspondence that he had asked his friends to promote the game. A whole week had passed since then. Pei Qian stood on the balcony. It was the day of summing up the wealth distribution system. The main character stood silently on the balcony of his dorm and looked at the sky. There was no smile on his face. He activated the system and saw that the summing up was still in progress. The conversion had just begun. The young man sighed heavily, realizing that the income of the ghostly general was $500,000, which meant he had earned $200,000. But because of the system, only pennies would come into his account. Pei Qian burst into tears of grief. He couldn't bear it any longer, knowing that after working hard, he would only get 2,000 yuan. He received news from the system and was even more upset to learn that the next summary was in 3 months, and then the income would increase to 6 million. The main character had an idea to spend the system money by renting a more expensive office for 400,000 a month. The guy also planned to hire about 20 workers, which would cost him 200,000 a month. In order to spend the whole million, he also came up with the idea of buying equipment for work and installing it in the office. Pei Qian counted on his fingers and realized that this was all very complicated, and he had never looked for an office or employees before. While the sad Pei Qian was deep in thought, a joyful Ma Yan came up to him and patted him on the back. The guy's eyes were shining with happiness, he shouted, declaring that the game was becoming popular, which meant they could eat something expensive. Pei Qian didn't refuse him because he had promised earlier that he would take his assistant to a buffet when they started making money. The boys walked out onto the landing. Ma Yan asked the saddened boss Pei why he was so thoughtful. The protagonist forced a smile and asked his friend not to worry, explaining that he was simply tired and needed to rest because of work. Ma Yan nudged him with his elbow and suggested that Pei Qian find himself an assistant who would do all the work for the boss. An image of a pretty secretary appeared before Ma Yan's eyes, and he explained to his boss that in TV series, many bosses have assistants like that. Pei Qian finally smiled. He liked the idea. He didn't mind hiring an assistant and having her help him spend money. The protagonist praised his friend, saying that he was a genius, and admitted that he really needed an assistant, but it had to be a professional. The guy clenched his fist, his spirit rising, intending to get an assistant who would do all the difficult work. Soon, our hero went to the customer service center of one company. He was sitting on the couch, staring at the phone. A man in a suit entered the room and greeted the boy, introducing himself as the regional manager of the Lawrence Company. The hero shook his hand and greeted him, saying that he had come today to find an assistant for himself. Lawrence and Pei sat on the sofa. The manager asked about the requirements, to which Chen replied that he needed the highest paid employee. The company's regional manager threw papers on the table. These were applications for candidates for the position of assistant. Pei Qian glanced at the forms and heard that these were the most talented candidates in Handong province. Pei Qian asked the manager why one of the candidates, Xin Hailiu, quit her job as an assistant to the vice president of a foreign company. Lawrence sighed and told the boy that he thought the young man rarely watched the news since he didn't know anything about it. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, staring at the manager and asking what news he was talking about. The manager explained that the vice president had drunkenly had indecent thoughts, but he did not expect to be faced with a tough nut to crack. According to Lawrence, the vice president was ultimately fired, and the assistant, although she beat the man, left of her own accord. Pei Qian liked this girl. He called her a Wonder Woman and told the regional manager that he chose her. Lawrence smiled and agreed to discuss everything when our hero stated that he had only one request. The guy said that Xin Hailiu should only submit ideas when he asked and otherwise remain silent. The regional manager said that this is the kind of professionalism expected from a senior assistant. 3 days passed. It was Monday, and the action took place in the city center, lined with tall, modern buildings. A black, expensive car stopped abruptly on the street, raising clouds of dust with its wheels. Ordinary passers-by opened their mouths in surprise and began to turn around when they saw the car in front of them. The car door opened and a woman wearing black, high-heeled shoes stepped onto the asphalt. It was our hero's new assistant named Shin Hailu. The girl demanded 30,000 a month for her work. Having closed the door of her car, the girl in a formal jacket walked around the car to open the passenger door. The assistant carefully opened the door for her new boss. She told our hero that they had come to the right place. The protagonist got out of the car and stood in front of a glass building called Manhwa. It was the most luxurious and expensive building in the city. Peiken and the assistant went up to the 17th floor. The building manager offered the guys to rent it out entirely. The main character looked around. The guy went to the window to see what view of the city opened up from there. The view from the 17th floor was not bad. It opened onto a large park with a pond and mountains, and not onto the bustling city. The building employee reminded the guys about the subsidies from the state if they are a young company, and also told them about the rental conditions. Pei Qian turned around and asked the manager what the rent price was for the entire floor in this building. The manager beamed and said the price was 4 yuan per square meter and began to talk about the advantages of their building. The man was shocked when the dumbfounded protagonist started screaming about why the rent was so cheap. Pei Qian thought about it because he would only have to pay 450,000 per month if the floor was 3,000 square meters. The guy sighed heavily because, after calculating in more detail, he realized that the rent would only be 360,000 when a building employee approached Pei's boss and asked the guy if he liked the building. Without answering, Pei Jian waved his hand and declared that he was renting the entire floor, intending to spend as much as he could. The manager of the office building was happy. He was ready to sign a contract with our hero right away. After some time, Pei Qian and his new assistant named Shin Hailu were left alone in the new office. The guy said that a good office will improve the performance of employees and also improve the image of their company. The girl stood next to the notepad and obediently remained silent, taking notes while her boss talked. The protagonist told his assistant that an office desk should be expensive, and corrected himself by adding that it should also be stylish. He also said that they need the best computers, the best mechanical keyboards and 2 monitors, because now is the age of technology. Pei Tian also told the assistant that they should have plants in the office and a special worker to take care of them. Pointing to another corner of the office, he said that a small gym could be set up there to keep the body in shape. Shin Haileo wrote everything down, and Pei Qian continued, stating that they needed a coffee table and a sofa, the best tableware, and many varieties of expensive tea. The assistant agreed to complete all the tasks as soon as possible, and asked the young boss what the budget was. The protagonist thought about it. He couldn't decide on the budget, and assumed that he would rather spend 800,000 yen. Approaching the window, the guy smiled. He managed to spend 1.5 million in one day on office rent and equipment for it. The spending didn't end there. Our hero went to a men's clothing store where they sold suits, shirts, trousers, etc. The guy decided to transform himself. Having received the status of a boss, he already put on an expensive suit and acquired a luxury watch. Pei Qian also tried on a pair of brown leather shoes that were shiny and matched his new look well. The young man, adjusting his sleeves, stood in front of the mirror and looked at his reflection. Shin Hailu's assistant told the boss that Jessie, the brand he was currently wearing, was very elite and had a history of centuries. The girl offered to find the boss a more luxurious suit if he didn't like this one, but Pei said that everything suited him. Shin Hailu showed the guy 2 more suits, one for important events and negotiations, and the other for everyday life. The main character, closing his eyes, briefly answered the assistant that he understood everything and did not refuse 2 more suits. Inside, the young man was jubilant. He had not received any system warnings, which meant he could continue spending money. The assistant asked the saleswoman to quickly take Pei's measurements, provide 2 suit options, and select accessories to go with them. The store employee completed the task and approached our hero to take measurements and select the best option for him. Shin Hailu offered to help her boss buy his daily clothes to save him from having to do it himself. The guy was very pleased with the work of his new assistant. He thought that she was showing real professionalism. Meanwhile, the store employee measured the length of our hero's legs to select the most suitable trousers for him. When the business at the store was finished, our hero and his assistant raced in the car towards the setting sun. The assistant gave the guy a shopping list that she had compiled during their previous conversation. Pei looked at the list. It included expensive stylish sofas, silver tea sets, and computers that would cost them 600,000. Shin Hailu said that everything was purchased from reliable sources at discounts because the company never wastes money. The black car stopped at the guarded gate, and the girl informed Boss Pei that they had arrived. The main character looked out the window. His eyes and mouth widened in surprise when he saw the place to which his assistant had brought him. She handed the guy the key holder and said that she had rented a 2-room apartment near the university. Pei Qian opened the key box. He didn't receive the system warning again, which means it's okay to spend money on the company's image. The girl asked the boss to have a good rest and said that new clothes would be delivered to his home in a few days. The hero told his assistant that he would begin accepting applicants for vacancies in the small conference room next week. Shin Hailu smiled sweetly and replied that it was her job when the guy asked her to prepare the necessary documents. After this conversation, the girl rushed home in a black car. The main character remained on the street, watching her go. Walking to his new apartment, the main character's thoughts were occupied with what kind of people should be hired for the job. As he imagined the candidates in his head, he knew that they must not be capable, otherwise it would ruin his plans. In the guy's opinion, they also can't be too useless, because they still need to fulfill the system requirements and release games. Pei Qian decided to simply post the vacancy online, but he knew he couldn't write there that he needed people who would just sit around doing nothing. An idea appeared in our hero's head. He remembered that there was another talent at his university besides Ma Yan. The protagonist immediately went to the university campus to find the person he needed. He knew that the man always hung around in internet cafes during his first year and wore a turtleneck and sweater even in the summer. From his past, he remembered that the guy was expelled for poor academic performance in the second year, and he earned money by selling in-game items. Pei Qian smiled as he entered the internet cafe, looked around, and finally found the person he needed. Brother Autumn Pants, the emperor of grinding named Bao Shu, was sitting at the computer with headphones on and playing at this time. The guy spent his time alone in the computer club playing his favorite game. He wore a simple sweater, which he wore all year round. The main character came closer and started calling his university friend, but he couldn't hear him because of the headphones. When Pei called the boy louder, he took off his headphones and looked at the young man in front of him with puzzled eyes. The puzzled guy pointed at himself and asked Pei if he was looking for him because they hadn't communicated before. Our hero sat down next to him and said that he had a job for Bao Shu. He knew that the system would not mind if he offered such a guy a higher salary. The guy understood that Bao Shu's ability to play games well did not mean that he would be able to develop them. The flabby student thought that the guy wanted to offer him the position of manager of an internet cafe, and indifferently replied that he was not interested. The protagonist said that he wanted to offer him a position as a designer and put an advance payment on the table if he agreed. Bao Shu was stunned when he saw the money, and Pei told him that they had good computers in their office and allowed him to play there whenever he wanted. The shocked boy couldn't believe that he was being offered such a job and asked Pei Qian what was required of him. Our hero said that all he had to do was play games, study them, and find bugs that needed to be reported. Pei Qian also allowed the young man to participate in the design and give advice. Bao Shu lowered his head, hid his gaze, and answered our hero in an uncertain voice that he was ready to start work. Qian put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him to take the 500 yuan, take a bath, get a haircut, and buy some clothes. As he left the computer room, he stated that his company needed Bai Shu and asked him to be ready to start work. As our hero left, Bao Shu reached out with a trembling hand for the few bills Pei had given him as an advance payment. The guy grabbed the money and shook. His face was covered in tears. He couldn't believe what had just happened to him. Bao Shu clutched the money tightly and hid his face on the table. He was touched that someone appreciated his skills. The next day, the events took place near a high-rise glass building that our hero rented for his company. Near this building stood an unknown red-haired young guy who looked at the office for a long time, holding his hands in his pockets. It was Shangyang Games' administrative planner named Huang Shibo. He was surprised that Tengda rented an office in Shenhua. Huang Shibo went inside. He began to look around in confusion. It was lively inside. People in formal suits were walking around. Clenching his fists, the sweaty red-haired guy got ready and moved on. He intended to visit the Tengda company office. The administrative planner called the elevator and stood at the door for a while until he heard the distinctive ringing sound. When the door opened, the boy saw in front of him a dumbfounded old man, Liu, the chief planner of his company, Shangyang Game. The boy's eyes popped out of their sockets when he saw old man Liu in front of him. He didn't understand what the man was doing here. Huang Shibo forced a smile and greeted his colleague in a friendly manner, who stood and looked at his subordinate in silence. The old man told the boy that this Tengda company had very high requirements, so the boy shouldn't hope to be hired. Liu Kolko advised Huang Shibo to go and re-examine his values if he had time to go to interviews. The boy's mouth dropped open and he was speechless when he heard such an unpleasant comment from the old man regarding his abilities. Huang Shibo didn't expect that his old man Liu, who he worked with, would come to the interview where he was. When the boy reached the 17th floor, he thought that old man Liu hadn't passed, judging by his expression, which meant that Shibo had no chance either. Shibo approached the reception desk, where he was asked if he was there for an interview, and the guy hesitantly introduced himself as Huang Shibo. The young man blushed with embarrassment when he was met at the reception desk by two twin secretaries. One of the twins picked up the phone and asked the guy to wait while she reported him to the boss, and the other asked him to follow her. Huang Shibo followed the pretty secretary as he walked through the company's spacious office and looked at it with interest. The young man noticed that the Tengda company office was equipped with the latest technology, and the monitors were shiny and new. The office was also equipped with everything necessary for work. The company provided employees with the best supplies. The office was very bright and spacious. Each desk had a computer with 2 monitors. The furniture was modern and high quality. One of the secretaries approached our hero's office and knocked on the door to inform the boss about the candidate's arrival. Outside, she turned to the boss. The main character, who was in the office, allowed the girl to enter. Our hero got his own office. It was a spacious room with expensive designer furniture, and Pei Qian was sitting on a chair. Pei introduced himself as the president of Tengda Company and, recognizing the guy as Huang Shibo, asked the candidate to sit down next to him. Huang Shibo greeted his potential boss and walked over to the sofa to sit down and begin the interview. The protagonist asked the candidate to feel at home, since they were just chatting, and handed him a cup of hot tea. Huang Shibo thanked the guy. He was surprised that he was holding a cup made of pure silver, and he thought that Pei Qian didn't think about money at all. Our hero also drank tea, and first he asked the candidate to briefly tell him about his previous work experience. The red-haired guy immediately confessed to the hero that he used to work for a company called Shanyang Game. The protagonist did not respond to Huang Shibo's remark, and there was a soft, meaningful smile on the guy's face. Huang Shibo was at a loss. He didn't know whether Pei Qian was laughing because he was overconfident or because the guy dared to come here with his abilities. The candidate began to get nervous. He clenched his fist, realizing that this job was not his level because he was a newbie who had just started his career. The red-haired boy's mouth opened wide in surprise when Pei Qian, instead of refusing him, said that it was great. Pei Qian gave the guy a thumbs up and declared that he met their company's requirements. The puzzled boy replied that he could start the day after tomorrow when Pei Qian asked when he could start work. The main character asked the guy to bring documents to sign a contract, and then asked him about the expected salary. The guy hesitated and asked hesitantly if it was possible for him to receive 2,100 yuan a month, knowing that he only had 6 months of work experience. Huang Shibo's request did not please the new boss. The protagonist sighed heavily and dropped his hands, throwing the papers on the table. Pei Qian covered his face with his hands in disappointment. Huang Shibo was scared. He thought that he had asked for too high a salary. The guy closed his eyes and mentally prayed that the salary here would not be less than at his previous job. Huang Shibo was surprised when Pei Qian reminded him that renting a room in the city cost 100 yuan a month, and food cost 800 yuan. The boss continued to list the expenses, including 200 yuan for water and electricity, 300 for clothes, and so on. He showed the candidate 3 fingers and said that he would also have to spend 300 yuan a month on festivals or gifts for the girl. Pei Qian said that the man needed 100 yuan for transportation expenses and 500 to put in the bank. Our hero sighed heavily and stated that his company followed the government's hiring guidelines, so Huang Shibo needed at least 3,500 yuan a month. Huang Shibo was shocked when Pei Qian said that his company guaranteed its employees higher salaries than other similar firms. The main character showed the red-haired guy 4 fingers and asked if he would be satisfied with a salary of 4,000. For Huang Shibo, this proposal was extremely unexpected. He wondered if all rich people were like his new boss. In order not to miss the chance, the guy scratched his head and agreed to his boss's offer to receive a salary in this amount. The deal was sealed. Pei Qian welcomed the guy into his company and shook his hand. Huang Shibo was shaking with excitement and thanked the boss. Huang Shibo left the company president's office, his whole body trembling with excitement. Our hero watched the new employee leave. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he was very pleased that he had hired this employee. He hid the pen in his pocket. The protagonist put his signature on the document, confirming that he was accepting Huang Xibo into his team. Old Man Liu, the chief planner, although he was confident in his abilities, was not given the job because he was too capable. And Huang Xibo was accepted by our hero because he is a newcomer who has very little experience in this field. A whole week had passed since then, and the twin secretaries were standing behind the reception desk, performing their duties. The work in the office was in full swing. Our hero managed to hire a whole team of employees. They sat in their places and carried out their duties. One of the girls in the white shirt was very angry. Her job was to play some game, and she was angry at another player. Bao Shu was also there. One of the staff praised him for playing well and suggested the guy add him as a friend. Ma Yan was also in the office today, passing by all the employees. He approached the boss's office and announced that he was entering. Pei Qian was sitting on the sofa at this time, relaxedly staring at his phone. He asked his assistant to come here and have some tea. Ma Yan sat down on the chair and told his boss that he was very productive because all the workstations in the office were already occupied. The protagonist said that everything was going very well and handed Ma Yan his resume so that he could get acquainted with the new employees. When the guy looked at the profiles of the new employees, the smile on his face disappeared, and many questions arose in Ma Yan's mind. The young man was stunned when he took a closer look at the profiles of the new employees of Pei Qian's company. Ma Yan was simply horrified when he read the resumes of the new employees at the company. The guy's entire face was contorted with emotion. The guy was perplexed, staring at the papers. He asked the boss if all these people really had no work experience. The student suggested to his boss to increase the budget and ask for help in order to hire a truly worthy chief designer. Pei Qian crossed his arms and shook his head. He told Ma Yan that there were people for the designer position, but he rejected them all. The protagonist stood up from the sofa, turned his back to Ma Yan, and hesitated before answering why he didn't hire a worthy person. Coming to the window, the guy raised his index finger and said that, first of all the candidates had a serious problem, namely, an inflexible mind. He sighed and said that, secondly, all these designers demanded high salaries, but their abilities were too small. The arguments worked on Ma Yan. He calmed down and answered the main character that everything became clear to him. Looking out the window at the view, the protagonist stated that what was no less important was that the passion for the games of these candidates had completely died out. A puzzled Ma Yan asked who would then manage new projects without a chief designer in place. Ma Yan waited tensely for his friend's answer when Pei Qian sat back down on the sofa and sighed heavily before giving his answer. The protagonist smiled broadly, pointed at himself and declared that he would personally manage all their projects. The assistant grabbed his head and said that Pei Qian was the boss and he could use the chief designer to help. Pei Qian replied that he already had someone as an assistant and told him about a nice guy named Huang Xibo. Ma Yan looked at Huang Xibo's resume. He began to doubt that this guy could handle it after all. He had only been in the industry for half a year and held the position of a planner. The protagonist waved his hand and asked Ma Yan not to look at the position, but to look at what Huang Xibo would do. Pei Qian said that Xibo created 80% of the company's data, so he is at least an assistant to the chief designer. Then Ma Yan's eyes lit up with delight, and he offered the guy to pay more than 4,000 for a talent like Huang Xibo. Pei Qian replied that he thought so too. But there was no need to rush because he first needed to see how he would work in the future. Our hero decided to praise other employees and said that the other workers also had special skills. He asked Ma Yan to look at Bao Shu. He is a master of all classes in Fantasy World and the owner of 6 fully upgraded accounts. Beaming with happiness, Ma Yan listened to the boss, acknowledged Bao Shu's talent and asked when they would start work. The protagonist told his assistant that there was no point in wasting any more time, so he suggested starting tomorrow. Soon, Pei Qian walked into the office filled with employees and shouted, asking everyone to stop working because he had an announcement. In front of all the employees, their boss appeared. Pei Qian stood in the middle of the office with a smirk on his face, ready to deliver the news. The staff immediately turned their attention to the boss, and a smile lit up the girl's face when she saw Qian. All the workers stood up and walked closer to the boss. They began to whisper among themselves, surprised by Pei Qian's appearance. The protagonist coughed before making an important statement to the Tangda Company employees. Standing in front of the crowd of workers, Pei Qian announced that they would start work from tomorrow after all the preparations were made. Huang Xibo, Bao Shu, the secretaries and the others began to clap their hands happily. looking forward to spending sleepless nights on projects. In his head, the red-haired guy was already imagining how he would be tormented while working on new projects. The young man was happy to the point of tears. He was glad to find himself in a comfortable working environment with a good salary and a boss who appreciated him. The main character raised his fist and declared that everyone was free for today. He decided to let everyone go early to celebrate the start of work. Huang Shibo was dumbfounded when Pei Qian said that today was Friday, so he could leave early to have a party. The stunned guy turned around and saw that it was only 3 o'clock. He was shocked that they were being let out of work so early. It was Monday, Singles Day in China, and the action took place in our hero's residential complex. Pei Qian was spending time alone in his new 2-room apartment. The guy was lying on the sofa, thinking about something. The young man was thinking about what kind of game they should make to definitely go broke, because his office was starting work tomorrow. The protagonist once again organized a meeting in his head and announced the start of a third meeting on the topic of losing money. A slightly tired Pei Qian asked who would start, and a student with glasses raised his hand, and the guy was given the right to speak first. Student Pei Qian said the challenge this time was to choose the wrong niche but do it in a way that the workers wouldn't understand. The second Pei Qian, while drinking tea, said that smartphones have been gaining popularity recently, so there is no point in making a mobile game. The guy suggested making a game with a client, for example, an MMORPG, to become a competitor to the game Fantasy World. Student Pei Qian was against it, adjusting his glasses. He said that in that case they might accidentally make a game like Eastern Legend. The always calm second Pei Qian abruptly put the cup of drink on the table and insisted on making a game in this genre. The rest were not against it, because there are already successful products in this genre on the computer games market. The student with glasses also agreed. He shouted that the requirements for games in this genre are very high, and their employees will not be able to do that. The 5 Pei Qians in our hero's head decided that this time they would definitely fail and lose money. The next day, Tuesday came, and the action took place in the office that the main character rented for his company. Our hero sat at the head of the table, surrounded by Tengda Company employees, and the meeting was taking place in a special room. Bao Shu, Huang Shibo, and other workers listened attentively to their boss and took notes on paper during his speech. Ma Yan was doing the same, and next to Pei Qian sat his assistant Xin Hailiu, who was writing everything down on her laptop. After coughing, the main character announced that this time his company would be developing a first-person shooter game. Huang Shibo was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why they would make a game with a client if the mobile game Ghost General was successful. The main character noticed the red-haired guy when the young man wanted to turn to him to object. Pei Qian immediately stopped him, shouting that they would no longer be involved in mobile games. Raising his tone, the boss said that the company's goal is to become a leader in the gaming industry, and they cannot make unremarkable mobile games. Raising his fist in the air, Pei Qian shouted at his employees that they should either play big or go home. The workers were inspired by the boss's words and began to applaud the main character in unison, looking at him with smiles. Huang Shibo and the others no longer objected. They applauded the boss, realizing that Tengda Company was on a completely different level. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face and he looked at the workers sitting to his left before making a statement. Bao Shu and Huang Shibo were stunned when Pei Qian announced that one of them would be the chief designer and the other would be the planner. Huang Shibo couldn't believe that he had been promoted to chief planner so quickly, skipping 6 years of his career in a day. The protagonist showed the workers 3 fingers and stated that he had only 3 demands for the upcoming game. According to Pei Qian, firstly, the game must have a story. It shouldn't just be battles without depth and substance. The boss also said that it is necessary to pay attention to the feelings of newcomers, so the shooter should be as easy as possible. Bao Shu and Huang Shibo were already unhappy when Pei Qian announced that the shooter would have epic weapons and the game would cost 888 yuan. The main character looked at his employees with a fake smile and asked if they had any questions for him. Huang Shibo raised his hand and addressed the boss, but Pei Qian pretended not to notice and said that there were no questions. The company's employees began to applaud their boss in unison again, and Huang Shibo was unhappy that he was not allowed to speak. Pei Qian stood up from his chair and announced that he would give the designers a week to make the first sketches. Bao Shu began to take notes in a panic when he was told that the guy would be responsible for the creative part and the main directions. Huang Shibo also began to write everything down quickly when he was put in charge of finalizing the project and distributing tasks. Ma Yan told Pei Qian that he understood everything when the boss said that his job would be to help everyone and learn from everyone. Finally, Pei Qian asked the workers to contact him if they had any problems, particularly with the budget. Pei Qian smirked, knowing that story-driven shooters were a big risk for little profit, and the ease of completion would reduce the interest of professionals. The main character also understood that there was already a better shooter on the market, one with better motion sensitivity. He left the boardroom smiling because a game that has bad sensibilities and a budget spent on the story is doomed. Moreover, no one on the team has experience in creating shooters, and the epic weapons in it will be sold at an exorbitant price. Remembering his workers with little experience, Pei Qian understood that such a game would hardly even pass the test, and it would be completely impossible to make money on it. Night had already fallen. Only on the 17th floor, where our hero's office was in the Manhwa building, the light was still on. Huang Shibo still worked hard. He decided to do overtime even though Boss Pei strictly forbade them, threatening to reduce their salary. Bao Shu walked up to brother Huang, who handed him a paper and announced that he had almost finished the design sketches for the new shooter. The red-haired boy's eyes and mouth widened in surprise as he looked at the sketches that Bao Shu handed him. The young man stood up and pushed his chair back. He wanted to discuss Bao Shu's work in more detail at the table. Bao Shu was surprised when Huang Shibo asked the boy to sit down with a forced smile, because they needed to talk. Sitting down, Bao Shu said that 2 of the boss's 3 demands had been met, and he was having difficulty with the plot. Huang Shibo admitted that he thought the same thing when the guy said that they couldn't compete with the big overseas games in terms of plot. The guy in the jacket said he believed the boss was just testing them, so he thought they should save as much money as possible on the characters and the plot. Bao Shu stated that it would have been possible to save on the main character's model, because it is a first-person shooter and the character will not be visible. The guy also suggested sticking to 2 types of enemies, zombies and mercenaries, to simply change the templates for variety. Huang Shibo listened carefully to the young man and said that it would be difficult to create a plot if there were only zombies and mercenaries. Bao Shu handed the boy his sketches again and said that he wanted to make a mute little girl as a secondary character. The red-haired guy was stunned when he looked at his colleague's work and heard that the character was supposed to be mute. The designer sighed and explained that it was a compromise so as not to have to find professionals to do the voice acting and animate the girl's mouth. He suggested making this character a ray of sunshine in the darkness that would support the protagonist throughout the entire plot. The guy came up with the idea of using the girl to solve puzzles, such as getting through small ventilation tunnels that would be the only way out. Huang Shibo admitted that the designer's idea was not bad and asked whether the story would take place in a fortress or at sea. Bao Shu nodded and said that the story was about an evil corporation experimenting with a virus, and the main character would need to climb to the top of the fortress. According to the designer, the locations in the game will thus be reduced to only the fortress rooms and corridors, which will sometimes be covered with traces of the virus. The guy also decided to come up with decorations for the locations. Some places will be destroyed, and things will be scattered. Huang Shibo started tapping away at the keyboard when Bao Shu stated that they could use one location and just change it slightly. The lead planner said it was a great idea to have all the cutscenes in one location and have multiple results. Bao Shu suggested developing the plot, and Huang Shibo suggested making the girl the owner of the antibody, so she was captured by the corporation. The boys sighed heavily when they came up with the idea of also treating the hero's wounds with the girl's healing blood. Huang Shibo told his colleague that it was great, and the guy managed to make the plot logical, balanced, and emotional. Bao Shu became embarrassed, smiled, waved his hand, and replied that he was just following Boss Pei Qian's instructions. The planner praised his colleague for his modesty and thought that Brother Bao had really fulfilled the boss's conditions perfectly. Remembering his boss, Huang Shibo decided that the boss had set the right direction for the work, especially since he had already made 2 successful games before. Bao Shu said that the sensitivity in the game is easy to adjust when Huang Shibo asked about the requirement to make the game easy. The designer raised his index finger and stated that the requirement for weapons was the result of the boss's ambitions. According to Bao Shu, the boss wanted to convey to them that weapons should have different levels, but only epic ones would be sold. Huang Shibo's eyes lit up when he realized that in order to increase the playing time, they could come up with different ways for players to obtain weapons. The red-haired guy, despite the fact that it was deep night outside and the office was empty, continued to work. The chief planner was actively typing on the keyboard, smiling, realizing that everything was under control, and the boss just wanted to educate them. The next day, the events took place at the university. Our hero was fulfilling his duties as a student. Pei Qian, although he often missed classes, decided to attend the lecture that day. The guy was sitting in the auditorium with other students. The guy picked up the phone because he was very bored. He regretted that he didn't go to the office instead of studying to play. The protagonist opened a mobile card game to play, but was distracted when his phone vibrated. Pei Qian looked at his phone screen in surprise when he suddenly received a message from someone. It was Bao Shu who sent the guy the sketch. Pei Qian was surprised because only 2 days had passed since the task was announced. He decided to check the document that was sent to him. He did not understand how to read it from his phone because he was blinded by the number of words. The protagonist still intended to check the sketch to see if his workers had coped with the conditions. The guy smiled because there was a decrease in difficulty. A planned plot, like a paid epic weapon. Our hero responded to the employee in correspondence that the work was not bad and asked him to move in the same direction. When it was already evening outside, work in the office was still in full swing. But many employees were busy playing on the computer. Among them was the chief designer Bao Shu, who sat with headphones on his head and held a joystick in his hands while playing. Huang Shibo also put on his headphones when he received a message from Bao Shu, asking him to check the footage he had sent him. The red-haired guy started to carry out the request. Ma Yan, who was also in the office, paid attention to what he was doing. Ma Yan cast a wary glance at Huang Shibo, but did not approach the chief planner. Several days had passed since then. It was Monday again, and the action took place in an office building. The main character was still spending time at work. The guy was pretty bored. He sat with his face resting on his hand. After checking the system, he saw that the system account had been replenished again. Now it was almost 1 million. And Pei Qian realized that it was very difficult to spend money. While the guy was lamenting the fact that his system account had been replenished again, someone knocked on the door leading to his office. Ma Yan rushed into the office, shouting that he had found out that Huang Shibo and the others were secretly working overtime using the work computers. The news shocked our hero. He had previously instructed his employees not to work overtime, but they disobeyed him. Pei Qian asked his assistant why Huang Shibo was working overtime, assuming he was filling out paperwork or designing. After a slight hesitation, Ma Yan told his boss that he thought Huang Shibo was just playing computer games. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that his subordinate was not working, but simply spending time playing games. Our hero's dorm mate sat down on the sofa. Pei Qian got up from the table and walked closer to his assistant. Still wary, Pei Qian asked Ma Yang if he was sure that Huang Shibo was just playing games in his free time. Ma Yan replied that he was sure of it, and suggested that Huang Shibo be reprimanded because he was wasting the company's resources during overtime. The protagonist immediately stopped the guy, shouting that he shouldn't do that. He knew that this would only help Huang Shibo and the others spend the system money. Pei Qian explained to his assistant that they were a gaming company and his subordinates played to learn from others and gain experience. Ma Yan scratched his head and realized what was going on, and asked his boss if he should leave these workers alone. The guy cast a questioning glance at his boss when our hero didn't answer Ma Yan, but silently got up from the sofa. The protagonist left the assistant without an answer. The young man stood up and went back to his desk. When Pei Qian walked up to the table, he loudly leaned his hands on it before making his statement. Clenching his fist, he yelled at the assistant, stating that they were a company that put the well-being of their employees first. He grabbed his laptop and shouted that they should pay extra to those who work overtime to adhere to national policy. Pei Qian began to pound on the keyboard, declaring that overtime pay would be 1.5 times the normal hourly rate, and that weekends would be paid at double the rate. The protagonist drew up a corresponding document with a new decree and sent it to print. The paper came out of the printer. The boss handed his assistant this paper and told old Ma that he had an important task for the boy. He told his assistant to record the overtime hours every day so that Pei Qian could pay those employees later. The puzzled Ma Yan did not argue with the boss. He walked out of the office with a piece of paper in his hand, leaving Pei Qian in his office. Pei Qian's face showed a grin, and he called himself a genius because he came up with the idea of paying overtime. The next evening, the employees of the Tengda company office were at their places, having lunch right at their workplaces. Only Huang Shibo, the main planner of the new project, decided to skip dinner and do other things. The guy with red hair stood in front of the office for a long time. He sighed heavily to find the courage to go in. After that, the chief planner knocked on the boss's door and introduced himself. Pei Qian allowed the young man to enter. Huang Shibo brought his boss a list of purchases that needed to be made online and asked our hero to take a look at it. The protagonist took the shopping list from his subordinate and asked the chief planner, Huang Shibo, to sit down. Huang Xibo was scared. He was afraid of the reaction to his list, even though he tried his best to stay within the budget, maintaining the ideal price-quality ratio. After looking at the list, Pei Qian returned it back and ordered it to be redone, because the budget was only 670,000, and it needed to be doubled. The protagonist was indignant in his heart. He was furious at his subordinate, who did not understand that Pei Qian needed to spend all the money. Huang Xibo was stunned by his boss's reaction when he heard that the budget needed to be doubled. But he did not argue with his boss. He took his list in hand and agreed to redo everything, but stated that he had a question regarding the name of the game. The guy said he thought Ocean Fortress was a bit of a weird name, and asked his boss to come up with a new one. The protagonist thought about it. The name Ocean Fortress that Bao Shu came up with seemed very familiar to him. Then Pei Qian realized why. He remembered that the title was similar to a failed movie that came out before he went back in time 10 years. Therefore, the boss decided to stop his subordinate. He slammed his fist on the table to cut off Huang Xibo's idea to change the name. Pei Qian said that the name Ocean Fortress sounded good and he liked it, so there was no need to change anything. When Huang Xibo left, our hero relaxed. He understood that the guys did not know that a film with a similar name had failed in the future. Recalling the scenes from this film, Pei Qian believed that his new game would repeat his fate and lose a couple of million yuan. The work week was coming to an end. It was Friday evening, but many of our hero's subordinates were still spending time in the office. Someone approached an employee named Xiao Liu and said that they had a problem with the functionality and asked him to fix it. The guy with glasses took the document with the problem described and agreed to help Brother Huan fix the problem immediately. Huang Xibo put his hand on the boy's shoulder and advised him to ask Bao Shu for help because he was a professional in sensitivity in games. The red-haired guy sighed, seeing how the game's budget was gradually growing. Now it was 1.5 million, and the growth did not stop. After speaking with Xiao Liu, the chief planner, holding a piece of paper in his hand, was about to return to his workplace. The chief planner pushed his chair back to sit down at his computer again and continue working on the game's creation. The guy started typing actively on the keyboard. He was determined to create this game so that he could boldly look his boss in the eye. Huang Xibo was forced to look up from his work when his smartphone suddenly vibrated and a message appeared on the screen. The employee was stunned when he saw that his salary had been credited to his account, even though it was only the 29th. Brother Xibo scratched his head. He was sure that he wouldn't get his salary for at least a month, since most companies do that. Afterwards, the guy looked at his phone again and was surprised to notice that his account had been replenished by 5,300 yuan. Huang Xibo's mouth dropped open in surprise and he stared at the phone, thinking that his superiors had made a mistake in crediting him with more money. The guy didn't understand why he received so much since he had worked there for less than a month. And at that moment, the boss's assistant walked past him. The chief planner jumped up from his chair and stopped Xin Hailiu, asking the woman to give him 1 minute. Huang Xibo showed Miss Xin his phone screen and asked if they had made a mistake in paying the wages. The guy explained that his salary was 4,000 yuan, including taxes and rent, and he didn't understand why he would receive 5,000. Xin Hailu replied that it was not a mistake because the guy was also given overtime pay. Huang Xibo was shocked when he heard that he was given extra pay for overtime hours. The guy was perplexed. The girl laughed and explained that everyone who works more than they are supposed to gets extra pay, and it doesn't just apply to him. She said that Huang Xibo worked 50 hours on top of that and was paid at time and a half, which left the guy speechless. Huang Xibo couldn't believe his luck. He trembled when he found out that it was not by mistake that he had received 5,000 into his account. The other employees also witnessed the conversation and became interested in whether they were entitled to additional payment as well. Ms. Xin Hailu left the dumbfounded Huang Xibo alone. The shocked guy was left standing motionless in the middle of the office. Xiao Liu also picked up the phone because he had been paid. He said it was surprising but was calm. Bao Shu also couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth dropped open in surprise when he saw how much money he was paid for the work. The guy started to burst into tears of happiness. He said that boss Pei Qian knew about everything, referring to their hard work. Huang Xibo was also touched by his boss's actions. The boy stood motionless, and tears streamed down his cheeks. The chief planner was trembling with emotion. He said that Boss Pei did not punish them for their disobedience, but on the contrary, rewarded them. The guy raised his fist and shouted that now everyone had to work hard, because they had to make a good game for the boss. All the office staff heard Huang Xibo, they were in solidarity with him, and also raised their fists up. At this time, Pei Qian was lying on the sofa in his office, cursing the system account that could not be emptied. The protagonist decided to hold an emergency meeting in his head on the topic of impulsive spending. The boy slammed his hammer on the table and asked who would start. And as usual, student Pei Qian was the first to speak. The boy allowed his personality, in the form of a young Pei Qian who still wore glasses, to express his opinion first. Adjusting his glasses, the student said that the money was divided into two parts. One part was spent last week, and the other this week. The second Pei Qian got angry and shouted that everything had been paid, from the office rent to the workers' salaries and overtime allowances. The third Pei Qian, who was holding the joystick in his hands, sighed heavily and said that they barely fit within the amount in the system account. Another guy commented that the Ghost General is still making money, even though there are still 2 months left before the system is finalized. All 5 personalities of our hero were exhausted. They realized that spending big money requires skill. One of the guys suggested the idea of team building as an excuse to spend more money from the system account. All the other Pei Qians opened their eyes wide and screamed, staring at the guy who gave them this idea. Everyone was delighted, considering it a great idea, since they could spend a couple of thousand on a trip for all the company's employees. After some time, our hero was sitting at his workplace, with Miss Shin's assistant standing in front of him with a notepad in her hands. Pei Qian asked his assistant to organize a team-building trip for their team by the end of the month. The guy explained that he decided to send workers to Guangzhou to exchange experiences for about 5 days to visit other companies. The girl wrote everything down while Pei Qian explained that they should pay attention to large gaming companies, and Tengda would pay for everything. Pei Qian smiled contentedly, realizing that such a trip would cost a couple of 100,000, even though it looked like an absolutely pointless measure. The assistant was willing to take care of the organization without asking any unnecessary questions. She said she would do it as soon as possible. The following events took place in the break room of Tengda Company. Many were reading books, and 3 guys were playing games on the sofa. The main topic of the day was the upcoming trip. One of them asked if they were really going to Guangzhou to exchange experiences. Another employee responded to the guy, saying that he knew that Shin was already booking tickets, although he had not heard of other companies doing this. One of the employees told another that the trip was not cheap, and she was told that Tengda gives incredible bonuses to employees. The employee asked the guys which company they would be going to for the exchange of experience this time, suggesting that it was Sunstrike Studio. The guy replied that this was most likely the case, since it was a company that specialized in creating shooters. Huang Shibo entered the break room. The guys sighed heavily and turned to the guys who were discussing the business trip. The chief planner asked those present to do their jobs and stop thinking about the trip to Guangzhou. The subordinate replied to Huang Shibo that they couldn't think about it because they had never been to Guangzhou or visited the famous game studio. The other employees supported the guy with glasses and asked Huang Shibo not to worry, promising that they would work conscientiously. Meanwhile, Pei Qian, who was in his office, was very upset when he saw that the trip would only cost 150,000. Xin Hailu's assistant told the boy that the trip was planned according to commercial standards. The protagonist was saddened when Xin Hailu announced that she had scheduled the trip for the end of December as she was ordered. According to the girl, she ordered everything for 30 people, and the budget includes food, transportation, and additional expenses. Frustrated, Pei Qian asked the assistant if they could book first-class tickets instead of economy, hoping to increase their budget. Suddenly, the guy received a system warning for the first time. He discarded the idea and told his assistant that everything was fine. The guy sighed heavily. He didn't expect that a trip to Guangzhou for 30 people would cost him such a small amount. Xin Hailu nodded and agreed, warning that in that case she would contact the company in Guangzhou. When evening came, the following events unfolded in the Chinese city of Guangzhou, where our hero wants to send his workers. The office, which belonged to Sunstrike Studio, was still full of people. The employees were busy with their work. Zhou Muyan, the manager of the company, heard the news that Tengda was coming to the city to visit their company to exchange experiences. The man's secretary confirmed the news, which made Zhou Muyan surprised because it was unexpected. The company director was stunned. He had never heard of other companies sending their employees to exchange experiences. He was even more surprised when the assistant said that Tengda Company had made a game called Ghost General. The girl suggested to the boss to send Sun to meet the Tengda representatives, and promised that there would be little trouble since those guys would just be walking around their office. Zhou Muyan scratched his beard and realized that it would be nice to meet the people involved in creating such a popular game. He allowed the secretary to agree to this meeting and asked her to make a plan, and then declared that he would personally meet the guests. The girl replied that she understood everything, and then asked her boss to look at the list of newcomers being excluded. The assistant handed the boss a piece of paper, and the director of the game studio silently stared at the list. He handed the paper back to the secretary and ordered his subordinate to fire all the newcomers, but leave only Lin Wan. After these words, the man turned around and left, and the assistant was perplexed, because this was not the first time Lin Wan had stayed. Zhou Mu Yan returned to his office. He took off his round sunglasses and placed them on the table to rest. The man plopped down into the black leather chair and relaxed. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The studio director rubbed the bridge of his nose. He himself did not understand why they had to leave an employee named Lin Wan. One day he had a call with the president of the corporation, Shenhua Lin, and he said that he would fulfill the senior's request, no matter how difficult it was. It turned out that Lin Wan was the granddaughter of the corporation's director, so the man did not fire her, because it was useful to get connections with that company. Zhu Muyan received a request from old man Lin to make his granddaughter disillusioned with the gaming industry, so that she would quit on her own. He knew it wouldn't be hard to do, remembering his exhausted employees, so he just needed to make her look at the true essence of this industry again. The staff at his studio were very tired, and one of them asked the leader to look at the calculations he had just finished. The leader yelled at his subordinate and threw papers around because he made a mistake in the simplest calculations, and the subordinate promised to redo everything. Zhou Muyan knew that his company was a real meat grinder that turned art into a source of income and destroyed the dreams of many. Remembering the granddaughter of the corporation's director, Lin Wan, Zhou Muyan was determined to show the girl the true nature of the industry. A whole month passed. At the end of December, our hero and his staff went to Guangzhou. The events unfolded in a luxury hotel. The main character and his comrade Ma Yan were sitting on the couch. The guy sighed heavily and admitted to the boss that he was tired of pretending. Ma Yan complained that he always had to pretend that they didn't know each other, and in front of other people, he had to call Pei Qian boss. Pei Qian placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and told him to be patient for the sake of the company, and to tell him any suspicious things he noticed in the office. Ma Yan was taken aback when the boss started patting him on the shoulder and calling him his main informant, entrusting him with an important mission. The guy felt uneasy and said that it sounded like he was some kind of spy, but Pei Qian smiled and said that it was great. Ma Yan looked at the guy with a puzzled expression when the boss asked him if Sunstrike Studio was really that cool. The guy told the boss that he didn't know anything about it, and Pei Qian just needed to spend a lot of money, so he wasn't interested in it. Pei Qian told his friend that Sunstrike would be their first stop in the city, and asked Ma Yan to find out more about the company. Ma Yan slapped his chest and asked his boss with a smile on his face to entrust this task to him, so that Pei Qian would not lose his status by asking questions about that company. The next day, events continued to unfold in the city of Guangzhou, where the guys from Tengda went on a trip. They looked at Sunstrike's office with admiration. They thought the company was very rich since it had its own building. The happy secretaries from Tengda also arrived on a business trip, taking photos of the surrounding buildings. The main character in a formal suit and his assistant were also there. Pei Qian thought that building such a building costs a lot of money. At the entrance to the building, Boss Pei was met by a man who introduced himself as Song Shi and said that he was glad to see him here. The young man smiled amiably, extended his hand and said that he would be their personal tour guide today. Pei Qian and Sun Si shook hands in greeting, and the guy from Sunstrike apologized to our hero for the inconvenience. Song Shi looked at the protagonist with a smile and asked him to follow him. Pei Qian agreed to follow the tour guide. Inside the office building of the Sunstrike Gaming Studio, Zhou Muyan was already standing, patiently waiting for the guests, leaning against the reception desk. The man decided to look good today in honor of the meeting with important guests. He fixed his hair, waiting for the guys. Footsteps were heard in the lobby of the office building, and the entire delegation from Tengda Company entered the room in a crowd. Song Si brought the important guests and informed his boss that Boss Pei and all of Tengda's staff had already arrived. Zhou Muyan and the protagonist joyfully shook hands, and they said in unison that they had heard a lot about each other. Director Sunstrike noticed our hero's expensive, custom-made suit and concluded that he was a rich kid. The tour guide told the guests that they were now in a room where classes on game development were taking place. He showed the guests the recording area, which was the studio where they record and create sound effects for their games. Afterwards, Song Shi led the delegation to a spacious room that served as a classroom for the staff. The guy then showed off their company's merch. The costume on the mannequin was worn by the actress who advertised their game. Then Song Shi took the boys to the restroom. He allowed the guests to help themselves to the snacks that were there at any time. Huan Sibo smirked when he saw the rest area. because there was only one TV and a console in this room. The guy didn't understand how it could be called a recreation area if there was only one small sofa in the entire room. Huang Xibo found it funny that they called the snack area a small shelf with a few packs of cookies and chips. The guests were not thrilled with the competitors' lounge area, and they realized that it was much worse than the one in their office. Zhou Muyan was annoyed that the guys from Tengda did not express admiration when they saw their restroom. The man was sure that they were very comfortable. There was a large TV, a snack area, and the sofa looked comfortable. He praised their recreation area, but the guests from Tengda still stood there silently, not giving any admiring reaction. Ma Yan realized that things were bad and the situation was becoming awkward. He remembered that Brother Pei told him to ask a question in such a situation. The guy was intent on testing his own skills by asking the director of the game studio a few questions. Zhou Muyan and his subordinate were surprised when Ma Yang asked them why there were so many employees at their workstations on Saturday. The director was puzzled by the question, because he was sure that all companies operate on the 996 system. He asked his subordinate about it, and the guy gave his boss a look that he had no idea why the guest asked this question. Huang Xibo took the floor and said that everyone was on duty because it was normal to work overtime, and Ma Yan added that employees would receive overtime pay in that case. Ma Yang asked Zhou Muyan if overpaying them would be super expensive since there were so many people in the office on the ground right now. Zhou Muyan's eyes widened in shock and he stared at Ma Yan as he began to tell him about the overtime pay. Zhou Muyan and his subordinate looked at each other in shock. They didn't know that there could be overtime pay in the gaming industry. Pei Chen grabbed Ma Yan's hand and told him to stop asking questions. He knew that the guy would make enemies for them if he continued. Huang Xibo scratched his head and apologized to Zhou Muyan for their employee's impudence, explaining that he was just a newbie. The Sunstrike employee suggested that everyone follow him because they had planned a special meeting to share experiences. The office was still in full swing even though it was Saturday, and all the game studio employees were at their workstations. Songshi, Zhou Muyan, Pei Qian and his staff walked through the main office room where all the employees were. Xiao Liu whispered to his colleague Huang Xibo and criticized the room for being too cramped. Huang Xibo laughed and replied that it was fine here, realizing that it was just too spacious in Tengda. Zhou Muyan was puzzled when he heard his office being criticized for being too cramped, because he thought that everyone had the same conditions. The meeting began. Sun Si invited the chief planner of the Tengda company to speak and talk about the creation of the Phantom General. Zhou Muyan and Lin Wan applauded Huang Xibo, who came to the board to talk about his company's experience. Pei Qian and his assistant Miss Xin Hailiu were also there, and they also applauded their employee. Huang Xibo felt awkward, scratched his head and said that he had not participated in the creation of that game, but he could still tell the main idea. He told those present that the first key to the success of this game was the perfectionism with which its creation and style were treated. Huang Xibo said that Pei's boss spent half of the budget on the drawings, and also praised the boss's sense of beauty and vision. The protagonist sweated from awkwardness as he listened to flattering comments about himself from the chief planner. Lin Wan took notes as Huang Xibo talked about the game's unprecedentedly low price, which is why players loved it. The chief planner said that Boss Pei had invested all his money into developing the game, and raised his voice and said that such a strategy should be considered a classic. Pei Qian felt flattered by Huang Xibo's comments about his acting. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Huang Xibo was delighted when he saw Boss Pei nod, and thought that his guess was correct, which meant that he was gradually beginning to understand his boss. Song Shi thanked Huang Xibo for his speech and gave the floor to their studio manager Zhou Muyan, who will share his achievements. Zhou stood up and glanced at our hero. He was surprised that the guy spent all the money on the game, took the risk of hiring a newbie, using a new style and much more. The man mentally praised the young and strong guy, and our hero smiled and applauded, greeting Zhou Muyan. When Zhou Muyan came to the podium, he raised his index finger and announced that they were working on a new shooter called Breach. The Tengda staff listened carefully to the competitor's words about how the most important thing in a shooter is the feeling, and most fans of this genre are veterans. Zhu said they worked on the graphics, hired a military expert to work on the weapons, and now they are going to surpass the best shooter on the market. Huang Xibo was shocked when he heard that competitors decided to make the new game free, but equipment would cost money. The main planner tensed up. He was afraid that the old players would be more interested in Breach than in their shooter. The red-haired guy started to play out a scenario in his head about what would happen if both games became popular, and turned his gaze to the boss. Huang Shibo was surprised when he saw his boss smiling and began to suspect that the boss had brought them here on purpose. The guy suspected that his boss Pei was smiling because he was convinced that the shooter of Pro Boy's competitors would be a failure. Pei Qian smiled happily and clapped. He was confident that his Ocean Fortress would fail and Zhou Muyan would release a successful game. Afterwards, our hero shook his competitor's hand and praised him for his wonderful speech, adding that he had learned a lot from him. Zhou praised the boy in return for his talent and said that he needed to go because he had urgent business. The director of the Sunstrike Game Studio turned around and left. The main character watched the man go. Lin Wan was also at the meeting, the red-haired girl holding a notepad in her hand and looking at her boss as he left. The protagonist looked at the girl in shock as he was about to leave the hall, but Lin Wan suddenly stopped him. She smiled sweetly, introduced herself to him as Lin Wan, and asked if she could ask him a few questions. Pei Qian allowed her to do so, and the girl became more serious and asked the boss if making money was really his main goal. The guy cleared his throat, covering his mouth with his hand, and told Lin Wan that the main goal in creating games is to make people happy. Lin Wan was delighted by the young man's answer and asked Pei Qian if his company had a dismissal system. He replied that of course there is no such system, and he cannot abandon his employees, whom he considers family, and with whom they grow and develop together. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. She took a step closer and asked if his employees were working overtime. Pei Qian replied that he tries to send them home, but some stay voluntarily, and he pays them extra for their work. The protagonist confessed to the girl that making money remains his goal when she suggested that he creates games for a dream. Lin Wan laughed and asked her not to make fun of her, saying that she knew for sure that Pei Qian was a man with a dream. She bowed and told the guy that she understood everything, and then thanked Boss Pei for taking a few minutes to talk to her. After that, the red-haired girl turned around to leave, and the main character still stood motionless, looking after her. The girl's assumption left the young man dumbfounded. He looked at her with his mouth open as she left the room with a smile on her face. Pei Qian scratched his head in confusion, wondering who the girl who just approached him was. After some time, the red-haired girl came into her boss's office and handed the man a white envelope. Zhou Muyan didn't understand what was going on. He looked at the girl with a puzzled expression and asked what was going on. Lin Wan confessed to her boss that she had decided that she wanted to leave Sunstrike. The manager of the game studio was overjoyed. He realized that Lin Wan had finally seen the darkness of the industry and decided to become her grandfather's heir. Zhu Miyan took the white envelope the girl handed him and asked if she wanted to quit the gaming industry. The girl did not seem disappointed in the gaming industry. She told her boss that she was not going to leave it. A shocked Zhou had many questions in his head. He did not understand why she was quitting but not leaving the industry. The man asked Lin Wan what was wrong, assuming that the girl was having some problems at work. Lin Wan turned her head to the side and thanked her former boss for his work, and was ready to confess something to him. The girl looked out the window and admitted that she felt like she wouldn't be able to fulfill her dream if she stayed in this game studio. She walked over to the window and, lost in her dreams, looked at the crow that was sitting on a tree branch outside. The trip to Guangzhou ended. Several weeks passed. White pigeons on the streets of Handong City were pecking at sunflower seeds. Life in the city center was in full swing. The sidewalks near the high-rise glass buildings were filled not only with pigeons, but also with passers-by. Pei Qian and the rest of the Tengda Company employees were in the office, and our hero came out of the office to supervise the work. Huang Xibo was happy to see his boss, and Pei Qian asked if the release of the Ocean Fortress game should be delayed. The chief planner loudly replied that it was not necessary and asked him not to worry, promising to check all the errors several times. Our hero felt uneasy about his subordinate's confidence and asked the guy to let him take a look at the plot and the epic weapon. Huang Xibo agreed to show everything. He demonstrated the story mode, where the player must fight to get to the top floor of the fortress. The guy showed the boss the gameplay and said that the essence of the game is in fighting zombies and mercenaries. There will also be several riddles. The chief planner revealed a paid epic weapon called Rainbow Red Fire, priced at nearly 900 yen. Pei Qian was shocked. He didn't expect the graphics to be so good, although it couldn't compare to foreign shooters. He was unpleasantly surprised that his subordinates had made a beautiful game, and mentally blamed them for not knowing that beauty could kill. The main character was stunned when he realized why their new game was so good. He recalled how he ordered Huang Xibo to double the budget for in-game resources and modifications. The guy grabbed his head and realized that the blame for the game being good lay with him, because his subordinates had no choice. Pei Qian calmed down, still believing that the story mode was useless and that the epic weapons were unreasonably expensive. Huang Xibo looked at the boss and asked if he wanted to take a look at some more modes they had added to this game. The main character waved his hand and politely refused. He asked his subordinate to send the game for verification on the official website. The guy returned to his office with a smirk on his face, believing that their game would be lost, given the imminent release of the breach. When Pei Qian returned to his chair, he activated the wealth transformation system, and the system account had more than 100,000 yen. The protagonist also saw that the results would be announced in 19 days, and that his personal account had just over 1,000 yuan. But the guy sighed with relief, even though he felt tired, because there was much less money in the system account than there had been before. He decided to leave as little money as possible and spend the last 100,000. The idea of organizing another event came to his mind. After some time, Miss Jin Hailu's assistant came into the boss's office and apologized to the boss for coming without knocking. The girl started taking notes when her boss told her to organize an event tomorrow that would include a movie, karaoke, and dinner. Our hero's assistant was surprised when he scheduled an event for tomorrow because tomorrow is Friday. Pei Qian responded that it would be unfair for employees to spend their day off on a work event. Miss Shin told the boss about Lin Wan, who came to town and said that she wanted to work for them even without a salary. The guy looked at his assistant with a surprised look when she told him that Lin Wan was already waiting for him in the small meeting room. He asked the assistant what she thought about that girl. He was puzzled that Lin Wan was willing to work here for free. Miss Shin said that she thought that this girl was from a rich family and that she did not seem very modest but rather too innocent. Pei Qian covered his satisfied smile with his hands. He realized that an innocent rich girl who didn't know how to do anything was right for him. Our hero offered to hire his assistant and pay her 4,000 a month, and allowed her to do whatever she wanted without giving her any assignments. Meanwhile, Lin Wan, the granddaughter of the owner of a large corporation, was sitting in the small conference room drinking tea. The girl was holding a cup of hot drink in her hands and looked at the door when she noticed someone entering the room. It was our hero's assistant, Miss Jin Hailu, the woman who came to Lin Wan to tell her the good news. She congratulated the girl on the fact that her boss had agreed to hire her and offered to sign a contract. Lin Wan was incredibly happy. She immediately agreed to sign a contract and receive 4,000 a month in her new position. The excited girl asked the assistant if she could find out what she would be doing, after which Miss Sin hesitated. She smiled and told Miss Lin that her task was to come to the event tomorrow, where they would eat, watch a movie, and sing karaoke. Lin Wan, who was holding the contract in her hands, froze in surprise when she received such strange tasks from the boss's assistant. The first day of the working week arrived, and on Monday the cheerful and smiling twin secretaries were already standing behind the reception desk. Bao Shu was not in the mood today. The chief designer was sitting dejectedly at his desk. Huang Xibo decided to approach him. Huang Xibo asked his colleague if he had also noticed the data from the ocean fortress, but the guy stared at one point and seemed not to hear him. Then Bao Shu turned around and said they sent the game for review on Friday, and it's already Monday and there are still no downloads. The chief planner asked if the boss hadn't tried to advertise the game at all because Huang Xibo hadn't come across any on the internet. Bao Shu smiled and asked his colleague to believe in the boss and stop worrying if Pei didn't ask them to distribute the game. Huang Xibo agreed with the chief designer's opinion and decided to sit down on an empty chair to continue the conversation with his colleague. The red-haired guy told Bao Shu that there was no need to doubt someone as smart as their boss Pei Qian. Bao Shu was surprised when Huang Xibo asked him what they would do since they needed to develop a new version of the shooter. Looking at the staff spending their time watching videos and eating snacks, Xibo asked what else the team could do. The lead designer thought about it and agreed with his colleague. He asked if there were any problems in preparing for the release of the new version of the game. Huang Xibo replied that the problem was that he didn't know what to do, whether to add new content or fix the bugs. The planner opened their new shooter called Ocean Fortress and looked at the main menu, thinking about the problem. The guy suggested asking experienced players to test the game so that they could get their opinions and suggestions, and then start working. Bao Shu was not thrilled with the idea because he didn't know where to find such players and whether he would need to pay them. Huang Xibo stood up, sighed and scratched his head. He said that this was a dilemma and they needed to think of something else. The working day continued in the Tengda company office. The chief planner sat at his desk and actively tapped on the keyboard. The guy asked the company's development team for help in finding players to test the game, but everyone replied that they didn't know any. Then one of the workers suggested that Huang Xibo find a couple of groups that play popular shooters and contact their leader. Huan Shibo waved his hand and asked his colleague to forget about it, because they would be kicked out of the group immediately if they came there just for publicity. Xiao Liu scratched his head and agreed that the idea he proposed didn't make any sense. The chief planner's head began to boil due to work problems. He relaxed and closed his eyes. At that moment, Lin Wan approached him. Huang Shibo was surprised when Lin Wan said that she knew the leaders of large teams with several thousand members, fans of shooters. The guy jumped up from his chair and asked if the girl could ask them for help. Lin Wan agreed, adding that she was quite close with the leaders. He scratched his head and asked her how she knew these leaders, since she didn't seem like an avid player of such games. Smiling sweetly, Lin Wan replied that at her previous job, FPS players were specifically hired to test the breach. The following events took place in the apartment of a guy who was an ardent fan of shooters. He was sitting at the computer. A fan of shooters and the leader of a group of players was doing his favorite thing at that time when he received an unexpected message. In the correspondence, Lin Wan asked old Chen to help her test the game and said that she quit her job at Sunstrike Studios. Chen replied that he heard that after Proboin's release, all the employees received bonuses and asked if the girl really didn't work there for the money. She responded indignantly that bonuses meant nothing to her and that she now worked for a much better company. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and agreed to help test the game, asking if he would get the usual 5,000 for the job. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that there would be no payment, but the guy would be able to get a limited edition pistol in the game. Chen was outraged that her company was so greedy, asking for help but not promising to pay a penny for it. Seeing that the guy was unhappy, Lin Wan offered to pay him with an in-game epic weapon in addition to the pistol. The guy was furious. He accused the girl of being crazy and asked who needed an in-game weapon for 100 or 200 yuan. Lin Wan replied to Chen that as far as she knew, the epic weapon in their new shooter cost 888 yuan. Chen choked on his sugar water when he heard that the epic weapons in this shooter were unprecedentedly expensive. A young man had to wipe his monitor with a napkin after he spat out cola on it out of surprise. The shocked guy grabbed his monitor when he heard that the gun cost real money and screamed that it was daylight robbery. But Chen still agreed to test the game. When he opened it, he had a feeling that the game sucked, judging by the name. An experienced shooter player, while simultaneously eating hot noodles with sausages, admitted that the graphics in this game are not bad. The guy saw that there was only one paid weapon in the store, and there were no other goods there, and this surprised him. Chen was puzzled when he saw that the characteristics of the machine called Fire Dragon were not that high. The young man looked at the main menu and saw many game modes. He was especially surprised by the biochemical mode. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise when he saw that the game had not only simple battles but also a story mode. He decided to try out the story mode first, admitting that he didn't have any high expectations for the shooter. The game began. The main character opened his eyes and saw two people in masks in front of him, who said that he was infected. Chen was immersed in the game's plot. The guy seemed to find himself in the game, immersed in the atmosphere of a scary shooter. The first thing the main character of the game did was raise his hand up, and he was thrown by guys in masks onto a whole mountain of dead people. Contrary to predictions, the main character of the Ocean Fortress did not die. He sighed heavily and found the strength to rise. The man had to stand on the dead bodies of infected people and apologize to the person he stepped on. The mountain of dead bodies turned out to be slippery, so when the game's protagonist got to his feet, he immediately slipped and lost his balance. Chen fell face down on the floor with a thud, finding himself in a spacious room with iron structures on the ceiling. The game's protagonist was breathing heavily and tried to get to his feet, complaining of pain after the fall. The guy started to get acquainted with the controls. He praised that there is a tutorial for beginners, where it says what the WASD keys and the cursor are for. Chen walked up to the door that led to another room. He was wary, afraid that the final boss would jump out of nowhere. The player still found the courage to go further and slowly opened the door. A creak was heard. As soon as the guy opened the door, a screaming zombie with an exposed skull and a camouflage suit appeared in front of him. The appearance of the monster was unexpected, so the player screamed in fear, his eyes full of horror. Chen panicked, started screaming and cursing when the bloodthirsty zombie immediately pounced on the guy, grabbing him by the shoulders. A zombie with sharp fangs and claws grabbed the shooter's main character and managed to bite him through his clothes. The main character of the game felt terrible pain when the fangs of the bloodthirsty zombie pierced him. He screamed loudly. Trembling with fear, the boy did not give up. He reached for the gun that the zombie had and asked the enemy how he dared to attack from behind. The young man snatched the pistol from his opponent, which the zombie carried with him, keeping it in a holster on his body. The player pointed the gun at the zombie's head and shouted that he would send the enemy to the next life. One shot was enough to disable the enemy. The zombie fell to the ground and no longer resisted. Chen was tense. He thought he was going to play a regular shooter, but it turned out to be a horror game, which almost made him shit himself. The young man fell to his knees and grabbed his shoulder. He realized that he was infected due to the zombie bite. The guy began to lose consciousness. He fell to the floor. Chen began to guess that this was the end for the main character of the game. As the man lay on the floor, meekly awaiting his departure to the next world, a girl in rags approached him. Chen saw a girl in front of him with a large syringe in her hand. The player did not understand what this character was doing now. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. She whimpered, but continued to fill the large syringe with green blood. When she injected the green blood into the guy, the player realized that this liquid was capable of curing the protagonist of the zombie virus. The main character tried to greet the girl. He did it in different languages, but she silently looked at him in bewilderment. In response, the girl in old rags communicated with gestures. Chen realized that this character was mute, so she did not answer. A mischievous smile appeared on Chen's face as he stared at the monitor screen, realizing that the game was going to be fun. The guy noted that this game has stable shooting and simple recoil. He has already mastered more destructive firearms. Chen also praised the game for making it easier to hit enemies in the head and for the mouse sensitivity being different from popular shooters. The guy also liked the little memorable girl as a secondary character who helps him solve puzzles. According to Chen, if it weren't for the presence of this girl, the game Ocean Fortress would be nothing but endless killing. In the shooter, Chen ran from giant monsters with a girl in his arms, and he noticed that this character helps to immerse himself in the game emotionally. The player continued to progress through the story mode, and in one of the missions, after escaping from a monster, he held a grenade launcher in his hand. In the final episode, the shooter's protagonist left nothing of the fortress, blowing it up and escaping from the island in a helicopter. Chen was so immersed in the story that he felt as if he was actually piloting a helicopter. The little girl who had helped him throughout the entire plot was also saved, and she was sleeping peacefully in the cabin. At this point, the Ocean Fortress story mode was completed, and the helicopter with the main characters inside flew away towards the setting sun. Chen was very impressed with the game, which he initially had no hopes for, and the guy became quiet when he managed to complete it. The shooter fan immediately started writing to his friends about how amazing Ocean Fortress was and urged them to play it too. Pei Chen soon returned to the office. He was glad that the exams were over because he hadn't been able to even think about work all week. The guy sighed heavily when he arrived at the 17th floor. He assumed that the Ocean Fortress was already finished. The main character was surprised when he did not see the twin secretaries behind the reception desk, who were always at work. Boss Pei was tense. He didn't understand what was going on in his company and why people were absent from their workplaces. He walked further and saw the chief planner, Huang Xibo, sitting at his desk. The guy looked worried. Then he noticed another employee, a young man with glasses, eating chips and also looking tense. Seeing Miss Shin and Lin Wan, who also didn't look happy, Pei thought that the workers were worried about the game's failure. Pei Qian saw Bao Shu standing to the side sighing and thought that he was thinking about the meaning of existence due to the failure. The main character was also upset because his guys put effort and patience into the game, even though they were lazy and had been resting a couple of days ago. Boss Pei clenched his fist and was determined to calm his subordinates down because it was his duty as a boss. Our hero's assistant, Miss Xin He Liu, and Lin Wan turned their heads and widened their eyes when they saw the boss. Lin Wan beamed with happiness when she saw that the boss had arrived. She shouted to notify the others. Hearing the girls scream, the other employees also jumped up from their seats and began to joyfully greet the boss. All the company employees crowded around our hero, began clapping and loudly congratulating their boss. The main character was taken aback when he saw this. The shocked guy did not understand what was happening and what he was being congratulated on. The wary Pei Tian flinched in surprise as one of his subordinates took a step forward towards him. A young man in blue trousers approached the main character to personally congratulate his boss. It was Huang Xibo. He bowed his head and shouted to the boss that he had learned a lot from him and now understood why Pei was not promoting the game. Huang Xibo said that the boss showed this through facts, because a good game only needs feedback from players, not advertising. Pei Qian, hearing these words from his subordinate, felt like he was shattered into many pieces. Xibo's statement was a blow to him. The downcast boy asked Huang Xibo if he meant that their new game Ocean Fortress had become popular. A happy Huang Xibo raised his hand and confirmed the boss's guess, adding that he continues to update the platform. The red-haired guy said that in terms of the number of players and the income the game brought in, they had already overtaken Proboina. The main character was approached by Miss Shin Hailu's assistant, and the girl offered the boss a bottle of champagne. The boss picked up a large bottle of expensive champagne. The guy tried to smile, showing joy to the employees. The protagonist loudly opened the champagne to celebrate the success of the new game. Splashes flew in all directions. The twin secretaries who were absent from work showed up, set off firecrackers and congratulated the boss. Everyone clapped their hands for their boss, while Pei Qian stood still as a statue, trying to keep his emotions under control. He immediately handed a bottle of champagne to Huang Xibo and praised him for his good work, asking the guy to continue in the same spirit. Without saying another word to anyone, Pei Qian turned around and hurriedly left the room, not wanting to celebrate the success of the game. Huang Xibo didn't suspect anything. He was happy, thinking that Boss Pei had everything under control as always. Pei Qian walked back to his office with a dejected expression, and Huang thought that the boss was not surprised because the success of the game was a common thing for him. The main character slammed the door behind him and sat down on the floor. He was defeated. The guy did not understand what was happening and where he had taken the wrong turn. Pei Qian was shocked. He didn't understand how this could happen, because he was sure that this game would fail and he would finally make money. Trembling from the negative shock, the guy stood up and made his way to the table. He doubted that there was still law and order left in the world. Sitting in the president's chair, the young man grabbed his head, wondering what the point of all this was. He opened his laptop to check what went wrong, because this time the artist Guanjiang did not help him attract players. The main character was stunned when he discovered the reviews under his new game Ocean Fortress. They shocked him. The guy was speechless when he saw the heated discussions under the new game, some praising it and some criticizing it. He grabbed his head again and leaned back in his chair, asking someone to explain to him why the game had become so popular. A light bulb went off in Pei Qian's head. He remembered that he was the boss, and he could ask Huang Xibo to analyze the popularity of the game. At this time, Xiao Liu told brother Huang that the atmosphere in the discussion of the game on the site was getting heated, and Xibo replied that it was all thanks to the boss. Huang Xibo stared at the monitor with stunned eyes, just like his colleague when he received the unexpected message. The boss asked his subordinate to analyze the popularity of the Ocean Fortress from the point of view of design and marketing. The red-haired guy was glad to receive such an assignment, although he did not know why the boss needed this analysis, since he himself decided not to use advertising. Huang Xibo realized that Pei Qian wanted them to study the project for their education, to absorb experience and improve themselves. After some time, our hero was still spending time in his office. He looked at the printer, which was giving out a new printout. The main character printed out some paper that will help him figure out how to continue doing business in his new company. Pei Qian once again held a meeting in his head. 5 little Pei Qians sat at the round table staring at this piece of paper. Student Pei Qian said the game's story mode was excellent, and the difficulty setting made it suitable for most people. The second Pei Qian, while drinking tea, said that there are several battle modes and no obstacles. So many people download the game. Also, the game, according to our hero, has attracted large donors who are not put off by the price of weapons at almost 900 yuan. Chief Pei Qian slammed his hammer on the table and shouted that he didn't understand why Ocean Fortress had become more popular than Breach. One of those gathered became interested in who was to blame for everything this time, specifically for the success of their new game. Angrily, student Pei Qian adjusted his glasses and shouted that Huang Xibo and Bao Shu created the game according to their conditions. The second Pei Qian also got angry, threw the teacup and shouted that Lin Wan only asked a few players to test the game. An enraged Pei Qian imagined throwing that cup at Lin Wan's head, who was the reason for the game's advancement. Pei Qian, a game enthusiast, raised his hand while holding a joystick and declared that they had decided to release Fortress on the same day as Breach. Everyone at the round table unanimously asked each other not to say that they themselves were to blame for the game becoming popular. The main character could not stand the negative emotions that had washed over him and loudly slammed his hands on the table, rising from his chair. Pei Qian was furious. He gritted his teeth but told himself to calm down. The guy didn't want to give up so easily. Clenching his fist, the young man trembled, snorted, and declared that this time he had to get the money and no one could stop him. Work continued in the Tangda office. The secretary twins were at their workplace behind the reception desk. All the main character's enthusiasm disappeared somewhere when the guy decided to look at his statistics in the wealth conversion system. One piece of news was good, because the previous game stopped making money. But Fortress had already made 400,000 in a week, which was bad. The assistant told the boss that the capacity of their game servers had been increased and that an outsourcing service company had signed a contract. The protagonist found the strength to calm down and praised his personal assistant, Miss Shin, for her good work. Peikian looked at the transformation system and began to do calculations in his head and realized that he would earn no more than 6,000 yuan to his personal account. He was furious, realizing that he could only make money if he lost money, and even a small profit would make him poor. The guy needed to find a way to reduce the amount on the system account as soon as possible, because there were only 2 days left until the results were announced. Pei Qian turned to his personal assistant again and asked if they had increased the salary rate for the employees yet. The girl nodded and said that the order had been carried out, and now the heads of departments would receive 60% more, and the rest 30% more. It turns out that Miss Xin and Huang Xibo received a significant salary increase, and Bao Shu and the others received a third of their pay increase. Miss Xin also said that they will introduce a bonus for the project. It will be 15% of the game's income for everyone who developed it. The girl also planned to give each employee a gift card for 1,000 yuan once a month, which could be spent on goods in stores. The protagonist sighed with relief. Now he pays employees the maximum amount allowed by the system, and so he can get rid of 300,000. Miss Shin Hailu reminded the boss that everyone was supposed to get paid today, and asked if he wanted to add anything new. A light bulb went on above our hero's head when his assistant mentioned that payday was today. He asked her to wait and said that he had decided to add another payment once a month. 3,000 each for office supplies. The girl was perplexed. She said that all employees already received bonuses and did not understand why they needed to be paid more. The boss explained that it was called a special payment for the purchase of work-related things, such as buying games and equipment. Miss Shin didn't like the idea, but she kept quiet, and the boss added that some people also needed headphones for better sound in games. Shin Hailu replied to the boss that she understood everything, smiled and wrote something down in her notebook. The following action took place in an office. The working day was in full swing, and the chief planner, Huang Xibo, was sitting at his desk. The guy was happy because Ocean Fortress simply smashed the competitor's shooter Proboin in popularity. Imagining the boss's face, Huang thought that the boss had foreseen this outcome, so he released Fortress at the same time as Breach. The chief planner, remembering the boss's face the day they visited Sunstrike, laughed with joy because they had crushed the competition's game. Huang Xibo continued typing something on the keyboard at his desk. The guy was distracted when he received a message. The red-haired guy immediately picked up the phone and cast a wary glance at the screen. The chief planner of the Tengde company was stunned when he saw that his salary had arrived, and this time it was again larger. The young man's eyes widened, and he stared silently at the phone screen. His account had been replenished by 1,500 yuan. The rest of the employees were also staring at their phones. They were happy because they had all received a raise as well. The joyful cries in the office were stopped by Miss Jin Hailu's assistant, who walked in and clapped her hands loudly. Smiling, the girl said that every month everyone would receive gift cards for 1,000 yuan to buy everything they needed. The twin secretaries began handing out gold gift certificates to all employees, who accepted them with gratitude. The good news from Miss Shin was that the company would pay them 3,500 yuan every 3 months for their working needs. Huang Xibo and Xiao Liu, who had already received the cards, looked at He Liu with stunned expressions when they heard this news. Bao Shu was shocked that he could now play games at work without spending a penny on them using the special payment. Xiao Liu shared with Huang Xibo that he felt it was too much that Boss Pay provided them with bonuses, allowances, and even special payments for games. The assistant asked the boys not to be shy because the work was finished at 3 and the boss would take them to the mall to celebrate the success of the game. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as she promised, the working day was over and the company's employees went to a modern shopping center. The main character was also with them, leading Ma Yan, his assistant, and a huge team of employees around the shopping center. The guy said that they were here today to celebrate the success of the game, and in honor of this, he would pay for everyone's shopping. Pei Qian was pleased because there were still 400,000 in the system account, and he was going to spend it at the expense of the employees. Raising his index finger, the boss sternly ordered to spend 1,000 yuan from the card and 3,500 special payment to each, threatening that otherwise they would not be able to return the money. The boss waved his hand and ordered everyone to disperse. Everyone was happy to go on a shopping spree at the company's expense, so they agreed to follow the boss's order to spend all the money. The secretaries and assistants, beaming with happiness, went shopping, and the guys from the company also split into pairs and went their separate ways. The secretaries went into a stationery store and began choosing items that they would need for work. Bao Shu and Huang Shibo were happily shopping together, and Boss Pei was also planning to buy something for himself here today. The protagonist grinned as the idea of buying himself something worth 100,000 yuan appeared in his head. The guy decided to spend all the money from the system account, hoping that he would have losses due to impulse purchases. The guys from our hero's company were happily choosing clothes. One of them chose a sweater, and they told him that it suited him. Then they went to the technology department and looked at the portable gaming consoles with eyes shining with delight. Miss Xin Hailu helped the twins choose lipstick. She found one that would suit them for every day and for special occasions. Bao Shu spoke with a consultant, who recommended that he buy the best model of mechanical keyboard with a mousepad as a gift. The protagonist watched his employees from the side. He looked at Huang Xibo and the others who were choosing new phones. Lin Wan was surprised when she noticed her boss standing and peeking out from behind the wall, watching his subordinates. Pei Qian was angry. He was determined to keep an eye on the employees, seeing that the guys were not very willing to spend all the money. Xiao Liu looked at the new phone with a smile on his face. There was a price tag at the bottom, indicating that the smartphone cost almost 4,000 yuan. The guy checked the camera on his phone and felt awkward when his boss came up from behind and advised him to take the smartphone if he liked it. Liu shyly told his boss that his phone would last for another year and that this new smartphone was too expensive. Our hero was irritated by the behavior of his subordinate. He insisted that the employee use the special payment for the purchase. Xiao Liu was shocked that he was allowed to use the special payment for this, since this purchase was not related to work. Pei Qian replied that it was worth buying a new phone to test games on, because they could start developing a new version of Ghost General. The guy with glasses was sweating from the tension when his boss started to egg him on to buy a new phone. The young man hesitated. Our hero got angry and started shouting and demanding that his subordinate immediately change his phone for the sake of work. Xiao Liu didn't argue anymore. He ran to the checkout with a happy smile on his face, holding a new phone in his hand. Pei Qian suggested that Huang Shibo change his phone too, but the red-haired guy started making excuses that he had bought a new one a couple of months ago. An enraged Pei came up close and said through clenched teeth that, as far as he remembered, his subordinate's phone was trash since it was from a youth publication. Leaving Huang Shibo alone, Pei Qian walked up to Ma Yan and said that he remembered that the guy's headphones cost about 20 yuan. Pei Qian grabbed the new headphones and told Ma Yan to take them since they only cost 3,000. But he replied that he didn't work with headphones. The protagonist gave his friend a crazy look when the guy refused to spend so much money on headphones. Without further ado, Pei Qian handed the expensive headphones directly into Ma Yan's hands, insisting that he make the purchase. The boss asked his subordinate to prepare in advance, because in the future, Ma Yan would be communicating with companies about sound effects, and the headphones would be useful to him. A puzzled Ma Yan scratched his head and asked his boss if their office wasn't already equipped with high-quality headphones. The protagonist insisted on buying them again because Ma Yan might need the headphones outside the office. Ma Yan didn't argue with his boss anymore. He grabbed the box with the new expensive headphones and ran to the cash register. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was going according to his plan, and Lin Wan was surprised why the boss didn't buy anything for herself. The main character turned around and saw his new subordinate watching him. He wanted to say something to her, but stopped, understanding what the boss was about to offer him. Lin Wan took out a brand new phone and said that she already had the entire range of this store. Pei Qian did not bother the girl, and allowed the rich heiress who outplayed him to do whatever she wanted today. Leaving his employees alone, our young hero decided to walk around the shopping center alone. The guy wanted to spend the remaining 70,000 from the system account, so that every penny would then be converted one for one into his personal account. With his hands in his trouser pockets, Boss Pei walked into a store where a wide range of expensive watches were on display. Lin Wan was not interested in shopping. The red-haired girl continued to secretly follow the boss. She was curious about what he wanted to buy. Soon, the shopping at the mall ended. Everyone was happy. The girls praised Boss Pei for his generosity. The smiles disappeared from the boys' faces as they turned their heads sharply and looked at the man with wide eyes. The boss appeared before them. He spent everything within the limits allowed by the system, buying an expensive watch, a briefcase, a belt, and a pen. Lin Wan looked at the boss with admiration. She was surprised that Pei was so frugal. After all, he spent less than 100,000. Huang pointed out that everything the boss bought was of a work nature, and Lin Wan agreed that Pei was kind in terms of work. Zibo and Lin Wan looked at their boss with adoration, tears welling up in their eyes, and they declared in unison that he was an incredible boss. The main character was upset. He looked at his purchases with a cold gaze because he tried but spent only 3,000 on top. Assistant Shin looked at the boss when the hero said that he wanted to buy a gift for a friend, and he had no ideas. The twin secretaries and Hailu's assistant began to discuss together what they could give as a gift. Ideas included perfume, a suit, a watch, or tea. The guy sighed heavily. In fact, he was looking for a way to spend the system money on himself, and the girl's ideas did not suit him. Lin Wan suggested that he give his friend glasses, saying that a good pair of glasses could make him look more presentable. Pei Qian asked where he could buy expensive glasses, and Miss Xin Hailu's assistant offered to take the boss there. Soon, Pei Qian was showing off around the mall wearing new expensive glasses that he bought not as a gift, but for himself. The employees admired the boss when they saw him wearing new glasses, exclaiming that he was handsome and that the glasses probably cost thousands of yuan. The protagonist smiled sheepishly when he heard the flattery directed at him. He was glad that he spent another 20,000 on 2 pairs of glasses. He felt like an astronaut planting a flag on the moon because he had just taken a big step in the fight against the system. Shopping at the mall came to an end. The main character returned to the office to rest and poured himself a cup of hot tea. The first thing the young man did was check the status of the wealth conversion system. He stared at the board, waiting for the count. He smiled and sighed with relief when he saw that there wasn't much money in the system account, but his personal account had been replenished to 22,000. Pei received 1 million on the system account and received a special task. The company needs to buy a store in a busy part of the city and get an additional reward for this. The main character began to calmly drink tea. He was not worried because he came from the future and knows all the trends for the next 10 years. He smiled because he knew that rents would rise and online commerce would grow rapidly. Pei Qian recalled a time in the past when he received packages from online stores and knew that this trend would only happen in 10 years. The young man put his cup of unfinished tea on the table to continue thinking about how to complete this special task. The boss walked to the window and looked out at the city. He was determined to make a plan because the physical stores were still making money. A grin appeared on the guy's face. Pei Qian intended to involve Huang Shibo and Bao Shu in this task. Meanwhile, in the office, Xiao Lu shouted, calling for his brother Hao and Bao to come over and watch them discuss their new game. Xiao Liu was not happy when he read the news headline asking whether the release of Ocean Fortress was a blessing or a curse for the industry. Huang Xibo came over and said that he was aware of what was going on, and Bao Shu wasn't worried that someone was arguing about their game, since they had nothing to do with it. The chief planner once again admired the boss's incredible ideas, because the weapon for 900 Wen became popular, and its release on the same day as the breach attracted attention. Bao Shu smiled, nodded, and agreed that everything was going according to their boss's plan. Just as he had said earlier, footsteps could be heard as Bao Shu and Huang Xibo discussed how it wasn't even worth competing with their boss who was already at level 100. Pei Qian crept up unnoticed and, smiling, informed the guys that he had created a poll in the group chat to choose the best worker. The company's employees were delighted to see the boss, especially since the best worker was promised a secret reward. Work in the Tengda Company office continued. Our hero stood in the middle of the room. Next to him was an assistant who was carrying something in her hands. Pei Qian knew that it would be difficult for him to make his business unprofitable as long as he had people like Huang Shibo and Bao Shu on his team. The protagonist knew that there would be a lot of problems if these guys stayed, but now there is no reason to fire them. He noticed Lin Wan and decided to observe the girl who contacted the players to test the game. With a smile on her face, Miss Jin approached her boss and informed him that all the employees had already voted in the poll for the best employee. The protagonist looked at his phone to check who his company's employees thought was the best employee. The results did not surprise the guy. Miss Jin opened the white box. On the red pillow lay a golden statuette with an inscription. Huang Xibo was visibly surprised when he was unexpectedly presented with a golden statuette, and the main character congratulated him on his victory. The colleagues were happy for their friend. Xiao Liu and Bao Shu smiled and applauded Huang Xibo, who became the best employee. The girls working in the company were also happy for their colleague. They clapped their hands and showered him with compliments. Everyone jumped up from their seats to congratulate the winners, and Huang Xibo thanked his colleagues for doing so. The red-haired guy was touched. A tear ran down his face. The young man trembled as he held the golden statuette in his hand. Before delivering his speech as the winner, the chief planner wiped a tear from his cheek and pulled himself together. He decided to thank his boss for trusting him and helping him grow, and also thanked all his colleagues for their support. Bao Shu was embarrassed and scratched his head when Huang Xibo personally praised him, saying that the fortress's success was also due to his creative ideas. A happy Huang Xibo raised the statue high above his head and loudly declared that this was the result of their work and their common reward. Lin Wan was also impressed. She didn't regret moving to work at Tengda because it was an ideal company with morals. The protagonist stopped everyone and announced that he now wanted to present a special award for the best employee of the company. A dumbfounded Huang Xibo widened his eyes and froze when Boss Pei announced that from that day on, he was no longer a member of the development team. Lin Wan was also shocked. Her eyes and mouth widened when she heard that Huang Xibo was being relieved of his position in the development team. Bao Shu's face showed a grimace of horror. He was shocked because Huang Xibo was his closest colleague. Miss Xin Hailu's assistant looked down with a wary expression. She was also clearly worried about Huang Xibo's fate. Xiao Liu had a similar reaction. The smile on the guy's face disappeared when their boss shocked everyone with such news. Huang Xibo's face twisted and he stared at the boss with eyes full of horror when he heard this shocking news. Before making his next statement and calming the guy down, the protagonist raised his index finger up. The protagonist shocked all his subordinates by declaring that Huang Xibo's position would now be occupied by Lu Mingliang. Lu Mingyang couldn't believe his ears when he heard this. He pointed at himself and asked if what they were saying about him was true. Huang Xibo was scared. He didn't understand what was going on and why he was given this award if he was going to be fired. Boss Pei walked up to the dumbfounded subordinate and placed his hand on his shoulder before calming him down with the following words. Ian said that Huang would remain an employee of their company, but he would no longer work in the gaming department. The employees listened attentively as the boss said that he had decided to give Huang $1 million so that he could invest in his dream. Then a smile appeared on Huang Xibo's face. He was glad that his boss was not firing him. And moreover, he would receive a whole $1,000,000. Our young hero adjusted his glasses and smiled. He was glad that he had managed to carry out the best plan he could have come up with. The protagonist applauded the happy Huang Xibo, who received a certificate for 1,000,000 yuan as a reward. Huang Xibo shared his uncertainty with his boss and said that he did not know whether he could manage such a large amount of money. The boss put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he believed in him and asked the boy to believe in himself too. The red-haired guy, holding the statuette in his hand, bowed before the boss and agreed. He promised that he would try. Pei Qian smirked because he had successfully gotten rid of Huang Xibo, but secretly he was angry at the guy who was talented in game development. Huang Xibo returned to his colleagues, and Pei Qian knew that the company would start losing profits if this guy left. The boss cleared his throat to get attention and announced that the award would now go to the person who came in second place. Bao Shu turned around and stared at his boss with a puzzled expression when Pei Qian declared that he was the one in second place. The protagonist stated that although Bao Shu unfortunately ended up in second place in the survey, the company does not forget about his contribution. Bao Shu's heart blossomed. The protagonist began to shine with joy, and the boss announced that the prize was a month's paid vacation. Bao Shu's mouth opened wide in shock when his boss said that from tomorrow onwards, he could skip work and play games. The guy didn't understand what to play or where to travel, because now he felt better in the office than in the internet cafe. He felt awkward, scratched his head, and hesitantly told his boss that he didn't need a vacation because the guy enjoyed working. The boss came close and sternly stated that Bao Shu needed to expand his horizons because he couldn't create games while sitting within four walls. Pei Qian said the assistant would draw up a travel plan for the boy, which would include studying game development at the country's largest companies. Bao Shu was forced to agree when the protagonist insisted, saying that he couldn't refuse because the job required it. Turning around, the boss indifferently announced the end of the survey and asked everyone to return to their workplaces, waving his hand. Mayan was surprised when the protagonist finally asked him to personally go to the boss's office, and he agreed. Pei Qian smiled. He knew that when Bao Shu returned, the game would be in development and his creative ideas would no longer be relevant. The protagonist returned to his spacious boss's office and plopped down on the sofa, with Ma Yan sitting down next to him. Ma Yan looked at his friend with fear and said that he had to be honest with him, and said that it was not right to appoint Lu Mingliang to the position of Huang Xibo. Pei didn't react to his friend's words. He calmly poured tea into cups while Ma Yan criticized Lu Mingliang's lack of skills. Our hero asked his friend not to worry and treated him to hot tea, assuring him that he would not treat Ma Yan badly. Qian carefully handed the boy a cup of hot tea before saying something to his worried friend. He surprised his comrade by saying that he had appointed Ma Yan to such a high position because he had another important task for the boy. The protagonist asked Ma Yan if the guy was ready to take on the responsibility of taking their company into new markets. Ma Yan was surprised but very happy. When he was entrusted with such an important mission, he asked his friend if he was telling the truth. The boss handed over the phone and asked his friend to take a look, saying that there were a couple of places in the Jingzhou business district, and he wanted to open a chain of internet cafes there. The boy tensed up and fell silent, looking at his boss with frightened eyes when Pei said that he was handing over all management of the internet cafe to Ma Yan. Ma Yan scratched his head and asked if Brother Pei Qian meant that the guy would get the position of owner of an internet cafe. Enraged, our young hero corrected his friend and shouted, declaring that this would not be a simple internet cafe. According to the main character, he plans to open an establishment that combines an internet cafe, a gaming experience, and much more. Pei Qian shouted that it would be a large entertainment center that would also have a computer hardware store. The protagonist loudly declared that Tengda aims to grow into a large organization that will manage various industries. Grabbing his friend's shoulder, Pei Qian declared that he could not entrust this important task to anyone other than Ma Yan. Ma Yan blushed with embarrassment and trembled. Hot tea began to spill out of the small cup. The guy was stunned. Before giving his answer to his boss and university friend, Ma Yan drank a cup of hot tea in one gulp. Ma Yan jumped up from the sofa and shouted, asking Brother Pei Qian not to doubt him and promised to carry out his task. The boss smiled and asked his friend to try harder and allowed him not to think about money and to hire more employees if there were not enough of them. Finally, Pei Qian asked his friend not to forget that a physical store is a company's image and should not look cheap. Confident in his abilities, Ma Yan hit his chest and told his boss not to worry and to leave this task to him. The guy was ready to immediately begin the task. He quickly left the chief's office, leaving the boss alone with himself. As the door slammed shut, Pei Qian smirked and adjusted his glasses, thinking that his friend was the most reliable person. The protagonist stood up from the sofa and walked over to his workstation, running his hand over the surface of the furniture before sitting down. Pei Qian was in a good mood because the guys he underestimated were on vacation or busy with million-dollar projects. The satisfied protagonist plopped down in his boss's chair, leaned against the back and sighed with relief. The guy knew that Lu Mingliang had agreed to take over the management of game development, and he was now having difficulties in his new position. The boss was willing to lose 800,000, knowing that Ma Yan, whom he thought was clumsy, was now in charge of the internet cafe. It was the middle of the work week, Wednesday, February 3rd. It was warm outside despite the winter, and passers-by filled the sidewalk of the street in the business district. The events took place in a conference room in the Tengda company office. Our hero was sitting at the head of the table, with employees gathered around him. Miss Xin Hailu's assistant, Lin Wan, and Ma Yan, all of them looked at their boss attentively. Lu Mingliang, Tengda's chief planner, was also silent and even sweating because he was uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere. The guy felt uneasy because Bao had gone on vacation and Huang had disappeared completely. And now he had no support and was responsible for the new project. The main character was in a good mood. The boss, with a smile on his face, turned to his subordinates and said that he had an idea for a new game. Pei Qian put on a stern face and said that this time they would create a computer game that would go down in history. Our young hero solemnly announced the name of the new game. Stunning everyone, it will be called Game Developer. Lin Wan was surprised and worried as she took notes. She didn't understand how they would turn their company's history into a game. Pei Qian said that players will take on the role of a game developer, making decisions that will affect the ending. Li Manliang listened carefully to the boss's words that players would be able to choose any game to develop, strategy, earn income, and face difficulties. The protagonist allowed his subordinates to ask questions if they had any, and Li Manliang and the others looked at the boss with puzzled faces. Li Manliang and his female colleague were taken aback by the boss's idea, and they looked at each other silently before speaking. The protagonist noticed the reaction of his subordinates. He knew that this was a niche genre, and the game would definitely be a failure. The new lead developer raised his hand high and addressed Boss Pei before asking the question he was interested in. He asked what form the game's narrative should take, and whether it should be some kind of interactive story. The main character seemed to become a player in a similar game and was faced with a choice. To answer the employee yes or no, Pei Qian dismissed the boy's assumptions and stated that everything should be created using the most advanced technology to have the best characters and plot. The boss asked the guy if it was a drop in the ocean to spend just a couple thousand yuan on an interactive story with a couple of drawings and voice acting. Li Manliang began to frantically take notes. He was shocked when he heard that the boss wanted to invest in an interactive story. The protagonist sighed heavily and asked the guy why he was focusing on the interactive story. Because more modern techniques needed to be used. Pei Qian proposed to create a three-dimensional layout with individual rooms and corridors. According to the boss, each room will have a door leading to different corridors, depending on the choices the player makes. The guy said that players will walk through corridors, choosing different paths in the scheme, leading to different endings. The lead planner silently took notes, unsure if he could handle such a challenging task with 3D models and locations. Lin Wan raised her hand and said that she found the idea original, but that players would be very bored just wandering around the rooms. Pei Qian remained silent thoughtfully. He was aiming to create a boring game, but his goal was to truly disappoint the players. An idea appeared in our hero's head. He understood how to cause real disappointment in those who play the new game. The boss said he had an idea. He wanted to add a voiceover to the game, which would be a way to communicate with players. The guy suggested using different tracks with the voice that would be played depending on the decision made. In our hero's mind, the voiceover will guide the player, giving advice such as whether to give employees a large or small bonus. And if the player chose the door that would give the employees a bonus, but the voiceover said that he knew he would choose it, then the voiceover would start scolding the player for choosing money over his dream, and would try to demotivate him in every possible way. Lin Wan was delighted with the boss's idea when he explained that this way, players would not feel bored and lonely if their decisions were commented on. The inspired girl started taking notes in a notebook. She thought that her boss was a genius who came up with everything so cool. The protagonist announced that the sketch and work plan should be ready in a week, and the drawings should be ready in 2 weeks. Li Manliang was determined to work hard and asked his boss not to worry, promising that he would do everything. Pei Qian decided to end the meeting at this point, stood up from his chair and announced that his subordinates were now free to go. The working day continued. The next conversation of the protagonist took place with Ma Yan on the sofa in his office. While drinking hot tea, Pei Qian asked his friend how things were going and whether he had decided on a location to open an internet cafe. An irritated Ma Yan loudly replied to his friend that he had not yet chosen a suitable place for this. The guy was clearly unhappy. The subordinate's answer was so unexpected for the protagonist that he choked and spat out all the tea. Wiping his mouth, Pei Qian smirked. He thought that Ma Yan was the only one who made him happy, and he wanted to be like his friend. Ma Yan smiled and shared his opinion with his boss that finding a good assistant was the priority now. The guy looked at the boss with a bright smile on his face, and Pei Qian became worried because the assistant might be capable. The main character carefully asked his friend what kind of assistant the guy was looking for. Blushing with embarrassment, Ma Yan admitted that he had already found a suitable person on the internet and was now trying to hire him, offering a high salary. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that on the internet, there was a better chance of hiring a talentless person than a hidden genius. The guy asked his friend to tell him more about the candidate Ma Yan was considering for the position of assistant. Inspired, Ma Yan shared the idea that they should assemble the computers themselves to make a unique internet cafe. With eyes shining with delight, Ma Yan told about the master he found on the forum, and he is a famous professional. Pei Qian praised his friend for his excellent work. He understood what kind of expert Ma Yan had found if he was from the forum. Poems began to form in the protagonist's head about how this expert would take the money and equipment and run away home. And then, everything would repeat itself. The boss was sure that assembling each computer would cost them at least 30,000, and the thought of this pleased him. After taking a sip of the hot premium tea, Pei Qian abruptly put the cup down on the table before saying something to Ma Yan. Pei Qian confidently stated that they had to hire this expert from the forum, and told his friend to be polite to him and offer more money. Inside, the protagonist was jubilant. Turning to an expensive expert, he expected that he could spend a lot of money on him. A happy Pei Qian suddenly sat down closer to the dumbfounded Ma Yan and said that he thought the assistant should be paid at least 8,000 a month. Ma Yan felt awkward saying this, but without looking his boss in the face, he shared his worries that even he was only getting 5,000. The guy was happy when the main character hugged him and promised to pay him a bonus for completing the task on time. A happy Ma Yan got up from the sofa and walked towards the exit of the office, warning his boss that he was going to work. When the door slammed shut, the boss returned to his chair and realized that there would be no problems in the gaming part of the club, because Ma Yan had a professional. Pei Qian still had to solve the problem with Huang Xibo. He was wondering if the guy had figured out how to spend his million. It was February 7th, and the pedestrian area near the Tengda office building was filled with city residents. Our hero's employee carefully knocked on the door leading to the boss's office and then received permission to enter. It was Li Man Liang. He walked in holding a folder and asked the boss to take a look at the finished sketches of the new game developer. The protagonist suspected that the new chief planner was working overtime because the sketches were ready so quickly. Pei Qian stood up and asked his subordinate to sit on the sofa to talk. And Li Man Liang stated that he did not work overtime. The guy handed the boss a folder with sketches. The boss smiled and praised the chief planner for the work done. Li Man Liang was very worried that the boss would not reject anything, and Pei Qian was determined to study the drafts carefully this time. The protagonist saw a plan of one of the levels, and the chief planner began to explain everything to the boss, pointing his finger. The chief planner began to explain everything in detail to his boss, showing sketches and talking about his plans. Li Man Liang knew that Huang Xibo's sketch was immediately accepted by the boss, which meant that it was flawless and Pei Qian had nothing to worry about. He saw that the boss didn't think his sketches were very good, so Pei Qian carefully studied everything and asked questions. The main character closed his eyes. There were countless numerical codes in his head. The guy was deep in thought. Pei Qian felt like he was in a computer game, a three-dimensional model of a room with many doors. Each door marked a genre for a new game. The guy decided to go to the one called card game. Having made his choice, the main character found himself in a long corridor. He began to confidently walk along it to make the next decision. Pei Qian found himself in a room with many doors again, one with mythology written on it, and the other with 3 kingdoms written on it. Our young hero made his next choice and found himself in the corridor again. Now it was not as empty as the previous one. The guy was faced with the following choice: full 3D graphics, character templates, or 2D maps. When he returned to this world, Pei Qian looked at the sketches with a degree of disdain, which he considered to be terribly boring, with no interaction or action. He handed the sketches to a subordinate and told him to get to work, planning to add a voiceover that would taunt players. The boss reminded the chief planner that everything had to be of the highest quality and that cutting corners on the new game was prohibited. Li Man Liang asked the boss not to worry, promising that he would definitely follow his instructions and improve the results. Ma Yan burst into the office without knocking, accidentally hit Li Man Liang's face with the door, and shouted that he had hired that professional. The next events took place in a bar. The room was filled with small tables and gold-style furniture. The evening was in full swing. There was a bartender standing behind the bar counter, who at that moment was making a cocktail for a bar customer. As the guy was pouring a cocktail into a glass, an angry employee approached him and told Zhang Yuan to quickly sing a song for the customers. Zhang Yuan waved to his furious colleague and replied that he would be right there, but he just needed to wipe his hands. After serving a customer at the bar, the guy immediately ran onto the stage to perform the role of a singer for the visitors. This talented guy with red hair was named Zhang Yuan. He was 24 years old, and he worked as a bartender and a singer at the same time. The young man's shift at the bar had ended, and the establishment was now completely empty. The colleague asked Zhang Yuan not to forget to close the door before leaving, and the red-haired guy stayed behind to wipe down the tables. He had to take a break when, while wiping down tables after customers, the guy noticed that his phone was ringing off the hook. The guy picked up the phone and twisted his mouth. He looked at the screen with a suspicious look to see who was bothering him. Zhang Yuan was shocked when he saw that Ma Yang had written to him and invited him to Liangzhou to work with accommodation and food expenses paid. As a sign of good intentions, Ma Yan sent the young man a deposit of 3,000 yuan, which shocked the guy. Zhang Yuan was the master from the forum, and soon he found himself in front of Tengda's office and immediately guessed what kind of company it was. The guy stood in front of the company's office knowing that Tengda was the game studio that created Ocean Fortress and Ghost General. The new employee was met by Miss Xin, our hero's assistant, who, after adjusting her hair, asked if he was that same Zhang Yuan. The boy stuttered and nodded his head, and Miss Vin asked him to follow her because Boss Pei was already waiting for him. In the director's office, Boss Pei was sitting on the sofa when Zhang Yuan and his assistant came in and asked him to sit down. The main character asked to drop formalities and offered the guy some tea, and he stuttered and agreed. Zhang Yuan felt awkward. He didn't understand why such an influential person needed him. assuming that they wanted to hire him as a singer or a bartender. The guy felt uneasy and looked warily at his future boss because he didn't like the prospect of being a bartender or a singer again. Boss Pei asked the guy first what the ideal computer configuration was that would handle all modern games. Yuan smirked when he realized that Pei had invited him to ask the guy to build him a computer. The young man decided to do the job for him in the best possible way because it was impossible to deceive such a wealthy man. He took one look at our hero and realized that there was a chance to make friends with such an influential person. So he decided to act. After observing the protagonist for a while, Zhang Yuan realized that he was a rather friendly and courteous young man. He started giving him advice on what kind of RAM, processor, and motherboard to install, and Pei Qian hummed and wrote everything down. Zhang Yuan smiled and lied that assembling such a computer would cost 15,000, although in reality it would cost an order of magnitude more. The protagonist asked the guy, "What about future games that will require more? And what kind of computer is needed for such games?" Boss Pei pointed his index finger at the master and asked him to expand his horizons, and to do so he would increase the budget by 10,000. It was as if a giant stone had fallen on the computer technician. He became nervous and suggested taking another processor. As a result, they came to the conclusion that a cooler computer would cost 20,000, and it would not need to be updated for another 2 years. Pei Qian grinned, rubbed his chin with his fingers, and said that it was not bad. He understood that this was the maximum that the system would allow him to spend. Zhang Yuan sighed heavily because in reality such a computer would cost at least 26,000, and he would not earn anything from assembling it. While drinking tea, the protagonist summed up that everything suited him and declared that he would need as many as 50 of these computers. Computer Master Zhang Yuan choked in surprise when he heard this and spat out all his tea right on our hero. Wiping his mouth, Yuan told the boss the truth that he wanted to pawn his 1,000 for the assembly. But now he was asking for 50 computers. The protagonist answered the guy that it was not worth doing, and the master deserved these 3,000 yen for his work. He gave the napkin to the master and said that he would not allow him to work for free, so he would add 200 yen on top for each computer. Boss Pei gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up and asked him if he wanted to move to Jinzhou, where our hero would open an internet cafe. Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with tears of happiness, and he immediately agreed to his boss's proposal to work under these conditions. The guy felt like his life was getting better, and the main character offered to discuss his work experience with Zhang Yuan. The young man immediately sank, looked down, and shamefacedly admitted that he now works as a singer and a bartender, and as a master only at the forum. Zhang Yuan was sad and cried because his resume was not good even though he was knowledgeable about technology and computers. However, Pei Qian was delighted. He said that it was great that the guy had a lot of talent, and he had an idea in his head. The red-haired boy was shocked when his boss said he could open a small bar in the internet cafe, where Zhang could make drinks and sing. Before he could get an answer, the protagonist called his assistant Xin Hale and told the girl that he needed to prepare a contract. After some time, Miss Xin Hailiu came to her boss and handed him a piece of paper, saying that the contract was ready, and he thanked her. Our hero handed the contract to the guy and said that he would manage an internet cafe, working as a bartender and singer for 14,000 a month. Zhang Yuan was so overcome with emotion that he was trembling and almost crying. He couldn't believe that there were no hidden traps in the contract. With a trembling hand, Zhang Yuan immediately signed the contract. He had no questions, even though Boss Pei allowed him to ask them. Everything blossomed in Zhang Yuan's soul. The boy was jubilant because he was from a poor family, and now he had a chance to become successful. 2 minutes after signing the contract, there was a knock on the door. The boss allowed entry, and it turned out that Ma Yan had arrived. Ma Yan sat down next to his friend with a wide smile on his face and asked him how he liked the master he found on the forum. Zhang Yuan became embarrassed and asked him not to flatter him when Ma Yang began to praise him and call him reliable in front of the boss. Pei Qian tapped his comrade on the shoulder and praised the guy for his good work, saying that he did an excellent job. The computer technician looked at Ma Yan and thought that he was a strange man with a long face and an idiotic expression. Ma Yan showed his boss the tablet and announced that he had decided on the location of the future internet cafe. He said it was a new building with a great location, a former restaurant, and he had already gone there to see it for himself. A happy Ma Yan raised his voice and excitedly said that the rent was only 300,000 a month, and he thought it was cheap. Zhang Yuan was shocked. He didn't understand why the guys thought it was cheap and didn't take into account the fact that the previous place had closed. The computer technician mentally disagreed. He didn't understand where they would get clients in a business district with a shopping center across the street. Having witnessed the conversation, Zhang Yuan did not intervene, but thought that the chosen location was very unfortunate. The guy frowned and sweated from the tension. He was not thrilled with the chosen location for the internet cafe. Zhang Yuan was confused. He didn't know whether he should intervene and express his opinion because he was just a newbie. A joyful Pei Qian jumped up from the sofa, clapped his hands and shouted that the place was good, so they would choose it. Yuan's mouth opened wide, shocked by the boss's decision, while Ma Yang was delighted and said that he knew Pei Qian would like the building. Zhang Yuan sighed heavily. He decided not to cause any trouble for himself, because the boss had already decided everything and given the green light. The protagonist raised his index finger and said that he would quickly voice the plan, and then they could get to work. Pei Qian said that the internet cafe will not only have computers, but the price for visiting the establishment will be 10 yuan per hour. The boss said the establishment would have a bar where Zhang would make drinks for customers when he was free. The boss also reminded him that Zhang Yuan could sing and asked him to sing a few songs for the visitors if he was in the mood. Pei Qian also decided to hire a chef who would prepare home-cooked food for the guests, such as fried tomatoes, pork, fried eggs, cabbage, and more. On the second floor, the boss asked to set up a store where they would sell accessories and spare parts at arbitrary prices. The boss also ordered the construction of a small private cinema. In his opinion, a couple of seats would be enough. The protagonist told Ma Yan that something of this would have to work, and Ma Yan thought that the boss's ideas were great. A cheerful Pei Qian turned to the dejected Zhang Yuan and asked how he liked it all, thinking that he had thought of everything perfectly. Zhang Yuan was shocked. He thought that this was some kind of hodgepodge, and visitors would only come to surf the internet and drink coffee. While the boss and Ma Yan were happily discussing everything, Yuan thought that there were very few people who could afford to spend 10 yuan an hour on this. The computer technician found the courage to quietly address his boss and express his opinion, but he was immediately interrupted. The boy was scared when Boss Pei stopped him abruptly and asked Zhang not to think about the losses because this was only the first step to opening a store. Zhang Wen no longer tried to express his opinion. The director's office fell silent, and Boss Pei stood up from the sofa. The protagonist stepped aside before continuing to discuss work with Ma Yan and the new subordinate. The boss looked out the window and said that this would be an entertainment area that would combine everything from games to many other things, and they needed to change people's perceptions. Hiding his face from the guys, Pei Qian smirked, while Zhang Yuan glanced cautiously at his new boss. The guy sighed heavily. He decided to accept the boss's position and obey him, without thinking about the first losses that the establishment could bring. Yuan decided not to doubt anymore because he could earn more than 10,000 a month. And Ma Yan said that he would start working. The working day in the Tengda company office continued. Our hero's subordinates sat quietly in their seats, staring at their monitors. The main character was spending time in his boss's office. He was sitting at his laptop and clicking something with a thoughtful expression on his face. Pei Qian smirked. He had successfully completed several things today, and all that was left on his agenda was Huang Shibo. The boss decided to find out more about this guy's success, because Huang Shibo, who received 1 million, had not shown up for work for a long time. From the correspondence, Pei Qian learned that Huang Shibo decided to apply to the film industry because he had always dreamed of working in it. The main character was happy because the film industry is a scheme in which it is very easy to lose money and not make a profit. Pei Qian couldn't believe his luck. He grabbed the phone and decided to ask Huang Shibo some more questions about his ideas. He wiped the smile off his face and became more serious as he dialed Huang Shibo's number and put the phone to his ear, waiting for him to answer. The boss first asked Huang Shibo if he had enough money and suggested that if not, he should give him more money. The red-haired guy laughed and replied that there was no need to do that because he had already received 1 million and could not ask for more. Pei Qian asked the guy not to worry and asked where he was now, whether he had a director and a script, and whether he could come. Soon the phone call ended, and Huang Shibo was already standing in front of the tall modern building where the company's office was located. As the former chief planner stood in front of the building, he called his boss and said he had arrived. Huang Shibo told the boss that he was standing with that person at the company right now. And after listening to the boss's answer, he said goodbye to him. The red-haired guy hung up the phone, and next to him stood an unfamiliar young man in a yellow sweater. He turned around and looked at his new assistant in round glasses, telling him to follow him because the boss was already waiting for them. Soon, Huang Shibo burst into our hero's office, a smile on his face. He was very happy to meet Boss Pei again. The guy introduced the boss director he hired. His name is Juxia Oze. He is a fourth-year student at Handong University. Peiqian's confidence in losing money increased because the guy in front of him was just a student, and he shook his hand and invited the guy to sit down. Juxia Oki and Huang Shibo sat down in the chairs. Our hero sat down opposite the guys. He asked them what exactly they wanted to film. With a friendly smile on his face, Boss Pei asked the guys if 1 million would be enough for them to do this job. Huang Shibo asked the boss not to worry because they wanted to make a short film, and they wouldn't need a lot of money. The main character was noticeably upset when he heard about the short film, and his confidence in losing money dropped sharply. A wary Pei Qian leaned over and asked the guys just not to tell him that the film would be called Surprise. Huang Shibo and his director exchanged puzzled glances. They had no idea what movie Surprise was being talked about. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand sharply, asking the guys to forget about it. He asked if they already had a script. The aspiring director adjusted his glasses, smiled awkwardly, and confessed to his boss that they wanted to make a film about Pei Qian. It was a surprise to the protagonist that they wanted to take him off. The guy stared at Zhu Xiaozi with surprised eyes. Huang Shibo smiled and said that it was partly his wish. And the director said that he wanted to film some events from the boss's interesting life. Pei Qian thought about it. The guys puzzled him because his life consists of idleness. And even at work, he shows up extremely rarely. The confidence in losing money grew, and the guys said that they would write a script in a week, and then shoot a film in the style of a short film. Huang Shibo and Zhu Xiaozi's eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist stopped them and told them to wait. The boss asked if they could spend 1 million on filming because he knew that all the sets and costumes were already in the office. The director asked the boss not to worry because they would pay Pei Qian and the rest of the staff to participate in the filming. The words about salary came as a surprise to our hero. The guy opened his eyes wide when he was told that he would be paid. Huang Shibo added that they will cover the rental costs, post-processing, and everything else, and the remaining money will be spent on advertising. The protagonist perked up when he heard that Huang Shibo was going to use part of the money to cover the office rent. The inspired director said he wanted to set aside 30,000 for rent and pay the boss and employees 30,000 and 6,000 each. Huang Shibo smiled awkwardly, saying that he understood that the boss didn't need such a small fee, but they couldn't force him to work for free. The main character, rubbing his chin, remained silent. It seemed to him that something was wrong and he needed to think it over. He decided to hold a non-urgent research conference in his head, with 5 Pei Qians sitting at a round table. Pei Qian banged his hammer on the table and asked what the guys thought about Huang Shibo's idea of paying our hero for filming. Player Pei Qian was confused because their own money was being returned to them as if they were hiring themselves. The guy who was drinking tea put the cup on the table and asked the rest of Pei Qian to wait, wanting to express his opinion. With a smirk on his face, the guy asked if in that case the system account wouldn't become their personal account. The rest of the Pei Qians in our hero's head stared at this one. The guy's guess greatly interested them. The guys were happy because this Pei Qian was right, and they would actually be able to earn money for their personal account this way. Pei Qian asked the system if he could get his salary, and was told that it was legitimate income unless it was maliciously converted. All 5 Pei Qians in our hero's head were jubilant because the wealth transformation system allowed them to earn money in this way. Upon returning, the protagonist told Huang Shibo and the director that the shooting location would be free, and he agreed to accept the salary. Zhu Xiaozi thanked the boss and offered him a contract. He happily reached into his backpack to take out the contract. The director, nervously, gave the boss the document and asked him to read it. And for breaking the contract, the actor would receive triple compensation. The protagonist picked up a pen and replied that there was nothing to read if it was just a formality, and saw that Huang Shibo's company was called Fei Huan. With a forced, friendly smile, Pei signed the contract and handed it to the director. He saw the name of Huang Shibo's company as a good sign. Pei Qian asked the director to clarify again whether their upcoming short film was called Surprise. The puzzled Huang Shibo and Zhu Xiaozi looked at the boss, shook their heads and dismissed our hero's suspicions. Huang Shibo and the director stood up and said they were leaving because they needed to write the script so they could start filming sooner. When the guys left, Pei Qian had a smile on his face because the system was taking care of him, and now 30,000 would go into his pocket. The main character cried from happiness and grief at the same time, because he earned only 20,000 when he tried. And now he can use a new opportunity. Huang Shibo and his director started working in the apartment. The guy suggested that his partner finish writing the script. They were glad that Boss Pei supported them, and before starting work, they clinked their glasses of drinks. The red-haired guy was very focused. He looked at the script with his eyebrows furrowed, and at the same time drank water from a cup. The same thing happened to the young director. The guy in glasses even got covered in sweat while working hard on the script. The work was going slowly. The guys got angry and threw down the sheets of paper with the script, saying that it was uninteresting and not creative. Huang Shibo and his partner were tired and desperate. The entire apartment was filled with sheets of paper with a failed script. Suddenly, an idea popped into the red-haired guy's head, and he opened his eyes sharply as he figured out how to improve the script. Huang Shibo finally had a smile on his face and shouted to his director that he knew how to solve the problem. The surprised fourth-year student looked at his partner when he suddenly stood up and screamed. The director was startled when a frantic Huang Shibo screamed, asking if he remembered what Boss Pei had asked them. Ju Xiaozi recalled their conversation with our hero, who then asked them if their short film was called Surprise. The boy with glasses was delighted and told Huang Shibo that he remembered that the boss had asked them about the title of the film. Huang Shibo shouted that this was a hint from Boss Pei, and that the title Surprise was what they were missing to make the movie. The director's eyes lit up with happiness, and he said that they wouldn't be able to show anything special if they were to film a documentary. Juxiaos ran to the computer and said that the audience needed to be impressed with unexpected plot twists. Huang Shibo agreed that it was necessary to write plot twists and create an impression of the boss, and the director also decided to add sarcasm and black humor to the script. The inspired guys worked long and hard on the script. The guy's apartment was filled with empty jars, napkins, and dishes. It was February 9th. The Tengda company office was crowded. All the company employees were sitting at their workplaces. One of the workers was having lunch at the time. He looked ahead in shock when he saw that something was happening in the office. Strangers started coming into the company's office. One of the guys was holding a large tripod for filming. The second one brought lighting into the room that would help them shoot a short film about our hero. In front of these guys was Huang Shibo and his director. They also arrived at the office to start filming the movie. Zhu Xiaozi told the boss that this scene would be simple. Only a few frames would be needed, and Pei wouldn't even have to say any words. Our hero asked why he didn't even have to say anything, and the director, embarrassed, replied that they simply didn't want to take up his time. The director explained that in the first shot, the boss would be sitting on the couch in his office and would need to raise his hand and look at his watch. In the next shot, Pei Qian needs to hold a game magazine in her hands, scroll to the game poster, and point her finger at it. The main character followed all the director's instructions. He flipped through the magazine to the right page and pointed his finger at the picture. In the next scene of the movie, Pei Qian got up from the sofa and walked to the window. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the city view. The director asked him to smile slightly, look into the distance, and pretend that he was in deep thought. The first scene was successfully filmed. Huang Shibo ran in front of the camera and slammed the clapperboard to end the filming. Juxiaoki informed his boss that filming was over and he could return to work, and Pei Qian thanked him for his work. A bewildered Pei Qian was left with many questions in his head. The filming lasted only a couple of minutes, and he did not understand what they were filming at all. The guy was delighted because he was sure that he would definitely lose money because the guys were filming a short film without a script. He plopped down on the couch and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't like that the guys were too thrifty and even used his things for props. The main character thought and looked at his watch. He did not understand why he was asked to look at it in the first scene. Pei Qian was starting to get angry. He suddenly stood up from the sofa, not understanding why the guys told him to pretend that he was thinking. The guy ran towards the exit of his office, suspicions creeping into his head that something was wrong with this film. The protagonist shouted that things were bad and something was about to happen, and rushed to catch up with Huang Shibo and his director. When the young man walked out of the office, he saw that Huang Shibo, Zhu Xiaozi, and the film crew had already gone far away and were about to leave the office. Pei Qian screamed. He put out his hand and tried to stop Director Zhu to say something to the guy. The young director was surprised when he was called. He turned around and looked at his boss with stunned eyes. The protagonist asked the director to look at the script. Zhu Xiaozi smiled awkwardly and handed over the papers. The guy waved goodbye to Pei's boss and said that they were going to do some editing if Qian had no more questions. Pei Qian responded with a forced smile and allowed the director and the boys to leave, bidding them farewell in a friendly manner. The protagonist immediately returned to his office. He wanted to get acquainted with the script for the short film as soon as possible. The young man sat down on the sofa and began to quickly flip through the script to make sure that there was something wrong with the plot of the short film. Our hero's face was covered in sweat from the strain. His fingers trembled as the guy began to study the script carefully. The main character was shocked when he read the script. The plot was really similar to his life. The guy was desperate. He couldn't believe that he had just read the script of a movie that would come out in the future. Pei-Ken paced around the office trying to decide what to do, since the script was similar to the successful short films Surprise and the Boring Life of Ju and Dan. Our hero was very afraid that the future short film about him would become popular and he would not be able to lose the money. He screamed desperately at the system, asking if he could return the million and cancel the investment in the film. The guy plopped down in a chair and drooped. The system replied that there must be a good reason, but he didn't have one. Pei-Chen grabbed his head. He tried to think of a valid reason, but neither Zhuxi Oki's ugliness nor Huang Shibo's bribery were valid reasons. The protagonist gritted his teeth and told himself to calm down. He thought that there had to be another way, other than returning the funds. The guy grabbed the phone. He decided to say that he was busy and was declining the offer. And then the movie wouldn't be popular if they changed the actor. Pei-Ken remembered the moment when he signed the contract. He remembered that he would have to pay 90,000 to break the contract. The main character's eyes widened in horror. He found himself in a hopeless situation because it would not be so easy to refuse filming. The young man was rushing about and sobbing in despair. He asked the system if he could spend money from the system account for compensation. He dropped the phone from his hands when the system responded that the contract was personal, so compensation could only be paid from a personal account. Pei-Ken's eyes burst, and his face was filled with horror because he didn't have that kind of money to break the contract. Our hero stood up from his chair and said that he couldn't sit idle. He decided to spend money on internet cafes and games. The guy jumped up to tell Lu Mingliang to work harder on the voice acting, which needed to include more mockery of the player. The next day came. The filming of the movie in the office continued. The film crew was setting up equipment at that moment. Director Zhu Xiaozi sat down next to his boss and handed him a new script. There was already filming equipment in his office. Our hero was exhausted, and the director continued to talk about plans to negotiate with streaming platforms to promote the film. Zhu Xiaozi noticed that our hero didn't look very well and asked if his work was exhausting him. The main character returned the script, asked the director not to worry, and promised that he could continue filming. The guy in glasses stood up and asked the film crew to start filming in that case. The guys agreed. Pei-Ken grinned slyly as a great idea came into his head. It was simply bad and slow work. A mad smile appeared on our hero's face, and he decided to use all his terrible acting skills to ruin the movie. The main character remembered the terrible actors he knew from the films and TV series he watched and decided to imitate them. Pei-Ken was jubilant. He spread his arms out to the sides and laughed evilly. He absorbed the souls of all the most terrible actors. Director Zhu Xiaozi already had the camera ready and asked Pei's boss if they could start filming. The boss agreed with a smile on his face. He knew that the director would have nothing to complain about because Pei was not a professional actor. Filming began. Our hero was in the frame. The director asked Pei-Chen to make a neutral expression. The scene had already lasted 5 seconds. Pei did as he was asked. The director asked him to keep his face expressionless again. Afterwards, Zhu Xiaozi instructed the actor to smile a little, but so as not to make it seem that Boss Pei was emotionless. The director then asked our hero to show confusion on his face, and Pei-Chen followed all the guy's instructions. Filming continued, and in the next scene our hero had to approach the employee and unemotionally pat him on the shoulder. Afterwards, the director asked the protagonist to hand the employee the card and to do it without emotion, and Pei-Chen completed the task. At this point, the scene was finished filming. The director announced that everything was ready while the film crew stood near their equipment. When the scene was finished, Zhu Xiaozi walked up to the boss and shook our hero's hand with both hands as a sign of gratitude and appreciation. Pei-Ken was surprised when it turned out that the director was pleased with his work. Zhu Xiaozi praised the guy for playing himself so well. The main character was stunned when the director said that the boss had exceeded all his expectations and that he was very good at acting. The director informed Pei-Chen that he and the film crew were already leaving and that tomorrow they would film the last episode before the new year. Zhu Xiaoqi gave his boss a thumbs up at the end and said that the short film would be popular thanks to Pei-Chen's acting. The main character was perplexed. It was news to him that he had just demonstrated good acting skills. When Pei-Chen was left alone, he was dejected, worried that no acting skills were required of him. He understood that the only thing that mattered to a director was the narrative, and he was just a simple blank. The main character realized that he could only hope for a miracle from the game developer and, in brackets, a profitable internet cafe. He was delighted when he received a message from Ma Yan with the interior plan. Because his assistant did not skimp on anything, the guy started doing the calculations. Renting a cafe for 3 months would cost more than $1 million, computers too, and repairs would cost $500,000. The boss's mood improved because with the additional expenses, he would spend about 3 million yuan on the internet cafe. The guy spread his arms out to the sides. He thought it was great because the more expensive the internet cafe was, the more money he would lose. The guy received another message from Ma Yan. The assistant decided to stay in the internet cafe even on New Year's, and the confidence in losing money only increased. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. The main character with a smile on his face allowed this person to enter. It turned out to be the new chief planner. The boss told him that he looked at the plan for the new game and added a couple of lines of voiceover. Li Man Liang confirmed that he had already looked at the amendments, and Boss Pei asked the guy what he thought about it. The employee was embarrassed to admit it, but he said he felt like the voiceover was going overboard with its mockery of the player. Our hero just laughed and thought that he thought this was great, because it made the game more likely to fail. Boss Pei waved his hand and asked his subordinate not to worry. He stated that the next step was drawing the characters. Li Man Liang was shocked that the boss wanted to keep such a violent voice acting because the players would be furious. But he decided not to voice this opinion. The chief planner assured the boss that they would be careful in developing the visual and make it perfect, just like Huang Shibo did. Finally, he asked the boss if he should invite the artist here to meet Pei Qian once the guy had decided on a candidate. The protagonist told his subordinate that there was no need to do that because Pei Qian didn't understand art at all. When Li Man walked out of the office, he was ready to work because he had an inspired boss who believed in him. The chief planner sat down at his desk, determined to complete all of Boss Pei's tasks perfectly. Liu Man Liang began surfing the internet and looking through numerous artist portfolios, but he didn't like any of the candidates. He adjusted his glasses and smiled when he found some good work. He recognized this artist as the guy who worked on the Phantom General. The chief planner found the perfect candidate, an artist who had previously collaborated with Boss Pei. It was February 12th, and the events were taking place in the Chinese metropolis where our main character lived and worked. Today, Pei Qian was not wearing his work clothes. He went out onto the street and waved his hand, trying to hail a taxi. As he got into the car, he thought about how he had 7 days off ahead, but he had to hide from his parents that he had company. Looking at the cityscape outside the window, Pei Qian knew that he couldn't tell his mom and dad anything because he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of the money. When it was already dark outside, our hero arrived at a tall residential building. It was the house where his parents lived. Pei Qian found himself on the threshold of his parents' house. Pei Qian brought with him a small bag with the most necessary things. Our hero's mother was in the kitchen at that time. She heard strange footsteps and guessed that her son had arrived. At that time, the father was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. When he saw his son, he greeted him with the words that their scoundrel had arrived. The main character smiled, waved to his parents, and told his mom and dad that he was home. Pei Qian hadn't been to his house for a long time. This was the first time after returning to the past, so the environment surprised him. At that moment, the news broadcast that my father was watching was on TV, and the presenters announced that it was ending. The main character sat down next to his dad on the sofa. He suggested that he update the TV, because this one seemed old and small to him. Dad replied that there was no point in changing it because this one works fine, especially since he and mom watch it very rarely. Pei Qian noticed the washing machine, which was also old, and suggested that dad replace it with a new one. The father was not thrilled with the idea and told his son that upgrading the washing machine would be very expensive. Dad said that they had no problems with the old washing machine, and Pei Qian asked his father not to worry and promised to buy a new one. The man became suspicious and asked the scoundrel's son why he was buying all this and where the guy got the money from. Pei Qian was in an awkward situation, but his mother saved the situation and told her son to change his clothes and wash his hands so he could sit at the table. The main character was sweating from the tension in front of his father's suspicious gaze. The dad was looking intently at his son. The boy explained to his father that he had agreed to star in a short film and the director had paid him 30,000. Dad didn't believe him, saying that he was talking nonsense and that Pei Qian should rather pay them to film him. Our hero started arguing with his dad, but his father laughed and said that he wouldn't believe him until he showed him the video. Pei Qian looked away because he had no evidence and told his dad that the video had not been uploaded to the public yet. Pei Qian's mother asked the men to stop chatting and go set the table because the food was already ready. The whole family sat down at the festive table in honor of the arrival of their student son. There were many meat and fish dishes for dinner. After dinner, the father, mother, and son sat on the sofa to talk, and the mother peeled an apple for Pei Tian. She handed her son a peeled apple and asked him about the series, wondering when it would be shown. Pei Tian ignored his mother, staring at his phone. He said that he didn't know when the series would be aired and agreed to ask the director. When the hero received a message that the film had already been downloaded, he jumped up and ran for his laptop, telling his parents about it. The boy put the laptop on the table and turned on the movie he was in, and his surprised parents stared at the screen. The protagonist's face was covered in sweat, and he opened his eyes wide when he opened the page where the film was posted. Pei Tian was unpleasantly surprised to discover that the video had only been posted yesterday, but had already received 200,000 views. Our hero's dad, folding his arms across his chest, was surprised by the title of the film. It was called Boss Pei's Life. The young man explained to his father that this was the name of the series in which he plays the owner of a company. The father smirked and made a snide comment about his son, saying that he didn't look like the owner of the company at all. The main character turned on the series. In the first frame, he was sitting on his couch in the office with an emotionless face. The parents were surprised when they saw their son on the screen, and Pei Tian suggested rewinding to the beginning because the film was short. Forcing a smile, he suggested that his parents watch the movie to their heart's content while he went to his room. When he left, his father criticized his son for his poor acting, while his mother, on the contrary, praised Pei Tian for his excellent performance. The main character came to his room and immediately sat down at the computer. The guy was dejected because he learned about the popularity of the film. He grabbed his head in horror because he saw that there were many reviews under the film, but he tried to calm himself down. The New Year's holiday ended, February 22nd arrived. Pei Tian returned to work in a bad mood. All the staff surrounded director Zhu, asking him to give them more scenes because the short film had already gained 500,000 views. Pei Tian watched this silently, believing that it was all meaningless anyway as long as the series had no advertising. Our hero was noticed. The subordinates were happy to see their boss at work. They shifted their attention from the director to the chief. One of the employees started shouting, announcing that Boss Pei had finally arrived, and wide smiles appeared on the workers' faces. With a forced smile, Pei Tian walked up to Zhu Qiaocei and asked if they had arrived to start filming the 4th episode. The main character trembled with horror when the director mentioned the sponsors he had found to promote the series. Pei Tian stopped the director in a cold voice and said that they would talk about it in his office. In the boss's office, they sat down opposite each other, and Zhu Xiaozi announced that they had received an offer to sponsor the series the day before yesterday. The director was very happy. He shouted that this meant they could start promoting the series. The news was disappointing for our hero. He shuddered, causing the tea he was holding in his hand to almost spill. Pei Tian smiled, trying to control himself, and mentally called them goats who got sponsorship in just a couple of days. The director said that this is an advertisement from an online clothing store, and they will have to advertise their t-shirts in the series. The protagonist chuckled thoughtfully and asked Zhu Xiaozi how much it cost to advertise the t-shirts in their new series. Pei Tian's face twisted in shock when he heard that they would be paid 5,000 for the advertisement, because at that time, it was a huge amount of money. He was dejected because Zhu Xiaozi was right, and this was only the beginning, although now this amount, compared to the investments, is small. The protagonist abruptly put his cup of tea down on the table before expressing his opinion to the young director. Pei Tian crossed his legs, put his hands together, relaxed, smiled, and was ready to offer Zhu Xiaozi something. The director was surprised and speechless when Pei's boss suggested that the guy refuse the advertising offer. Our hero's mood improved. The director was perplexed. He was angry at the boss, but did not contradict him. Zhu Xiaozi scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that he didn't understand why the boss made such a decision and asked for an explanation. The main character raised his index finger and told the director that the most important thing in business is foresight. He explained that 5,000 yuan for a small advertisement sounded good, but if they added a t-shirt, they would have to change the story. Pei Tian asked whether it would look harmonious if they were later offered to advertise shampoo, shower gel, or other cosmetics. The director listened attentively to his boss's arguments that it was a waste of time if the film's value was diminished by a paltry 5,000. Boss Pei started shouting, pointing his finger at the director and declaring that such advertising would only ruin Zhu Xiaozi's reputation. The young director flinched in fear when the main character suddenly began to shout at him and accuse him. But the director agreed with him. He understood the boss's idea and realized that he was wrong to focus on those 5,000. Pei Tian continued by stating that to be successful, you need to play big and take risks. not let money dictate the process. Pleased with his instructive speech, the protagonist took a sip of hot tea, smiled, and asked the director if he understood. Juxioze began to shake his head frantically, telling Boss Pei that he understood everything, and the hero was glad that he was able to fool the guy. Pei Qian decided to make a proposal to the director. He would have to listen to it, and then the boss would set the standard for sponsorship proposals. He stated that they should only agree to high-quality handmade work, starting at 100,000 per advertising proposal. The director was shocked when the boss said that this was the only way they could be sure of the quality of the audience experience and their reputation. The guy in glasses, shaking with fear, said that getting the offer was not easy, and implementing the advertisement was even more difficult. In response, a calm Pei Qian patted the director on the shoulder and said his signature phrase about how he believed in him, and the guy also needed to believe in himself. The young director no longer argued with his boss, was inspired by his words, and said that he understood everything. At this point, the conversation between Pei Qian and the director of the series ended. Zuxiaozi stood up and walked towards the exit of our hero's office. Tired Pei Qian, left alone, collapsed on the sofa. He barely deceived the director, and now he will be able to cut the series' income almost completely. The guy didn't manage to stay alone with himself for long. Immediately after this thought, someone wanted to enter his office again. The protagonist sat up straight, took a sip of hot tea, and allowed his subordinate to enter the office. It was the head planner, telling his boss that he had a problem with the voiceover. Li Man said that he found famous voice actors and they have already tried recording a few lines. He admitted that he didn't know which actor to choose and suggested that the boss make the choice, and Pei Qian asked him to let him listen. Taking the phone, the hero intended to choose the actor himself because he wanted the voiceover to discourage the player from playing. The first voice actor was a girl in a maid costume. He didn't like the tsundere candidate because many people would like her. The next candidate was a pretty girl with a kind, gentle, and seductive voice, which also didn't suit the boss. Our hero didn't like the third candidate either. He was an ordinary guy with no character in his voice. The fourth voice actor with a cheeky voice was liked by the boss, and he told his subordinate about it, which embarrassed Li Man. The boss noticed from the guy's reaction that there were problems with this actor and assumed that he was highly paid or busy. Not wanting to listen to his subordinate's explanation, the protagonist waved his hand and told Li Manliang to simply raise the stakes. Blushing with embarrassment, Li Manliang admitted that it was a demo of the voice acting that he recorded himself. The guy was even more embarrassed when the surprised boss Pei said that the voice didn't sound like Li Manliang at all. The chief planner cleared his throat and asked if Boss Pei wanted to cast an actor for the role. Li Manliang was taken aback when the boss replied that he was choosing him, and he needed the guy's clear and crisp voice because no one could do it better. Pei Qian waved his hand and said that the budget was unlimited, and Li Manliang could rent a studio and professionals to help with the voice acting. The project's lead planner was flattered and embarrassed, agreed to provide the voiceover, and left the boss's office. The boss was pleased that he had chosen such a cheeky voice for the voiceover. He leaned back on the sofa and relaxed. On February 24th, there was a development team meeting, and Li Man stated that there were two things that needed to be discussed. The guy informed the guys that he would be absent from work for a few days because he would be doing voice acting for the game developer. The entire development team was shocked that the lead planner would be doing the voiceover for their game. Li Manliang asked the guys not to even ask him about it, admitting that he himself was shocked by this turn of events. The guy with glasses expressed hope that everyone was working hard and asked everyone to discuss any problems they had. After these words, silence reigned in the meeting room. The entire development team stared at the plan lying on the table. Li Manliang turned his attention to Lin Wan, who was carefully reading the plan, and he wondered why she was doing this. She said she understood Boss Pei and confirmed it when the guy asked if she meant he was doing the voiceover. The girl said she could tell that the boss's intentions were buried so deep that none of them even noticed. Lin Wan admitted that it reminded her of the series Boss Pei's life, and their new series is also expressive thanks to its irony and black humor. She showed her colleagues the plan and asked them to look at the lines in it that Boss Pei had personally suggested. According to Lin Wan, the narrative will confuse players from start to finish, and every decision will seem better and more beneficial. The girl said that if you follow the advice of the voice in the game, your reputation will be destroyed, and the players will curse the main character of the game. The boy listened attentively to Lin Wan, who argued that the idea was that the player would fail not because of the narrator, but because he could not distinguish between a bad choice and a good one. Li Manliang clenched his fist and said that he understood everything now, and the narrator must intensify the feeling of defeat, and he is willing to make it paradoxical. One of the employees shyly raised her hand and asked if it was ironic that the player could fail even without following the narrator's advice. Lin Wan folded her arms across her chest and said that she felt that this was the highlight of their future game. The entire development team began to listen carefully to the girl's words about how knowing something was wrong was not the key to success. The boys also listened to Lin Wan, who was talking about one of the endings of the future game, in which the developer had to leave the market because of kindness. According to Lin Wan, this shows that even desire and zeal do not guarantee success, and this is the harsh truth of the gaming industry. The girl said that it was difficult to earn both reputation and money, and their success now was only thanks to Boss Pei. One of the developers agreed and said that he now understands why Boss Pei was so careful in changing everything in the game from the script to the plan. Another employee even burst into tears due to overwhelming feelings towards the boss, saying that they were only solving superficial problems. In the meeting room, the entire development team was dejected. The guys sat with their eyes downcast in shame and kept silent. Lin Wan suddenly approached Li Man Liang and said that she now understood why the boss chose him to be the voiceover artist. She stated that the main advantage of the young man is not only that he can voice, but also that he understands the game. Li Man Liang clapped his hands when Lin Wan said that the narrator should reflect the developer's inner greed and tempt him. It was no surprise to the chief planner that Boss Pei personally changed the lines and assigned him to do the voice. The guy clenched his fist, shouted that he understood everything, and declared that he would never disappoint our main character. It was the 3rd of March, spring had begun, and events were unfolding in the city where Pei Qian lived and worked. Today, the main character was in a good mood. The guy was strutting around the office and smiling, whistling a melody. When the guy approached his office, the staff saw that Bao Shu had returned and began to praise his rested complexion. The protagonist shuddered. He was horrified when he heard that his subordinate had returned from vacation so quickly. Li Man Liang complimented Bao Shu's hair and face, and the boy felt awkward because of the flattery directed at him. The lead planner told his colleague that he had sent him all the documents about the new game and asked him to look at them and make edits. Bao Shu replied that he didn't think it was worth making changes because Boss Pei had done everything himself, especially since he wouldn't understand anything there. Our hero grinned. Everything was going according to his plan because the development of the game had begun, and now Bao Shu would not interfere with it. The main character laughed evilly. He was sure that without Bao Shu's edits, their new game would definitely not be a success. The next action took place in the break room of the Tengda company office. The guy grabbed a bag of chips from the shelf. Afterwards, the company employee took a large bottle of cola from the refrigerator to have a snack during the workday. Bao Shu grabbed some snacks and drinks and went to his desk. The guy was whistling a tune and was glad to be back at work. The company's chief designer opened a bag of chips to have a snack before starting his work duties. Afterwards, the guy opened a bottle of sweet carbonated water to wash down his snacks. After finishing the snacks, the company's chief designer reached out to pick up his gaming headphones. The first thing the guy did was start playing a computer game. He was playing Ocean Trench, which they had recently released. Bao Shu was very happy to return to work at the company he considered a real paradise because he had not played for a month. When the guy was playing Ocean Fortress, he had a strange feeling that the sensitivity in the game had changed. The chief designer grabbed the folder with documents. He decided, since there was nothing else to do, to start optimizing the Ocean Fortress. The guy made some notes in his notebook and decided to optimize the Ghost General at the same time. Bao Shu was diligently writing something, sticking out his tongue. He was pleased with himself because he even managed to notice a couple of mistakes in the game. Slamming his notebook shut, the lead designer set himself the goal of fixing all the errors within a few days, a task he considered easy. 3 days have passed since then, and the events unfolded in a Chinese metropolis with tall glass buildings. 3 guys in a student dorm were discussing when the new version of Phantom General would come out, since they had already played almost all of them. The other guys were riding the bus and were jealous of the Three Kingdoms fans because they get updates regularly. In one of the city's internet cafes, a guy was sitting at a computer, frowning, ready to leave a bad review about the game. As he typed on his keyboard, he wrote that this was the first time he had seen such a lazy development team as the Ghost Generals. The guy was very angry. He demanded that Tengda release a new version of the card game, add goods for purchase. He was stunned when he immediately received a message from the game developers, which stated that many bugs had been fixed. The guys from the dorm were also happy. They hoped that there would be an update because Tengda fixed the bugs in the game. The guys who were riding on the bus were also happy and touched that Tengda Company had not abandoned the Ghost General. A young man from an internet cafe with a happy smile on his face began to tap on the keyboard, begging the developers to please the players. It was the 7th of March. The office of the director of the Tengda company was noisy. Our hero was dissatisfied with something. Pei Qian yelled at his subordinate, telling him that the Ghost General players had been calling the company's hotline and asking for new content. Lin Wan, who had been listening to the chief's complaints, confirmed and said that the upgrades for the Ghost General were in high demand. Our hero got so nervous that his blood pressure rose. He asked the girl if she understood correctly that the players were asking for new content. The girl replied that it was true. And in addition to the hotline, Ghost General players were discussing updates on the forum. Pei Qian was unpleasantly surprised. After a pause, he asked if there were any details and why the players were demanding new content. Lin Wan happily reported that she felt that players were confident that the game would be shut down, so they wanted to financially support the developers. When Boss Pei heard this, the guy's heart almost stopped, and he felt sick because the company would make a profit again. The red-haired girl was worried about her boss. She asked him what happened because he looked sick. The guy tapped his finger on the table and replied that everything was fine and asked to tell the clients that a new version of the game was in development. Pei Qian sighed heavily and told the girl that the new version of the Ghost General would be ready sometime in May or June. Lin Wan's mouth opened wide in shock and she screamed, asking why she didn't know that a new version of the game was in development. The boss got angry and asked his subordinate not to misinterpret her words because the development was still in progress. The conversation between Lin Wan and her boss ended. The girl walked towards the exit of the boss's office, and Pei Qian was left alone with himself. When she left, our hero leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. He thought that this was simply incredible. Pei Qian thought about how all 3 of his games, which he wanted to make into failures, had, as luck would have it, become wildly popular. The main character was in despair. He grabbed his head with his hands and thought that he could not bear it anymore. He knew he was risking breaking the rule if the game situation escalated, because the system had a rule and no one should know about it. The guy took control of his emotions and decided to wait until the new game came out and then release an update for the Ghost General and set the minimum price. Pei Qian rushed forward, shouting that he needed to take a look at the internet cafe's layout. He couldn't allow anything to happen to him too. Soon the main character was already standing near the building that his friend Ma Yan rented for a new internet cafe. The guy noticed a sign that towered over the entrance to the establishment. It was the letter Y and a fish with arms and legs. Pei Qian immediately realized that this logo was made by his assistant Ma Yang, because there was not a word of Chinese or English on it. Our hero thought that the work was great because people would not understand what kind of establishment was in front of them because of the strange logo. The guy entered the internet cafe and began to examine the surroundings. The interior of the establishment surprised him. Inside, the protagonist noticed 2 workers. The men on the floor were assembling computers for the internet cafe that the guests would use. A small bar was also getting ready to open, with an elderly woman standing behind the bar, carefully wiping it with a rag. A joyful Ma Yan immediately ran up to our hero. He was happy to see his friend and asked if he was happy with the establishment. Ma Yan began asking his boss for his opinion on the arrangement of chairs and tables in the bar, pointing at everything with his finger. Afterwards, the guy went to a high bookshelf and asked Boss Pei what books he should put on it. Pei Qian remained silent as Ma Yan discussed the idea of putting online novels, Manhwa, and figurines there. The protagonist cleared his throat before telling old Ma Yan that there shouldn't be books on the bookshelf. Ma Yan scratched his head in confusion, looked at his boss with wide eyes and asked in an uncertain voice what should be there then. Pei Qian was irritated by his partner's question and was angry that Ma Yan had not immediately thought of the correct answer. Pei Qian waved his hand and left, telling Ma Yan that the manhwa and figurines were too vulgar and that the most luxurious books should be displayed. Ma Yan scratched his head and asked his friend to tell him at least a couple of book titles so that it would be easier for him to buy the ones he needed. A whole mountain of books seemed to fall on poor Ma Yan. Pei Dian ordered to buy a whole collection of books about the production of tractors and the biographies of the heads of the tractor station. Laughing awkwardly, the boy asked his boss why these books had to be only about tractors. The boss replied that the more ordinary, the more elegant, and asked me to find a couple of books with meaningless titles on the internet and buy them. A silly smile appeared on Ma Yan's face. He shook his head and agreed to follow his boss's instructions. Scratching his head, the guy suggested that our hero go to a separate room and watch a movie. The guys went into the kitchen. Pei Qian looked around, and Ma Yan admitted that they hadn't found a cook yet. But there were already a couple of applications for the vacancy. The protagonist reminded his friend that a chef should be a person who specializes in home cooking. A sly smile appeared on Pei's face, and he flattered his friend by saying that he would have had a lot of problems if it weren't for Ma Yan. Ma Yan felt embarrassed by the flattery directed at him, and asked his boss not to praise him, otherwise he would become arrogant. Pei gave his friend a thumbs up and asked him to be as cocky as he wanted, because being modest was not his style. The computer room in the internet cafe was already ready, with several computers with monitors turned on standing in a row. Pleased with his work, Ma Yan pushed back his chair and invited our hero to sit down and try out one of the computers. When the main character sat down in the chair, he smiled. It turned out to be comfortable, but you shouldn't expect anything else from furniture that cost a fortune. Pei turned around and asked Ma Yan to tell the waiters to bring wet hand towels to the guests when they sat down at their computers. Ma Yan was confused by the boss's order. He scratched his head and asked the protagonist if this was too much. The boss replied that this was a high-class entertainment place, and they should provide the best service to customers from wealthy families. Afterwards, Pei asked that ventilation be installed in the establishment for better air circulation and that guests be prohibited from smoking. Ma Yan agreed to fulfill all the boss's demands. And at that moment, a waiter approached them holding a cocktail on a tray. The waiter turned out to be Zhang Yuan. He brought the boss's signature cocktail and asked him to try the drink. The main character was not averse to drinking a cocktail, and without saying a word, he extended his hand to take a glass from the tray. Boss Pei closed his eyes and silently took a sip of the cooling drink from a glass garnished with a slice of lemon. Having drunk it all down, the guy returned the empty glass to the tray and asked the bartender what kind of drink it was and how much it cost. Zhang Yuan said it was Aurora Jungle Juice, a cocktail that costs 50 yuan and consists of grappa. The boss asked how much the cheapest cocktail in the bar cost, and the guy replied that the cheapest one cost 25 yuan. The boss was angered by the answer and shouted at them to increase the price of each drink by 10 yuan. Otherwise, the guests would feel like they were being looked down upon. The red-haired bartender's jaw dropped when his boss ordered the price of cocktails to be raised because he thought they were too expensive. Pei knew that the profit would be greater if the prices were too low and people would come here to drink. The guy launched his own game on the computer. He thought that 80 yuan for 2 hours of play and a drink was actually a ripoff. After trying out the computer, Boss Pei stood up and told the boys that he liked everything and said that he was leaving as he still had things to do. A worried Ma Yan grabbed his boss by the shoulder and asked what they should do for the opening of the establishment, which would take place the day after tomorrow. The boss forbade Ma Yan from giving discounts for the opening because they were a high-class establishment, and asked him not to do anything stupid. Ma Yan scratched his head and agreed with his boss, saying that they would not organize anything to celebrate the opening of the internet cafe. The partner's obedience brought a sly smile to the protagonist's face, and his confidence in losing money in this business grew. Pei left the place ready to come back after it opened to see how empty it would be. The 9th of March arrived. Our hero's new internet cafe was finally officially opened and was accepting visitors. The street was busy, and there were many city residents walking along the sidewalk near the establishment. But the area near the internet cafe was empty. Zhang Yuan was at his workplace. The red-haired guy felt sad. He was wiping glasses because there were no customers. The establishment was filled only with employees. Some were cleaning, and some were sleeping at their workplaces due to lack of work. The main character also came to the internet cafe in honor of the opening. The guy was sitting and drinking hot tea. Pei was in a great mood, praising the taste of the tea, while Ma Yang, who was sitting next to him, was very worried about something. Ma Yan, who was worried about the lack of customers, suggested to the boss to send some guys to hand out leaflets to people outside. Pei was against the idea because it looked cheap, and they needed to be found without advertising to really wow customers. The guy was shocked. His jaw dropped, and he screamed in surprise when the boss said that they had to be found without advertising. After some time, the new internet cafe finally had its first customer. A guy pulled the door handle to enter. Ma Yan noticed a guy who entered the internet cafe and began to turn his head in confusion. He ran up to the long-awaited visitor and greeted him, asking whether he wanted to surf the internet or drink coffee. The guy awkwardly asked Ma Yan how much it would cost him to use the internet at this establishment for an hour. With a friendly smile on his face, the manager of the internet cafe told the guest that the visit would cost 10 yuan per hour. The visitor became furious when he heard the price and shouted at Ma Yan, asking if the price was due to golden coffee or computers. Ma Yan justified himself to him, saying that all the computers were of the best assembly, but he himself thought that the price was too high. The visitor stopped being angry and politely asked the manager if there were any bonuses for regular members of the internet cafe. The manager showed the guy a brochure and told him that by becoming a member, a guest would be able to buy drinks at a 10% discount. The first visitor, without answering Ma Yan, directed his gaze to the brochure that the employee of the establishment was holding in his hands. The customer made a gesture of apology with his hands and said that he was from a poor family. After saying goodbye to Ma Yan, the guy ran out of the internet cafe like a bullet because the price was too high for him, and Ma Yan was left standing there with the brochure in his hands. Ma Yan was devastated that the first customer to the internet cafe he had been waiting for to open simply ran away. The main character, who witnessed this whole situation, could hardly contain his laughter. The client's escape made him very happy. Wiping the tea from his mouth, Pei Tian smiled widely, mentally mocking Ma Yan, ironically calling his partner a genius. Ma Yan returned to his boss and said he didn't think it would work, since all the few customers he had to run away that evening after hearing the price. Pei Tian chuckled, put the cup of tea on the table and agreed with his partner, saying that this could not continue. The guy was happy, thinking that his boss had finally realized that he needed to organize events and do advertising. The boss strictly ordered Ma Yan to make a price signboard in front of the entrance to save the time they spent on announcing the price. A shocked Ma Yan opened his mouth wide when it turned out that his assumptions were wrong and Pei Tian had a different idea. An angry Pei Tian said that it would be better for people not to come in at all, and that way they would save both their time and the time of the customers. There were many questions in Ma Yan's mind. Dumbfounded, he didn't expect that Pei was referring to this problem. The main character asked his partner not to worry because it was only the first day of the internet cafe's operation. Pei Tian stepped forward, clapped the guy on the shoulder, and asked him to remember that this was Tengda Corporation's long-term plan. Ma Yan nodded his head obediently when the boss said that even a huge loss in 3 months or half a year would be fine. The protagonist waved goodbye to Ma Yan and left, warning that he needed to work. Pei Tian left the establishment in a great mood, his hair fluttering in the wind, and he was happy to drink delicious coffee. 5 whole days had passed since the opening of the internet cafe, and the following events unfolded in the city in the evening. The internet cafe was empty. Only Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were inside. The guys were sitting at a table with papers and a calculator. They calculated that the cafe's losses for a month would amount to 400,000, since rent, materials, and salaries are expensive. Ma Yan was taken aback because, according to the calculations, it turned out that they were earning less than a small coffee shop of a few square meters. Zhang Yuan showed the guy a detailed report and shouted, asking Ma Yan not to talk about the payback because they would lose at least 300,000 a month. The bartender sighed heavily and suggested that his brother talk to the boss because things couldn't go on like this any longer and they needed to make a plan. A saddened Ma Yan looked down and said that Pei told him to be patient and they would discuss everything with him in a week. Zhang Yuan suggested that they observe the situation for now, and Ma Yang sighed heavily and repeated that they needed to listen to Boss Pei. The red-haired guy agreed and leaned back on the sofa, feeling tired due to the problems with the customers at the internet cafe. The young man was wondering how many more months he would receive his 10,000 salary, considering the bad things going on at the establishment. Huang Xibo never thought he would return here, but right now, he was standing in front of the Shenyang game building where he used to work. The red-haired guy called someone and told that person that he had already arrived at the appointed place. The guy got an answer and said that he would wait for the person he was going to meet at their usual place. Huang Xibo pushed open the door that led to a small cafe. There were not many people inside. He sat down at the table, and when he saw the person he was going to meet, he smiled and waved at Yi Kun to get his attention. Yi Kun, whose real name is Ma Dubiao, is a planner at Shangyang Game and a good friend of Huang Xibo, and they sat at the same table. Yi Kun was surprised when asked why Huang Xibo was tanned. The boy replied that he often worked outside, which is why he was tanned. Huang Xibo told a friend that he no longer works in the gaming industry and is now making films, including Boss Pei's Life. Ma Dubiao was taken aback because the series was so popular now and asked what Huang Xibo was doing there. The red-haired boy flinched as a flustered Ma Dubiao stood up and began to assume that he was the director or scriptwriter. Huang Xibo responded that it was difficult for him to directly say what he was doing in the show because he was considered a partner and had many responsibilities. Ma Dubiao cried with envy and joy for his friend and congratulated the boy on finally finding a suitable job. While drinking a cup of coffee, Huang Xibo asked his friend how he was doing and what was happening in their company. The question saddened Yi Kun, He waved his hand and replied that everything in the company was as usual, lifeless, like stagnant water. According to the guy, Old Man Liu has gone crazy again and wants to sell a new sword in the game for 888 yuan. Yi-kun was in despair because after the release of the new version of the game, the players cursed them, and Old Man Liu was simply jealous of Ocean Fortress. Huang Xibo felt awkward when Yi-kun started criticizing Old Man Liu's ruthlessness and the way he shouted in the negotiation room. The red-haired guy sighed and said that the reason Ocean Fortress sold the weapon so expensive was because it was the only item in the store. He told his friend that the quality of Ocean Fortress is excellent, but the game is free, so the developers only sell the Red Dragon weapon. Huang Xibo said that the Red Dragon does not have such good characteristics, but it looks cool, so people buy it. Yi-kun told his friend that everything was clear to him and asked how he knew so much about games if he left the gaming industry. The red-haired boy confessed to his friend that the Ocean Fortress was actually developed under his supervision. Ma Dubiao flinched and screamed in surprise, spilling his coffee. He was shocked when he learned this fact about his friend's life. Huang Xibo blushed with embarrassment and told his friend that he hadn't told him because he was shocked and didn't know where to start. The guy told his former colleague the whole story and ended by saying that he knew he was surprised by what he heard. But it was the truth. Ma Dubiao didn't say anything in response to his friend's story. And suddenly the young man extended his hand forward. Huang Xibo was surprised when his friend grabbed his hand and shouted, begging his brother to recommend him as a candidate, and he would quit his job on the spot. Yi-kun burst into tears, sobbed, and looked at Huang Xibo with pleading eyes. He dreamed of quitting and finding a better place to work. It was March 16th. The events were taking place in the office of the Tengda company. All the guys were at their workplaces. The protagonist held and studied Ma Dubiao's resume. On the piece of paper was a photo of the guy, and all his brief information. In front of the boss stood Ma Dubiao himself. He asked the protagonist to call him Ma or Kun, because that's what everyone calls him. The boss just chuckled in response. He thought that there was nothing remarkable in the guy's resume except that he was Comrade Huang Xibo. Pei Qian thought that it would be a good idea to take on a new employee since Huang Xibo's position was still vacant. Ma Dubiao took out another stack of papers and asked the boss to look at the short stories, essays, and novels the boy had written. The protagonist put on a friendly smile and agreed to take a look at the work of a potential new employee. Pei looked at it and was shocked to realize that he couldn't hire this guy because he was a great writer and had a smooth and sophisticated writing style. Pei Qian decided to find a reason to turn the guy down. So he asked what Ma Dubiao did before working at Shangyang Games. Ma Dubiao was embarrassed to say it, but he said that he had written web novels before, and even sold chapters, although only 30 people bought them. The boss said that his published book was probably not the best one, and asked what else Ma had written. Bursting into tears, the guy said that he had written 3 books with good reviews, but still only 100 people had bought the paid chapters. Huang Xibo asked his friend what he had written that made everyone hate him, and Ma replied that he wished he knew. The protagonist jumped up from his chair, slammed his hands on the table, and shouted joyfully that Ma Dubiao had not been hired. Work continued in the Tengda company office. One of the employees sat at his desk staring at the monitor screen. The guy was typing on the keyboard, doing his job. He was writing a letter to Li Man Liang. When the project's chief planner, Lu Ming Liang, received the letter, a look of surprise appeared on his face because the guy had dealt with it quickly. Footsteps were heard in the office. It was Boss Pei, who came out of his personal office to join the others. The first thing Boss Pei did was approach the chief planner. Lu Ming Liang perked up when he saw the boss. The guy immediately jumped up from his chair and grabbed his head with his hand. He asked the boss if he had any instructions for him. Having calmed the guy down, the boss replied that there were no instructions, and he just wanted to inform him that a new screenwriter had joined their team. Lu Ming Liang told his boss that he would immediately order the scriptwriter to redo the synopses for all 3 games. The protagonist shook his head and told the chief planner that that was not what he meant and that nothing needed to be redone. Boss Pei said that the new writer is new and unfamiliar with games, so he needs to study for now, not work. The chief planner's jaw dropped, shocked that the new employee would not have to do anything for a whole month. The boss especially asked not to give the newbie any work related to the new game because he knew that Yi-kun was good at writing. Lu Ming Liang agreed to follow his boss's instructions and said that he would teach the new scriptwriter something. At this point, the conversation between the chief planner and our hero ended. The boss waved his hand and moved on. The chief planner beamed with happiness, admiring Boss Pei, who was confident in his script and did not give work to a newbie. Peikian suddenly returned and turned his attention to the guy with glasses monitor. He pointed his finger at the concept art. The picture depicted a giant humanoid wolf with sharp claws, which, with its strength, destroyed the ground beneath its feet. Our hero's face became worried, and he was pierced by a strange feeling, as if this picture was very familiar to him. Lu Mingliang asked the boss if he noticed anything as he stood there, mesmerized, staring at the image on the monitor. Peikian was shocked when he finally realized that these works belonged to the artist Ruan Guangjian. The stunned boss asked his subordinate if he hadn't asked the guy to find the most expensive artist. Scratching his face with his finger, Lu Mingliang replied that Ruan was now the most expensive artist on the market. Peikian's face twisted in confusion. He was shocked that Guangjian had become the most expensive artist in just a couple of months. Lu Mingliang boasted that the artist gave them a discount when he found out that the customer was Pei Qian and called him very kind. A frustrated Pei Qian asked if they could change the terms of the contract any further, and the boy suggested that the boss wanted to pay the artist more. The main character realized that it was useless to change anything, waved his hand and left, telling the guy in glasses to continue working. Pei Qian, frustrated, returned to his private office and he weakly grabbed the door handle to lock himself inside. When the boss was left alone, he felt so exhausted that he immediately plopped down on the sofa. Pei Qian had tears running down his cheeks. He didn't understand how it happened that Master Guangjian had now become their artist. He took control of his emotions and calmed down. The guy decided to just wait for the results, especially since the new game is not entirely dependent on graphics. Pei Qian was scared when he heard Ma Yan's voice. He prayed that it wasn't bad news from the internet cafe. A worried Ma Yan entered the office and stuttered as he told Pei Qian that they needed to discuss the situation in the cafe. The protagonist allowed his partner to enter his office to discuss everything. Ma Yan sat down opposite his friend. He hesitated before finding the courage to tell his boss everything. The guy admitted that according to Zhang Yuan's calculations, the internet cafe would lose 300,000 a month, and the profit would barely be enough to cover salaries. The news delighted our hero, but Ma Yan sighed heavily, complaining about the impossibility of covering the expensive rent. Ma Yan stood up and said that Zhang Yuan had some suggestions on how to fix things, and they needed to think about them. The guy was scared, but he handed the book to the main character, hesitantly asking him to look at it. Boss Pei waved his hand and asked his friend not to worry, claiming that their internet cafe was moving in the right direction. Ma Yan was confused because they were losing 300,000 a month, but Pei said they were moving in the right direction. Pei explained that the cafe's very existence is a form of marketing, and that they are simply buying reputation for their losses. He put his hand on Ma Yan's shoulder, looked him straight in the eyes, and asked the boy to be patient. Ma Yan didn't know what to answer to Brother Pei. The guy stared at his boss with wide eyes. Pei Qian smiled and asked Ma Yan to trust him. He was mentally gloating about the failure of the internet cafe. It was March 25th. The development of the new game had been successfully completed, and it was now at the optimization stage. The main character was yawning, sitting in his chair. The guy was holding a joystick in his hands and was idle at work. Putting the joystick down on the table, he admitted that Lu Ming's voice acting was good, and he wondered how the guy managed to make such a nasty voice. The boss, while testing the game, thought it was boring and uninteresting, and Lu Ming's voice acting made him want to hit him. There was nothing else to do in the game except walk in circles, open doors, and listen to the mocking voice. So the guy was pleased with himself. It was obvious to him that the game had failed, and all that was left was to wait for losses. Meanwhile, in the office, Lu Ming asked Bao Shu how he liked the new game, and whether there was anything that needed to be changed. New scriptwriter Ma Dubiao overheard a conversation that most players found the new game a bit boring. Lu Ming admitted that the game does not make him want to play, even though it was developed by the boss. The new screenwriter admitted that he thinks their company's new game is somehow special. Bao Shu expressed the opinion that the guys cannot evaluate the new game sensibly because they created it. He believes that the guys know the plot of the game and all the solutions, so they know what the next step will be. The lead designer said that he, as an observer, found the game very interesting, and the new employee agreed with him. Ma Dubiao surprised the chief planner by saying that the game was unique, and his previous company would definitely have abandoned such an idea. The new screenwriter said his previous company would not invest money in such a risky gamble. Ma admired his new boss, who takes responsibility for implementing a new idea. Bao Shu told his colleagues that this did not mean their new game could make a profit. The scriptwriter was surprised, and the guy explained that this was a smart move by Pei's boss, and he put his entire career on the line by releasing this game. Bao Shu's opinion about the new game greatly surprised the chief planner. The guy with glasses stared at his colleague in bewilderment. A saddened Bao Shu stood up and admitted that he felt like their boss Pei had always been very lonely. Lu Ming disagreed with him because he felt that their boss was a positive and friendly person. Then the protagonist asked his colleague if he remembered what their boss was like at the meeting. The guy with glasses asked if he meant the meeting when they celebrated the success of the Ocean Fortress. Lu Ming Liang remembered that at that time the boss sat silently, did not pounce on the food, and thought a lot, as if he was pondering something. Bao Shu said that back then, the fortress's development had just finished, and there was no reason to lose appetite. The guy was curious why the boss was so depressed then, and suggested that the reason was loneliness in the soul. He recalled the Phantom General and suggested that making the game so cheap was a jab at the gaming industry. The head designer, recalling the cards from Ghost General, assumed that the boss knew that the cards couldn't cost hundreds and thousands of yuan. He also recalled other games, in particular a driving simulator that will help a person think about life. Bao Shu sighed and said that the boss used unique ways to mock the gaming industry in his games. Lu Ming scratched his head and asked his colleague why he thought the new game would either be a success or a failure. The new screenwriter expressed the opinion that failure happens to everything that is one step ahead of its time. According to Ma Dubiao, it will not be a defeat for the boss if the new game fails because the players do not deserve such a game. Bao Shu smiled lightly and guessed that the players might gradually understand the meaning of game developer. But he was not sure. There was silence in the office, and after a heated discussion, the company's chief designer sighed heavily. The lead designer raised his index finger and asked the guys how they were going to advertise the game. Lu Ming replied that he hadn't asked about it yet and said that he would go and find out everything from the boss now. The chief planner came into the boss's private office and stood quietly in front of the boss before asking a question. The guy was worried. He was wondering what method of promoting the game boss Pei would choose this time. The protagonist sat in front of him, his gaze downcast. Lu Ming wondered what he was thinking about. At this time, Pei had a heated discussion going on in his head. The guy asked the guys how they would advertise the game. Pei Qian, who wore glasses, was against the advertising and asked what they would do if the game became popular. The main character in a bow tie disagreed and suggested looking at it from a development perspective. Pei Qian, who was sipping tea, said that players would still be interested in the game because Tengda already had a reputation. Another little Pei Qian raised his hand and suggested doing an advertisement to lose more money. The main character loudly declared that advertising should be expensive and ineffective, and classical methods will not work. When the meeting in the hero's head ended, he returned and told his subordinate that the new game would be advertised by the authors of the videos. The chief planner was dumbfounded because he knew that video marketing was the least effective form of advertising. Lu Ming asked if the boss wanted to use the popularity of Pei's Life of Boss and asked Huang Xibo to make a video. The boss replied that of course not, because the series was still in the stage of building its reputation and could harm them. Recalling Huang Xibo and his director, the protagonist knew that Fei Huang's office was entirely owned by Tengda. He knew that if he invested money there, it would be the same as transferring it from one hand to another. Then, the chief planner suggested that our hero contact a famous blogger who has many fans. Boss Pei was not against this idea. He allowed his subordinate to do it by tapping his finger on the table. Lu Ming was delighted when his boss promised to give him a list of bloggers, material, and advertising text tomorrow. The following events took place in the city of Dai, where streamer and blogger Qiao Liang lived. The man was in his apartment, it was lunchtime, so he was eating instant noodles. The blogger was desperate. His business was failing, now he couldn't even afford to eat noodles. Qiao Liang was simultaneously watching the series with our hero. He envied him because the videos were getting a lot of views. The man was surprised when he unexpectedly received a message on his computer during lunch. The blogger's eyes lit up because Lu Ming Liang wrote to him and offered to discuss cooperation. Qiao Liang immediately started typing on the keyboard to answer the question about cooperation positively. The man seemed to be in a courtroom, with the chief planner of the Tengda company standing opposite him. The guy with glasses offered the man to pay 3,000 yen for each video and asked if he would agree. The blogger's jaw dropped when he heard this amount. This money is enough for him to live for 2 weeks. The man immediately agreed to all the terms of cooperation and asked what kind of videos he would need to shoot. Lu Ming Liang said that the video will have commentary, and the man will not be able to deviate even a step from the script. Qiao Liang picked up a piece of paper to take a closer look at the script for the upcoming video. The blogger opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise when he read what kind of videos he would have to shoot. The man was shocked when he saw that he would have to overpraise the game he was going to advertise. Lu Mingliang said that they would also like the blogger's face to be in the frame, but this is not a requirement. Xiaoliang was burning with rage. He thought that Tengda Company wanted to destroy his career and reputation with such videos. The man replied that he was refusing the job because he still had some self-respect. The blogger was about to leave but stopped when Lu Mingliang offered to pay him 4,000 per video. Xiaoliang looked down and thought about the client's proposal. The man was tormented by doubts. He turned around because the guy offered him as much money as he would normally get for a whole set of videos. The blogger asked the head planner if he could first play the game he was about to advertise. Lu Mingliang replied that the game is still in the testing stage, so they cannot provide such an opportunity. The man snorted in displeasure when the guy wrote that he would provide materials that would be sufficient for the review. Xiaoliang was shaking with anger. Just holding his nose and reading the script was a difficult task for him. He had an idea and asked the client if he could upload a review of the game to the Shitty Games playlist. Lu Mingliang adjusted his glasses, apologized to the blogger, and forbade him to do so. The blogger asked the guy not to worry because the popularity of the Shitty Games column is 10 times higher than the others. He said that he once posted a review of Lonely Desert Road, and the game became incredibly popular. Then, thanks to him, sales reached 200,000 in just 2 weeks, which the blogger told the client in correspondence. The man decided to look up the name of the company that produced Lonely Desert Road. Xiaoliang felt a bad feeling when he checked the name of that company. He asked Lu Mingliang to write to him again, the name of the company that ordered advertising from him. Lu Mingliang smiled broadly and said that he realized that the blogger had already worked with Boss Pei. The blogger's mood improved when he learned that Ocean Fortress and Ghost General were released by the same company. The company's chief planner, Tengda, asked the blogger to wait because he wanted to know his boss's opinion. Lu Mingliang disappeared, and at this point the negotiations between the blogger and the employee of our hero's company stopped. It was amazing to Xiaoliang that a small company that had only released its first game a couple of months ago was now sponsoring. He began to guess that Boss Pei, the leader of Tengda, had personally created the Lonely Desert Road. In the blogger's mind, Pei Qian appeared as a sinister man who held a grudge against Xiaoliang for that review. The man trembled with fear. He thought that this was it, and that his career would end there. Lu Mingliang, after learning his boss's opinion, materialized again in the fictional courtroom. With a friendly smile on his face, he said that the boss was happy, but the terms of cooperation remained the same. Xiaoliang couldn't take it anymore. He panicked, thinking that Boss Pei held a grudge against him and wanted to make him look like an idiot in front of the audience. He apologized to Lu Ming and said that the demands were too high, so he could not fulfill them. The company's chief planner, Tengda, waved his hand and announced that the price tag would be raised to 6,000 per video. The guy said he had just consulted with Pei's boss, and he said they could raise the price to 6,000. The man grabbed his head with his hands. It wasn't about the price, but he knew that if he received that kind of money, he might not work for a couple of months. The blogger found the courage to admit to Lu Mingliang that it was not about money at all. Lu Mingliang responded to the blogger by writing that he had consulted with his boss again, and that he had ordered the price to be raised to 10,000. Xiaoliang was stunned when he heard about such a sum, and his eyes began to see bundles of bills. The man screamed in fear as a giant wad of bills seemed to fall from the sky on him. The blogger collapsed to the ground in the middle of the courtroom as a huge amount of money fell on the man from above. Li Minliang sighed heavily and wrote that he knew that the blogger valued his reputation, and they did not force him to make one decision or another. Stunned by the money offered, Xiaoliang found the strength to stand up and grabbed the podium with his hand. The man said it was not about money because Boss Pei was his old friend and he was willing to help him. Li Minliang was delighted and wrote that in that case, he would send the necessary materials to the blogger tomorrow. Xiaoliang decided to cooperate, knowing that it was for the benefit of his survival, and hoped that the audience would understand. After negotiating with the blogger, the company's chief planner Tengda went to his boss's office. The protagonist was noticeably happy when he received news from him that blogger Xiaoliang had agreed to cooperate with them. The guy smiled slyly. He wanted to take revenge on the blogger, because of whom he did not lose the 50,000 he invested in the game. Boss Pei asked the chief planner standing opposite him what was going on with the rest of the bloggers on the list. After some thought, Lu Ming replied that some refused, but about half of the list agreed. It was no surprise to our hero that many people agreed to read the embarrassing script after Lu Ming raised the pay. The protagonist instructed his subordinate to let Chow post the video first because they paid him the most. The next events took place again in the city of D, where a blogger named Chow Liang lived. It was April Fool's Day, and the man was sitting at his computer in his small room. The man felt obvious tension. He pursed his lips and looked at the computer monitor, and his face was sweating. Blogger Chow Liang was so nervous that his hand, which he used to control the mouse, was shaking. He was sure that Boss Pei had thought through the fact that his video and game were coming out on April Fool's Day. However, this was even to the blogger's advantage because many of his viewers would think that this video was just a joke. The man became nervous and started screaming, trying to convince himself that he didn't care, so he could work up the courage to post the video. After the blogger posted the video, he immediately closed the browser and turned off the sound, not wanting to face the feedback. After turning off the sound, the blogger threw his phone on the table to shield himself from the rest of the world after such a disgrace. Xiao Liang decided to pretend to be dead for 2 months after he did all the work and got a lot of money. At the beginning of his video, the blogger said hello and talked about the new game from the Tengda company, showing a video of the gameplay. He admitted that he is looking forward to the release of this game and stated that the development team sent him these videos. He began to praise the upcoming game, and as he expected, he received angry reviews from his viewers. One of the viewers, after watching the video, admitted that he wanted to play this game when he found out that it was from Tengda. The second viewer told him that he needs to value himself and not try to play games that he knows suck. The third guy who watched the video said he was curious about what game the blogger embarrassed himself over. He screamed in surprise when he saw on his tablet that another blogger had posted a video about the game developer. Another viewer was also stunned when he saw that the script in this video was the same word for word. The red-haired guy was also shocked. He shouted that he had watched the same video many times already. One working day, the events took place in the high-rise glass building of Manhwa, where our hero rented an office. The main character spent time in his personal office. He sat at the table, staring at the laptop screen. The guy was in a great mood. He was smiling because the goal he had set was achieved. Pei Qian clapped his hands because the audience was spitting on the commercials. The game was not popular, and he wasted the money. He sat down in the chair to drink hot tea. He was very happy that he came up with such a plan to promote the game. Looking at the papers, the guy realized that if the game cost 28 yuan, it would pay for itself after 300,000 purchases. Pei Qian doubted that there would be such a large number of masochists who would agree to play this. It got dark outside, and the action moved to the Chinese city of Dai, where blogger Chow Liang lived and worked. The man spent his time alone, lying on his bed with his stomach down, staring at his smartphone screen. Xiao Liang sighed heavily. He was not happy, even though he had gotten a lot of money through dirty means. He jumped out of bed and clenched his fist, determined to sort this situation out at any cost. The man got out of bed and walked over to the table where his favorite computer stood. Xiao Liang purchased the game he was reviewing and clicked to launch it once it loaded. The blogger immersed himself in the world of computer games. He found himself on the street, becoming the main character of a story about a game developer. The voiceover told him that he was now an aspiring game developer with the intention of saving the domestic gaming industry. The player's job is simple. You need to come up with and create a game, surprise users, please the media, and blow up the market. The voiceover asked the player to wipe the drool off his face, because the developer's success is only in the distant future. Now the main task of the player is to create a successful game in this cruel market, as well as to survive. The blogger experienced strange sensations. Surprisingly, the game did not seem as bad to him as he thought. After exiting the game, the man placed the game controller on the table and praised the game for its graphics, which were top-notch. He noted that he didn't like the game's storytelling style at first, but then he realized that this was the essence of the game. Xiao Liang also realized that the game's trick is that it really does reflect the developer's daily life. According to the blogger, the voiceover represents the greed of the developer, or a person who only talks but does nothing. He thought about people who get tired of the measured life or who push forward, continuing to believe in a dream. An image of a person sitting at a table with his face buried in a monitor screen appeared in the man's head. He also imagined a man with a mustache and dark glasses who burns banknotes with his cigarette, which he holds in his teeth. The game helped the blogger think about how someone gives up on a dream and becomes the one they hated the most. The man stood up and decided to make another video about this game, adding it to a new playlist called Products of the Gods. 3 days had passed since the release of Game Developer. A new working day had arrived, and Tengda employees were sitting in their places. Lin Wan, Bao Shu, and the chief planner gathered together to study the working documents and discuss them. The red-haired girl decided that the advertising only reduced the player's desire to play game developer. Lu Mingliang listened with a sad face as Lin Wan spoke about how the first group of players did not leave positive feedback. The guy with glasses was worried because this was the first project he had worked on in his new position. Bao Shu was carefully studying the documents, not paying attention to anyone, and Lu Ming asked him what he should do. The lead designer briefly replied to his frustrated colleague that they would just have to wait. After carefully studying the provided statistics, Bao Shu placed the stack of documents on the table. Bao Shu was like a sage holding a lotus flower. He said that their boss had foreseen this situation. He told Lin Wan that they had done everything they could and now all that was left was to rely on luck. Lu Mingliang tried to control his emotions as he listened to Bao Shu trying to calm his colleagues down. At this time, blogger Chao Liang was actively typing on his keyboard, working on a new review of the Tengda game. The satisfied man said that this game is definitely worth being on the Products of the Gods playlist. After posting the video, he sighed heavily and hoped that within a few hours his ruined reputation would be restored. The man's gaze turned wild when he realized that the new video could be decisive in his career as a blogger. The new video began with the blogger introducing himself and saying that, first of all, he had something to announce. He said that he had staged a large-scale performance on April Fool's Day, the purpose of which was to find out which video would become more popular. Chao Liang's viewers were shocked to hear that the experiment had made the crazy and evil video more popular. One of the blogger's viewers was angry and dissatisfied when he learned from him that he had organized some kind of performance. In a new video, Chao Liang stated that the performance was organized by Tengda, and its purpose was to delve into a rather deep topic. The viewer listened attentively to the blogger's words about how several people posted identical videos with exaggerations in this performance. The second viewer was also shocked to hear that the meaningless videos had become a trend as a result. Everyone who watched the new video was shocked to hear that the angry and crazy stupid short videos that became a trend were just a performance. According to Chao Liang, Tengda's new game shows the state of the gaming industry and makes fun of the chaos in it. Chao Liang himself watched his own video, in which he talked about the mixed reviews and disapproval from players. The man, eating noodles, listened to his statement that he was going to explain to everyone why the game developer was a product of the gods. Meanwhile, Pei Qian was at the Swan Lake restaurant, happily drinking wine and asking everyone to make themselves at home. He didn't understand why his subordinates were so depressed today and assumed that they didn't like the food. A drunk and happy Pei Qian hugged the upset Bao Shu and asked him to help the other staff choose dishes since he had been here before. Afterwards, he put his hand on the new employee's shoulder and called him the best student and a very smart guy. The boss bumped glasses with Huang Shibo and said that he was leaving Director Zhu in his hands, asking him to plan everything carefully. After talking with his subordinates, the protagonist returned to his place and sat down at the table again. He thought that he hadn't been this happy for a long time. Everything was going according to his plan, and the guy was ready to eat a lobster with his bare hands. Pei Qian, remembering the sad Ma Yan and the bartender, knew that the internet cafe was losing 300,000 a month and was unlikely to make any money. The series also does not make a profit, although it has gained popularity, because our hero refuses to cooperate with all sponsors. He was glad that the new game had an average reputation. Sales were even worse, and most likely the game developer would never break even. Things were getting better. Our hero felt great, because all three of his cases had now been failures. During the celebration of the new game's release, only the main character had a wide smile on his face. Lu Ming noticed that his boss was happy today, which was strange to him because he was completely different from the last celebration. Bao Zhu told his colleague that he had misunderstood, and Lu Ming asked him what the guy meant. The chief designer sighed heavily and said that Boss Pei was the only one who couldn't afford to lose heart right now. While Pei was clearing the table, Bao Shu asked Lu Ming to think about how the game's failed release had plunged everyone into despair. According to Bao Shu, Boss Pei is their leader, and they would not be able to relax and rest if the boss was depressed. Lu Mingliang understood his colleague's point and said that Boss Pei was just trying to look at the situation optimistically. Bao Shu said that their boss, as a true leader, believes in the best, and when faced with success, remains attentive. The children saw a shining image of their boss and came to the conclusion that he was a realist with the most accurate understanding of reality. The boys were in tears of admiration for their boss, who they considered to be an idealist. Lin Wan interrupted her colleague's conversation and shouted that they couldn't disappoint their boss and everything would be fine. Bao Shu smiled and raised his glass of wine, stating that it was too early to discuss defeat since their boss had not yet given up. Lu Ming's mood also improved. He agreed that it was time to stop claiming that the game had already failed. Lin Wan told the guys that they were right and they could change the situation. They just had to believe in Boss Pei. All three Tengda employees, feeling encouraged, clinked their glasses to toast the release of the new game. Huang Xibo was very worried and asked the director if he thought it was appropriate to discuss something with the boss now. The director responded that he thought it was the right time, as the boss was currently frustrated with the game's failed release. The guy said that good news could boost morale and help Boss Pei believe in himself again. The young director poured wine into glasses, and Huang Xibo said that the guy was exaggerating when he talked about believing in himself. The boys picked up their glasses, and Zhu Xiaoze agreed to simply tell the boss that they would continue to work in the same spirit. Boss Pei was having dinner, but he had to pay attention to Huang Xibo, who happily invited him to have a drink together. The main character agreed to join the guys and bumped glasses with them to drink wine together. The three of them drank a glass of wine before Huang Xibo decided to talk to his boss. Huang Xibo decided to please his boss and announced that he had good news for the guy. But for our hero, good news means bad news, and he mentally asked Huang Xibo not to ruin his beautiful day. The main character decided to put on an insincere smile and asked the red-haired guy to tell him this news. Director Zhu Xiaoze raised his index finger before telling his boss the latest news. Smiling, the guy said that the developing site wants to sign an exclusive contract with them, so that the series will be released only on it. Huang Xibo said that the site is just developing, but is growing well and rewards authors for views. Our hero shook with anger when he heard that the guys were planning to make money from this site. The boys were surprised when Boss Pei suddenly asked if the site had a name that started with A or B. Huang Xibo said that the site was called Ili Island, so the boss's suspicions were not justified. Pei Qian was puzzled. He had never heard of a site called Ili Island before, so he allowed the guys to agree to this collaboration because the site is unpopular and the name sounds lame. Huang Xibo and his director were happy. The guys promised the boss to continue working hard. The main character became wary when he heard joyful shouts in the hall. One of the employees shouted that they were invincible. The happy young man announced the news that they had been noticed by the official platform and posted on the main page. Pei Qian was at a loss, his mouth wide open in horror, when he heard about the main page on some platform. The boss was shocked when the chief planner ran up to him with a phone in his hand, shouting that they had good news. The good news only irritated our hero. He didn't want the staff to tell him now that something had happened. Lu Ming praised the boss for his incredible strategy and said that everything unexpectedly went according to the boss's plan. The protagonist was in a stupor. A wonderful evening in honor of the game's failure was ruined when good news appeared. The chief planner announced that sales of their games had skyrocketed, their reputation had improved, and he praised the boss's marketing. The confused and indignant Boss Pei opened his mouth wide in shock when he heard these words from his subordinate. He looked dumbfounded at the joyful Bao Shu, who came over and told the boss that his efforts were not in vain and the players understood the new game. Pei Qian was shocked. He did nothing, and yet he was called a marketing genius, and he did not understand why a disaster happened on such a beautiful day. The subordinates surrounded the boss from all sides. He asked the guys to calm down and speak more slowly. A delighted Lu Ming Liang showed his boss a video on his phone in which the blogger was reviewing their recently released game. The wary protagonist put an earphone in his ear to watch the video. This was another video from Chao Liang, in which a man talks about the new game Tengda, its main character and features. Boss Pei watched the video with great intensity, which caused interest in his game to rise again among players. Huang Xibo and his friend also watched the video where the reviewer said he felt a connection with the game. Lin Wan also watched the blogger's video, in which he talked about loneliness as a similarity between all creators. Later in this video review, Chao Liang stated that the fate of a true creator is to be misunderstood. All of the boss's subordinates stared at their phones, listening to the blogger as he talked about Tengda's goals in creating the game. Pei Qian was shaking with anger as he listened to the blogger talk about aspirations and a ruthless society. After the guy watched the video and read the positive comments, he silently put the phone on the table. The main character was tearing his hair out and mentally calling Chao Liang a beast. He was furious because of this video, but on the outside, Pei Qian tried to remain calm. He sat back down at the table, trembling, and silently took a glass of wine. He clenched his fist, cursing Chao, who suddenly became a popular artist, and consumption became creative. Taking a sip of wine, Pei Qian understood that he wouldn't even be able to explain to the players why the blogger was wrong. because this would again be considered some kind of performance. He felt depressed, and Lu Mingliang thought that the boss was just emotional because of the recognition of the game. Bao Shu decided to finish off the boss, walked up, and with a smile on his face quietly whispered that there was more good news. The main character turned around abruptly and looked at his subordinate in shock. He didn't think that the situation could get any worse. Lu Mingliang stated that the eSpoo platform just published an article praising their new game. Bao Shu said that the game developer liked the platform, so they planned to make a couple more recommendations. The guys were happy. They made a heart with their hands and shouted to the boss that their company's reputation was back on top. The main character had no strength left to react to this. The guy leaned against the back of the chair and sighed heavily, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Pei Qian's face. He looked at his subordinates and told them that it was good. The guys exchanged sly glances. They realized that the boss's happy face had been just a cover-up. Lu Mingliang suggested that the boss give a toast, but he waved his hand and refused because it was just a planned success. The happy employees agreed to follow the boss's order to stay focused and go to rest. The chief planner put his arm around Bao Shu's shoulder and suggested that they go out for a drink of liquor, and the boy agreed that they needed to get drunk today. Now all the employees of Tengda Company were in a great mood. Huang Xibo called the guys over to have a drink together. Bao Shu, Lin Wan, and Lu Mingliang were delighted with Huang Xibo, who boldly drank a glass of wine in one gulp. Meanwhile, our hero didn't understand what was happening because he paid the blogger for one video, but two came out. He understood that his efforts were in vain again because the publications even put their new game on the front pages. It was April 14th and the events were once again taking place in the skyscraper where the Tengda Company office was located. The director announced to the film crew that filming of the next episode of the series with the participation of our hero had been completed. Juxios and the others clapped their hands joyfully, announcing the official end of filming for the third season of the series. The director shook his boss's hand and praised him for his excellent acting, assuring him that there would be no problems with it at all next season. Pei Qian is stressed because he doesn't have time to film the fourth season due to problems with the new game. The guy felt like he was dying because he was desperate because his game had already sold over 100,000. The protagonist, the director, Huang Xibo, and Lu Mingliang were standing in the boss's office discussing something. An excited Lu Mingliang asked Huang Xibo what he was going to do next and whether he would continue filming. Huang Xibo told the guy that he didn't know yet because they were considering two options: continuing to film the series or moving in a different direction. Pei Qian was scared when Huang Xibo said that the Ili Island website could cover all their expenses and even make a profit. The main character was pierced by horror and shock when he heard that this series could bring profit to the guys. The boss got angry at the guy and asked him just not to tell him that he agreed to that low-grade cooperation. Huang Xibo replied that he had not agreed to cooperate, but that Ili Island had a program to encourage video production. Pei Qian thought about these words and asked if they would receive up to 30 yuan for 10,000 views. The guy dismissed the boss's suspicions and said that the site offered very lucrative incentives and raised the status of the series, because short films were the future. Everything turned out to be much worse than the boss had expected. So the stunned boss stared at Huang Xibo with wide eyes. The red-haired guy said that for each viewing they would receive 20 kopecks, because one episode lasts only a minute. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with delight. He realized that they could make 2 million in profit if each episode got 1 million views. The director was also very happy about this prospect. He said that they would be in the black even after deducting all expenses. Pei Qian was dumbfounded when the three guys gave him a thumbs up and shouted that it was all thanks to the boss's strategy. He tried to hide his anger while the guys were happy that they had made a great series and received bonuses thanks to the foresight of the boss. Huang Xibo announced that the third season of the series would be released on the site today, and everyone else agreed to come and support the premiere. The protagonist abruptly placed his hand on the red-haired guy's shoulder before asking him a question. Pei Qian looked angry and asked Huang Xibo what the address of the Ili Island website was. Boss Pei was visibly surprised when the former chief planner showed him the phone with the address of the site. The main character noticed the address of the platform. The name of the site scared him and aroused suspicion. The confused boss asked Huang Xibo if the address was the Chinese name of the platform, and the guy confirmed it. He tried to hide his angry emotions. He realized that in front of him was a platform that in a few years would be very popular. Work continued in the Tengda Company office. Bao Shu and the rest of the staff were at their workstations. Our young hero, who was upset by the latest news, was also at his workplace doing something on the computer. The guy grabbed his head with his hands and clenched his teeth in anger. The site turned out to be a popular platform in the future, in which large corporations invest money. In utter despair, Peikian looked up and summoned the wealth distribution system. His eyes darkened from exhaustion. The guy got scared when he saw that the system was still losing money, but the situation would soon change dramatically. He knew that the two games would make around 10 million in profit in a couple of months, if you add the original budget. The situation with Fei Huang was also worrying. The hero's subsidiary spent 1 million yuan. The guy also remembered the expenses for the creation of game developer. They amounted to approximately 3,300,000. Our hero spent the most on opening an internet cafe. Current investments in it amount to 3.5 million. Tapping his finger on the table, the boss mentally added to all this the costs of rent, salaries, etc., and received almost 10 million. The desperate Pei Qian sighed heavily and covered his face with his hands, because he tried to spend all the money, but only made a profit of 800,000. The boss's personal assistant, Miss Xin Hailu, suddenly knocked on the door and asked our hero if he was busy. When she walked in, she asked the boss to confirm the company's bonuses, and if everything was okay, they would continue at the same pace. The guy looked at the documents he had handed over. He was sad, because these 500,000 as bonuses to employees were a drop in the ocean. The protagonist put the folder with documents back on the table and told his personal assistant that everything was fine. A frustrated Pei Qian couldn't believe that things had turned out this way. He was desperate because he had no backup plan. The assistant had another piece of news. She said that a journalist had contacted them to interview the boss. The protagonist nodded and told his assistant to refuse everyone's requests for an interview with him, and also to make sure that the following conditions were met. The guy asked the girl to report that all employees are prohibited from disclosing the boss's name and identity, as well as making public the company's salaries. Miss Xin Hailu's assistant agreed to fulfill all of the boss's conditions. At this point, the conversation ended. The girl turned around and walked towards the exit of the office, leaving the boss alone with himself. When she left, the boss revealed his true grumpy mood again, ordering his assistant to keep the company's salaries a secret so that people wouldn't rush in. He knew that he had to hide the fact that he founded the company from his parents, and that popularity would cause a lot of problems and people would start watching him. The guy told himself to be optimistic, and after assigning the next payments to employees, he called himself a great boss. He made a decision to try harder next time if he couldn't go into the minus this time. Pei Qian understood that negative experiences were necessary, and he needed to learn and analyze his mistakes to understand why the game was successful again. He began to actively tap on the keyboard to find out what the shortcomings of the new game were, so that he could take them into account and exploit them. The boss found a review of his game that said it would make the player feel like a game developer who needs to tap into that person's mindset. The guy read a review that this game is a great simulator with good graphics, unlike classic simulators. The boss saw his new game rated 9 out of 10 due to its dark humor, multiple endings, and excellent storytelling. He was in despair because professional analysts had not assessed his game objectively, considering his only shortcoming as a plus. Pei Qian was taken aback when he read the reviews from players and saw how they were all raving about the voiceover that should have turned them off. He decided to make an idol out of Lu Mingliang because it turned out that someone liked the guy as a narrator. The main character was in despair because the graphics in the new game were good, the gameplay was excellent, and there was nothing to complain about. The guy felt like a dead fish. He thought it was a cruel joke when he found out that he had accidentally created the perfect game. It was April 19th, and the Tengda employees went to the city center to spend their free time together. Huang Shibo, Bao Shu, and new screenwriter Ma Dubiao sat together at a table with steamed buns on it. The red-haired guy asked Bao Shu how his health was, and he replied that he had a slight problem with his stomach. Huang Shibo said he had mild liver dystrophy and blood pressure problems, all of which were revealed by the results of a recent examination required for all employees. Bao Shu complained that such examinations would be carried out every 6 months, but Huang Shibo asked him not to react like that, since it was for the benefit of their health. Huang Shibo asked his friend how he was doing, and he replied that everything was fine. It turned out that he only had some minor stomach problems like Bao Shu. The red-haired guy said that it was not surprising, because in Shan Yuan game they always worked late, which caused health problems. Ma Dubiao shed tears and said that Tengda was the best company, and the boss was a great leader who cared about his workers. In response to this, Huang Shibo laughed and said that there was no point in even talking about it because it was obvious. The guys finished eating and decided to go home together by taxi, because the company would pay for these expenses. Huang Shibo suggested that Yi couldn't go home, but the boy couldn't because he forgot his umbrella at the hospital. Ma Dubiao asked his friends not to wait for him and to go home together, and ran to the hospital to get his umbrella. The young man breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the hospital and saw that his umbrella was still lying on the chair. The boy perked up as he bent down to pick up the umbrella, and someone recognized him as an employee of the Tengda company. It was a red-haired girl with glasses who introduced herself as Hu Yue, a reporter from Entertainment Time. She asked for an interview, and a wary Ma Dubiao asked the girl how she knew he was a Tengda employee. Hu Yue admitted that her friend worked at the hospital, so she knew that Tengda's staff were being examined here today. Ma Dubiao waved his hand and left, saying that his company prohibited disclosing any information about superiors and salaries. But the journalist caught up with the guy and grabbed him by the sleeve, not letting him just leave. She asked him to wait. The girl said that the guy could answer vaguely, and that he did not necessarily have to divulge information about his boss and salaries. Dubiao was surprised because Tengda was an ordinary gaming company and he didn't understand why a girl would want to interview him. Hu Yeg told the young man that she needed an interview to help the domestic gaming industry prosper. Ma Dubiao was at a loss and asked the Entertainment Time reporter what she meant. She admitted that as a journalist in a gaming media outlet, she used to be frustrated by her helplessness due to the wretchedness of local games. The girl said that the appearance of Tengda changed everything, because this company is well organized and creative, and also considers money to be trash. The journalist expressed hope that Tengda will become a benchmark for the gaming industry and allow players to fall in love with local games again. Hu Ye grabbed Ma Dubiao's shoulders and loudly declared that she could influence the domestic gaming industry if she interviewed him. Ma Dubiao later told Bao Shu about this story, and he asked the boy if he should agree to an interview. Bao Shu looked out the window, scratched his chin with his fingers and chuckled before answering his colleague. He replied that he thought nothing bad would happen if Ma Dubiao agreed to give her an interview. Dubiao disagreed because Pei's boss forbids them from disclosing information about superiors and salaries. Bao Shu asked his colleague to stop being a fool and try to understand his boss's true intentions. Ma Dubiao looked at the chief designer in shock when he heard the boss's true intentions. Bao Shu looked back and said that the boss forbade them from telling anything simply because he was a modest person. According to the guy, if a charismatic boss reveals his identity, then players will focus their attention on him, and not on the games. Ma Dubiao had a natural question. Why then was the boss against them talking about their salaries and bonuses? Bao Shu guessed that the boss understood that the bonuses in Tengda were incomparable with any other gaming company. The writer stared at the lead designer with wide eyes when he heard this. Bao Shu sighed and asked the boy what he thought would happen if the bonus amount in Tengda became public information. The lead designer stated that the dissemination of this information would negatively impact the entire gaming industry, because employees from other companies would be unhappy. Ma Dubiao said that he now understands everything and there is no need to rush, but to do everything gradually, waiting for Tengda's influence on the entire industry. The guy was surprised when Bao Shu once again insisted that the scriptwriter agree to give an interview to the journalist. The guy in the yellow sweater said that there were still a lot of positive things about the company that could be talked about, and that would attract new talent. Clenching his fists, Ma Dubiao joyfully shouted that he understood his friend and declared that he would definitely handle this interview. The workday at Tengda Company was in full swing. Lu Ming Liang and the others were focused on their duties. Pei Qian sat in the office drinking tea. He activated the wealth transformation system with his voice. The worried boss sighed heavily because he would have succeeded if he had followed the original plan. He understood that there was only a week left before the system counted, and he was afraid that there would be another million in income from the game. Taking a sip of tea, the boss calculated that he would receive about 20,000 yuan into his personal account this time. The prospects were bleak. After drinking the tea, the protagonist put the empty cup on the table with a trembling hand. Exhausted, he decided to collapse on the sofa, realizing that for each month of work he would only receive 7,000 yuan into his account. He had to sit back down immediately when someone knocked on the door and he allowed the person to enter. A happy Huang Shibo appeared at the door and shouted to the boss that he had good news. But for the boss, the good news was tragic, so he looked at Huang Shibo with dumbfounded eyes. The guy said that, according to the agreement, Isle of Ailey would pay the guys $500,000 for the past week, and then these numbers would increase even more. Huang Shibo asked his boss if he should transfer the money to Tengda's company account for him to manage. The protagonist took the empty cup in his hand before giving an answer to the red-haired guy. Trying to maintain his composure, The boss stuttered that there was no need to rush and that everything should be done gradually. Pei Qian closed his eyes and turned on the calculator in his head and quickly calculated that he would earn more than 1 million from the series before the results were tallied. He knew that the series would allow him to get another 10,000 yen into his personal account, since Fei Huang was his subsidiary. The guy understood that he couldn't allow such short-sightedness, because to get 10,000 he had to spend a whole million. The protagonist told Huang Xibo that the income of his subsidiary Fei Huang would be divided into 4 parts. The boss said that 50% of the income will go towards development, and the rest will be divided among the main owners. Huang Xibo was taken aback when he heard that he and Zhu Xiaoze would each receive 10% of the company's total revenue. He shouted, waving his arms, that it was inconvenient and impossible because he felt awkward accepting such a large amount of money. The guy wiped away the sweat that appeared due to embarrassment, because the amount for the employees of his subsidiary company already exceeded the payments for the main one. Meanwhile, the main character was mentally tearing his hair out because the system would not allow him to refuse the money. Huang Xibo wanted to object, but our hero stopped the guy in mid-sentence, putting his hand forward. The boss said that he was also going to raise the salaries of Huang Xibo and the rest of the staff. The red-haired guy was speechless when he heard this. He silently looked at the boss with wide eyes. Huang Xibo decided not to argue with his boss anymore and agreed to everything he had just proposed. The boss asked if there were any other problems, but in his mind, he was already about to pounce on the guy who had already messed everything up twice. A sullen Huang Xibo scratched his head and said that they were planning to film the 4th season of the series, and there was a problem. The boss responded sharply that he would not participate in the filming and had helped them earlier only because they were newcomers. The boss smiled and said that Fei Huang's company had already gotten back on its feet and he had a lot of work, so he would not be filming. The news saddened Huang Xibo, but he did not insist because the series was only successful thanks to the help of his boss. The guy expressed the opinion that the series would lose its soul if the main character stopped taking part in the filming. Standing up from his chair, Pei Qian told the boy that he was wrong, and that he should not be afraid to step out of his comfort zone. Huang Xibo looked at his boss with surprised eyes when he told him about leaving his comfort zone. Pei Qian roughly placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked him not to forget that he had given him 1 million yuan for this matter. Raising his voice, the protagonist reminded his sullen subordinate that this money was given to fulfill a dream. The boss shouted at the boy and asked if his dream really ended with making a short film with 1 million views. He encouraged Huang Xibo to step out of his comfort zone and challenge himself, which is exactly why his boss gave him the money. The boss's motivational words changed something in Huang Xibo's head, and he told the boss that he understood everything. The guy repeated to his boss once again that he understood everything, turned around abruptly and walked towards the exit of the office. Huang Xibo pulled himself together and decided that he would never disappoint his beloved boss. When the red-haired guy left the boss alone, Pei Qian immediately plopped down in his favorite chair. He relaxed and closed his eyes because he had fooled the guy, and now the 4th season would not be filmed. The protagonist was inflamed with anger when, a second later, someone knocked on the door again. It turned out to be a personal assistant who reported to the boss that a report had arrived on the employee's medical examination. The girl put this report on the table in front of the boss, and the news of the results pleased our hero. She briefly told the boss that everyone was in good health, with most having only minor problems. Xin Hailiu said some people have more serious problems, especially Zhou Peng, who was diagnosed with a benign tumor. The guy's eyes widened in fear when he heard that his subordinate was about to undergo a minor operation. It was a chance for him to spend money, so he asked his assistant how much the operation would cost. After some hesitation, the girl guessed that the treatment would cost 20 or 30,000 yuan. She smiled, guessing that the boss was afraid that health problems would affect the employee's performance. So Xin decided to share that the average age of the employees was only 27, and most were healthy. The boss closed his eyes and mentally asked the system what the conditions were for covering the expenses from work. He saw that he was only obliged to cover the losses incurred by employees if the injury was work-related. The guy smiled because pain in the hand from working with a mouse, a herniated disc, and stomach problems can all be considered industrial injuries. The smile became evil and cunning, because now the boss can spend a couple more 100,000 on the health of employees. Pei Qian asked the assistant to tell everyone that there would be a meeting at 3 o'clock, and Huang Xibo and Ma Yan should also be there. The assistant agreed, but asked the boss what the meeting was about. She was surprised when the main character said that there was an urgent need to discuss payments for industrial injuries. Events continued to unfold that same day in the office building, and it was already 3 o'clock. The boss and all his subordinates gathered in the conference room. Assistant Shin Hailiu was handing out papers to the guys. Huang Shibo and Ma Yan were also at the meeting, and they thanked the assistant when she handed them a piece of paper. Lu Mingliang and Ma Dubiao whispered to each other, assuming that the boss had called them to discuss a new project. The chief planner doubted that the boss had called them together to announce the start of work on a new game. The guy told the new scriptwriter that otherwise Ma Yan and Huang Shibo wouldn't have been at the meeting. Before addressing his assembled subordinates, the protagonist looked down and coughed. He sternly stated that he had looked at the results of the medical examination and the situation was not very favorable. Before making another statement, the boss stood up from his chair and slammed his hand loudly on the table. Pei Qian was indignant that no one was taking care of their health, although he had already banned everyone from working overtime. Bao Shu and Huang Shibo were taken by surprise by the director's indignation, so they opened their eyes and mouths wide. The chief planner and Ma Dubiao also looked at the angry boss with fear. None of them understood why the boss was being so dramatic, since most of them had no serious health problems. The boss pointed at Bao Shu and said that he had stomach problems due to work and poor diet and promised to cover all the losses. The boss told the assistant to discuss this with the hospital and provide the best treatment for Bao Shu. Bao Shu was stunned. He didn't understand why he needed treatment because he just had a weak stomach and a slow metabolism. The director then pointed his finger at Ma Dubiao and said that he also needed treatment for his stomach problems. The new screenwriter was not happy about this. He looked at his boss in fear, pointing his finger at himself. The main character said that he almost forgot something and was ready to point out someone's health problems. He shouted that Bao Shu's hair was falling out and that it was also an industrial injury, so he needed to fight baldness. Then the boss yelled at Huang Shibo because he needed to treat his liver disease and his facial skin was oily and pale. Huang Shibo smiled and explained to the director that his skin was like this because he simply forgot to wash his face. Afterwards, Pei Qian yelled at Xiao Lu, who was suffering from pharyngitis due to working on the voice acting. The protagonist slammed his hands on the table again and shouted that Zhu Peng had the most serious health problems here. This was news to Zhou Peng because he didn't think his benign tumor was a serious situation. The grumpy boss sighed heavily and said that the guy needed surgery, and the company would cover all the costs. Lin Wan was afraid for her colleague. She asked Xiao Zhou why he didn't tell her that he had a tumor. Ma Yan and the others also began to worry about their colleague and encouraged him, shouting that they would support him. One of the employees, afraid for Zhou Peng, promised that they would definitely visit him in the hospital. The dumbfounded guy waved his hands and said that it was just a benign tumor and that it didn't need to be cut out. Zhou Peng suggested that it was a hamartoma, and if it was less than 4 centimeters, there was no point in hospitalization. There was silence in the meeting room after the guy's explanation, because before that everyone was screaming because of the boss's pressure. The protagonist coughed before continuing his instructive speech to his subordinates. He strictly ordered everyone to change their attitude towards him, because their bodies also belong to the company. The boss slammed his finger on the table and reminded them that the company was responsible for their health, and ordered Huang Shibo and Ma Yan to monitor the health of the cafe employees and Fei Huang. Huang Shibo and Ma Yan's eyes widened in surprise, but they didn't argue and agreed to follow the instructions. The boss sat back in his chair and announced that they now needed to talk about new bonuses for employees. The boss warned her that any work-related health problem was an occupational injury. He said the company would now cover health insurance and gym memberships. The employees listened attentively to the boss's words that most of them had weak stomachs due to poor nutrition. The guy ordered Ma Yan to hire a couple more cooks to prepare lunch for the employees every day. Pei Qian also asked his assistant to select candidates for the position of nutritionist who would monitor the nutrition of employees. Miss Shin's assistant wrote everything down in her notebook, smiled, and told her boss that she understood everything. Afterwards, the boss announced that the meeting was over and allowed all employees to return to work. He was in a great mood because now he could spend another $500,000, and the system wouldn't stop him. The protagonist silently left the conference room and loudly slammed the door behind him. Lin Wan sat in her seat, her eyes filled with tears. She was touched by the director's behavior. As everyone left, she sat and thought how touching it was that the boss put the health of his employees as a priority. Meanwhile, the newcomer Ma Dubiao was very worried about something. The guy was tightly clenching his trembling fists. The guy was going to try his best at the interview tomorrow to make sure everyone got into the spirit of the company and his boss. It was April 20th, the day Ma Dubiao would be interviewed by a curious reporter from Entertainment Time. The company employee and the journalist met on neutral territory in one of the city's cafes. The red-haired girl announced the beginning of the interview. She was holding a notebook in her hands, making some notes. First, she would like to ask how long Ma Dubiao has been working at Tengda Company and what he does there. She was stunned when the guy awkwardly replied that he had only been working there for a month and was just studying for now. The surprised reporter asked Ma Dubiao for a detailed explanation, which meant he was just learning. The guy said that newcomers are not allowed to work in the company. They are just learning, which speaks of the best organization of the work process in the company. She quickly wrote everything down while Ma talked about how he studied his boss's development ideas and consulted with his seniors. The interview lasted for a long time. The setting sun's rays had already begun to penetrate into the cafe where the guys were sitting. The girl suggested talking about the game developer, who became popular due to the marketing performance of the boss. Ma Dubiao spread his arms wide and admitted to the reporter that the company did not aim for such a performance at the very beginning. As the cup of hot coffee sat on the table, the guy stated that they had been in the dark from the very beginning. Ma Dubiao felt awkward, but he admitted that they had done little to help the boss, who had hidden the marketing strategy from them. The answer brought a sly smile to the journalist's face. She wrote everything down and listened attentively to the guy. Suddenly, she raised her voice, made a crazy face, and asked Ma Dubiao to tell her more about the boss. Ma Dubiao looked out the window thoughtfully and said that their boss Pei was a genius developer. He believes that sometimes they create good games only because of the boss's orders, such as Ocean Fortress. According to the guy, sometimes the boss does everything himself, because he pays attention to details and brings the games to perfection. Ma Dubiao also told the reporter that the boss has a unique charisma and is friends with blogger Qiao Liang and artist Guang Jiang. He called the boss a lonely genius who continues to outdo himself despite being rarely understood. Hu Ye silently wrote everything down, and Ma Dubiao knew that the boss would not know who said it, since the interview was anonymous. The girl was delighted because the guy's words seemed sincere to her, and she had never seen such harmony between subordinates and a boss. The next question from the journalist was about the series Boss Pays Life. She asked if there is any collaboration between these projects. Ma Dubiao said that the series is produced by Fei Huang Workshop, which is a subsidiary of Tengda. An astonished Hu Yue suggested that the series was popular because it used Boss Pei's personal experiences. The guy apologized because he couldn't answer that question. Otherwise, he would reveal the director's identity. Then the journalist asked the last question, asking what rating from 1 to 100 the guy would give his boss. Ma Dubiao said some bosses deserve 90 points for overtime pay and bonuses. Before giving his assessment to his director, Ma Dubiao slammed his hand loudly on the table. He stood up and said that his boss deserved at least 200 points. And if he didn't know him, he wouldn't believe that such directors existed. The following events took place on the territory of our hero's internet cafe on April 22nd. The establishment was empty as usual. Only Pei Chen was sitting at the bar, with Ma Yan and the bartender nearby. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were watching the boss closely. The protagonist was in a great mood, sipping a cocktail with a smile on his face. The bartender was worried that the boss would close the establishment, but Ma Yan reassured him because he was friends with Pei. And in the worst case, he would give them a new place to work. Ma Yan sighed heavily because they had disappointed the boss, since they were the only ones in the entire large team who were making a loss. Zhang Wen told his friend that he didn't want to blame anyone, but they had ideas on how to change things. But the boss rejected them all. The guy disagreed with the bartender and asked him to take a look at Huang Shibo, who was doing well, unlike them. He recalled with sadness in his eyes how Huang Shibo and the director tried hard and filmed 2 seasons, and then received an exclusive contract. Zhang Yuan scratched his head and admitted that he was wrong, and now he realized that he was the only one to blame for everything. The bartender sighed heavily, realizing that he was the only one who would suffer, because the boss would only find a new job for his friend Ma Yan. Ma Yan found the courage to approach the main character and address him, telling him everything frankly. He stunned the boss by shouting that he knew he was upset about the cafe's failure and was ready to quit, but let the talented bartender stay. The main character was stunned by the harsh statement of his friend, who had never behaved so brazenly before. Ma Yan suddenly bowed to the boss and shouted that the cafe was suffering losses because of him, and he took full responsibility. The boss told his friend to calm down, assuring him that he was not upset and that they were the most important in the company, even though they were causing losses. The guy was ready to burst into tears because of the encouraging and warm words of his friend and director. Pei Qian waved his hand, beckoning Zhang Yuan to him. He knew that they were the only guys on the team who hadn't disappointed him yet. The bewildered bartender walked up to his boss and awkwardly scratched his head, addressing him by name. The surprised guys looked at each other when the boss announced that they were the only useful employees left. The guys were stunned by these words. They looked at each other in confusion, because they certainly did not consider themselves the best employees. Peiken smiled. He only now realized that the internet cafe was the only project that was still making a loss. Ma Yan looked at the director with puzzled eyes and asked him for forgiveness, waiting for an explanation from the guy. Before answering the guy, Pei Qian drank the glass of cocktail Zhang Yuan had prepared for him in one gulp. The boss rudely threw the empty glass on the counter and declared that the boys had done a great job and asked them to keep up the good work. Ma Yan was shocked when Pei Qian announced that he wanted to open internet cafes in other parts of the city next month. Zhang Yuan listened carefully to the boss's words about how they needed to prepare, as they would soon have a real battle. Pei Qian smiled because he was now planning to create 10 such internet cafes so that the losses would skyrocket. Ma Yan made a heart-shaped gesture to his boss and told him that even in this situation he still believed in him. The boss said it was okay that they were losing 300,000 a month because they needed to spend money to get better. He put his hands on the boys' shoulders and said that the internet cafe was an important plan for the company, and especially important for him. The boys were very touched when the boss asked them not to focus on profit and to do whatever they wanted. The protagonist turned to the other employees, asking them not to strain themselves, and promised not to fire them under any circumstances. Internet cafe employees beamed with happiness when their boss announced that he was raising their salaries by a third. Clenching his fist, the guy announced that next month they would open another cafe in the city, and each of them would get a chance to become a manager. The happy employees raised their hands to the sky and began loudly thanking their boss. Peiken once again placed his hand on Ma Yan's shoulder and said that he was leaving, calmly leaving the cafe to his loyal friend. The main character was pleased with himself. Straightening his tie, he walked towards the exit of the internet cafe. The boys burst into tears and shouted after him, promising to come up with a new plan, sing more, and try to make drinks for the customers. Miss Shin opened the car door for a satisfied Pei Qian. He knew that he had inspired the guys, so there would be no problems with the cafe now. He smiled, realizing that all further efforts of Ma Yan and the bartender were useless, because they were moving in the wrong direction. Accompanied by his assistant, he entered the elevator, thinking that the prices and locations of the cafe frightened most people. Returning to his office, the boss decided to wait for another establishment to open, and then the losses would begin to mount. A look of fear appeared on the protagonist's face when he returned to work and saw a strange picture in front of him. Near Lu Ming Liang, who was sitting at the computer, there was a whole crowd of guys who were unfamiliar to our hero. Pei Qian visibly tensed up. He didn't understand what was happening, but it all seemed very strange to him. A terrible suspicion crept into his mind when Pei Qian saw that Huang Shibo and Zhu Xiuqi had also come to the office. He started to turn everything over in his head. He didn't understand if he had missed something important and what could have happened. The boy was distracted from his anxious thoughts when Bao Shu loudly announced to the entire office that Boss Pei had returned. Huang Shibo immediately ran to his boss and said that he didn't think Pei was capable of developing such a large-scale plan. The others agreed, saying that no one would have thought that a simple warning from the boss would have such meaning. Ma Dubiao gave the director a thumbs up and said that thinking 1,000 steps ahead was the boss's spirit. The main character, getting nervous, started to tremble and sweat. He tried to smile and calmly asked the guys what happened. The lead designer walked up to our hero and handed him his phone, asking him to look at the headline. There, the boss read the news of the mysterious company Tengda, which is a utopia of the domestic gaming industry. He relaxed a little when the news did not reveal his identity or talk about bonuses at the company. Bao Shu praised the boss for deliberately hiding his identity and the bonuses paid to employees. Lu Ming Liang and Huang Xibo also praised the director for the marketing performance and the series, which has attracted a lot of attention in the industry. The three of them looked at the boss with eyes shining with delight, stating in unison that they didn't think this was Pei Qian's plan. The main character was at a loss. He stood covered in beads of sweat and looked at his subordinates with fear. The company director, grimacing, looked in shock at the employees who continued to praise him. Bao Shu said that their games were two burning balls, and the boss added a spark to them, causing them to flare up even more. Lu Ming Liang said that when the article comes out, the players and viewers of the series will be very interested in their company. Pei Qian, who pretended to be a character from the game, felt like he had been stabbed in the back and lost another life. He received another blow to the back when Huang Shibo stated that Tengda had already attracted the attention of many people due to the series and games. The hero felt even worse when Lin Wan told him that in 2 days, the popularity of the games had doubled and the viewership of the series had increased. Pei Qian had no lives left. The guy was defeated. He considered this a complete failure in his business. Lu Mingliang shouted that many people are now wondering if the real boss of Tengda is similar to the one depicted in the series. When the guys started to discuss when the boss would reveal his identity, he began to feel like his employees were making fun of him. The boss felt like he was buried up to his neck in the ground, and they were trying to dig a grave deeper and deeper for him. Zhuxios ran to his boss with a camera and asked if they could take a photo together on such a lucky day. Everyone took this as a great idea. Bao Shu started calling the boss to take a photo with them. The director asked the kids to smile and shout 1, 2, 3, wishing them successful sales. Everyone crowded around the boss with happy smiles on their faces, and only our hero could barely find the strength to smile. Director Zhu Xiaozi set the camera on the timer and also got into the frame to take a photo with everyone. The protagonist allowed his subordinates to continue the celebration and said that he was leaving, as he still had things to do. Turning away, the smile disappeared from his face in an instant. The others paid no attention to him, looking at the photo. The photographer noticed the boss's smile in the photo. He found it strange and sad. Back in the office, Pei Qian called an emergency meeting in his head. All the guys were very depressed. They lamented that they didn't think things could get any worse and that games would start to make a lot of money. Chief Pei Qian slammed his hammer on the table and shouted for the others to gather together. As life always has its ups and many downs, he suggested to think again and suggested to transfer more money to a personal account, receiving more income in this cycle. Pei Qian with glasses was not happy because this was a stupid idea, and they were unlikely to be so talented that they could not fail. Tea lover Pei Qian believed that they were just too talented to fail and knew what they were capable of. Chief Pei Qian said that the day of summing up was coming soon, and they needed to think about what to do in the next cycle. Gamer Pei Qian said he feels like luck is still on their side and their games are too unique. He said that on the one hand, they deliberately deviated from trends and created strange things so as not to please the players. Holding up 2 fingers, the guy said that on the other hand, they spent large amounts of money, which is why the employees were highly motivated. After these words, their mood improved, because they finally realized that they had been stupid and made a mistake. Pei Qian, wearing a bow tie, asked if they should now do the opposite and create trendy games. Chief Pei Qian replied no, because then they risked surpassing the original and becoming popular again. For a moment, there was silence in the protagonist's head. All 5 of his personalities sighed heavily in unison. The 4 began shouting over each other, offering the leader different ideas about game development and release of updates. It was the 30th of April, the day of summing up the results of the wealth distribution system, and it was night. Despite the late hour, the protagonist was still at his workplace, waiting for the results. Pei Qian was surprised by the results because he didn't think he could earn as much as 40,000 to his personal account. He was even more surprised when he saw that the cycle had been shortened to 2 months, and he had received no special assignments. The guy was not thrilled by this innovation, because the tension would only increase. Pei Qian stood up and decided to stop developing games and let Lu Mingliang update the old ones and open more internet cafes. When the main character left his personal office, he saw that most of the people were still sitting at their workplaces. He sharply and sternly ordered his subordinates to all gather in the conference room, because it was time for the meeting. Hearing the director's voice, Chief Planner Lu Mingliang turned around and smiled when he saw the boss. Lin Wan and Bao Shu beamed with admiration when they saw the director. They thought it was time to make a new game. Everyone gathered in the conference room. The boss mentally reminded himself that the budget was now 5 million, and the deadline was 2 months. Afterwards, he remembered that the current profit of the Ghost General game was 600,000 per month. Pei Qian became angry when he reminded himself that game developer was currently bringing in 1,700,000 a month. The protagonist was angry when he remembered that the Ocean Fortress brings 3.5 million to the company. The guy only felt sympathy for the internet cafe, which was losing 300,000 every month. Pei Qian also calculated the costs of rent, salaries, bonuses, and other expenses, which amount to about 1 million per month. He grabbed his head when he realized he needed to spend 14 million this month to go into the red. The boss was forced to come back to reality when a worried Lu Mingliang waved his hand at the silent director. Pei Qian apologized to the staff for keeping them waiting and announced the start of the meeting. His face became tense again, because the boss remembered that the updates promised to the players would also bring profit. The guy cleared his throat and first of all decided to tell his subordinates about the upcoming vote for the best employee. The protagonist stated that now they will choose the best employee of the company twice a year. According to the director, whoever wins first place will receive 1 million yuan to make their dream come true. The second-ranked candidate in the vote, Pei's boss said, will get a month of paid leave. Bao Shu perked up when he heard what rewards awaited the two best employees of the company. Afterwards, the boss was ready to tell his subordinates about plans for the next 2 months. He stated that he decided to stop releasing new games and start updating old ones, fulfilling all the wishes of the players. Regarding Lonely Desert Road, the boss said that they should add multiplayer, new maps, and an endless mode. The guy started shouting when he announced that the new updates would cost only 1 yuan. Regarding the Ghost General, the boss stated that they will be adding several new characters in the update. Lead designer Bao Shu was perplexed when Pei Qian announced that the new characters would only cost 5 yen. The boss also had plans for the Ocean Fortress. He decided to add a new epic weapon for almost 900 yen. Lin Wan listened to the boss with her mouth open when he shouted that they needed to set a limit of 500 purchases per month. After the boss told about the game developer, he decided to add new voice acting and new locations to this game. Lu Mingliang was shocked when the boss loudly announced that updates to this game would also cost 5 yuan. All the employees were perplexed. They started shouting, talking about low prices and the impossibility of breaking even. Huang Shibo and Zhu Xiaoze looked at each other silently and were also not thrilled with the protagonist's plans. The employees whispered, realizing that they would no longer be able to make money on the Ocean Fortress, and the artists needed to be paid. But then Bao Shu and Lu Mingliang laughed loudly in unison, because only Boss Pei could do such a thing. Lin Wan and new screenwriter Ma Dubiao had similar reactions, with wide smiles on their faces. Ma Yan also stopped worrying and started laughing, not worrying about the lack of profit from the upgrades. Only the main character didn't smile sincerely. Inside, Pei Qian remained gloomy, because this was the lowest price allowed by the system. The guy stood up and declared that everyone could go free, and instructed Lu Mingliang to handle the distribution of work. The working day at the Tengda Gaming Studio continued. Our heroes' subordinates sat humbly on their dreams. After leaving the office, the boss was going to go and check on Ma Yan because they needed to open a new cafe as soon as possible. The protagonist had to stop when Ma Dubiao approached him, asking him to talk in private. Pei Qian smiled amiably at his subordinate and suggested that they talk in the director's office in private. Entering the office, Pei Qian sat down on the sofa and asked the employee to sit down too, and asked if he had any problems. Ma Dubiao sadly confessed to his boss that one of his friends had a small problem. The protagonist immediately guessed that this mysterious friend was Ma Dubiao and asked the guy about it. While pouring tea, the boss asked him not to worry and offered 3 days of paid leave so that Dubiao could solve all his problems. The guy waved his hands and said that it was really his friend who had problems and said that he used to work with Huang Shibo at Shangyang Game. The boss didn't answer and just took a sip of tea. And Ma Dubiao said that Huang Shibo's place in that company had been taken by someone else. Pei Qian gave him a worried look when he heard that the man had recently lost his job. He asked his subordinate why he was fired, and Ma Dubiao explained that it was simply that the entire Shangyang company was closing down. This was news to Pei Qian, and he asked his subordinate why this happened with a worried expression. Ma Dubiao said that there had been signs of this for a long time, and many employees had wanted to change jobs since last year. The guy complained that the chief planner, following Tengda's example, began selling the sword in the game for a lot of money, which caused profits and reputation to suffer. The guy sighed heavily, threw up his hands and admitted that the boss now doesn't even know how to pay the employees' salaries. The main character shuddered and looked at his subordinate with fear. He did not understand why he was being dragged into this problem. Pei Qian was mentally envious of that company because it was suffering huge losses and was on the verge of bankruptcy. The guy choked when a brilliant idea came to his head. Not to envy, but to become the head of a bankrupt company. He realized that there was no point in envying the boss of Shangyang Game if he himself could become the boss of Shangyang Game. The conversation between Ma Dubiao and our protagonist continued in his office. The guys were sitting on the sofas. Pei Qian smiled slyly. He had an idea of losing money by becoming the owner of a company that went bankrupt. Ma Dubiao said he understood that Tengda was strict about hiring employees and asked the boss to just give his friend a chance to interview. The guy was happy when the main character asked him not to worry and promised that his friend would not be left without work. Happy Ma asked if they would give their friend another job even if he was not suitable for them. The screenwriter thanked his boss for his help and said he would return to work. and the director once again asked him not to worry about it. Ma Dubiao thought how kind his boss was and agreed to call assistant Shin into the office when he was asked. When the assistant showed up, the boss asked her to observe the Shangyang Game Company and inform their director that they were going to buy them. Assistant Shin agreed to carry out the task, but said that she knew that the company was going through hard times. Pei-ken laughed, waved his hand, and said that he was not interested in the current situation, but only in the company's potential. Shin Hailu didn't argue any further and asked how long she should observe them to gather more information. The boss grimaced when the assistant suggested that they take their time while they were losing money so they could buy the company for less. Pei-ken replied that in the gaming industry, every second counts, and you can't skimp. It's better to rush in abruptly. Secretary Shin didn't argue with her boss. She wanted to ask if they were going to buy the whole company or just part of it. The girl wondered why the boss needed this company. Because there was nothing important in it, except maybe some game or a talented person. Shin Hailu was shocked when the protagonist interrupted her and shouted that they would buy the entire company without changing the structure. Pei-ken was pleased with himself. He was going to lose money by simply buying a bankrupt company that didn't need to be dealt with. The director stood up from his chair and asked his assistant to take him to an internet cafe. The girl agreed to do so. The following events took place in Jingzhou, the area where Pei-chen's internet cafe was located. Shin Hailu remained standing next to the car, and the protagonist walked to the entrance to enter his internet cafe. At the boss's door, Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan happily greeted him, greeted the director, and asked if he wanted a drink. In response, the main character briefly told the bartender that he would drink a margarita, turned away, and went to the bar counter. Inside, as always, it was empty. Only the establishment's employees stood and whispered. When the boss asked if there were any customers today, Ma Yan bashfully replied that he didn't know what happened. Maybe it was because it was the day off. The lack of customers only brought a smile to the protagonist's face. He was very glad that the establishment was empty. The boss's mood improved, so he allowed the boys to finish early and sent them home. He turned to the bartender and asked him to make everyone a cocktail, charging the drinks to the company's account. All the employees of the internet cafe sat down at tables to drink a cocktail on the house. The boss sat with them. Even the cleaners and kitchen workers were able to relax after a light day of work in the company of their boss. Pei-ken crossed his arms and told the boys that he was going to open 4 more internet cafes next month. The main character asked the person who wanted to become the manager of the new branch to raise his hand. The 2 dark-haired waiters immediately raised their hands in the air, wanting to move up the career ladder. The other waiters were just as brave and were also happy to get the chance to become a manager. Only the guy who worked as a cook was very unsure of his abilities, but he raised his trembling hand up. Zhang Yuan also raised his hand, but Pei-chen asked him not to do so because he was going to appoint him as an administrator. The red-haired bartender was stunned when he heard that he would become an administrator who would manage the managers. The main character asked to sign up those 5 guys who dared to raise their hands. They will become managers. Some regretted not raising their hand, and the guys were shocked that they were chosen just like that without any tests or trials. The cook, who had subconsciously raised his hand, was also perplexed because he had suddenly become the manager. Ma Yan tugged his boss by the sleeve and whispered in his ear if he was sure about his choice, and if it wouldn't be better to contact the employment center. Pei-ken replied to his friend that Ma Yan himself hired all these people, and he trusted this guy. The guy smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. He agreed with the argument of his friend and director. The boss delighted the red-haired bartender by saying that he would now be managing the entire chain of internet cafes. He also made Ma Yan happy by saying that he would be the general manager and would report to him about all the affairs in the internet cafe. The boss turned to those employees who were not chosen and asked them not to worry, because new branches would open later. Ma Yan sat on the sofa, listening to his friend and boss with delight in his eyes, and slowly drank his cocktail. All the employees of the establishment were happy. They rejoiced and praised the boss, who not only talks but also does. They understood that their boss was different, because he had hinted at opening new cafes a couple of days ago, and now 4 new branches were in the plans. When the protagonist emptied his glass, he placed it on the table before addressing the staff. With a joyful smile on his face, he announced that everyone was now free and allowed them to go home and rest. It was the 4th of May, and a new working day had begun at Tengda, whose office was located in a tall glass building. The protagonist entered the elevator and went up to the 17th floor, which he rented for his office. He was pleased with himself because he spent more than 30,000 on gifts for his parents, buying a TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and several vacuum cleaners. Now the guy had 50,000 left in his personal account, and he realized that he needed to work harder to lose the money. He looked away, full of suspicion, when he noticed some strange scene in the office. The guy saw that Lu Ming Liang was sitting at the table and not paying attention to him. He asked if the content plan was ready yet. When the chief planner heard the boss's voice, he turned around and announced that the content plan for the updates was ready. But the director only got angry and accused his subordinate of working on Labor Day, which should have been a day off. Lu Ming Liang started to justify himself to his boss that he didn't do it, but he realized that the guy had been caught. The lead planner admitted that he had nothing to do at home, so he was thinking about ideas for game updates. Pei Qian was angry. He said that work on weekends and holidays should be paid triple, even if it is from home. Lu Ming Liang was frightened by the director's frightening expression, so he acted meekly and submissively. The boss walked away with a wave of his hand, saying that he would forgive him for the first time and asked him to gather everyone to discuss the updates. Soon the meeting began. The entire development team gathered in the hall around a large table, at the head of which sat the boss. Lu Ming Liang, the chief planner, was extremely excited as he read out the plans for the new upgrades, his whole body shaking. The boss, watching him, thought that what he liked about Lu Ming Liang was that he listened to what the director said and did not add anything unnecessary. What the director didn't like about this employee was that he didn't have much ambition, and therefore there was nothing to spend money on. The staff became tense when the protagonist responded to Lu Ming Liang's report by saying that the plan was too economical. After looking at the documents, Pei Qian placed them on the table before continuing his speech. The boss stated that 3 cards for Lonely Desert Road were not enough, as were 3 generals for Ghost General. Bao Shu was taken aback when the director asked to add their 50 new characters in 10 maps. Lin Wan dutifully wrote everything down when the boss talked about how they needed to add some new tasks to game developer. The director overwhelmed the boys with tasks, ordering them to find another artist for the game developer and add 10 types of weapons to the Ocean Fortress. Lu Ming Liang silently looked at the director with frightened eyes as he listened to the list of tasks. Fortunately, Pei Qian declared that that was all, and ordered everyone to get to work to finish by June 18th. The chief planner said they might not break even, particularly because of the Lonely Desert Road, which would cost $20,000 to map. The guy, feeling intimidated by the boss, said that they needed to sell at least 500,000 updates if they were to make 10 whole maps. Pei Qian smiled and asked him not to worry, urging him to just remain sincere and honest with the players. The employees began to whisper, realizing that they would now suffer great losses and that it was too risky. Ma Dubiao and Lin Wan also met each other's eyes. The guy didn't understand whether it was really okay to lose money. The main character looked at his watch and stood up, asking the guys to divide the responsibilities and get to work. And then he let everyone go. The workday at Tengda was in full swing, with all the employees staring at their monitors, working on updates. Soon Thursday, May 6th, arrived, and Ma Yan and the bartender Zhang Yuan, who had received the position of administrator, came to our hero. The red-haired guy said that they had found 10 places to open new branches that met the boss's requirements. Zhang Yuan said that the first branch will be at the south gate of Handong University, which will help attract wealthy students. The boss's gaze was empty. He knew this place because his apartment was there, and he knew who the rent money would go to if they chose this location. Noticing the boss's reaction, Zhang Yuan gave Ma Yan a look that indicated that he needed to turn on the next slide of the presentation. Ma Yan understood his friend at a glance and pressed a key on his laptop to show the boss the next location. Zhang Yuan said the place was located on the ground floor of the city's largest shopping mall. The protagonist again did not comment on the location and coldly told the guy to continue the presentation. The red-haired boy asked Ma Yan to turn on the next slide, and the boy nodded, agreeing to do so. A puzzled Zhang Yuan sweated from the tension, not understanding why the boss was silent, and suspected that the director did not like these places. He thought he had checked the first 3 places for profitability multiple times and added the rest to fill the quota. When the presentation was over, there was a cup of hot coffee and tea for the guests on the table in the boss's private office. Pei Qian finally praised the speaker, saying that it was not bad, and it was clear that the guy had tried hard to choose these 10 places. Zhang Yuan was very happy. A happy smile appeared on his face when he saw that his boss was satisfied with his work. The protagonist stated that he felt that only the last 4 locations were good. The red-haired guy hung there, in a stupor, because he was just counting on the first 3 locations. Zhang Yuan was discouraged because he added the last 4 places just for the sake of a round number. Trying to smile, he warned the boss that these 4 places were not exactly unsuitable. But the first three were still better. The guy was sweating from the stress because he couldn't tell his boss that he had added those spaces just for the number. The protagonist stood up from his chair and stated once again that he thought those last four places were a good fit. Peikin said he felt that an internet cafe should be located in an inaccessible place so that people would be pleased when they finally found it. He sat down next to Ma Yan and said that it would be too noisy to open a cafe in a business district and that it would conflict with the atmosphere of their establishment. The boss hit his subordinate on the shoulder with his hand before saying something else to Ma Yan. Peikin said that their cafe should have a relaxing atmosphere and should not open in a busy place like others. Zhang Yuan realized they couldn't afford it when the boss said that a cafe in the business district would be bad for Tengda's image. The boss said those last four places were beautiful, calm, and helped clear your head of unnecessary thoughts. The red-haired administrator disagreed because they should make people spend money, not relax, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Yuan found the courage to say something to the boss, but the boss suddenly stood up and interrupted him, insisting on those four seats. The director told them to negotiate with the stores that needed repairs, and if they needed more money, they should tell Shin about it. Zhang Yuan began waving his hands, trying to non-verbally suggest to Ma Yan to try to persuade his boss. Ma Yan understood his friend and closed the laptop before saying anything to the protagonist. Instead of trying to persuade the boss, Ma Yan shouted that they would get to work immediately. Because of this, Zhang Yuan was thrown into an even deeper shock because Ma Yang had misinterpreted his gaze. Grabbing the back of his presidential chair with his hand, the main character allowed the guys to get to work. The boss sat down in his chair, folded his hands together, and finally wished his subordinates good luck in their new business. He grinned slyly, realizing that he had wished for luck in spending more money than he had in the main internet cafe. Work continued in the Tengda office, with employees sitting at their desks, working on their computers. The assistant approached the boss and reported that she had collected some preliminary information about Shangyang game. Drinking a cup of tea on the sofa in his office, Pei Qian was happy to review the information he had received. The girl reported that Shangyang is a private company with 52 employees, and they currently have two main games. The first game, according to the assistant, is called Romantic Taoist, with an attractive girl in the lead role. Shin said that the second game is an online war game called Song of Bloody Battle. As Pei Qian thought, creating mediocre games requires talent. And just from their name, you can tell that they are terrible. Ms. Jin said that Romantic Taoist was almost closed due to lack of profit, and the second game was the company's main source of income. When the guy heard that the second game also had problems, he guessed that it was because of updates with expensive weapons. Shin said that the company's office rent costs $150,000, and salary costs are about $200,000. The boss asked his assistant if there was anything else he needed to know, since this was the first time in his life he was buying a company. Sitting down on the chair, Shin warned that these were big risks and that they also needed to check whether they had any false deposits or capital withdrawals. Hailu said that the company's assets, debts, non-performing assets, and more also need to be checked. The girl suggested that Du Juji, the owner, wanted to hand over the company now, since it was suffering losses and had negative equity. The boss was upset when he heard from his assistant that they could soon buy the company for just a couple $100,000. Shin Hailu said that their owner cannot raise the price because it is already more than he can dream of. According to the girl, if no one buys the company, it will be sold off. And she heard that the boss even started giving people their salaries and computers. This only delighted our hero. He thought that Boss Du was a genius because he solved several problems at the same time. The conversation in the office of the company director Tengda and his personal assistant continued. Our hero read the documents. The assistant's report ended, and she, holding a notepad in her hands, said that this was all the boss needed to know. Miss Shin Hailu asked the director if he would like to conduct a covert inspection of the Shangyang Game Company. The main character scratched his chin. He didn't understand what kind of hidden check the assistant was talking about now. Hailu said that the boss could hide his identity, go there, and observe the work environment and employees. The boss spread his arms wide and replied that this was not necessary, because then the company would simply embellish everything in front of a stranger. Then the girl suggested contacting them and setting up a meeting between her boss and Du's boss, the director of that company. The protagonist replied to his assistant that the sooner the meeting was scheduled, the better for him. Soon the day came when our hero met with the director of the bankrupt company. Miss Shin brought the boss to the company building. She went out to open the door for Pei Qian. The girl opened the door for her boss, and the protagonist stepped onto the land belonging to Shangyang Game. The guy looked around the company building without enthusiasm on his face and said that it looked kind of old. Miss Jin Hailu, adjusting her hair that was fluttering in the wind, confirmed that this was the same building. The guys hadn't even had time to approach the threshold when someone from that group came out into the street and loudly greeted the boss. The guy revealed that he was the chief planner of Shangyang Games named Wang Xiaobin, and warned that Boss Du was already waiting for him upstairs. The protagonist was at a loss. He thought that the main planner in this company was Liu, a man he knew. Pei Qian thought that he had missed out on a real talent, because if he had hired Liu back then, all the games would have been failures. The boss sighed heavily, upset that he had missed the opportunity to get a person on the team who would only bring losses. Wang Xiaobin admitted that it was unexpected that Boss Pei knew so much about their company and promised to explain everything later. The main character went up to the Shangyang game office, where dejected employees were sitting at their desks. Some were sleeping. Boss Du was in his office when he was told that Boss Pei had arrived. He asked the guys to come in. The man greeted Pei's boss happily, saying that he had heard a lot about the boy's success at such a young age. Pei Qian told the man that he was being flattered, and they shook hands to introduce themselves. When Boss Du and his guests sat down on the sofa and chairs, Wang Xiao came and invited them all to drink tea. Boss Du asked Xiaobin to sit down as well because he would have to answer questions about the games in place of the director. Wang Xiaobin agreed to participate in the negotiations with the distinguished guests from Tengda Company. The man said he had long heard that Tengda was a dark horse in their city, and admitted that he envied their success. The protagonist was not delighted with his success, waved his hand and replied that in fact he was envious of Boss Du. Boss Du was at a loss. The old man asked our hero what he had to envy. Pei Qian smiled broadly, raised his index finger, and wriggled out of it by saying that he envied Boss Du's luck. The protagonist sighed with relief because he almost let it slip that he was jealous of the loss of the man. The owner of the company, Shangyang Game, laughed loudly throughout the entire office, praising Boss Pei for how funny he was. The man loudly declared that he was ready to give the company to the guy if he returned everything to its previous course, but there were some reservations. He admitted that the company was a partnership between him and his friend, and he wanted all his employees to keep their jobs after the firm closed. There was silence in the director's office after his words. The protagonist looked at Boss Du cautiously, and Miss Shin wrote everything down. Boss Du smiled again and suggested that Boss Pei sell the company for a nice price, removing the zero to make it 1 million. Pei Qian replied that he remembered that the last name of the chief planner in this company was Liu. The company director and Wang Xiao exchanged puzzled glances when Pei Qian asked where that Liu was. The new chief planner said that old Liu had quit a few days ago, saying he had found a new job. Boss Du suddenly put his hand on Wang Xiao's shoulder to interrupt the chief planner and tell the boss everything himself. The man told Boss Pei not to worry because the new planner was doing a great job and would probably do even better than old man Liu. Pei Qian felt disappointed because just as he became interested in this company, it began to fall apart. Boss Pei knew that he couldn't let Wang Xiao remain a planner if he could be better than old man Liu. The protagonist asked the company's director if he could play some games that belonged to Shangyang Game. Boss Du didn't mind. He asked Xiaobin to bring the laptop and let the protagonist play their games. At this time, Boss Pei thought about the fact that Boss Du himself seemed to have never played his own games and was not aware of everything that was going on. Soon, the chief planner brought a laptop and, in a hesitant voice, introduced their game to Pei Qian as a romantic Taoist. After reading it, Pei Qian was not surprised that a game that was terrible in every way because of clickbait was going to be closed. Then Boss Pei reminded Wang Xiao of another game called Song of Bloody Battle, and the boy agreed to show it to him. After playing this game for a while, the main character realized that it was a regular grinder, and the graphics made him think that he was in the Stone Age. Pei Qian, after getting acquainted with the games of this company, took a cup of hot tea in his hands to drink and rest. Now it was clear to him why he was not losing money, namely because of the lack of imagination and taste. The guy sighed heavily, realizing that he couldn't even intentionally make a bad play that would bring him losses. Boss Du was scared, thinking that things were bad, and that he shouldn't have let Pei play such a disgusting game. The man sweated in fear, realizing that Pei had asked him to lower the price, using bad games as a reason. Director Shangyang Game widened his eyes in shock when Pei Qian suddenly said that the games were not bad. Closing his laptop, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Boss Pei was a great person and showed him respect, even though the games were terrible. Pei Qian smiled, realizing that he himself could not make such a disgusting game and he had to leave it to the pros. Miss Shin Hailu's assistant silently looked at her boss, who looked back at her, and they silently agreed. The girl told Boss Du that he hadn't paid his employees last month. The equipment was old, and the games weren't making a profit. Boss Du thought he had enough because he hoped to deceive young Boss Pei, but now the assistant is in control. The girl slammed her notebook shut before telling Director Shang Yang the final price. Taking all the factors into account, the assistant stated that her final offer was 500,000 to buy this company. Boss Du was sad. He knew that the price was unacceptably low for him, but it was unlikely that he would be able to sell the company for more. Pei Qian reassured Du that everything was fine and that he was willing to pay him 100,000 more for the company. The company's CEO, Shangyang Game, breathed a sigh of relief after he was offered a higher price. Smiling, the man agreed to make a deal and sell the company to Mr. Pei for 600,000 yuan. He noticed that Miss Shin was very good at calculations, so he didn't suggest raising the price. The man wiped the sweat from his face and sighed heavily. He was not happy with this price for the company, but he was forced to agree. The main character extended his hand to the man and offered to now take care of re-registering Shangyang to him. They shook hands, and Boss Du flattered our hero for his insight and intelligence, which is not surprising for a big businessman. Boss Pei and the chief planner stood to the side while Miss Shin and Boss Du were busy with the paperwork. Pei Tian allowed the chief planner to let the staff go today and give them a day off until they finished the paperwork. The main character said that the main part with the documents would be ready in 4 days, on Monday, May 10th. Wang Xiao happily agreed to let all the employees go on holiday and said that he would notify them immediately. When he left, Boss Pei plopped back down in his chair and thought about giving the staff a vacation to get used to the rhythm of work at Tengda. Taking a sip of tea, the boy thought that all the bonuses and payments in Shangyang Game should now be the same as in Tengda. With the business at Shangyang Game completed, our hero's car was once again racing through the spacious streets of Jingzhou. The main character was a passenger in the back seat. The guy sat thoughtfully until he heard someone calling him. When Boss Pei picked up the phone, he heard that it was Huang Shibo calling him, and it was clear from our hero's face that he was not happy about it. Huang Shibo said that he was calling to tell his boss about the Fei Huang Workshop's future plans. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately became wary, because these plans could lead to new profits. The guy happily said that he wants to film another season of Boss Pei's life, and then a series about down-to-earth celebrities. The picture in Pei Qian's mind began to take shape. He realized that the next series would be like the Baozu important news from his past. Our hero was struck by lightning when he heard this, because Huang Shibo was about to film a show that was sure to be popular. A happy Huang Shibo told his boss that his words made him realize that he should step out of his comfort zone and follow his dream. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief when Huang Shibo announced that he and the director had decided to make a documentary series. He cordially responded to the guy that he would support them, because he understood that the guys did not have the budget to shoot a quality documentary. Before ending the phone call, a joyful Huang Shibo thanked his boss for his support. The protagonist hung up and asked his personal assistant how things were going with Shangyang Game. The girl said that the negotiations went well, and on Monday the boss could meet with the new employees. Pei scratched his chin, lost in thought, and asked if he would need to come to the company's office in person on Monday. Miss Sin replied that the boss needed to come and talk to the employees about something, otherwise they would become unruly. The protagonist agreed to visit them on Monday, so he asked the assistant to pick him up on Monday morning. It was Monday morning, May 10th, and the action was taking place in the office of the Shangyang Game Company. The employees were actively discussing that they had now been bought out by the Tengda Company, and everyone was very happy to now work under its leadership. Only Wang Xiao was confused. He was wondering whether he should tell Boss Pei that he couldn't work as the chief planner. He knew that he had been forced into this position, and he wanted the new boss to transfer an experienced developer from Tengda here while remaining just an assistant. The chief planner began to panic, clutching his head as those around him irritated him even more with the sound of the keyboard. At this time, Ma Dubiao wrote to his friend Ye Jizhou, who works in Shangyang, and asked if anyone from Tengda had contacted him. With a smile on his face, the fair-haired guy replied to his friend that no one from that company had contacted him. The guy from Tengda replied that this couldn't be because Boss Pei had promised him that Ye Jizhou wouldn't be left without work. Ye Jizhou replied to his friend in an email that Boss Pei had acquired Shangyang Games, asking if he didn't know about it. Ma Dubiao was stunned by this news. He understood what Boss Pei meant when he said that no one would be left without work. The guy assumed that everyone in Shangyang was as talented as him, Huang Shibo, So the boss bought the company. Ye Chiju told his friend that they should stop chatting because their new boss would soon be coming to their office. The guy logged out, and Ma Dubiao scratched his head, left puzzled after the conversation with his former colleague. Soon, the protagonist burst into the office of the company he had just bought. Accompanied by his assistant Shin, Pei Qian and Miss Xin Hailu walked silently through the office, without any smiles on their faces. Ye Zhizhou immediately jumped up from his seat when he saw that Boss Pei had already arrived. Before addressing his new subordinates, the protagonist straightened his tie. A soft smile appeared on Boss Pei's face, and Miss Xin Hailu's assistant also smiled at the Shangyang staff. Wang Xiao looked at the boss with admiration. He thought that the boss's gestures had a special elegance. Ye Chushu had a similar reaction, thinking that this was how a leader should look. Looking around, the protagonist asked if all the employees were there and suggested starting the first meeting. A wide, happy smile appeared on Chief Planner Wang Xiao's face when the boss spoke to them. Ye Zhizhou was also very happy to meet the new boss, whom he considers to be a genius game developer. Soon all the employees of Shangyang Games were sitting at a large common table, at the head of which sat our hero. Pei Qian felt uncomfortable, mentally complaining about the uncomfortable chairs purchased by the greedy company. The guy gave himself instructions to change everything in the office when he had time and money, and then coughed before turning to the guys. Boss Pei warned the staff that they were short on time, so he would briefly cover a few points. All those present listened attentively to their new boss. Some looked at him with fear. The first thing the protagonist did was ask those present which of them was the guy named Ye Zhizhou. Ye Zhizhou was startled when his name was called. He looked at the boss with wide eyes and pointed his finger at himself. The guy obediently jumped up and raised his hand, admitting that it was him. But he didn't understand why the boss called his name at the very beginning. Pei Qian smiled amiably and waved his hand, allowing the confused young man to remain where he was. The boss told Wang Xiao that from now on, Ye Zhizhou would be the main planner, and they would work together. Wang Xiao was surprised when the boss said that having two positions, chief game planner and budget at the same time, would be too much for him. However, the news made him happy. Wang Xiao smiled broadly and agreed to leave his position as chief planner. The main character was puzzled. He expected a different reaction from the guy and thought that he would beg him not to fire him. Ye Zhizhou was also shocked by his colleague's reaction. He didn't understand why Wang Xiao had a happy smile on his face. The reaction of the others to the protagonist was as expected. All the employees began to mutter among themselves. This news caused a heated discussion in the conference room, with subordinates whispering among themselves. Pei Qian smiled slyly. He didn't finish with this news and prepared to add more fuel to the fire. Having transformed into the emperor, the protagonist addressed the new chief planner in a stern voice. He loudly declared that Ye Zhizhou could now fire people without good reason by simply sending the boss an email. Ye Zhizhou felt like a subject standing before the emperor's throne, and he was stunned by this innovation. It was as if the guy had been handed a sword as a symbol of power, and he was shocked that he could now fire people without reason. Pei knew that a person unworthy of the position of chief planner would inevitably use his power, causing chaos within the team. A smug smile appeared on Boss Pei's face as he nodded to the new chief planner, confirming his order. Afterwards, the boss said that the company would follow a plan to remove all donation methods from games and leave only one. He assigned this task to Ye Zhizhou, and the shocked boy agreed to follow the order of his new boss. The boss also told everyone to submit their proposal for a new game and a sketch, and then he would choose which one would become the next project. Wang Xiao's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that every single employee would be given this opportunity. The main character asked his new subordinates if they had any questions for the director. Ye Zhizhou hesitantly raised his hand and wanted to ask the boss something in a low voice, but the boss didn't hear him and said that everyone was free to go. The staff were surprised that the boss had promised to cover a few points, and the meeting actually ended so early. The working day at Shangyang Game Company under the leadership of Pei Qian began. The office was filled with employees. They whispered among themselves, indignant that Ye Zhizhou, with his lack of experience, was put in such a high position. At this time, Ye Zhizhou was sitting at the computer, carrying out his new duties, and Wang Xiao was watching him closely. Wang Xiao sighed heavily, knowing that the boss wouldn't be here for a long time since he had allowed Ye Zhizhou to fire people. He silently wished good luck to the new planner, who was sweating and typing away at the keyboard, nervous about his new responsibilities. The first thing the sad Ye Zhizhou did was write to Brother Ma and say that he didn't even know how to tell him this news. He sighed heavily and admitted that Boss Pei had appointed him as the company's chief planner after the meeting. Ma Dubiao's face twisted in confusion and shock when he heard such unexpected news from his friend. The guy didn't understand what was going on, because Huang Xibo also instantly became the chief planner after meeting Boss Pei. And now, in the blink of an eye, Ye Zhuzhou became the main planner after Boss Pei bought Shangyang Games. Ma grabbed his head, suspecting that he was like a koi fish, a symbol of good luck, and everyone was becoming successful except him. Ye Zhuzhou confessed to his friend that he was a failure and did not want to be in this position, asking Ma to talk to the boss about it. Ma Dubiao was angry at his friend because he had such a great opportunity, and he was just refusing such a position. The guy said goodbye to his ungrateful friend, who tried to stop him, shouting that he couldn't handle the job. Ye Zhuzhou wrote to his friend that Boss Pei had given him a huge responsibility, and he was afraid that he might mess it up. Ma Dubiao stopped, deciding not to leave and listen to his desperate comrade. He smiled, knowing that Ye Zhuzhou had potential since he was truly afraid of disappointing Boss Pei. The guy thought about it and decided to share his experience with his friend, since he had already weighed and analyzed all of his boss's actions. He asked Ye Zhuzhou if he knew Huang Xibo, the guy who quit just before the new chief planner came in. Ma Dubiao said that Huang Xibo came to Tengda after being fired and was immediately promoted to chief planner. Ye Zhuzhou was shocked when a friend wrote that his brother Huang was continuing to work on the game Ocean Fortress. The guy said that his boss has already promoted many people because he sees talented people who were previously unnoticed. A revelation dawned on Ye Zhuzhou, and he finally realized that Boss Pei had seen talent in him too. The new chief planner's mood changed after his friend's motivational words, and he looked at his palms. Before this, the guy never thought that he had any outstanding abilities. Ma Dubiao asked his friend to stop worrying and believe in Boss Pei, who knew that the boy would definitely do it. Ye Zhuzhou thanked his friend for his instructions and realized that the boss would not have promoted him without a reason and would not have placed such a burden on him. The boy smiled, realizing that he was now also a proud Tengda worker, having received power from Boss Pei himself. The working day at Shangyang Game continued. The chief planner and the rest of the staff worked on computers. Suddenly, the chief planner was approached by Wang Xiang, the employee who held the position before him. Wang Xiao moved his chair to sit next to the newcomer and give him some advice on his new duties. The former lead planner asked the new one how he would remove all donation methods from their games. Ye Zhuzhou told the boy that he had an idea and handed him a stack of papers for him to look over. The lead planner stated that everyone was very pleased with the quality of their games, but there were a lot of problems, some of which were difficult to fix. However, Ye Zhuzhou smiled. He said that Boss Pei gave them a starting point to solve these problems, and that was donation. Wang Xiao sighed and said that it was a difficult task, and he couldn't just remove the game store if he wanted to remove the donation. According to him, donation is closely related to the game's number system, and it is necessary to make a plan for the value of replenishing the account in the game. The guy said that a new way of defining the gaming ecosystem and player hierarchy would be needed. Ye Zhuzhou realized that if they wanted to remove the donation, they needed to find another indicator of the player's fighting strength, such as luck or time. Wang Xiao replied that if players competed by time or luck, the game would become too difficult. The task from the boss seemed too difficult for both employees. The guys sighed heavily in unison. The new chief planner's eyes snapped open, and he looked at his colleague as an idea occurred to him. Ye Zhuzhou asked the guy how he felt about the idea of giving absolutely all players the opportunity to be donators. Surprised, Wang Xiao asked his colleague how he was going to implement the idea of all players becoming billionaires. The guy said that they can break it down into 3 steps to improve the gaming experience for users. The first will be the donators, who have the most money and the highest fighting force, capable of defeating 10 at once. The second will be the organizers. They are very active and have a lot of time. They will manage the guilds and invite new people there. According to Ye Zhuzhou, the third type of player could be ordinary people who don't have much money or time. Wang Xiao listened with his mouth open to his colleague, who proposed making changes only for the donator caste. According to Ye Zhuzhou, if they remove the ability to donate to the game, all players will have the same combat strength. He suggested randomly selecting several players who would receive donator status for free during the war. Wang Xiao thought it was a great idea and suggested increasing the chance of becoming the chosen one, depending on the activity and contribution to the game. Now, Ye Zhuzhou was full of confidence that they would preserve the gameplay and allow all players to enjoy the donation experience. Wang Xiao suggested making a numerical model right away, and then suggested quickly organizing a meeting before that. The head planner called all the guys to meet in the meeting room to talk about improving the game. At this time, the main character was relaxing in his apartment. The guy was lying on the couch, staring at the phone screen. He received a message from Yeji Joe, who wrote that he and the team came to the conclusion that completely removing donations would upset the players. Pei Qian was only pleased with the news. He had no intention of compensating the players, and he did not want anyone to play this game, bringing money to his company. The guy laughed evilly, suggesting that the donors either become honest poor players or get out of this game. The boss answered Yeji Joe briefly that so be it, because such a prospect only made him happy. The guy plopped back down on the couch, a satisfied smile shining on his face. Everything was going perfectly for him. The main character grinned slyly and continued to laze around, spending time on the couch with his phone. At this time, a meeting was taking place in the conference room of the Shangyang Games Company, with Yeji Joe sitting at the head of the table. The guy was very nervous. His face was sweating from the tension. He stared at the phone screen, texting his boss. When he received the notification of the message, Wang Xiao immediately jumped up and asked his colleague what the boss had replied. The puzzled chief planner handed the phone to his colleague and asked Brother Wang to take a look at the message himself. The guy in glasses began to stare at the phone screen in order to correctly understand the boss's message. The former chief planner handed the phone back to Ye Jiju without a sound after reading the message. Wang Xiu said that his boss's openness to everything new impressed him, and there was great wisdom buried in his answer. The guy reminded his other colleagues that they had agreed that donors brought them 80% of their income. All the employees looked at the guy in fear and bewilderment when he relayed the boss's words that so be it. Wang Xiu said this means they don't have to worry about how the changes will affect donators. The boy's words calmed the new chief planner. Ye Jizhou looked at his colleague with a smile. Ye Jizhou said that after the release of the new version, donors will retain their previous power, and on the new server, players will start from the starting point. One of the employees was concerned and asked what they would do if the donors stopped playing and donating. Wang Xiao laughed and replied that removing the donation option would affect them anyway, and there was no way out. The young man slammed his fist on the table before addressing the development team. Enraged, he clenched his fist and shouted that this was like a revolution, and they didn't need to care about the tyrant's feelings now. Ye Zhizhou was imbued with the same mood and suggested that the donors should now rely on themselves, wanting to follow Boss Pei's intentions. They imagined the boss as a warrior who came and cut the tentacles, solving the problem that had been bothering them for a long time. The rest of the team no longer argued with the leaders about removing donations from their games. Wang Xiao once again praised his new boss for his charisma, and Ye Jizhou nodded in approval of his flattery. The new chief planner tapped his finger on the table before addressing the team again. He stated that the last problem had been solved, and they should now get to work. Returning to his workplace, Ye Zhizhou made a resolution to himself to raise these games from the dead and carry out Boss Pei's plan to the end. It was already evening in the city, and the action took place in an internet cafe that belonged to our hero. There were only a few customers inside, so the large staff were lounging around, chatting and laughing. Zhang Yuan was working at the time, singing and playing guitar for the few guests who were drinking cocktails. Ma Yan was also at work. He looked around the room and realized that he had to end his visit to the establishment for today. The boy's expression changed to one of surprise as he looked to the side and noticed something strange. He smiled when he noticed the strange guy behind the glass and thought that it was a new customer who was just shy and hesitant. Ma Yan approached the young man and asked if he wanted to play, but he waved his hands and admitted that he had not come there for that. The guy blushed with awkwardness and asked Ma Yan if they were by any chance looking for a singer for their team. He pointed at Zhang Yuan, who was singing in the audience, and said that he felt he could sing much better. Ma Yan thought about it. The possibility of hiring a singer sounded good after all. Zhang Yuan was now a manager and had other responsibilities. The guy politely asked the stranger with the guitar to go into the hall for now, and he agreed to follow him. Ma Yang asked the guest his name, and the guy introduced himself as Chen Lei, with a sweet smile. The manager showed a stage where one could sing and asked the young man with the guitar not to worry. Chen Lei silently walked past Zhang Yuan without looking at him. But the red-haired bartender turned his attention to him. Zhang Yuan asked Ma Yan who it was, and he explained that it was a guy who wanted to get a job as a singer. Ma Yan and the red-haired guy sat down at a table to listen to this mysterious guy with a guitar sing. Chen Lei strummed his acoustic guitar, and a pleasant melody began to play before the song began. The gray-haired young man moved his face closer to the microphone to begin singing for the establishment's management and guests. a guy with a beautiful voice began to sing about flowers that grow in the spring, the autumn wind, and the winter sunset. The pleasant melody and voice filled the entire hall, and the visitors of the internet cafe looked at the singer in fascination. Zhang Yuan laughed when Ma Yang said that Zhang Yuan sang better because it was clear that Chen Lei did it better, but Ma Yang's compliment was sincere, and Zhang Yuan explained to him that this singer had a beautiful voice, like a gift from heaven. He asked his friend to take a look at the audience's reaction, and Ma Yan was surprised to see that all the visitors were delighted. Zhang Yuan asked where Ma Yang had dug up such talent, and he said that a guy came in from the street and said that he sang better than him. The red-haired guy was furious. The words that the other guy could sing better were like a blow to his heart. An enraged Zhang Yuan admitted that he had changed his mind and suggested that Ma Yan not hire the singer. Laughing, Ma Yan told his friend that they could no longer do that to that talented singer. It was Tuesday, May 18th, and the working day at the Shangyang game office was in full swing. Wang Xiao walked up to the newly appointed chief planner and asked the guy if everything was ready yet. Ye Zhizhou replied that there was nothing to prepare because they had already corrected everything that was necessary. She said that Romantic Taoist is an RPG, so it's easy to make adjustments, and they just removed the paid upgrade cards. Wang Xiao sat down next to him, and the chief planner asked his brother to take a look at his completed work. The guy with glasses thought about it, because the main focus of the company was still on the game Song of Bloody Battle. Ye Zhizhou said that he decided to reduce the stamina in this game, and the stamina potion will increase in price to 100 ingots. Wang Xiao saw his colleague sighing heavily and asked him why, and he replied that he was just worried. He said that Wang Xiao had redesigned the number system and the changes were too significant, and they had no experience in developing successful games. A completely calm Wang Xiao asked if he was really worried about this, and he admitted that he was. An excited Ye Zhizhou asked Wang Xiao, who had enough experience, if he thought they would succeed. Wang Xiao looked at his colleague with a smile. He was surprised that the guy was worried about such a thing. He reminded the new chief planner that in this position he had to decide everything himself and could not ask others. Ye Zhizhou had a revelation when Wang Xiao reminded him of game developer, in which the hero suffers from the advice of others. The former lead developer put his hand on the newbie's shoulder to encourage the guy and tell him something else. Wang Xiao said that it was normal to be confused. The only important thing was to remember that Boss Pei's task had to be completed. Then a smile appeared on Ye Zhizhou's face. He realized that he had to complete the boss's task. Whether it was success or failure, the guy stood up, raised his hand, and told the development team to do a final check before the update. Players were now discussing why the shop only had a basic stamina potion and speculated that the game was closing soon. One of the players was not surprised that the game would soon close, and the girl did not understand why the developers did not want to make money at the end. The man replied that the money could still be spent, for example, on a stamina potion, which would cost 100 ingots. The girl didn't agree, because 100 ingots were only 10 yen, and that was not enough even for players with an average income. They continued to discuss the innovations at length and heatedly, and try to understand them when a third player approached them. The man with the dumbfounded eyes said that the developers added a new system of favorites to restore the balance between the skills of the players. The girl asked if she too, as a donor, would be able to kill 10 with one blow if she were accidentally chosen as the chosen one. One of the players asked why they should play on the old server if the new one had such updates and wanted to sell his account. Ye Zhizhou watched them from the side. He was surprised that the players did not leave, but only became interested. Soon, Ye Zhizhou entered Wang Xiao's office, and the first thing Wang Xiao asked him was what the players' reactions were. The happy planner said that the players were waiting for a new server, and suggested creating one quickly to test the waters. Soon Ye Zhizhou was ready to see the players' reaction again. They created a new server and account for himself. The guy sat down at the table and entered the game with the hope that after this update, players would not curse the developers. Ye Zhizhou was speechless and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw players starting to rush into the new server. Wang Xiao was also watching everything. He shouted, informing his colleague that the new server was completely filled with players. The chief planner waved at him and shouted at him to quickly open a new server for those who hadn't made it in time. The guy in glasses made a hand gesture and promised to make sure that a new server would be automatically created after the previous one was filled. Wang Xiao had a happy smile on his face. He thought it was incredible that the players liked the dubious update. Ye Zhizhou asked everyone to move to the second server and check the situation, as well as study the reaction of players and donators to the updates. The chief planner recalled that the original Song of Bloody Battle could not be saved because of Boss Du and Old Man Liu. At that time, tensions between players, developers, and donators were at their peak due to the wrong actions of the management. Only our hero knew that the changed gameplay would not solve the problem, so he removed the donation to save the company's reputation. Yeju was delighted with his boss, thinking that Pei Qian had foreseen that the game's income would become smaller. The chief planner was confident that everything was going according to the new director's plan, and he only needed to follow the boss's instructions. The following events took place in an internet cafe. It was already evening outside, and there were quite a lot of people near the entrance. New singer Chen Lei delighted visitors with his voice, performing a song about a guy who takes a girl to distant lands. Playing the guitar, the boy sang about the darkness of the night and the lonely moonlight that was left to him. Charming the audience with his voice and cute appearance, Chen Lei sang about how he would hide his grief by looking at the girl. The entire internet cafe hall was packed, with a crowd of mostly girls inside screaming with delight. One of the girls began to praise the singer in front of her friends, but complained about the noise, without which it would be carefree and easy here. She told her friend that she had been there before and noticed that it was very expensive, but only later realized that this place had excellent service. The visitor's friend replied that it was true, because they had been sitting there for a very long time, and no one had bothered them with chatter or tried to push drinks on them. The girl looked at the singer with adoration. She was interested in how the establishment had snatched up such a treasure. She knew that there was a rumor that Chen Lei lived not far from here, and after graduating from school, he only played music at home. One of the guys said that the song is different from the original, but it evokes the same feelings, and the girl replied that this is the thing about this singer. The blonde guy who was with them looked in amazement at the drink in his hand that they had ordered. The girl asked the guy what happened, and the stunned young man exclaimed that the drink was real. The customer laughed because the establishment had a business license, and it was unlikely that they would sell him counterfeit drinks. But the guy was still surprised because many bars sell fakes, knowing that people will not notice the catch, but here the drinks are real. The second guy expressed the opinion that fake drinks make you very drunk, while cheap ones leave a slight aftertaste in your mouth. The girl asked her stunned friend how they could tell the difference between real and fake drinks by taste. The guy replied that there was definitely a difference in taste between them, and the second one said that anyone who knows a little about alcohol could understand it. They admitted that the place was really interesting and had already planned to invite their friends there. And then they clinked glasses. Ma Yan sat on the bar in front of Zhang Yuan and jabbed him, saying that Chen Lei had performed much better than the red-haired guy. The puzzled guy asked the bartender how they were going to pay the new singer's salary. Zhang Yuan, pouring a new drink, said that the salary for singers usually depends on the fame of the artist, the level of the establishment, and the desire of the bar owner. While handing the cocktail to the waiter, he expressed the opinion that for a singer like Chen Len, 4,000 or 5,000 a month was not even enough. Ma Yan looked at the singer, thought for a moment, and replied that he didn't mind the money, and Chen Len definitely deserved it. Looking at the guests, Ma Yan suggested paying the singer a rate of 1,500, and paying the rest in interest. Zhang Yuan scratched his head and looked at Ma Yang with surprised eyes when he spoke about percentages. The manager suggested telling customers that half of the proceeds from drink sales would go to the singer. Shocked, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth in indignation and asked Ma Yan if it was too much to give the singer half. Ma Yan didn't see any problem with this because they hadn't sold many drinks since the establishment opened. Zhang Yuan suggested to his friend to make a new menu, and after the price of each drink, to write in brackets that Chen Lei would receive a percentage. The bartender gave the example of a Northern Lights cocktail, which costs 60 yuan, but only brings in 21 in profit, and then the singer would get 10. Zhang Yuan suggested writing a specific amount in brackets so that guests would know exactly how much money the singer would receive if they bought a cocktail. After listening to the red-haired guy's proposal, Ma Yan loudly slammed his fist on the bar counter. He smiled at his friend and gave him a thumbs up. He liked the idea and agreed to do so. The evening at the internet cafe continued. The place was still filled with customers, people were drinking alcohol. After the performance, the newly minted singer opened a bottle of water to quench his thirst after singing for a long time. The young man didn't even have time to take a sip of water when he heard someone's voice addressing the guy. Ma Yang asked Chen Lei what he thought about the establishment starting to pay him his salary in a special way. The manager had not yet had time to tell the singer the terms when the guy interrupted him and said that he agreed. The guy suggested that the singer raise his salary a little if it seemed too small to him. The singer again took this indifferently and said that if possible they should raise the salary a little. Ma Yan praised the singer for his honesty and agreed to raise his salary to 1,800 yuan and add a percentage of the sales of drinks. The singer didn't like the idea very much. He agreed to a lower salary but didn't want to force the audience to buy drinks. Ma Yan waved his hand and allowed Chen Lei to just sing with the increased salary and not worry about the rest. A guy came out on stage in front of the guests and introduced himself as manager Zhang Yuan, announcing that the establishment would be giving the singer a special honor. Zhang Yuan said that he would be paid a percentage of the drink sales during Chen Lei's performances. He explained how exactly this would happen and asked guests to order more drinks to support the singer. The guests liked the innovation. Everyone wanted to support the talented singer, and some even wanted to sing for such a reward. One of the visitors ordered a Northern Lights cocktail, and soon the waiter brought her the desired drink. The waiters began to rush around the room and bring drinks to the visitors. The orders did not stop. The guests drank and drank. As the waiter passed by one of the visitors, the happy girl asked him to bring her another glass. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were jubilant and decided to have a drink because the establishment was in such a commotion for the first time since it opened. When the internet cafe closed, the guests left the establishment in a crowd, and the waiters thanked them for their support as they left. The staff greeted the visitors hospitably and said that they expected them to come back again. When the establishment closed, Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan sat at a table with a thundercloud hanging over them. Ma Yan was confused because they sold a lot of drinks today, but somehow they made very little profit. Chang tried to smile and said it was okay because sales had increased, but there were still few customers. The guy explained that if all the seats were taken and they sold 100 glasses in an evening, they would only make up to 30,000 in profit for the month. Ma Yan was angry and shocked. He screamed, thinking that Zhang Yuan was mistaken because it was a meager amount. The bartender asked his friend not to be angry because he himself offered to give the singer 50% of the profits. The guy said that he had changed his mind and it would be better to give the singer only 5%, adding that 1% would be enough for him. Zhang Yuan laughed and said that they couldn't go back on their promise that very evening, otherwise Chen Lei would simply leave them. Ma Yan was in despair. Tears were running down his cheeks. The guy did not think that the singer would get such a share of the profits. The red-haired guy reassured him, saying that the public would support them if they continued to share the profits with the singer. Zhang Yuan said that over time, the fame of their establishment would increase so much that there would be more than enough customers. Ma Yan clutched his head and cried. He felt terrible because he had failed Boss Pei's trust. The guy pulled himself together, slammed his hand on the table, stood up and shouted that he wouldn't grieve so hopelessly. Fire was burning in his eyes. Frightened and confused, Zhang Yuan asked his friend how he was going to make something that customers would feel. Ma Yan shouted that he was going to hang a screen on the wall so that everyone could see who was ordering how much and how much money would go to the singer. Afterwards, the manager, angry with himself, shouted that he would add a row on top where it would be written how much Chen Lei would receive for the evening. Clenching his fists, he opened his mouth wide and yelled, wanting all the customers to know exactly how much he was paying the singer. Zhang Yuan gave his friend a thumbs up and said it was no problem, and they would put a screen on it tomorrow. The night passed. Another working day began in the Tengda company office. The main character was also in the building. The guy felt bad. He sneezed, wrapped himself in a blanket, and decided that it was all because of the air conditioner. When there was a knock on the door, the main character smiled and allowed the man to enter. Lu Mingliang appeared at the door. The guy with glasses said that he wanted to report something to his boss. He walked into the office hesitantly and thought that the boss was unwell, and it was surprising that he was here and not recovering at home. The chief planner wanted to report on the new version of the game first, thinking that Boss Pei was maintaining his fighting spirit well. Lu Mingliang stated that everything was going well now, but there was a leak of information about the weapon restrictions in the Ocean Fortress. He awkwardly suggested to the boss that he reduce the limit to 5,000 sets because the game's fans were upset. The boss was furious. He shouted that restrictions are restrictions, and weapons cannot be handed out like cabbage at the market. Pei Qian grinned slyly and declared that the limit of 500 sets would remain, no matter how much the players complained. Lu Mingliang did not argue with Boss Pei, smiled, and agreed to follow his instructions. Clutching his head, the boy confessed to his boss that there were some problems with Ma Dubiao. He said that there were a lot of problems with the documents when updating the games and asked if Ma should be allowed to work on them. The boss thought about it. Ma Yi-kun had already been in the company for 2 months, and he knew that the job would allow Dubiao to improve his skills to the limit. Pei Qian allowed Lu Mingliang to give the boy some responsibility, some basic work, but he would continue to study. The chief planner allowed the boss to continue to rest and said that he would return to work. The main character had a strange feeling. He did not understand where this feeling of impending threat came from. Thinking about this, Pei Qian began to tap his finger on the table in rhythm, trying to figure out what was bothering him so much. The guy went through all his projects in his head, from Shan Yan games to Fei Huang Studio series and Tengda game updates. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear as he finally realized what aspect of the business he had completely forgotten about. He suddenly jumped up from his chair and shouted in fear that today was the opening day of the Moyu Internet Cafe branch, his face covered in sweat. Pei Qian went to the area where a new internet cafe was scheduled to open today. The main character went inside and saw that it was completely empty, and even more depressing than when the first cafe opened. Satisfied, he sat down in a chair and took a cup of hot tea, realizing that his anxious state was false. While Boss Pei was relaxing and drinking tea, Ma Yan and his friend Zhang Yuan appeared from behind, and the red-haired guy stopped him. Zhang Yuan advised Ma Yan not to tell the boss the good news because he thought it would be too reckless. The guy shrugged and explained that their sales had only just increased, and they would only earn up to 30,000 a month. He warned that if Ma Yang bragged, the boss would ask how much they had earned, and he would have to answer that they were still making a loss. The corners of Ma Yan's mouth immediately turned down when he heard this, and he knew that this wouldn't be the most pleasant conversation to have with his boss. Zhang Yuan suggested waiting until they made a profit, and then telling the boss everything, bringing him the good news. Ma Yan thought about it. He agreed that there was no point in talking to the boss about it now, because that would only make small successes seem incredible. The guys shook hands, and Ma Yan agreed that everything that was said was reasonable, and they should tell the boss about it later. Pei Qian was still drinking tea, enjoying the peace and quiet because for him there was nothing better than this. After visiting the internet cafe, the main character returned to the Tengda company office again. The guy was sitting at the laptop. Pei Qian turned on the computer to do some work. He opened his email to read the work reports. He smiled because Song of Bloody Battle began to suffer huge losses, and the balance replenishment amount decreased by 80%. Someone knocked on the office door, the boss allowed entry, and Huang Shibo appeared on the threshold with a bag in his hands. The main character opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise, because this red-haired guy was a rare guest here. Huang Shibo placed a small paper bag on the table with 3 red apples depicted on it. The guy told his boss that he stopped by the office on the way to check on everyone, and also say goodbye to Pei Qian. Boss Pei looked at the guy with surprised eyes and asked if Huang Shibo was really leaving since he came to say goodbye. Huang Shibo revealed that he and director Zhu needed to go to Shanghai because they would be filming a documentary there. The protagonist liked this place because he knew that the travel expenses would be considerable, and the trip to Shanghai would not be cheap. The boss sighed and wished the guy good luck, and asked what kind of movie they were making, since they were going to Shanghai. Huang Shibo scratched his head and asked his boss not to be surprised, because the film would most likely not make any money due to the chosen topic. The main character beamed with happiness when he heard this news. He decided to stop being shy and talk to the guy. A joyful Pei Qian walked around the table and grabbed Huang Shibo's hands, loudly inviting the boy to sit down and talk. Huang Shibo felt at a loss because of his boss's strange behavior when he suddenly handed him a cup of tea. The guy thanked him, but the boss demanded to know in more detail why the documentary would not recoup the investment. Huang Shibo admitted that he and Zhu decided to film a small and comfortable project for themselves, to do something that has real meaning. The boss was surprised when the guy admitted that they had been looking for a topic for a long time and eventually decided to make a documentary about esportsmen. The main character wasn't upset because it's now 2010, and cyber sportsmen are still sleeping like homeless people and eating noodles. Pei Qian knew that games still seemed too naive as a way to make money, and many people were only indifferent to it. The boss understood that it was possible to make a documentary about esports athletes, but not to monetize such a project. A sullen Huang Shibo said he knew it would be difficult to get people to watch the film, and they had already prepared themselves mentally. The protagonist decided to instill confidence in Huang Shibo's soul and abruptly put his hand on the upset guy's shoulder. Boss Pei raised his voice and said that the lack of profit was nothing, and that Fei Huang Studio would have a free hand thanks to the boss. Huang Shibo began to burst into tears. He said that he knew he would receive support from his beloved director. Clenching his fist, the protagonist began to passionately discuss the uselessness of money and how it should not stoop to the level of Philistinism. Looking down, Huang Shibo asked the boss not to worry, because he and Zhu would save on travel and living expenses as much as they could. After these words, Our hero felt as if he had been struck by electricity. He looked at Huang Shibo in fear, without answering. Pei Qian cast a suspicious glance at the red-haired boy and asked Huang Shibo what he meant. Huang Shibo felt scared and awkward because of the boss's look, and he stuttered and replied that they were just going to control expenses. Then Boss Pei couldn't contain his emotions and became furious. He stood up, pointed his finger at the guy and shouted that he should know his place. The frightened Huang Shibo didn't understand what he had done wrong because he had never seen his boss so irritated. The hero began to rush around the office, arguing that Fei Hua belonged to Tengda, and Huang Shibo was also her employee. Pei Qian pointed his finger at the guy and asked who would be responsible if the savings caused trouble, and the film turned out to be a flop. Huang Shibo asked the boss not to worry, because he would just cut costs and would definitely guarantee the health of the employees. Returning to his chair, the boss rudely told the guy to fly there and back by plane, and that the food and accommodation in Shanghai would be at the usual level. Pei also told me not to rush in that city and not to be afraid of missing deadlines because asking the boss for extra money is never a problem. Huang Shibo started acting like a cute kitten to appease his boss and did not argue with his boss anymore. The boss sighed heavily and said that Huang Shibo, as an experienced worker of Tengda, no longer needed to bother Pei Qian with such trivial matters. The guy scratched his head and admitted that his boss was right, promising that his studio would strictly follow Tengda's course. Then the boss finally showed a smile on his face and asked Huang Shibo to remember to notify Pei Qian if there was a problem. Huang Shibo, feeling awkward in front of the company director, smiled and agreed to follow his instructions. When Huang Shibo turned to leave, the boss sighed heavily because Huang Shibo had come up with the idea of controlling expenses. Due to the overwhelming fatigue, the main character continued to sit in the director's chair and sigh heavily. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked out the window, complaining about his subordinates who were constantly screwing up, even though he was always giving orders. The working day at the Tengda office was coming to an end, because the sun was already setting behind the horizon and evening was approaching. However, our hero was still spending time in his personal office. The guy was sitting at the table, watching a movie on the computer. He decided to have a healthy snack and took a bite of a large red apple while enjoying the movie. Hugging a pillow, the main character stared at the laptop screen without looking away, but then his face twisted. Pei Qian didn't understand why his right eye was twitching and expected trouble, because when the right eye twitches, it is a bad sign. The boy scratched his eye to get rid of the unpleasant feeling and drive away any possible trouble. The boss went to the window and came to the conclusion that his eyes were too tired, because lately he had been watching a lot of TV series. The main character was even more surprised when his right eye stopped twitching and his left eye started twitching. Pei Qian rubbed his left eye and said that it was okay, because it was a good sign, and according to legend, wealth would come to him. His eyes widened in shock when he realized that both cases were bad signs for him, because wealth was a disaster for him. The guy started to wind himself up and walk in circles around the office, thinking that something bad had definitely happened somewhere, remembering the dream about a big profit in an internet cafe. The director of the Tengda company could not calm down. He decided to check everything urgently and reached for the phone to make a call. When Assistant Shin picked up the phone, the boss shouted, demanding that Hailiu take the boss to the internet cafe immediately. When the main character, accompanied by his personal assistant, went to the internet cafe, it was already dark outside. Near the entrance to the establishment, everything had changed. There was a speaker with music, and guests were sitting not only inside, but also outside. The internet cafe now has a large summer terrace. The guys set up tables with chairs and umbrellas, and waiters served the guests. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were sitting at the bar. The manager was glad that they had solved the problem of the lack of seats so easily. The red-haired guy gave him a thumbs up and replied that it was indeed a great idea. Suddenly, a girl with an unusual manicure and an abundance of rings approached the counter and put several bills on it. She ordered 3 northern lights, 2 of which should be given to Chen Lei, and tell the guy that they are from his loving sister, Xiaomi. The bartender agreed and asked her to return to her seat, and the girl reminded her that she needed to serve drinks to the singer first. The blushing girl turned around and left smiling, and Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan turned their attention to her. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan exchanged meaningful glances, their faces showing wide and cunning smiles. The red-haired guy shouted happily that with such height, they would be able to tell the boss everything next month, and Ma Yan shouted that he had to prove that he was no worse than Huang Shibo. At this time, Huang Shibo choked, and then he had the feeling that someone was talking about him now. With a clenched fist, Zhang Yuan declared that they needed to drag the singer to other branches of the cafe so that he could raise the popularity of the establishments. Adjusting his glasses, Ma Yan agreed because that way they could give the boss an unexpected surprise when all three establishments rose. Ma Yan began to dream about how he would prove to everyone that he was the company's most loyal assistant and received the statuette of the best employee. The guy clenched his fist tightly and determined to go towards his goal to prove that he was capable of something. Soon, Miss Shin Hailu's assistant's car stopped near the internet cafe. And the protagonist was also sitting in the car. The guy sighed heavily when he finally got out of the car after a long journey. He saw a renovated establishment in front of him. Pei Qian stood in front of the summer terrace filled with visitors. The guy was stunned by what he saw. The main character was in deep shock. He began to wonder who he was and what place he had ended up in. Pei Qian was in existential horror. He panicked, not understanding who built all this and who dared to do this to his cafe. Gritting his teeth in anger, he went inside to see what was going on. And Shin's assistant was also impressed by what she saw. When Boss Pei entered the hall, he saw that there was a whole crowd of customers inside. All the tables were full, and there were a lot of people at the bar. There was a singer on the stage who was performing a song about a girl without whom he couldn't sleep, and her voice enveloped his mind. The girls were delighted with him. They wanted to give him a glass of the drink, seeing the names of those who had already done so appear on the screen. Miss Shin thought that this was not bad, because in just a week, the empty Moyu Cafe had become a very lively establishment. The assistant concluded that, judging by the rate of development, word of mouth would kick in within a week, and the same excitement would be felt in other branches. The girls smiled, guessing that Boss Pei had foreseen that today would come. Since he hadn't paid attention to the cafe's losses before, she became wary when she saw that her boss now seemed very angry, whereas last week here, he was happy and smiling a lot. The protagonist, meanwhile, was burning with rage at the fact that his favorite internet cafe had turned into such a place. He thought it was good that he had discovered it in time, and his menacing figure loomed over the joyful Ma Yan. Zhang Yuan was taken aback when, in the middle of a conversation with a friend, he suddenly saw the menacing silhouette of his boss behind him. Boss Pei was so angry that his eyes were emitting a bright red light, and Ma Yan still had no idea that there was someone standing behind him. The young man happily talked about the potential of a transparent wall, which was needed so that all passers-by could see the atmosphere of their establishment. Zhang Yuan asked the boss in a low voice what he was doing here, and Ma Yang turned around to see the boss standing in front of him. The guy scratched his head, smiled, and admitted that he wanted to make a surprise for the boss and didn't think that he would find out everything himself. Ma Yan was very scared when the boss attacked him and started shouting, asking the guy how dare he do something to his cafe. The guy scratched his head in frustration, not understanding Pei Qian's reaction, and declared that the internet cafe would soon become profitable. Pei Qian felt like he was struck by red lightning. Tears appeared in his eyes. He thought, how dare Ma Yan still rub salt into his wounds? The angry boss shouted at his friend and said that it was good that he saw all this disgrace early. Otherwise, he would have completely ruined the beautiful establishment. Ma Yan flinched in fear as the boss pointed his finger at him, shouting that the guy had violated the strategy and ruined the company's image. The guy tried to calm Pei Qian down, hugged him, and asked him to go and talk somewhere else. But he himself did not understand why the boss was so angry. Zhang Yuan, Ma Yang, and the fierce boss went to a place free of customers and sat on the sofas to talk. Ma Yan admitted that he didn't understand what Brother Jian was saying and asked him to tell him directly if the guy had done something wrong. The angry Pei Qian silently trembled with anger, thinking that a chain reaction might occur and all the branches would start to make a profit. The main character put his hand on his forehead and sighed heavily, looking down. He was silent, not explaining anything to the guys. He mentally burst into tears and tore his hair out, not understanding how to explain all this to Ma Yan without giving himself away. With another heavy sigh, the sad Pei Qian reminded Ma Yan that he had already told the boy about something many times. The main character once again repeated that, for an internet cafe, profit will never be a priority. The main thing is to support the company's image. Getting angry again, the boss shouted, asking what kind of image Ma Yan was currently maintaining, suggesting an open-air stall. Ma Yan bashfully justified himself by saying that this was not a stall at all, but rather the atmosphere of a European coastal town. The enraged boss again burst into flames of anger and shouted at the boy, asking if he dared to contradict him anymore. Trying hard to remain serious, the boss said that, as the saying goes, it takes losing a seed to grow a watermelon. Not understanding what the protagonist meant, the upset Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan looked at each other without saying a word. Zhang Yuan, sweating from the tension, tried to tell Ma Yan with his eyes that it seemed like they had screwed up and were finished. With his frightened expression, Ma Yan tried to non-verbally ask his friend what they should do now. Zhang Yuan thought that he had no way of knowing this and mentally asked Ma Yan to think of a way out, since he and the boss were friends. Ma Yan sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and decided to ask his boss a direct question. He put his hands together in a prayer pose and asked what they should do now and promised to do as the boss ordered. The boss sighed in disappointment again. He understood that the only thing he wanted was to return the internet cafe to its previous state. Not knowing what to answer his subordinate, the main character decided to call a meeting in his head to save the internet cafe. He sighed heavily, sluggishly hit the table with his gavel, and asked who wanted to speak first this time. Pei Ken, wearing glasses, raised his hand and said that he wanted to express his opinion first. He became angry and said that they had to clean up the mess, but the problem was that it was very difficult to do so. A calm Pei Chen, drinking tea, said that the customers had already arrived, and they couldn't just throw them out into the street. Gamer Pei Chen raised his hand and suggested that they first remove the chairs and tables in front of the cafe. But the second Pei Chen didn't understand where to seat the customers then. The bow-tied Pei Chen suggested getting rid of the singer and his percentage of the drink sales, but the other Pei Chen saw no reason to do so. Then Chief Pei Chen became angry and shouted that they had to nip the harm in the bud, and they couldn't settle for half measures. After finishing the meeting, he stood up and told Ma Yan to get rid of the screen, remove the tables and chairs from the street, and return everything to the way it was. Ma Yan was clearly not happy to return everything to the way it was, but, sweating with fear, he agreed to follow the boss's instructions. The boss also told Zhang Yuan to bring the singer here so that he could talk to him personally, and the guy agreed. The chair where Chen Lei had been sitting in the evenings lately and singing for the visitors was now empty. It was all because Zhang Yuan had distracted the boy from his performance and brought him to the boss's office so that they could talk in person. The red-haired guy introduced Chen Lei to the boss, and Pei Qian realized that he needed to deal with this singer that all the customers had come for. The protagonist shook the singer's hand in a friendly manner and said that Ma Yan had already told him a lot about Chen Lei. Boss Pei asked the singer to sit down before they talked, and Zhang Yuan said he would go then, and our hero let him go. Pei Qian asked the boy if the boy didn't want to see the world, since he had lived in this city since childhood. The singer was scared when his boss suggested he go to Shanghai to pursue his dream, and said his parents wouldn't let him go that far. With sadness in his eyes, Chen Lei said that he heard that living in Shanghai was very expensive, and he was afraid that he would die of hunger there. The protagonist smiled and waved his fingers, telling the young singer that he was simply underestimating himself. The boss began to embarrass the singer, claiming that with a voice like his, just one note would be a weapon of mass destruction. Pei Qian asked the boy not to underestimate himself, because in a big city he would have more opportunities for development. Chen Lei was already deep in his career dreams when his boss said that when the singer returned to his hometown, all his classmates would envy him. The boss smiled because he guessed right. The singer is an introvert, and his appearance is so-so, and the guy definitely craves recognition. He decided to solve the saddened guy's personal problems, since he wants to force him to move to the big city. Pei Qian initially wanted to force the guy to quit and give him money from the company, but he realized that the system would not allow him to do this, because Chen was not an employee of Tengda. He understood that it would be unfair to fire the guy because he had done nothing wrong and had helped the internet cafe well. Pei Qian then said that he could help the boy if Chen Lei decided to move to the big city and fulfill his dreams of music. The guy said that the staff of Fei Huang, a subsidiary of Tengda, was now in Shanghai, and he could transfer Chen Lei there to work. Chen Lei was surprised when he heard about Fei Huang's studio. He asked about it, wanting to hear more details. The boss smiled and said that the guy would take a temporary position there so that he could calmly pursue his dream of music. The singer blushed with embarrassment, scratched his face with his finger, and told his boss that he would think about this proposal. The action continued to unfold in the evening in the internet cafe. There were not so many visitors on the summer terrace. A guy named Chen Lei returned to his duties as a singer. Sitting on a chair, he played the guitar and sang for the guests. Chen Lei sang a few lines about the pavilion and the ancient path, the fragrant green grasses that rise to the sky. The guests were surprised because today the guy seemed to be singing songs about breakups and with strange sadness. After the song, the singer admitted that he wanted to say something and stated that from today on he would not perform songs in this establishment. The visitors were stunned. They screamed, asking who had offended him, and begged the singer not to leave, asking if he didn't like it there. He waved his hand and said that they had all misunderstood, because he liked it here, and Director Ma wanted the boy to stay here. The guy admitted that he wanted to leave because the higher-ups liked his songs, and the boss was sending him to Shanghai to fulfill his dream. Some of Chen Lei's female fans almost cried when they heard the news that the guy was going to move to another city. Chen Lei also couldn't hold back his tears and said that he really enjoyed singing here for them, and he hoped that the audience would forgive him. The girls smiled and wiped away their tears. They supported him in pursuing his dream and asked him to come back if the guy didn't like it in Shanghai. At this time, the main character stood outside the internet cafe and carefully watched what was happening inside. He sighed heavily, knowing that Pei Qian was truly a terrible person, but there was nothing he could do, and the singer couldn't stay here. Ma Yan was hysterical about the singer's departure. He burst into tears because today, his money tree was leaving the establishment. Zhang Yuan tried to calm him down, promising that they would definitely find a new singer and become profitable again. The protagonist was stunned when he saw his friend Ma Yan crying loudly and worrying about something like that. Boss Pei consoled Ma Yan and said that everything was fine and that he should wish the singer good luck if he valued such talent as Chen Lei had. A trembling Ma Yan, wiping away his tears, quietly admitted that he wasn't worried about that. He just felt like the cafe wouldn't make any more money. The director was surprised when Ma Yan admitted that he was actually worried about Pei Qian and realized that Chen Lei was essentially an accident. The protagonist put his hands on Ma Yan's shoulders and told his tearful friend that he shouldn't constantly think about making money. Boss Pei looked into the boy's eyes and said that the most important thing was to maintain the image of Tengda Company. Ma Yan finally wiped away the last of his tears and smiled, promising Brother Chen that he would be more careful next time. The work shift at the internet cafe finally ended. The employees lined up in front of the entrance, and the boss chatted with the singer. The protagonist handed the guy a business card and told him to immediately find this man as soon as he arrived in Shanghai. At this time, Miss Xin Hailu's assistant obediently stood next to the car and waited for Boss Pei to finish everything. Boss Pei told the guy that the man's name was Huang Shibo. He was the manager of Fei Huang, and he was the one who would arrange everything for the singer. Chen Lei's eyes filled with tears. He took the boss's hand in his own and sincerely thanked the protagonist, promising that he would never forget their help. Boss Pei told the guy that he shouldn't do that when Chen Lei promised that he would definitely compensate him when he had the opportunity. It was the 3rd of June, and the main character came to his favorite internet cafe again to check out the situation. He smiled because this was the last branch checked and nothing was happening in all 5 establishments. Scratching his chin, the guy turned his attention to Ma Yan, who was standing nearby and was in a very depressed state. The main character, seeing his friend's face, concluded that the guy was not very inspired. He asked Zhang Yuan how Ma Yan was feeling, and he replied that he had been a little depressed lately due to the loss of his goal. Pei Qian coughed to cover his laughter and immediately asked the guy how things were at the main branch of the internet cafe. Zhang Yuan honestly said that after the singer left, they tried to find a new one, and now the flow of customers is gradually decreasing. He said they still take a cut of the drinks and things have gotten better, but they're still a long way from making a profit. The protagonist thought that this was bad because the model of charging a percentage on drinks works, and there is a threat in this. Pei Qian closed his eyes and thought about what to do with Ma Yan, and what he could think of to find new things for him to do to cheer him up. Finding himself in pitch darkness, the guy, lost in thought, remembered that the head of one of the branches was a cook. He began to build associations in his head. The blonde chef awakened thoughts of delicious food in the boy. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes and returned to reality when a light bulb went on in his head, and he understood everything. Pei Qian waved his hand, shouting for Ma Yan to come over because he had a new and very important task for the boy. Ma Yan twisted his face in shock and surprise and turned around abruptly. Looking at the boss when he heard about the important task, the guy immediately abandoned his friends and rushed towards the boss at full speed, his eyes sparkling with joy, and he asked the boss what the important task was. Pei Qian raised his index finger and loudly declared that the task was to expand the territory of the internet cafe. Ma Yan, the chef, and Zhang Yuan stared at the boss with dumbfounded eyes when he said that this was an important strategic move for the Tengda business empire. Having imagined a whole table of delicious dishes, the protagonist was ready to make an important statement. Raising his hand, Pei Qian announced that Tengda Company was going to move into the food industry. Boss Pei, Ma Yan, Zhang Yuan, and the chef of the establishment all sat down at a table to talk about the new project. Zhang Yuan introduced their chef to the boss, saying that he was Lin Canrong, the very head of this restaurant. The cook greeted his boss, and our protagonist also said hello to the man with a friendly smile. Zhang Yuan coughed and said that Chef Lin used to work more relaxed. But that changed when he started preparing lunches for Tengda's employees. The cook felt awkward because Zhang spoke too softly, because every day the man was like on vacation, and he was very bored. He felt uneasy. He was nervous, because it was strange that the boss wanted to move into the food industry. The completely relaxed protagonist stated that, as they say, we are naturally thirsty for food and carnal pleasures, and this industry will never go out of fashion. The chef was puzzled when the guy said that the cafe initially promoted food because their business wanted to please customers, so it received support from many. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded when the boss said that they should take advantage and let those who couldn't visit the cafe have a chance to taste these delicacies. Ma Yang asked Pei Qian if he really meant to say with all those complicated words that they were going to sell takeaway food. He was scared when the boss looked at him menacingly and said that Ma Yan didn't have the right attitude towards this. The boss said that the guy has the same problem with his songs because he sings as if he is glorifying death, and visitors shy away from him. The protagonist asked his friend if Ma Yan could sing with a voice like Chen Lei, who sings like a celestial being. Tapping his finger on the table, the boss said that in the future their takeaway empire will have a foothold in the city and spread across the country. They looked at the boss with admiration when he asked if selling food was really that easy. Chef Lin realized that the boss wanted to create an empire from a simple takeaway and also change people's lifestyle. Zhang Yuan looked at Pei Qian with admiration because he really was broad-minded and far-sighted. Ma Yan was also inspired by the boss's story. He stood up and asked loudly what they should do now. Zhang Yuan asked Ma Yang if they could launch a website to sell takeaway food and establish an entire online platform for it in the future. Pei Qian watched them with a smile, because he knew that this year, the era of PC internet would come to an end and would be replaced by smartphones. He was relaxed because buying takeaway food would only become a trend in a few years. Putting a cup of tea on the table, he thought like an ordinary person that he should establish his own platform and collect resources from all enterprises. But our hero definitely couldn't do that, and he understood it, so he asked the guys not to rush. The guys looked at the boss in surprise when he said that they didn't have a brand yet, and without a brand, they wouldn't be able to advertise the site. He sternly stated that food and drink were extremely important and that it was impossible to work with lousy cafes so as not to harm the health of customers. Puzzled, Ma Yan scratched his head and asked Brother Qin how he should approach creating a website in this case. Pei Qian explained that they first needed to create a good brand and create a simple app where they could only order their products. The protagonist stated that they should position themselves as top-class chefs with the freshest products. The guy said they would go straight to the top of the market, create a brand, and then move from the city across the country. Chef Lin objected because many people now sell takeaway food, even the slightly popular establishments. The man said they had no obvious advantage over other restaurants, let alone advertising and prices. The protagonist realized that Lin was a chef for a reason and expected such problems from him, so he decided to add the power of showing off. The boss said they would go the route of exclusivity because other businesses use plastic containers and their food is unappealing. He sat down and said that people perceive everything visually, and even the color of food is much more important than the taste of the dish for many. Pei Qian said that all their food would be served on white porcelain, and in all other respects they would be the best. Chef Lin whispered to Zhang Yuan if he also thought it was possible, and Zhang Yuan replied that they should still trust the boss. The protagonist told Provar Lin that he would be responsible for solving this problem, and he immediately agreed. Afterwards, he thought for a moment and instructed Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan to handle the website or app, as well as advertising. Ma Yan patted his chest and shouted, asking Brother Qin not to worry and to entrust this task to him. A week later, on June 10th in the Tengda Company office, Ma Duibao stretched and was glad that they had finally finished the work. He stood up and shouted to Brother Liu that he had sent him all the documents related to the Ghost General and the other games. Lu Mingliao made a hand gesture to his colleague, indicating that he agreed to look at the documents. Tengda employees were pleasantly surprised when takeaway food was delivered to their office, and they were asked to pick up the order. Ma Dubiao also looked at the couriers with admiration. He thought that their new uniforms were very beautiful. Couriers now delivered takeaway food wearing special blue helmets emblazoned with the Internet Cafe's logo. Cardboard food boxes were now branded too, and couriers' helmets were decorated with horns and ears. Ma Dubiao noticed that just yesterday the couriers were wearing casual uniforms and the food containers were not all the same. The staff looked at the food with admiration. They saw that the standards in food had risen to a whole new level. The entire office table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes in identical containers, and there were also drinks. One employee thought the quality of the food had improved significantly, while another disagreed, saying that only the dishes had changed. Our hero's subordinates crowded together and began shouting that they wanted a portion, and those who had already received it were very happy. Ma Dubiao also got a portion of takeaway food and used his chopsticks to take a bite to taste it. The guy liked the dish. He praised the meat and shiitake mushrooms with herbs, and the secret sauce was complemented by finely chopped onions. The food tasted great. The guy felt good, because it was everyday food, healthy and not boring. The couriers wished the children a bon appetit and asked them to put away the dishes after lunch so that special people could pick them up later. The employees were surprised that the dishes would be picked up later, thanked the couriers and said that they were really lucky with the company. Lu Mingliang approached his colleague and said that he used to want to bring food from home to work, but now he realizes that it can't be made any tastier than this. Ma Dubiao asked his colleague how much a serving cost, and he replied that he thought it was about 20 yuan. Bao Shu walked over and was surprised by the price, thinking that a serving should cost at least 30 yuan due to the human labor. The purple-haired guy replied that 30 yuan was a bit expensive and hardly anyone could afford it. Lu Mingliang interrupted him and said that this could be considered charity for the employees, and the boss would not sell this food to ordinary people for such a penny. Bao Shu replied that he heard that the boss was going to set up a new takeaway service and had already thought of a name. Lin Wan was also having lunch in the office. The girl ate rice with meat and egg, washing it down with a drink from a plastic cup. The girl thought that their boss really treated his employees very well, and she didn't understand why the world didn't appreciate such a wonderful boss. She wondered if she should now do everything in her power for the main character, and picked up the phone. It was June 18th, and the action was taking place in Manhwa, a wealthy office building in the city center. It was also the day that Tengda released updates for all of its games to please players. The boss was tense because he saw that the increase in sales volume on this update was now very sharp. Sitting in his office, he decided to open his laptop and go into the games to watch the players vomit rainbows. When the guy saw the negative comments, an evil smile appeared on his face, realizing that some new style was creeping in here. After visiting the video hosting site, the main character saw that Xiaoliang had posted some video about the most honest updates in history. Pei Qian was very scared and gritted his teeth because this blogger had already caused him financial disaster several times. He listened to a blogger who said he thought Tengda had created shoddy games in the first place because of the small budget. The blogger said that he realized that he was wrong, and if Tengda thought that their games would become a black page in history, they should have let them self-destruct. According to the blogger, the opposite happened, and the company provided not only new locations in the update, but also an endless mode. Pei Qian looked at his office, listening to Xiaoliang, who declared that the Lonely Desert Road had combined Tengda's soul powers. The boss was trampled because he made an update, and the blogger set him up, exposing him to the depths of horror again. The guy slammed his hand hard on the table, mentally complaining about Xiaoliang, who was always nearby like an eternal evil. The main character clenched his fist tightly. He was burning with anger, and decided that he needed to shut this blogger up. But the guy didn't understand how exactly to do this. He decided to act subtly, because going straight ahead definitely wouldn't work. The protagonist suddenly reached out with his hand to grab the telephone receiver from his desk and call someone. The boss contacted the assistant and asked her to assign 2 people to obtain information about Xiaoliang for him. When Pei Qian was talking about this blogger, the unsuspecting Xiaoliang suddenly shuddered. The man felt a cold blast behind him and assumed it was the air conditioner working too hard. It was the 20th of June. The main character was sitting at the table, buried in a textbook. The tired guy was yawning. The guy sighed heavily, realizing that he needed to review the material because there would be holidays in mid-July and exams right after. Remembering Ma Yan, he admitted that it was very cool that the guy was studying hard and working in an internet cafe at the same time. Pei Qian had to take a break from studying for his exams when his phone notified him that he had one unread message. The guy immediately took the phone in his hand and stared at the phone to check who wrote to him. It was a happy Lu Mingliang. He told the boss that Happy Times, a magazine, had done a report on them and praised them. The boss knew that the Fun Times were the media that was constantly reporting on them, so he wasn't surprised. Also, a happy Lu Mingliang wrote to the boss that their updates were being hotly discussed on Weibo, attracting new players. Pei Qian just smirked because he knew that popularity on Weibo came and went easily, and there was nothing to worry about. Afterwards, Lu Ming Liang told his boss that accounts in their games were selling like hotcakes on the black market. Then the disgruntled boss grimaced. He did not understand why the players were fussing, because next month the restrictions would come into effect for everyone. He threw the phone on the table and picked up the book again, reassuring himself that the restrictions on gun purchases would remain. The guy felt irritated. He wondered if they would let him repeat anything at all, when a message came to his computer. The boss was horrified to read that the Eilidao had been given a zone for their games, and that on Espo their games were a special topic for discussion. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the phone from the table and stared at the screen to check the news himself. He called and asked the chief planner what support for the official platform he had just written to him about. Lu Ming Liang, smiling, explained that the platform would now give them 70% of the profits from game sales. Hearing this, the main character seemed to turn into a stone statue, which was split into two parts by these words. The chief planner was jubilant, telling them that their games were being approved and they could even achieve 90% profit. Hearing this, Pei Qian was so stunned that he dropped the phone from his hand, staring at one spot with wide eyes. He was furious, cursing this preparation for the exams because now the plan to squander the money had to start earlier. Soon, Boss Pei went to the office. Ma Dubiao and the chief planner happily greeted the boss. Lu Ming Liang wanted to tell his boss the good news, but he walked past the employees with a stony expression. In his office, the boss was alone with his personal assistant. He was reading some documents while the girl stood opposite him. The guy was sad because of the platform, their ocean fortress would earn 3.5 million yuan a month or more. As he leafed through the documents, he realized that game revenue would increase by tens of millions of yuan, not counting the profits from updates. Putting the folder with documents on the table, the protagonist told Jin's assistant that it was time for their company to expand. Sighing heavily, the boss understood that he couldn't start a new project, since the system's results would be summed up in a week. He ordered Shin to task all departments to create a new hiring plan to expand the staff with administrators, financiers, and others. Ms. Jin said there is now space on the ground floor where several work desks could be added. The boss was unhappy with the girl's suggestion to move over, because the principle of their company is to provide people with a comfortable and spacious workspace. Miss Shin Hailu's mouth widened in surprise when she heard these words from the boss and wrote everything down. Pei Qian asked her to negotiate with the landlord to rent another floor, buy furniture, and renovate it. Miss Sin agreed to talk to Director Zhang and asked whether she needed to show the boss the specific contents of the contract. The guy replied that it was unnecessary and asked to talk to the director about the fact that in the future, they would pay 3 months' rent in advance. She asked if there were any other errands, and the boss told her to just find the landlord quickly, sign the contract, and pay. After listening to the boss, Miss Shin's assistant walked out of the office, and Pei Qian remained sitting at the table alone. He breathed a sigh of relief because now he would be able to spend a couple of million on renting a new floor, renovations and furniture. However, he understood that this was not yet a guarantee of safety. He needed to come up with other expenses to make it look like a benefit to the employees. The protagonist knew that Fei Huang's subsidiary had now grown to several dozen people. There are already more than 60 people working in Tengda, and up to 100 people in the cafe, including bartenders, cooks, couriers, and waiters. He also remembered about Shangyang, where 50 people work, and he had not yet carried out reforms there to change salaries and conditions. Soon the assistant returned and brought the contract, saying that the agreement had already been signed and the rent for the entire floor had been paid. The boss told the girl that he had come up with a way to improve everyone's lives and offered to raise the level of working conditions and wages in Shangyang. Miss Xin smiled, saying that the boss was indeed a nobleman and good deeds would be rewarded. The protagonist looked at the girl with a puzzled expression on his face and asked what she meant by this, saying, Xin Hailu decided to please her boss and said that there was another piece of good news regarding the rental of the premises. According to her, Director Zhang said that Tengda is a role model for all companies, and its cooperation with enterprises has increased. The girl said that Director Zhang, as a token of gratitude, exempted them from all expenses, and the rent was reduced by half. The main character was unpleasantly shocked, he thought. Who in their right mind would want to reduce the rent price? Miss Sin was happy, stating that they would save over 400,000 on rent. But our hero was not thrilled. Boss Pei grimaced when he heard about 400,000, because his job was not to save money, but to spend as much as possible. A frightened Pei asked the assistant if she had already made a deal, and she replied that she wanted to, but then Zhang took the initiative. Pei Qian calmed down after realizing that Director Zhang was just a manager and had no right to reduce the rent. The guy thought that losing a small amount of money wouldn't be so bad, because he could always spend it on something else. He jumped up and said that he needed to talk to the manager urgently, wanting to find the offender as soon as possible. Miss Xin Hailu also didn't mind discussing things with Director Zhang as soon as possible, so she followed her boss. The boss realized that Assistant Xin also thought that something was fishy, and he knew that he definitely needed to investigate. A smile appeared on his face, and Pei Qian decided that it was time for him to show his heroic qualities. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The main character allowed this person to enter the office. It was one of the secretaries. She handed Xin Hale an order. It was a basket of fruit, and the assistant thanked her. Miss Xin said that Director Zhang would definitely lower the fee now, so she should personally thank him with a gift. The boss was furious when he saw that the assistant wanted to appease the landlord because he wanted to go to him for another purpose. In the end, it all came out like this. Pei Qian, bashfully covering his face with his hand, stood next to Miss Xin, who was holding a basket in her hands. Director Zhang was in his office at the time. The man was sitting at the computer, performing his work duties. The man turned his surprised gaze to the door when there was a knock on it. He clearly wasn't expecting visitors. Boss Zhang was taken aback. He jumped up from his chair and looked at Pei Jian with shocked eyes when he saw him. The man immediately ran up to the guests and with a friendly smile asked Boss Pei to come into his office. Director Zhang began to circle around the boss. He quickly poured him some tea and asked him to sit down. Ms. Xin told the director that Boss Pei decided to thank him for lowering the company's rent. Pei Qian felt awkward because it wasn't true, but he stuttered as he confirmed the assistant's words. Director Zhang began to show embarrassment about the gift and waved his hand, saying that he shouldn't have given him anything. Almost crying, the man said that they were honored that it was Boss Pei who chose their office building to rent. The manager boasted that he had done what he had to do, and why should he give gifts? Pei Qian was dumbfounded as he looked at Director Zhang, who was beaming with joy and said that he should have visited his boss. He perked up with tension because everything was not going according to his plan, and the guy realized that it was time to get down to business. The protagonist coughed and asked Director Zhang why he had lowered their rent so much. The director felt awkward when the boss said that he was very grateful, and in the future Zhang should contact him if he needed help. The man admitted that it was his management who gave such an order and asked his boss not to put him in an awkward position. Director Zhang told Boss Pei that he had no idea who in management had decided to lower his rent. Pei Qian tensed up. Now this was an even bigger problem because he didn't know who to ask about this issue now. The guy analyzed Director Zhang's behavior and came to the conclusion that this man really does not know anything. Scratching his chin, the protagonist wondered how the management knew about their company, assuming that they were also gamers. Returning to his office, Pei Qian dug up the company's director, Lin Zhou, who had taken over his father's business in recent years. He learned that Lin Zhou was helping to transform Shenhua's real estate into something more upscale, yet youthful. The protagonist remembered that there was a girl in his company whose last name was also Lin, which made him wary. He began to suspect that Lin Wan, who worked for his company, was somehow involved in the rent reduction. When Pei Qian realized that Lin Wan was to blame for everything, the boy became angry and grabbed his head with his hands, screaming. He stood up from his chair and remembered that Xin had told him that Lin Wan had absolutely no work experience. Walking around the office, the boss thought about how Lin Wan was the reason for the first wave of Ocean Fortress's advancement. The guy was sure that this was an ordinary girl from rich parents, but he realized that he had made a serious mistake. The protagonist realized that Lin Wan was completely different, because she helped him save hundreds of thousands with a single call. Pei Qian plopped down on the chair and cried from helplessness. He did not understand what to do and how to act in this situation. He closed his eyes and ordered himself to be calm. He knew he didn't know what to do because he didn't know anything about this girl. He assumed that Lin Wan came to work here for some purpose, perhaps to open her own business and inherit money. The guy calmed down because now he could at least get some useful information. The protagonist decided to call Zhou Muyan, the man in whose studio Lin Wan used to work. Pei Qian dialed Zhou Muyan and greeted the guy with a slight smile on his face to show his friendliness. Zhou Muyan answered the guy very weakly. He was exhausted, so he only asked what happened. When the man came up with an idea as to why Boss Pei called him, he thought that our main character had acting skills. He thought that Pei Qian was a great actor because he had been facing a problem for a long time but pretended that nothing was happening. The man thought that this guy was too cunning, remembering their first meeting in the office of his company. Zhou Muyan remembered the face of the protagonist who sat in front of him in the meeting hall, smiling and applauding. An excited Zhou Muyan asked Pei Qian how he could help the guy, thinking that they were all in this field and should cross paths. Pei Qian awkwardly admitted that he was a little worried and wanted to know what kind of person Lin Wan was. Zhou Muyan was taken aback that the boss didn't know anything, because on the very first day of Lin Wan's work in Tengda, the man received a call from Shenhua. Our hero had no expression, and from Zhou Muyan's reaction, the guy realized that he was finished. And Lin Wan was obviously not an ordinary girl. Boss Pei told the man that he was facing problems and hoped that Zhou Muyan could help him solve them. Zhou Muyan was not averse to helping his colleague and replied that he would do whatever was required of him without any problem. The smile disappeared from the man's face when the boss asked him to tell him in more detail why Lin Wan came to the gaming industry. He said that Lin Wan is Lin Zhengnan's youngest daughter, and because of her love for games, she founded a game studio after graduating. The man said that President Lin did not support his daughter, but did not want their relationship to be strained. So he contacted Zhou Muyan. President Lin wanted to show her that the entertainment industry would not bring any good and waited for her to return to Shenhua. Zhou Muyan sighed heavily and told the protagonist that this was all he knew about Lin Wan. Boss Pei asked what kind of relationship the girl had with Lin Zhou, and the man replied that she got along well with her brother. Now it was clear to the boy, Lin Wan must have asked her brother to lower the rent for Tengda. Pei Qian asked how Lin Wan would return and inherit her millions, and the man replied that this would only happen if she completely gave up on games. The protagonist thanked Mr. Zhou very much for the help he provided and promised to come and thank him. The man was very scared when the boy promised to come because he thought Pei Qian wanted to punish him. There was silence on the line as a startled Zhou Muyan asked if Lin Wan had harmed Tengda Company. A dejected Pei Qian confessed to the man that Lin Wan had reduced the office rent for them to 1.5 million. Zhou Muyan was puzzled because the problem that Boss Pei had voiced didn't seem like a problem to him at all. After the phone call ended, Pei Qian looked at the screen with sad eyes and sighed heavily. The guy had only one question in his head. What to do now with Lin Wan, the girl who works for him? He closed his eyes and knew that if he raised their salaries to increase expenses, Lin Wan would only think that the company cared about them too much and would be even more reluctant to leave. After thinking for a bit, the guy's eyes widened, and a light bulb seemed to go on in his head as he came up with something. He stood up from his chair in a great mood, knowing that Shangyang Games was pursuing a continuous policy and the company's losses were growing. Walking around the office, the boss decided to let Lin Wan lead this project that was doomed to fail in order to be disappointed. He thought that in that case, Lin Wan would come back and inherit his millions, and the guy would continue to spend the money calmly. When it got dark outside, the main character left the office and was already in the car, heading to a new place. The following actions took place in an establishment, the tables of which were laden with an abundance of delicious dishes. It was a restaurant called Swan Lake. The company was at a group dinner, and the hero made it as expensive as possible. Lin Wan also came to the celebratory dinner with her colleagues. She sat alone and looked at her phone. The gamer guy begged Miss Lin in correspondence to help him, because he no longer knew what to do. Lin Wan was against it. She wanted to increase the price and find another gamer, and he said that he had done a great job for the company's games. She wrote to the guy that she had recently offered him an epic weapon for almost 900 yen, but he had refused, ignoring her concern. After finishing chatting with the guy, the girl was afraid that her boss might suspect that she was involved in the sharp reduction in office rent. She approached her boss cautiously, thinking that if she hadn't done this, the boss wouldn't have liked the employees more. The red-haired girl approached the boss and addressed him, thinking that maybe the boss didn't suspect her of this. Putting a smile on his face, the protagonist asked his subordinate what was the matter. Both Lin Wan and Boss Pei pretended to each other that nothing had happened. Lin Wan asked the boss if he remembered a guy named Chen and said that he would like to get another weapon in the game. The boss gave the girl a puzzled look, realizing that a limit is a limit, and there will be no exceptions for anyone. She said that she knew the request was unreasonable, but a compromise could be offered to the players because some were not able to be that fast and get the gear on time. The guy didn't answer her and thought that it didn't matter whether the company was making money. The main thing was to get rid of the speculators. Lin Wan was surprised when Boss Pei said that they would fix it soon and update the account reputation system. The boss explained that the account number is assessed based on many factors, and one must succeed in order to obtain Barrett's weapon. Chen and other key players contributed to it, and the accounts of the rest will be assessed on assets, credit ratings, and other factors, the boss said. He explained that if your credit rating is high, you can pre-register to buy epic weapons. An admiring Lin Wan admitted that this was a great way to solve the problem and called the boss amazing. The main character, looking after her, was surprised why she reacted that way, because there was nothing special about this innovation. Boss Pei understood that people this year still had a narrow mindset when it came to games, so he, having returned from the future, had an advantage. Putting the glass of wine back down, Pei Qian decided to start eating dinner. First reaching for a crab leg, chewing on a crab claw, the boy realized that at this rate of expansion, the whole company would soon not be able to dine together. He thought that something had to be done to solve this problem, and he felt sorry that there were no more good restaurants in the city. A sly smile appeared on the boss's face as the idea came to him that he himself could open a good restaurant. The guy took a sip of wine, pleased that he could afford to spend a lot of money on any business idea. While Pei Qian was happily eating dinner and drinking wine, one of the staff members loudly announced that Huang Xibo had returned. The protagonist turned around to look at Huang Xibo, who had been absent from the city for a long time due to a business trip. Everyone crowded around the guy and ordered him to drink 3 whole glasses because he was late for the festive dinner. The boss was pleased because, at his request, Huang Xibo completed the filming by June 18th, as well as the editing. Pei Qian waved his hand and asked Huang Xibo to sit at his table, and he was surprised to see his boss in front of him. In a good mood, the main character invited the guys to his table and asked them to start eating. Huang Xibo felt awkward. He didn't understand why today was the day he had the honor of having dinner with the boss personally. He looked at Zhu and mentally tried to ask him why the boss had always been so cold towards the studio, but was now showing enthusiasm. They both came to the conclusion that Boss Pei had figured something out and thought that the protagonist was a great boss. Pei Qian was looking at them intently at this time, thinking that the documentary they had filmed would fail, judging by the expressions on their faces. But this did not upset our hero, but only caused delight, and he mentally rejoiced like a child, wanting to see her already. Boss Pei asked the guy what was wrong with their documentary, suggesting that it wasn't very good, and Huang Xibo sighed heavily. Without explaining anything, Huang Xibo handed the phone to his boss and let him watch some clips from the film. The smile immediately disappeared from the chief's face when he picked up the phone and looked at the first frames. He watched a film about a man who rarely sees his family and celebrates nothing, training hard in esports. By the time Pei finished watching the part about the guy whose father abandoned him because of his serious job, sweets had already appeared on the tables. The main character returned the phone to the red-haired guy and supported him, saying that the story turned out to be very interesting. Huang Xibo smiled nervously, scratched his head, and admitted that he was afraid that he would not be able to recoup the expenses. The director added that none of the sites gave them enough income, and even 3 million views would not be enough. Boss Pei smiled, knowing that documentaries like short films are very difficult to make money and profit. The young director Juxios was in despair. He sat silently at the table and sighed, looking at the boss with sad eyes. Huang Xibo was in the same mood. The guy was sad because the last project was not the most successful. The puzzled protagonist asked the dejected boys if they were really that worried about this. Director Zhu Xiaoqian and studio leader Fei Huang turned around abruptly and looked at their boss in bewilderment. Taking a glass of wine in his hand, Pei said that it was not about whether the boys could make money, but about the boys' contribution. Huang Xibo had tears in his eyes due to the boss's comforting words, and they thanked our hero in unison. Before asking the boys another question, Pei Qian drank the glass of red wine in one gulp. The boss offered them more lenient measures, and if the film attracts the attention of players, it will prove that the studio has achieved its goal. Pei Qian asked if they didn't have money to film the next project, and promised to add more if they didn't have enough. The director awkwardly admitted that they had no money at all. They had contributed their own money and still owed the employees' salaries. The boss had a glint in his crazy eyes and laughed loudly when he heard about the possibility of spending more money. Director Zhu Xiaoqian and Huang Xibo were stunned by their boss's strange reaction to such sad news. The main character praised the guys for trying hard, and in such a difficult situation, no one quit the studio. He loudly declared that the boys could go to Shin's assistant, get the money, and compensate for everything without any damage. Huang Xibo asked his boss if it was right when he said that salary arrears were serious and everyone should get interest. The boss replied that he didn't care what kind of films the guy made or how hard it was for him, but he wouldn't let the company's image suffer because of delayed salaries. Director Zuxiose looked at his boss with eyes full of admiration when he heard how he cared about the employees. The boys couldn't hold back and started crying because, despite the failure, Tengda's company always supported them as if they were at home. Boss Pei asked the boys if they were going to make a documentary for their next project as well. The director explained to his boss that their plan was to wait for the current film to be published online and look at the reviews. He said he thought most people would find their film uninteresting because so much had already been made before them. The main character felt relieved and asked the guys not to be shy and tell him if they didn't have enough money. Boss Pei asked the red-haired guy how Chen Lei, the singer who went to Shanghai, was doing now. Wiping away tears, Huang Xibo said that he had almost no time to communicate with him, but he solved the singer's problems with housing and food. The director said he wanted Chen Lei to sing a song in the documentary, but the budget was not enough. The protagonist asked the guys where the singer was now, wondering if Chen Lei would be angry if he asked him to sing a song. Huang Xibo said that he thought the singer was still in Shanghai and he could find out everything. But the boss said that there was no need because he was just asking. Pei Qian kindly asked Huang Xibo and the director to grab some food and talk about work later. Zhu Xiaoqi and Huang Xibo looked at each other, smiling, because their good boss even cared and thought about Chen Lei. It was June 21st, the city was already dark, and the events were taking place in a tall office building. An unfamiliar man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sighed as he sipped tea in a luxuriously furnished room. The man in the expensive white suit was called Li Shi. He was an investor, and he was now sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Mr. Liu came up to him and apologized to him for being late because he was busy with company affairs and he was glad to see him. Li Shi stood up to greet him and asked him to sit down. And Mr. Liu told the man that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mr. Liu reached into his pocket to take out something and said that it was very difficult to find a suitable place for the meeting. When the man took a cigar out of his jacket pocket, Mr. Li stopped him, saying that smoking was not allowed here. Mr. Li looked at the dark-haired man with puzzled eyes, but he insisted that smoking was not allowed here. The man asked the investor if he wanted to let him know that he had changes in his investment. Looking at the cup of coffee that stood on the table, the man compared this establishment to simple coffee without milk and sugar. He said that he has been observing everything for a long time, and the owner has an advanced mindset, and it is promising to open such establishments. Looking at his reflection in a cup of coffee, the man said that the owner lacked knowledge, which is why the establishment went under. The investor said that there used to be a singer there, but after he left, the place started to lose popularity again, and he felt sorry about that. Mr. Liu asked the man if he really wanted to invest here since he invited him to this establishment. Taking a sip of coffee, the investor admitted this because the location is convenient, and this could become a future direction for development. Li Shi said that this was very important to him, and told Mr. Liu that a high-class internet cafe was impressive for someone who was involved in real estate. Liu agreed that it sounded interesting, and the cafe's profit was unimportant, since the establishment would serve the elite population and increase the price of land in the entire area. He asked the investor if he had spoken to the owner yet, and Li Shi replied that he had not because he was waiting for the right time. Li Shi said he wanted to wait until the establishment improved and until the owner doubted himself and made changes. Mr. Liu laughed and replied that at that time, the investor would lend a helping hand to the owner and invest a large sum of money to gain a share of the management. He shook his head and added that he thought the business model still needed to be monitored and that he was open to discussing it again later. Liu added that he at least thinks that as a real estate guy, he will soon have other offers. Investor Li Shi's face changed when Mr. Liu rejected his idea to invest in the establishment. Noticing the investor's reaction, a sly grin appeared on the experienced elderly man's face. The investor took control of his emotions and asked Liu not to worry because he did not think that this owner would refuse him. It was the 23rd of June. The events unfolded in the main character's internet cafe. It was still light outside. The place was filled with young guys who came there to spend time playing computer games. On the screen of one of the computers, there was a film about a cyber sportsman who answered questions about professional gaming. One of the visitors to the internet cafe watched this movie, the guy in which said that there should be no doubts if you decide to play. The film's protagonist called on people to take action and fight to make their dreams come true, but said that first of all, everything needs to be weighed. The guy who watched the movie was stunned when the hero said what price he would have to pay if he dropped out of school for the sake of esports. Visitors were impressed by the documentary. They did not expect that the life of an esports athlete could be so difficult. The red-haired guy asked his friend why Fei Huang didn't make a new season of Boss Pei's life instead, and he agreed that the show was good. Pei Qian felt relieved at this time because all the reviews for the new documentary were mixed. The boss saw that the film was popular and got a couple of million views, but only earned a few thousand yuan. The protagonist knew that there was a week left before the system's results were summed up, and now he needed to make sure that they remained in the negative. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to hold a meeting in his head, timed to coincide with the upcoming summary of the system. According to tradition, before the first speech, the chief Pei Qian hit the table with a wooden mallet to begin the meeting. He asked who would speak first this time, and Pei Qian, who wears glasses, immediately volunteered to speak. Pei Qian, wearing glasses, said that experience has shown that making such documentaries is a good decision, and he has noticed something recently. The guy said that it was not as simple as they thought, and the system would not let them release intentionally bad products or projects. He stated that in the system's evaluation rules, high quality refers to reputation too, and it is important to maintain it so that the system does not think that they are deliberately losing money. Pei Qian, a tea lover, replied that it was quite possible that the system would never notice a bad documentary or a mediocre internet cafe. Another Pei Qian said that it was a pity that in the gaming industry, high reputation meant high sales, so it was difficult for them to lose money. Chief Pei Qian said that the feedback on the updates is good so far, but the profit is within the forecast range. As for Shangyang Games, although Tengda suffered some reputational losses, the company is making steady losses. The guys were also pleased that the internet cafe and restaurant continued to make losses, and they compensated for the profits from the games. A commotion began in the hall. The guys shouted over each other, rejoicing at their success. But they couldn't relax, because everything had to be stabilized before the results were summed up. After finishing the meeting, the boss thought that he needed to make every effort to create losses and spend everything that could be spent. At this time, the main character was not alone in the internet cafe. Investor Li Shi was sitting at the bar and watching him closely. The investor was surprised that the owner of the establishment was so young, and the internet cafe was a branch of the Tengda company. He abruptly put his coffee cup down on the table and realized that, judging by the guy's behavior, this was the mysterious owner of the Tengda company. Li Shi realized that the guy had more money than he could handle, so he decided to invest in an internet cafe, even though he wasn't very successful in that field. The man stood up and realized that Pei Qian was currently calculating profit and loss, and most likely the guy didn't understand anything about it. He went out to have a smoke and called someone, deciding to try now while the owner of the establishment was in trouble. Li Shi lit a cigarette and told the man on the phone that he needed to see if it was possible to arrange a meeting. He looked at the entrance to the cafe and thought that at the negotiating table he would need to rely on his rich investment experience to quickly convince the owner. Meanwhile, the main character continued to make calculations in his notebook. He wrote down all his projects that brought profit and losses. Pei Qian felt that he could still create a loss of 300 or 200,000. But the main thing was not to make unnecessary movements. The boss had to take a break when he was suddenly interrupted by a phone call from his assistant Xin. When he answered the phone, Ms. Jin told the boss that a person wanted to invest in their company. The main character was not thrilled with this prospect, so he briefly answered the girl that she should refuse him. Ms. Xin clarified that the investment was not in Tengda, but in an internet cafe. But the protagonist once again said that he should refuse. Pei Qian hung up the phone and thought that there was no need to make trouble because the internet cafe was a stable, loss-making industry. The young man seemed to burst into flames of anger, thinking about who dared to prevent the guy from incurring losses. Investor Li Shi was still standing outside the internet cafe smoking a cigarette, and he was startled when he received a call. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the man picked up the phone and heard the disappointing news. He was denied a meeting. The man was unpleasantly surprised. He did not understand why they would not even give him a chance to meet and so easily refuse. Investor Li Shi hung up the phone. Now he was not so confident. He walked away from the trash can. Li Shi was furious because he couldn't even finish smoking in peace because of the call, and he realized that something had to be done about it. The man remained standing near the entrance to the establishment and, becoming nervous, the investor lit a new cigarette. He knew that his company, Fuhu Capital, was well known to all the enterprises in Jingzhou City, and he didn't understand why the boss was so indifferent. Returning to the cafe, the man thought that all normal directors immediately run to negotiations if someone wants to invest in their business. When he returned, he thought the owner was simply waiting for more opportunities, but he still didn't understand why he was denied a meeting. Li Shi guessed that the guy thought he could turn a loss into a profit and had nerves of steel since he didn't agree to the investment. The man's eyes suddenly widened as an idea for how to solve the current problem appeared in his head. The investor came up with an idea that could provide the establishment owner with more funds and opportunities for cooperation. Watching him, Li Shi guessed that the guy thought that nothing was more important than complete control over the business. He smiled because young people always make this mistake. But experienced businessmen do not allow such thoughts. Watching the boss, he said that no one dared to refuse him, and the young man opposite would be no exception. Li Shi looked at his reflection in his coffee cup and saw his own sly smile, thinking about companies that couldn't ask for help when they needed it. When the calendar showed the 24th of June, events were once again unfolding in our hero's internet cafe. Zhang Yuan was at his workplace and he perked up when he saw Ma Yang enter the establishment. He happily greeted his superior colleague and asked the guy if the exams were over yet and how everything went. Sitting down on the table, Ma Yan explained that the exams were in a non-core subject, so passing them was easy as pie. Yawning, he said that he had spoken to the boss and now they should get 10 more points. Zhang Yuan gave the guy a thumbs up and praised the guy, calling him amazing. Soon a waiter approached Mr. Ma and brought a drink on a tray. It was an orange-colored cocktail with an orange slice. Ma Yan became more serious and said that he thought the cafe would be in the red, but everything went much better than he expected. Zhang Yuan sat down opposite him and sighed heavily, saying that the boss had been spending a lot of time here for the past couple of days. The red-haired guy told Ma Yan that the main character was constantly writing something in his notebook, but it was unclear what exactly. Ma Yan complained to a friend that the food delivery app had already been developed. The staff had been hired, but there were still no customers. Zhang Yuan was also worried about this. He said that he did not understand why the boss did not want to distribute leaflets or carry out other promotional activities. Ma Yan said that Qian did not allow them to bring in other vendors, and the menu only had ordinary dishes with inflated prices. Zhang Yuan and his colleagues sighed heavily in unison and closed their eyes, hanging their heads down in helplessness and fatigue. The manager perked up when he looked around and finally noticed that there were so few people in the establishment. Indeed, the internet cafe was empty today. The room with comfortable sofas and tables was completely empty. The same was true for the tables with high chairs. There was not a single visitor at them. Puzzled, Zhang Yuan looked at the surroundings of the establishment, thought about it, and assumed that it was just a coincidence. The boys were scared when a frightened courier suddenly ran up to them and shouted that something had happened. The courier asked the management to look at the leaflets, one of which said that a new internet cafe was opening. The puzzled guys studied the contents of the leaflets and asked the courier how this news was connected with them. The courier, tired after jogging, caught his breath and told Mr. Ma that this establishment would open next to them. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan looked at each other with gloomy expressions and guessed that their competitors were targeting them. Zhang Yuan suggested that they wanted to survive their establishment, and Ma Yang said that he had not offended anyone or entered into a price war. The red-haired guy said that there was probably someone behind this, because many establishments nearby began to participate in joint promotions. The terrified quarrymen said several intersections near their internet cafe were swarming with the leaflets. The employees started discussing why they shouldn't also have promotions and discounts, especially since the traffic in this area is poor. Zhang Yuan immediately rejected this idea, shouting that they were choosing the path of quality and lowering prices would damage their reputation. Holding the flyers in his hands, a worried Ma Yan clutched his head, asking what they should do. The boy sighed heavily, and Zhang Yuan said that he thought that this matter should be handled by Mr. Pei Qian. Meanwhile, Pei was relaxing in a chair in his office when he received a call from Ma Yan. The guy answered the phone. The boss was overjoyed when a worried Ma Yan told him everything, and that he and Zhang had decided that someone was behind it. The protagonist tried to hold back his laughter when a nervous Ma Yan asked his boss what they should do. When evening came, a new singer was performing in the internet cafe, and visitors were relaxing in the establishment, sitting at tables near the stage. Ma Yan was still worried. He didn't know what to do, and admitted that he felt heavy at heart, even though the boss had told him not to do anything. The manager noticed a man in a snow-white suit who was sitting on a nearby chair and drinking a blue cocktail. The stranger greeted Ma Yan, making it clear that he knew his name, smiled, and introduced himself as Li Shi. The man handed the guy a business card and admitted that he was their regular customer and asked if he wanted to discuss cooperation. Ma Yan looked closely at the business card and read the company name in a low voice, which read Fuhu Capital. Li Shi felt irritated because Ma Yan also didn't know about his company, and he thought that Fuhu was well known in the investment circles. An evil smile appeared on the man's face, and he thought that it was even better that Ma Yan didn't understand anything. The investor offered to talk to the guy and thought that it was a good thing that Ma Yan was in the dark. because that way he could fool him. The manager was not against talking to the investor. The guys sat at the bar and clinked glasses. After the conversation, the investor asked Ma Yan what the guy thought about the proposal he had just made. The guy was inspired and replied that the offer was good, but first he had to ask Pei's boss. The investor was not against this. He extended forward a glass filled with a blue alcoholic cocktail. As the evening drew to a close, the cafe employee saw off the happy guests, saying that he would look forward to seeing them again. Ma Yan walked away and called his boss, telling him that they could turn their losses into profits by accepting Fuhu Capital's investment. The guy felt like he was in a courtroom when he started talking to his boss on the phone about it. Pei Qian laughed and told the guy that he was just deceived. He knew that Ma Yan was very easy to deceive. But this was a good quality for his employee. The guy completely disagreed. He jumped forward and asked Brother Qian what he was saying. The boss said that this investor had already called Sin a couple of days ago and wanted to invest. But he refused. Ma Yan was shocked. He asked why refuse. It was good that Li Shi could invest a lot of money in their business. Pei slammed his hands on the table and asked the guy if he really thought anyone was doing charity work and spending money for their benefit. The boss protested, asking if there was anyone behind the local stores uniting to turn against them. Ma Yan felt uneasy when Boss Pei laid everything out on the shelves and made it clear to the guy that the investor had simply deceived him. The guy hit the table with his fists in rage and shouted that he would never forgive the investor for such a deception. Pei Qian waved his finger and told the boy that it was better not to refuse directly because it could only harm them. The boss asked Ma Yan to tell Li Shi that he was worried about the money and was a little shocked and confused by the proposal. Ma Yan asked the boss if they needed to do anything if they continued to lose money, as it would have a bad effect on them. The protagonist responded that the loss of money stimulates potential clients and will play a role in the development of the business environment in the future. The guy smiled broadly and told his boss that he understood everything and would pass everything on to the investor who had deceived him. Ma Yan hung up the phone, and the boss mentally turned to Li Shi, who had fooled Ma Yan and was proud of his skills. The protagonist laughed evilly. He was willing to use the investor who would spend money to help Pei Qian bear losses. Returning to the investor, Ma Yang thought how good it was that Chen was so smart. Otherwise, he would have fallen for this deception. Ma Yang approached the investor and told him that he had just called his boss to find out his opinion. He said that the boss was concerned about the recent losses and asked to wait a month, and if the problem was not resolved, he would think about alternative ways out of the situation. Investor Li Shi was not happy. He was not surprised that Boss Pei would show his stubbornness and agree to bear losses for a month. The man told Ma Yan that he was in no hurry and that the guy shouldn't insist because the boss could make his own decision. Ma Yan waved his hand to the waiter and ordered a glass of margarita to treat Mr. Li at his own expense. The next day, the action took place in the office of the Tangda Company. The street was sunny and crowded. Bao Shu told Lu Ming Liang that the boss rarely came to work recently, and he was told that Pei Qian was at the internet cafe because of problems there. Lu Ming Liang scratched his head in worry and asked the chief designer if they should start updating the Ocean Fortress. Bao Shu sighed and replied that this matter didn't seem that urgent compared to the problems at the internet cafe. He added that over the last couple of days, the number of active players and account replenishments has increased, which is very good. Lu Ming Liang agreed that it was necessary to wait with the new report, and looked at the completed report with a smile on his face. Soon the protagonist finally visited the main office. Pei Qian was sitting at his desk, doing something on his laptop. The guy was tired. He sat with his head resting on his hand and was silent, staring at the computer screen. Pei Qian leaned back in his chair and sighed. He was unhappy that everyone was telling him depressing news. He knew that his employees were facing problems and were working hard to solve them on their own, and not worry their superiors. The boss rubbed his forehead with his hand and thought that the main thing was not to let his subordinates know that he was aware of everything that was happening. He was pleased that most of the game's revenue was still within an acceptable range, except for Ocean Fortress. The guy was angry because the revenue figure was still high due to recommendations and updates, and no one was telling him about it. The main character began to actively type on the keyboard. He was wondering why all the employees were silent and what they were waiting for. He thought how hard it was for him because he found out on the internet that the documentary did not raise money, but increased the popularity of the Ocean Fortress. Closing his laptop, the boss reassured himself that it was just a coincidence and the popularity that player Li had given the game was temporary. The guy stood up and thought that everything was fine, as long as these temporary problems did not affect the future of the Ocean Fortress. Pulling the door handle, the protagonist gathered his strength and decided that it was time to take action. Walking down the corridor, Pei Qian knew that his actions wouldn't be of much use, but it was still worth a try. He walked past the employees without paying any attention to them. Lu Ming Liang looked at the boss in surprise without saying anything. Lu Ming Liang and Bao Shu exchanged glances. The chief designer was against telling the boss anything, but the chief planner insisted on his own and ran to the boss to stop Boss Pei. The guy scratched his head awkwardly and told the boss that recently the number of active players in the Ocean Fortress had increased significantly. The main character nodded, smiled sweetly at his subordinate, and replied that he was already aware of this news. Lu Ming Liang felt even more awkward for telling his boss bad news. The boss was unhappy that his subordinate forgot about such news and did not inform him in time. But then the guy smiled slyly, thinking that it was the right decision to put such a person in the position of chief planner. Pei Qian walked further into the office with his hands in his pockets, mentally praising himself for his excellent plan. It was a weekend, Sunday, June 27th. It was evening, and the internet cafe was still open. Investor Li Shi was spending time in this place again. He was sweating, nervously watching someone. It turned out that the man's gaze was fixed on our hero. The guy was sitting with his back to him, staring at his phone. Soon the main character noticed that someone was watching him. He carefully looked back to make sure. The guy turned away again when he saw that this Mr. Li was back at it again, and was not surprised by the investor's appearance. He was just glad that the neighboring stores were blocking the traffic of the internet cafes, and the losses this quarter would be promising. Li Shi thought that Pei was obviously very worried deep down inside, and Qian only reinforced his idea of investing. The man took a sip of champagne, conflicting thoughts entering his head. He admitted to himself that he felt unsure and suggested that he had missed something important. Looking at the cocktail, Li Shi guessed that Boss Pei was very capable to have achieved this at such a young age. The investor was surprised that it was not clear that the guy was doing anything at all. He did not introduce any discounts or promotions or anything in this cafe, and this is unreasonable. Li Shi thought that the guy didn't lower the prices because it would damage the image of the internet cafe and cause more harm than good. The man stood up and came closer, thinking that the main character still had some kind of ace up his sleeve. The investor was stunned when he heard the guy start swearing loudly because of his failures in the game he was playing on his phone. He turned away, smiled, and realized that this was a youth with little experience, and the man had simply overestimated him. The main character had to take a break from his favorite mobile game when Huang Xibo called the guy. Pei Qian was visibly surprised. He didn't understand why Huang Xibo needed to call him at such a late hour. The guy decided to answer the phone call and immediately asked Huang Xibo what happened. Li Shi looked at Pei Qian when the boss was told over the phone to turn on the satellite TV immediately. The protagonist froze and widened his eyes in surprise when Huang Xibo congratulated him on something in advance. Boss Pei stood up and loudly asked Zhang Yuan to immediately turn on the projector and connect the satellite TV. With a friendly smile on his face, the red-haired bartender agreed to do so and pressed the button on the remote control. A projector appeared on the stage in the internet cafe. There was no picture yet because the satellite TV was loading. The main character was very scared. He did not understand what Huang Xibo congratulated him on, and what could have already happened. It turned out that Chen Lei was performing on TV. The guy was singing about a quiet night when he was walking down the street, and she was waiting in the fragrant yellow light. The judges, who heard the singer's talented voice, began to press buttons one by one to take him into their team. Chen Lei, who came to the capital, decided to take part in a singing competition that was shown on television. All four judges turned their chairs towards him, meaning that each of them liked the guy's voice. The main character was noticeably taken aback because he did not expect to see his familiar singer on television. Pei Qian seemed to have turned into a stone statue that had been shattered into many pieces after being struck by lightning. He didn't understand what was going on as he watched Chen Lei singing about the girl he would never forget on Shanghai TV. A puzzled Pei Qian remembered that the Voice project was only supposed to be released in 2012, not now. Horrified, he grabbed his head. The guy wondered if everything was happening again, remembering the recent incident with the site. Outwardly, the boss tried to remain calm. He sat peacefully at the table and watched the singer's performance on television. Chen Lei, meanwhile, continued to sing on Shanghai TV's talent show, captivating everyone with his pleasant voice. The investor, upon seeing the performance, recognized the guy as Chen Lei, who was a local singer and got along well with the townspeople. Li Shi's expression changed as the thought came into his head that things weren't as simple as he thought. Chen Lei, meanwhile, introduced himself to the public and told the four masters that he came from Jingzhou. There were four mentors sitting in front of the guy. Among them, there were 3 men and only 1 girl with black hair. One of the judges praised the chosen love song and said that something like this could be written by people with a very interesting story. He asked the guy if the song was dedicated to a girl, and Chen Lei replied that he sang the song for a specific place. Smiling, Chen Lei admitted that he dedicated the song to a small internet cafe, where he feels a sense of home. The singer said that due to low self-esteem, he could not find a job until one day he came across an internet cafe. The investor, meanwhile, became tense. He thought that the boss had turned on the TV show especially for him. Chen Lei said that Boss Pei's support helped him realize his dreams in Shanghai. But now the cafe's income has fallen. Almost crying, the singer admitted that his boss never approached him about this because he didn't want to put him under pressure. The guy said that now that he had the opportunity to perform on this stage, he wanted to say something to the boss. Chen Lei's eyes were filled with tears. The guy looked straight into the camera and thanked Boss Pei. Afterwards, the guy said, smiling, that small internet cafe was like a second home to him. The audience applauded, and the red-haired judge said that he could not have imagined that the song performed was about a dream and not love. The girl mentor said that it was very touching, and such verses of songs give the body and make one remember the past. The third mentor asked the singer not to worry and invited him to join his team, promising to give him 20 concerts around the country. The host asked the contestant what his choice was when all 4 mentors were ready to accept him into their team. Chen Lei said that he wanted to go to his city and sing a few songs at that internet cafe to personally tell them that he missed them. The protagonist told Zhang Yuan that this was enough and asked the boy to turn off the projector, and he agreed. Investor Li should continue to follow our hero. He wondered if everything was already decided, and there was no need to look further. The man smiled and concluded that Chen Lei and the story of the internet cafe would soon become popular all over the internet. The singer's performance made our hero upset. Because Chen Lei would soon return to the internet cafe, Li Shi walked up to the dejected protagonist and admitted that he admired him and was glad that the guy did something. At this time, Boss Pei was anxious, depressed, stunned, and the plan had failed, and he was unable to protect himself. As he left, Li Shi looked at Boss Pei again with a smirk on his face and admitted that he had underestimated the young man. The man waved his hand and said that Pei Qian had won this time and hoped that they would have another opportunity to cooperate. It was only when investor Li Shi left that Pei Qian came back to reality and noticed it. The boy shouted at the man to stop and stated that there had been a misunderstanding. The boss turned his attention to his employees. They were all hugging and crying with happiness, believing that they were saved and the cafe would live. Pei Qian was exhausted. It was obvious to him that the internet cafe would become popular in the future, and Chen Lei would come here to perform. The main character lamented that only God knew how much booze this singer could sell in 3 days. It was as if a thundercloud was hanging over the boss, and the main thing was that he couldn't get rid of Chen Lei. And Ma Yan noticed the guy's condition. Ma Yan was very happy. He shouted for Brother Qin and said that there were already many visitors outside. The guy grabbed his boss's hand and said that he finally understood why Chen Lei had to be sent to Shanghai. The boss wanted to justify himself, but he had no strength when Ma Yan said that Chen believed that the singer could shoot. Wiping away his tears, Ma Yan happily asked if he could urgently recruit waiters to prepare. The main character answered his partner that it would be better to have a good rest first and tried to smile. Ma Yan patted his chest and asked if the boss's long efforts to make the internet cafe popular would not be in vain now. The guy left, shouting for the boss not to worry because he could rely on them and was ready to work. The protagonist squeezed out an insincere expression of gratitude and seemed to fall to his knees, exhausted and trembling. At this time, a crowd had gathered at the cafe. They noted the good atmosphere and admitted that they had not noticed this establishment because of the discounts at the bar nearby. More and more people approached the entrance of the internet cafe, some hoping that they would meet Chen Lei inside. Covering his face with his hand, the boss understood that with the departure of the investor, the neighboring stores would stop selling their promotions, and that was bad. Pei Qian felt like he was standing in the cold in the middle of a snowfall, realizing that his beautiful internet cafe was no more. Soon, lying on the couch and eating a sandwich, the boss thought that he couldn't even estimate how many drinks were sold in the cafe yesterday. The guy had dark circles under his eyes. He remembered that yesterday before going to bed, the system account was in minus, more than 2 million. According to Pei Qian's plan, the internet cafe should not generate income, and he expected the income from games to be no more than 2 million. Reaching for a bag of milk, he thought that the cafe's turnover for the previous evening should have been no more than 100,000. Taking a sip of milk, The exhausted guy understood that because of the singer, his establishment's income would skyrocket again. Pei-Qian smiled slyly because there was still a small possibility of losing up to 400,000 yuan in this quarter. The guy choked when he opened the system and saw that the system account had suddenly increased by more than 1,000,000 yuan. He immediately opened his laptop, shouting that they were in big trouble, and didn't understand what could have caused this. Pei-Qian did a quick analysis and saw that the Ocean Fortress had brought in 1,000,000 more than expected. The main character immediately called an emergency meeting in his head. All 5 guys clutched their heads in helplessness. Chief Pei-Qian didn't understand how such a profit could be achieved. Even though Li Zhengwei had recently given the game wide publicity, another Pei-Qian adjusted his glasses and asked if they could sell more than 10,000 games a week. The guy sighed heavily and said that this was all unreasonable. He asked the others what they could have missed. Pei-Qian, who was drinking tea, said the raw data showed that the number of active players in the game had increased. The guys started to speculate about why this happened and suggested that the game lifts the spirits. The bow-tie-wearing protagonist raised his hand and shouted for others to look at the post. Everyone looked at this Pei-Qian, and he read out a post about how one of the players had a friend come to him and ask him to play Ocean Fortress. After realizing why the number of players had grown, the guys realized that they had been too naive in making restrictions on in-game purchases. The protagonist hit the table with a wooden hammer again and concluded that everything is cyclical, and it is impossible to lose money. When Pei-Qian returned, he took all the blame on himself because he was the one who allowed the players to fork out money and limited the number of weapons to 500. Getting up from the couch, the guy, shaking from fatigue, decided to have a drink at an internet cafe, realizing that he wouldn't earn any money anyway. The following events took place in the evening at an internet cafe, and because of Chen Lei, there were a lot of people near the establishment. One of the visitors was a charming blonde girl who was sitting on the sofa and reading a book. Inside the internet cafe, there was also a lot of people. Almost all the tables were occupied by customers. Waiters were serving drinks. A couple came into the establishment and started looking around. The girl called the atmosphere in the cafe pleasant. And the guy said that there were almost no seats left. Gamers also took their places at the computers. They were delighted not only with the service, but also with the latest technology. The visitors were surprised that they had not had the sense to come to this cafe before. They had nothing to complain about. Everything was top-notch. The area near the stage was filled with fans, who shouted Chen Lei's name and confessed their love to the singer. The guy stood on stage and glowed under the spotlight. He sang about the good old days and good old friendship. The girls standing near the stage were discussing how the prices in the cafe would change after Chen Lei's return. Our hero had tears in his eyes when he came to the internet cafe and complained of being tired. The boy cried, missing the big internet cafe that used to lose money and serve only him. But now everything has changed. A joyful Ma Yan approached the main character and told his friend that they had specially reserved a table for him. Ma Yan gave a thumbs up and said that thanks to the protagonist, the business at the establishment was now doing well. Pei-Qian was taken aback when Ma Yan asked the boy if he had opened several cafes on purpose to cope with the influx of customers. Afterwards, Ma Yan scratched his head and said that he had things to do, and Pei-Qian let the guy go back to work. The main character sighed heavily. A disgruntled man sat at a table nearby and talked to the waiter. Pei-Qian perked up when the waiter announced that he had good news and that Mr. Lin would be paying for all the drinks today. The day of summing up the wealth transformation system came on June 30th, and our hero was already in the office. The main character decided to start his working day with a can of refreshing soda. He opened it to take his first sip. As Pei-Qian sipped the sweet water, he honestly didn't understand what could have gone wrong and why critical moments were occurring more and more often. The guy was exhausted. He knew he had to do something to avoid becoming poor, but he didn't understand why this was happening. He sighed heavily, finding it hard to accept that he was left to rely on a measly 1% of profit to get money into his personal account. Having activated the system, the boss saw that, after summing up the results, his personal account had increased by 23,000. He realized that after 2 months of hard work he had received so little, and it was even less than compared to the last time. The guy put the can of soda on the table and wondered why he didn't take a break. The boss knew that the games were still making money now, especially the monthly turnover of the Ocean Fortress. The guy understood that the internet cafe also brings in money, and if he just does nothing, he will receive some money into his personal account. Pei-Qian, imagining himself as a fish, walked to the window and calculated that he could convert about 100,000 into his personal account. The hero was stunned when he received a special task from the system to achieve more loss during the next calculation. The main character threw his fish costume on the floor out of anger because he just wanted to relax and was given such a task. The boy became worried when he read that the system was going to give him a mysterious gift for completing a special task. He wondered if it could be, for example, a prop that would allow him to change the wealth coefficient. Peiken was glad that the news cycle lasted 4 months, which was enough to show his strength and do some things. As the guy sat down on the sofa to think, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. Someone was calling him. The protagonist answered the phone with a worried expression on his face and saw that it was Ma Yan calling him. Ma Yang asked Brother Xian why he didn't come to the internet cafe because Mr. Lin wanted to meet him. The boss's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't understand what Lin Wan's brother, Mr. Lin Zhou, wanted from him. The guy didn't refuse the meeting, and soon Miss Shin's assistant was already racing down the street in a car, driving the boss. Pei Qian knew that even with a high profit, he would not be able to get all the money, and he remembered his earnings when he was an actor. He decided to ask the system how his salary would be calculated if he became an actor at Fei Wang Studio again. He was upset because his own company would not be able to pay him more than 1,500 a day. But in other companies, there are no salary limits. The protagonist decided that in order for everything to go smoothly, he needed to avoid arousing the system's suspicions. As Miss Shin drove the boss to the cafe with a smile on her face, Pei Qian knew that there were still some risks. The guy arrived at the second branch of his internet cafe. Mr. Lin was already waiting for him, sitting at a table with a cup of coffee. A red-haired guy named Lin Zhou greeted our hero when Boss Pei approached him. They shook hands, and Lin said that his sister was grateful to the boss. But Pei Qian disagreed that such a gesture was simple gratitude. Mr. Lin was confused when Boss Pei made it clear that he knew he had spent several $100,000. The red-haired guy didn't deny anything, forced a smile, and answered the main character that this was also true. While stirring his coffee, Mr. Lin said that his sister had been the most caring and uncontrollable of their father since childhood. Lin Zhou said that he heard that his sister was quite peaceful and down-to-earth with Boss Pei, which surprised him. Showing a fake smile, Boss Pei said that he had heard rumors that Lin's father was against the girl working in Tengda. Lin Zhou sighed heavily and said that his sister was doing meaningless things when she had the money to start her own gaming business. The man admitted that he understood her choice because he once had a dream of becoming the lead singer of a rock band. Taking a sip of coffee, our hero thought that all members of the Lin family were very versatile people. The red-haired guy admitted that he thought his sister needed to gain some experience and asked his boss to take care of her. Afterwards, the young man, without saying a word, meaningfully showed our hero 5 fingers. Lin Zhou said that the whole story was quite sad and asked Pei Qian to discuss further details. The boss was surprised, and inside he was in shock, because the man told him about 500 units of epic weapons, which cost more than 400,000. He tried to suppress his trembling, thinking that after such a deal he would receive a profit of up to 200,000 yuan. The protagonist replied to the man that there was no need for such a gift and asked him to think again. Boss Pei tapped his finger on the table and said that, although Mr. Lin still insisted on his own way, he had a different opinion from the hero. Pei Qian said that he had recently been thinking about investing in a business and would not mind if Lin covered the expenses. Mr. Lin liked the idea and saw no problem in spending a little money, so he asked how much the guy needed. The boss said he needed 200,000, half of which would go towards salaries and the rest towards props for filming short series. Mr. Lin shouted that paying the director only 5,000 per episode was not enough and that it needed to be doubled. Lin Zhou thought that the boss actually needed money for entertainment, so he led him to this so smoothly. The man smiled because it was just in time and he was sure that this matter would bring the boys closer together. Holding a cup of hot coffee in his hands, the protagonist was surprised that the system did not warn him when he asked for money. Pei Qian was angry that he had only just now obtained 200,000 so easily, when he had previously converted it with such effort, but outwardly the main character remained unperturbed. He sat in front of Mr. Lin with a friendly smile on his face. It was the 1st of July and Pei Qian was spending his time on the sofa in his apartment, staring at his phone screen. The guy saw that Mr. Lin transferred the money to him very quickly, and not 200,000, as agreed, but 300. He decided that Lin didn't care what he spent the money on, but he would still put aside 100,000 for props to shoot a few videos. The protagonist was a little scared when he received an unexpected call from teacher Zhang, and he wondered why. Pei Qian immediately answered the call and said the teacher's name, a nervous smile appearing on his face. Boss Pei felt like he was in a courtroom when he began talking to a professor from his university. Zhang Wei, a teacher and consultant in Handong, said Pei's appearance in the short film had caused a lot of buzz. Pei Qian assumed that the rumors came from his classmates and asked the teacher how he could help him. The man praised the boy for being special because he doesn't go to school because of work and business. The main character laughed, but he understood that the teacher was not saying all this entirely sincerely. Mr. Zhang said that it was the graduation season and many students were still unemployed, and asked Pei Qian to tell the studio management about it. Unwilling to help, Pei Qian suggested that the students go to campus and try to find jobs there. Teacher Zhang coughed and replied that there was nothing suitable on campus, otherwise he would not have approached Pei Qian. The main character smiled when he realized that the teacher was not referring to all students, but specifically to his students. The boss slapped his chest and asked Zhang not to worry, suggesting that the man send him a list of these students. The man nodded happily and smiled, promising to send the unemployed students' resumes to the guy by email. The protagonist was very happy when he soon got acquainted with the students' resumes that Zhang sent him by email. After learning the information he needed, Pei Qian closed his laptop with a loud bang. And now, he had the opportunity to expand the staff headquarters. He smiled because all these candidates were without abilities and talents, and it was time to hire newcomers. Boss Pei began to pace around his living room, wondering what kind of work he could assign to the inexperienced students. He abandoned the idea of putting them in a game studio and settled on an internet cafe that needed people to clean tables. The guy's eyes lit up when he got the idea to create a separate gaming company for them, headed by some lucky guy from Tengda. He has already planned how he will create a team that is divided into execution, technology, and finance departments. The guy quickly changed into his work clothes and first decided to deal with the unresolved danger in Tengda. Putting on his jacket, the protagonist straightened his gray tie before heading to the office for work. His plan was to talk to Ma Dubiao about the plot, because he was the one who attracted new players by embellishing the content of the games. As he left the apartment, the boy decided that Ma Dubiao would definitely help him, and this time he would succeed. The main character's new idea was to create a website that would sell ebooks. Meanwhile, Bao Shu, Lu Ming, and Mei Dubiao were discussing whether Boss Pei would announce a new game this week. Miss Xin was also at the meeting and sat next to Lin Wan. She admitted that they hadn't had such a meeting for a long time. Soon, Boss Pei entered the conference room and saw that his entire team was already sitting at the large table and waiting for him. The boss knew that there was no need to rush, but games were worth releasing, and he already had ideas about the new game, and the mistakes of the past could not be repeated. The guy understood that he had to be extremely careful because of the system, and the game had to match the money invested. Looking at his subordinates, Pei Qian knew that the system was restricting him, and it was not so easy to lose money. But the guy tried to remain optimistic, because as long as the response and influence are great, even without funds, it is possible to earn money. He knew that the system helped save money on word of mouth, and he told the guys that he had 5 demands regarding the new game. Lin Wan was delighted when she heard about the new game. She was very curious about what idea Boss Pei had. Pei Qian understood that the games that everyone knows about but not everyone will buy include games with very complex interfaces. The guy raised his index finger and voiced the first requirement. The game should have a Chinese theme and puzzles with ancient writings. Ma Dubiao was surprised when he heard about the game with puzzles and ancient scripts, immediately imagining it all. The protagonist rejoiced, realizing that Europeans would not be able to play this game, and foreigners would not last even a minute in it. The developers wrote everything down while the boss said that the game's difficulty should be almost impossible to complete. Thirdly, the boss wants to make an action game with a lot of features and actions, and most of the budget should go to this. Lin Wan was taking notes when Pei Qian said that the game should have the longest refund period after purchase. Pei Qian voiced the 5th condition. The game must be called Salvation Comes to Those Who Repent. The entire development team sighed heavily in unison when they heard all the boss's conditions regarding the new game. The boys were confused. They looked at each other, not understanding anything, and scratched their heads in bewilderment. Bao Shu asked the boss to elaborate on the difficulty, such as how many players should make it to the final boss. With a satisfied smile on his face, the protagonist was ready to voice the condition. But suddenly the system stopped him with a warning. Pei Qian was shocked when the system told him that a game that could not be completed would be considered a violation. He cursed and raged at the system, which had announced that the difficulty of the game should depend on whether Pei Qian himself could beat the game. The guy told himself to stop panicking and quickly came to the decision to add hints to the game if he had to complete it on his own. Pei Qian came up with the idea of creating a special weapon in the game, but it would only be obtainable by progressing along the most absurd route. The boss then told the designer that, theoretically, most players would be able to complete the game, and asked him to make it as difficult as possible, and then he would make adjustments. He smiled slyly, planning to add weapons to it, set the difficulty to extreme, so that only he could complete it. Lu Mingliang scratched his head and asked the boss if the material in the game on the theme of Chinese traditions was too specific. The protagonist yawned and waved his hand, replying that it wasn't that important and that it was time for them to end the meeting. The boss stood up from his chair and looked at Du Biao, who was sitting at the table, and asked the guy to be the only one to stay. The scriptwriter was delighted, thinking that Pei's boss wanted to tell him more about the plot of the new game. When everyone left, the guy was glad that he had the opportunity to personally communicate with the boss, because he was working conscientiously for the good of the company. Ma Dubiao didn't quite understand how to display the game's name in the story, and hoped that the boss would give him a hint. But the boss wanted to talk to him about something completely different. He smiled and declared that Ma was no longer a member of Tengda from today on. Ma Dubiao was shocked when he heard this. The guy's jaw dropped, and the news came as a bolt of lightning to him. He didn't understand what it all meant. The guy didn't expect that it would turn out that all this time he hadn't worked well enough. The guy mentally grabbed his head. He was confused because other colleagues spoke well of his work. Pei Qian calmed him down, saying that he wanted to give him an important task, opening a book website, and this was a chance for a literature lover to prove himself. A shocked Ma Dubiao breathed a sigh of relief when it turned out that it was not a dismissal, but another appointment. The guy asked his boss what the current status of the project was when he heard that he would be responsible for it. Boss Pei explained that the project was just being created, and Pei Qian would soon assemble the staff, and the guy needed to work on the website. Pei Qian pointed up and said that the guy's workplace was upstairs, and that his subordinates would be a couple of guys from the university. Ma Dubiao was excited, thinking about Tengda Company, which was successfully developing in several directions at once. Looking at his boss, the guy understood that this was an important opportunity for him to show his individuality. Ma Dubiao knew that as long as he could create good projects, Fei Huang Studio would be shown on television. He thought that with this same project, Tengda would be able to create new games, and this boss's plan would bear fruit. An insecure Ma Dubiao confessed to his boss that he already knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to handle the project. The guy with purple hair quietly said that he himself wasn't a very good writer, and now he had to become a leader, and that was a very big responsibility. The protagonist smiled, mentally agreeing with the words of his subordinate, because that was the only reason he appointed him. Boss Pei, sighing heavily, understood that if someone else wrote it, the book could shoot up to the top, and they definitely didn't need that. The guy smiled, looking at his subordinate, realizing that in front of him sat an excellent backup, like a shield blocking success. The protagonist assumed that Ma Dubiao's literary skills would work against him because they already had a similar website. He suggested that if inexperienced students were brought in, the project would certainly become unreliable. Boss Pei stood up from his chair, thinking that the project was stable, because readers would not be able to find a good book because of inexperienced writers. Pei Qian put his hand on Ma's shoulder and said that everyone envied the guy's talent, and that he wrote very scientifically. So many people did not understand him. Ma Dubiao thought that the boss had read his book, but the boss said that he hadn't. He had just immediately recognized the guy's talent. Inspired by his boss's words, Ma Dubiao stood up from his chair and loudly promised that he would do everything to create a great website. The guy in glasses scratched his face with his finger and asked our hero what the name of this site should be. The hero grimly stated that the site should be called China Network Endpoint, imagining it as a graveyard. But the gloomy name didn't bother Ma Dubiao at all. He was already thinking about how this site would work and how cool it would be for writers. As he left the meeting room, the protagonist asked Ma Dubiao to contact him if he had any questions. The working day continued. Some sat at computers while others discussed work documents while standing in the office. Pei Qian was in his office, the work in Tengda was finished, and now he needed to start on Shangyang Games. The guy knew that after the updates in Song of Bloody Battle, old players returned, but they don't really bring money into the game. The boss clicked on the folder with the plan for a new game from Shangyang Games, realizing that at this rate he would receive a warning from the system and a new project would be needed. He imagined himself as a judge at a competition. When he was getting acquainted with the plan, the guy was commenting on a simple gameplay without details. Pei Qian knew that he didn't want to make any amendments, and everything would be lost if he handed this draft over to Ye Jizhou. After seeing the 13th autonomous project, the guy said that the idea was good, and there were even some good design concepts. Afterwards, he became familiar with Wang Xiao's plan and realized that the guy wanted to revive the domestic gaming industry. But the design of the project seemed too conservative to him, and he was afraid that he would lose a lot of money if he followed it. The protagonist decided to get acquainted with the projects of other employees and take Wang Xiao's game if he does not find something better. The boss was surprised when he came across a project from Ye Jizhou. It was a sequel to Song of Bloody Battle called Eternal Blood. This was what the protagonist was looking for. The project seemed great to him, and he mentally pressed the red button. Peichen saw that the new game had only advanced the plot a little, added a few details, and it was better to continue the finished project than to create a new one. The guy put the Shangyang Games chief planner's project in a separate folder and was ready to deal with it. The boss wrote that Wang Xiao's project was good but conservative, and accepted Ye Jizhou's project, allowing Wang Xiao to make changes to it. When everything was ready, the guy stretched and yawned. He was ready to spend as much money as possible and get more losses. Meanwhile, in the Shangyang office, Chief Planner Ye Jizhou loudly called out to Wang Xiao to pay attention to him. Wang Xiao came over and asked what was going on, and Ye Jizhou told him that the boss had chosen his idea to create a new game. The guy with glasses asked if the boss had made any changes to the design, and the chief planner replied that the boss had simply changed the name a little. A puzzled Wang Xiao asked his colleague what name Boss Pei had suggested instead of Ye Jizhou's idea. Ye Jizhou said that he originally wanted to call the game Bloody Battle Song 2, but the boss changed the name to Bloody Battle Song Enhanced Edition. Wang Xiao clicked his tongue in annoyance, but inside he was going crazy. Amazed at Boss Pei's talent for coming up with such a brilliant name, the guy with glasses didn't expect that Boss Pei wouldn't choose his project, but would instead go with Ye Jizhou's game, changing its name. Wang Xiao was angry, and after being rejected, he wanted to create the game himself, finding himself in a new position. He thought that Boss Pei was an extraordinary talent who wanted to save the industry, and he was not greedy for money, but a noble person. But he didn't understand why the boss chose Ye Jizhou's project instead of Bao Xiao, who had created the successful game Song of Bloody Battle. The boy froze in surprise when Ye Jizhou said that the boss wrote that Wang Xiao's plan was also not bad. He was taken aback when the chief planner relayed his boss's words that Wang Xiao's plan was too conservative and he needed to work on it a little more. Wang Xiao was overjoyed when it turned out that the boss approved his plan, but his game was too conservative and not suitable as an independent one. The guy in glasses agreed with the boss and admitted that he had taken as a basis the usual ideas that had already outlived their usefulness. He breathed a sigh of relief and was not surprised that his boss immediately noticed the shortcomings in his project. Looking at the happy new chief planner, Wang Xiao mentally acknowledged that the guy's plan was innovative in the gaming field. Wang Xiao realized that his plan, on the contrary, looked mediocre. And the guy, judging from the expression on his face, was dissatisfied with this. The man decided not to give up, but to continue trying to work on game development and improve. An unsure Ye Jizhou asked the guy what to do next, and he was encouraged by the boss, who was happy with everything, and he should keep it up. Wang Xiao said the upside is that the development time will be shortened, and their game will be completely new. Ye Jizhou gathered his strength when Wang Xiao said that there was no need to change the game functions and gameplay too much, but rather to invest in artistic resources. The lead planner tapped away at his keyboard and replied that he was going to create a design project and prepare a list of resources. He confessed to a colleague that he wanted to apply for 2 million and was worried about whether it would be approved. His colleague told him that it was always worth trying, and the more money they invested, the better the result would be. Meanwhile, the main character was in his office. The guy was reading something in a notebook, thinking that he needed to look at something else. He seemed to burst into flames of rage when he realized that he had two main enemies, blogger Qiao Liang and Lin Wan. Peichen knew that Qiao Liang now lived in the capital and belonged to the Beibao clan, posting videos on the Eli Island website. Our hero was upset because this blogger became popular thanks to his company, and the guy can't influence it in any way. Thinking back to the time when Lu Ming Liang offered the blogger a lot of money, Pei Qian knew that Qiao Liang had a lot of influence now. He knew that the blogger could be bribed, but it was unclear what he could ask him to do for money. Stop posting videos or make a video criticizing Tengda. The protagonist realized that his idea was contrary to common sense, and the blogger would doubt him. The boy was furious at the hopelessness of the situation. Boiling with anger, Pei Qian loudly slammed his fists on the table. He understood that he couldn't turn off his hatred for the blogger, as well as for Lin Wan, who had saved them hundreds of thousands on rent. Pei Qian smirked slyly, thinking that the girl had acted too frivolously. considering the money her brother had given him. The protagonist decided to follow the plan and send the girl to work abroad. Already imagining their farewell, he assumed that Lin Wan would eventually fail abroad, return home, and inherit his parents' fortune. The guy also realized that at some point, everything might not go according to plan, and other options needed to be considered. Pei Qian speculated that one day, Shangyang Games would start losing money, and they would no longer be given free rent. The protagonist decided to call his assistant Miss Xin and asked the girl to call Lin Wan to his office. When the boss told the girl everything, she immediately refused the promotion and shouted that she would not go anywhere. The guy was surprised because others cried with happiness when they received something. But Lin Wan got angry and flatly refused. Lin Wan thanked her boss for his kindness and said that her current abilities were not enough for such a responsible job. She expressed hope that she could stay in Tengda and wait for the release of the new game to gain more experience. Pei Qian was shocked as if he had been electrocuted because his plan had failed, and he was angry because of the nasty rich girl. The guy didn't give up and told his subordinate that people in their company like to underestimate their abilities. Lin Wan perked up when Pei Qian announced that he was entrusting the girl with the responsibility of becoming the manager of Shangyang Games. This news made the girl happy. She blushed with happiness and embarrassment, not believing her luck. Getting up from his chair, the boss said that they had recently bought an unprofitable gaming company and that it needed to be rehabilitated somehow. He said that changes could not be made in this company in a hurry, and it would not be easy to do so. Pointing his finger at the girl, the boss declared that he was placing two important tasks on Lin Wan's shoulders. First, Lin Wan will have to push the current leader Ye Zhizhou to make decisions that he does not dare to make on his own. The girl's mouth widened in surprise when the boss announced that her second task would be to become the company's new ambassador. The boss expressed hope that Lin Wan would turn around the loss-making company, rebuild the team, and resolve the salary problem. The strict boss came closer to the girl, warned that the work was serious, and asked if she was afraid of difficulties. Lin Wan, clenching her fists, confidently and loudly answered the protagonist that she was not afraid of difficulties. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, looked at his subordinate with a smile and replied that it was wonderful. Lin Wan awkwardly asked if she could return back to Tengda Company after completing all the tasks in Shangyang. The boss replied that, naturally, Tengda was her home and her workplace would remain hers, so the girl could return at any time. Lin Wan was delighted, inspired by her boss's words, and declared that she accepted her boss's assignment. After that, the red-haired girl turned around abruptly and walked towards the exit of the company director's office. The main character was satisfied with his subordinates after the conversation. He smiled because he had achieved his goal. Pei Qian sat down in the chair in his office and smiled slyly. Now he only had to deal with the blogger. The guy understood that Lin Wan's weakness was that the girl was obsessed with personal growth, and this task would make her leave due to its difficulty. Leafing through the diary with a list of goals, the boss was pleased that the current dangers were almost eliminated, and things were settled. Having slammed the diary shut, the protagonist decided to go to an internet cafe to be completely sure of this. Boss Pei came to one of the branches of the internet cafe, which was located on Mingyun Mountain, a scenic area. The main character opened the door to the establishment and walked in with a confident step, holding one hand in his pocket. The first thing he noticed was an employee who was brazenly sleeping at his workplace out of boredom and lack of clients. The hall, which was arranged like a coffee shop, was also empty. There was not a single visitor at the tables. There were no gamers in this branch of the establishment either. All the tables with computers were free, and only the wind was blowing through the room. Boss Pei was pleased with the environment he saw, because this is exactly how everything should look in the establishment. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan sat down at the table, and soon the waiter brought the boss a cup of coffee. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan glanced at each other. They suspected that something had happened for the boss to come to such a remote branch. They came to the same conclusion with their glances. The boss had come to turn the unprofitable branch into one that would bring in profit. Ma Yan slapped his chest and looked at his friend and told him that they needed to do something to make Mingyun Cafe prosper. With a smile on his face, Ma Yan decided to please his boss and announced that he had good news. The boss almost spilled his coffee from surprise and fear. He looked at his friend with stunned eyes and ordered him to speak. Smiling cheerfully, Ma Yan said that the cafe's alcohol revenue had increased significantly and they were starting to make a profit thanks to Chen Lei. Zhang Yuan added that many performers also want to come and perform at their internet cafe. After hearing about Chen Lei, fortunately, Boss Pei had predicted this. and he was not surprised when the main branch of the internet cafe began to make a profit. Ma Yan was already dreaming that in the future, they would become more popular and turn the internet cafe into a bar to increase their income. Our hero didn't like the idea. Pei Qian abruptly put his cup of coffee on the table and rejected Ma Yan's offer. The boss got angry and stood up from his chair and yelled at the guy, accusing him of Ma Yan being too narrow-minded. Ma Yan was speechless, frightened by the boss's anger, and Zhang Yuan was not surprised that Pei Qian was against the idea. Zhang Yuan consoled his friend, thinking how cool it was that Ma Yan and the boss were on good terms, even though he never understood Pei Qian's intentions. Smiling, the red-haired guy was sure that the boss wanted to move in different directions to spread the establishment's branches outside the city. Pei Qian asked Ma Yan how the food delivery business was doing, and he told him that they had a great reputation and customers gave them good ratings. Ma Yan felt awkward admitting this to his boss, but he said that they were still a long way from making a profit. Zhang Yuan wondered if the boss was aiming for something more, since he wouldn't be able to make a profit in such a short time anyway. The red-haired guy found it strange that Pei Qian didn't ask anything about branches, but first asked about delivery. He suggested that the boss wanted to take advantage of the popularity of internet cafes and increase revenue from takeaway sales. The main character suddenly announced that he now wants to get involved in the logistics industry and start a company. The news was clearly unexpected for the boys. Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang looked at each other with shocked looks. Pei Qian solemnly announced that the new logistics company would be called Headwind Freight. Ma Yan and the red-haired guy were speechless after hearing this, and they stared at the boss in silence, confused. Confused, Ma Yan scratched his head and asked the boss if this meant that they had not yet established logistics. The main character immediately came up with lines from a song by a popular band, and he decided to use them to answer the guy. He asked Ma Yan not to show his ignorance because the headwind was very suitable for flying. The protagonist made a gesture with his hands and started shouting, declaring that the name of their future company spoke of takeoff. Zhang Yuan felt uneasy and tried to smile silently because he couldn't keep up with Boss Pei's flight of thought. The guy looked at Ma Yan and said with his eyes that he thought Boss Pei was planning to develop other industries. Ma Yan thought that it was all based on food delivery, but it was not working well, so the boss decided to scale up. Coughing, Boss Pei said he knew the project might seem big and current funds might not be enough. The protagonist told his subordinates that he was in no hurry to create a national freight transportation company. The guy knew that at that time the platform with online shopping already existed, but this area was not yet developed. Most express deliveries are currently experiencing rapid growth, but problems such as late delivery and lost goods remain. He knew that there would be services like Hive and Silly-Bird in the future, and it would be a good experience to be a part of that. Pei Qian understood that the work of delivery men was not considered honorable, and couriers passed on all the costs to consumers. The 5 Pei Qians, in their guise of couriers, said in unison that no one wanted to do the dirty work because it didn't bring in any money. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan silently looked at the boss, who announced that he had thought of everything and that 100 pickup points would be opened in their city. Taking a sip of tea, the boss announced that the next step was cooperation with courier companies. The protagonist planned to deliver packages door to door, being a service that the entire population hates. The guy knew that one distribution point for the stupid bird brought in 3,000 yuan in profit per month, and the points were managed by 2 people. Boss Pei wanted his company to be different from others. Couriers would earn more money and customers would not have to pick up packages in person. He was ready to receive a monthly loss of up to 800,000 by opening 100 distribution points and hiring a bunch of staff. Zhang Yuan looked at the silent boss with admiration, thinking how smart he was to have a long-term perspective on this project. The red-haired guy began to dream that many people would start using their door-to-door delivery services. He thought that in the future, the majority of people would switch to Headwind and they would reach the national level. Zhang Yuan looked at his boss with adoration and thought that here he was, a true role model. Meanwhile, other events were unfolding in the office of our hero's subsidiary, Shangyang Games. Lin Wan was already sitting in her new workplace. The girl now held the position of development director. Feeling very tired in her new position, Lin Wan lay down on the table and wondered what she was doing. Lin Wan was at a loss because the game that belonged to Shangyang seemed to her to be the worst in the world. She sighed and got back to work. The girl didn't think that everything in this company could be so bad. The girl said to herself that Boss Pei had told her to sort things out here, but it seemed like it wouldn't be very easy for her. She was startled when someone knocked on her office door and said that Ye Zhuzhou was going to hold a meeting. She shouted through the door to her subordinate that she was already on her way, realizing that Boss Pei was counting on her and there was no retreat. The meeting in the hall had already begun. Ye Zhizhou sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the rest of the company's employees. The chief planner suggested that the guys discuss the development plan for the game Song of the Bloody Battle, an improved version. Looking at Lin Wan, he wondered what the girl who had just arrived yesterday thought about the game. The guy already thought that the designer he sent had no amendments and his game plan was so perfect. But Lin Wan remained silent because she didn't understand anything. The developer's speech seemed to her as if they were speaking a different language. The girl told herself to calm down, because there was nothing shameful about it, since she had not taken part in the development of this game. Ye Zhizhou said that the budget needed to purchase various resources is about 2 million. The chief planner asked Director Lin to take a look, hoping that the girl would definitely say something now. But the confused Lin Wan sat quietly in her seat and silently looked at the planner. There was a silence in the room. The entire development team stared only at Lin Wan, who remained silent. Lin Wan gathered her courage, smiled, and stated that there were no problems with the other aspects of the game. The girl looked at the planner and stated that she thought there was one problem with the budget. When Lin Wan said this, the chief planner and Wang Xiao looked at each other, silently exchanging glances. Ye Zhizhou tried to tell his friend with his eyes that there really was some problem regarding the budget. Wang Xiao tried to convey to his colleague with his gaze that a budget of 2 million was indeed a lot for such a project. The guy gave the girl a spreadsheet of the current budget, hoping that it would be cut by no more than 400,000 yuan. Lin Wan looked at the documents with a puzzled expression and sighed heavily. Ye Zhizhou's jaw dropped when Lin Wan said that at least 4 million was needed for Boss Pei to approve the project. She screamed that they needed to find a way to spend another 5 million or so that the boss wouldn't have any questions about them later. The entire development team was shocked when the girl said that they needed to spend such an amount. The chief planner scratched his head awkwardly and admitted to the director that 5 million already sounded too much. Wang Xiao said that in fact there was no need for that amount of money, and 2 million would be enough. Lin Wan disagreed because they didn't know how important details were to the boss, and asked them to listen to her better. Ye Zhizhou handed the documents to his colleague and said that they would then need to review everything and make some changes. Lin Wan was pleased with herself. Now she understood why Boss Pei was the one who sent her to this company. The girl realized that she should not only study the designs of other games here, but also infuse the spirit of Tengda into this company. She noticed that the way Ye Zhizhou drew up the new budget was very similar to Lu Mingliang in the past. Lin Wan realized that she was sent here to correct the company's mistakes because Boss Pei didn't have time for that. Ye Zhizhou admitted that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to spend 5 million even if he hired the best artists and upgraded all resources to the best level. Wang Xiao agreed, saying that they were using 2D graphics now, and it wasn't expensive or high quality. Lin Wan moved her hand to the side and suggested that the developers, in that case, use 3D graphics. Ye Zhizhou explained that all traffic is transmitted in real time, and the internet speed cannot handle it. The rest agreed because if the graphics volume is large, the internet speed will not be enough to play. The developers reasoned that if they made such changes, the type of game would also change, and they doubted that they would succeed. Wang Xiao coughed and said that he thought that if they started using 3D graphics, they should create a client and an app. He said that then gamers will need to download fewer resources and the requirements will not be high. Lin Wan understood that the game design had already been developed, and it was impossible to change everything indiscriminately. The girl decided that the only way out was to create an application if she had to spend as much as 5 million. In her head, Lin Wan split into 3 personalities, 2 of which were yelling at her, representing disgruntled browser players. Realizing that the mini-app and browser players would be unhappy with the new game, she didn't know what to do. Lin Wan exhaled and told herself to remain calm. The girl closed her eyes and thought about what the boss would do in her place. She was sure that the boss would come up with something, because he always works for the players and expects their reaction. When Lin Wan finally came up with a solution, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. She suddenly stood up from her seat and loudly declared that they would make a mini-app and keep the old design, but the graphics would become 3-dimensional. Lin Wan smiled. She hoped that they would succeed if her assumptions were correct. Looking at her new team, she finally felt like she had improved as an employee of Tengda. Work continued in the Shangyang Games office. The chief planner sat at his desk. The guy was ready to fill everything out again because it turned out that spending so much money on a project was not an easy task. The chief planner was delighted to see that the boss had written to him first, and now he could tell him everything. Ye Zhizhou laughed when he learned that Director Lin was sent by Boss Pei, and this girl was several levels higher than them. After corresponding with the main planner, the satisfied protagonist clapped his hands. Pei-Qian chuckled evilly. He was pleased with Lin Wan's work. Everything was going according to his plan, and now he would also have a mini-app. The guy grabbed a can of soda and thought about how they had never used a game with mini-apps before. Boss Pei was jubilant. Now they would spend 5 million and a few more million on promoting the game, and that was great. The main character had to be distracted when there was a knock on his office door, and the guy allowed him to enter. Ma Dubiao entered the office. The guy said that the preparation for the new network was completed and asked if he had time to look into it. He said that purchasing the domain and templates cost 300,000, and then he would start recruiting staff. Ma Dubiao wanted to voice how much it would cost him, but stopped when the boss put the documents back on the table. He smiled and asked the guy to get to the point and report to the boss what problems he had. Scratching his head, the guy with glasses admitted that they had two main problems. Ma Dubiao said the first problem is that editors are inexperienced and tend to favor beautiful handwriting when selecting manuscripts. The guy admitted that he is afraid that it will be difficult to fix this in a short time, and all this should be done gradually. Crossing his legs, the protagonist asked his subordinate what the next problem was. The guy said that the manuscripts were of low quality and were unlikely to hit store shelves and get good reviews. He coughed and clarified that he was not simply assessing the situation, but rather stating the facts that had arisen. The protagonist asked his subordinate if he had any manuscripts and asked him to show them to him. Ma Dubiao handed the flash drive to his boss and told him that the drive contained the first part of the manuscripts. Boss Pei inserted the flash drive into the laptop and began to read the manuscripts. He looked at the screen thoughtfully, scratching his chin. All of Pei-Qian's personalities were shocked. They didn't understand where the logic was in this writing, and why there were so many typos. The protagonist shuddered when he read the mediocre manuscripts, but tried to maintain a calm expression on his face. From the boss's reaction, Ma Dubiao knew that Pei-Qian was a very patient person, because it was hard for him to watch. The guy gave the flash drive back and said that there were no big problems with the manuscripts. Secretly, he was glad that with such works, his site would stop being visited altogether. Ma Dubiao was at a loss, and the boss said that they should lower the price for submitting manuscripts, and their task now was simply to replenish the library. The subordinate replied that the previous price tag was 1,000 yuan, and that was not enough to update and replenish the site daily. According to Ma, they also have to give bonuses to the most active ones, and a lower price tag will not allow them to earn anything. Boss Pei replied that everything was fine, and that recruiting 500 authors would cost them a mere 500,000 yuan. He explained that this was a new platform and writing 3,000 characters a day was not an easy task for beginners. The protagonist tapped his subordinate on the shoulder and asked him not to worry, promising that they would cope if there were manuscripts. Ma Dubiao didn't argue anymore. He realized that the boss was right, and the chances of failure were still small. The guy nevertheless stated that the problem remains relevant, and there are not many authors, and the issue with manuscripts has not been resolved. Pei-Qian turned around and told the staff member that they could try writing something themselves if they didn't know what to do. The boss came to the window and said that the company's goal is to make work enjoyable, and if that is not the case, you can spend time on your favorite hobby. Ma Dubiao told the director that he understood everything. He felt terrible because he spent a lot of money and did not create anything worthwhile. The guy was happy that he had such a good leader who always kept everything under control. Ma Dubiao went up to the 18th floor, where the design office for the new book website was located. The leader loudly announced that it was time to spend a short 5 minutes waving papers in front of the guys. Gathered around the table, the guy announced that Pei's boss had ordered the manuscript acceptance price to be lowered in order to attract more authors. Student Zhu Anshang raised his hand and announced to the leader that he had finished reviewing today's manuscripts. Ma Dubiao replied that this was what he wanted to talk about. And now the guys, without work, can pursue their favorite hobby in the office. The students looked at each other. They were surprised. And Ma declared that now they could try their hand at authorship themselves. The team leader had an idea to assign the guys other work if they did not want to write stories themselves. He remembered a moment from the past when Lu Ming Liang begged Ma on his knees not to leave, because the development of the new game was not finished yet. It was this conversation that gave Ma Dubiao an idea on how to help Lu Ming Liang and keep his new subordinates busy. The guy thought that the new game would require a lot of ancient words and puzzles, and he could make them himself, but the quality would not be the best. He knew that the newcomers could now help him, because among them there were people who were well-versed in ancient literature. So Ma Dubiao said that he had another job for the team that might interest them. The guy asked the team if they had heard that there was a new game in development called Look Back. There's a shore there. The sky was covered with clouds, and one lonely crow was visible in the forest, which had found food for itself in the form of a worm. In an unnamed era of ancient China, there was a small, quiet village, but suddenly all the people began to lose their souls and become ghosts. People, losing their souls, also lost their memory and reason, and they attacked defenseless other inhabitants of the village. These lost ghosts were very cruel. With evil smiles on their faces, they took the lives of everyone in a row. The zombies left the village in a crowd, unconsciously, all going in one direction, devouring others along the way. Their final destination was a place called the Road to the Other World, an arch that was illuminated by the setting sun. The old man who was watching this sighed heavily, saying that usually spirits take the deceased person to judgment. The sage was worried that now the spirits do not take the dead, so all they do is wander along the road to the next world. According to grandfather, wandering souls are inspired by the underworld, but they cannot find the way to it, so over time they become fierce. In order not to become a weak-willed ghost, the deceased needs to step onto the road to the next world and go to the afterlife. In front of this road stood the main character of the new game Tengda called Look Back. The shore is right there. Madu Biao, who presented the plot of the game, said that statues and temples will appear randomly, and all of them will be destroyed as a symbol of the end of the era of Dharma. The guy intrigued everyone that there was some more information he could share and asked who was interested. Juan Singh suddenly stood up from his chair, raised his hand, and with shining eyes declared that he was interested in the details. The guy was wondering if it would be possible to put the game's content on their new website so that it would be like an official story about the game. He suggested that Ma split the mission into several parts so that there would be different bosses and NPCs with their own stories. The team liked the idea and recognized that it was not just interesting, but a masterpiece that deserved tens of millions. Ma Dubiao invited the boys to take a closer look at the plot of the new game, announcing that they would do this once a week. All the guys under his command were happy to take part in the development of the new game, agreeing to attend meetings once a week. It was July 13th, and by the first half of the day, the main branch of the internet cafe was already filled with visitors. Investor Li Shi was also there. He admitted that it was quite lively, but he liked the way the cafe was before better. The friendly waiter brought a cup of coffee to the girl, and the visitor smiled sweetly at the guy in response. Another waiter with dark hair brought a drink to the guy sitting at the computer desk. People came to the internet cafe even just to take a photo against the backdrop, as evidenced by the girl with blue hair. Looking at all this, the investor realized that the cafe was doing well and the place was profitable, although it was difficult to say exactly how much they were earning. Adjusting his glasses, the man wondered where the person who was supposed to be monitoring the situation in the internet cafe was. Li Shi waved to the waiter and told the guy to come over to him. The young man politely asked the customer how he could help. The investor asked where director Ma Yang was and was told that the manager had not visited the establishment for about a week. Li Shi was surprised when he realized that the director stopped coming once the flow in the internet cafe stabilized. The waiter confessed to the curious man that he had heard that director Ma Yang had started going to the Mingyun branch and asked him why he was interested. A satisfied smile appeared on the investor's face. He waved his hand and told the waiter that he was just asking. The man did not ask any more questions. The waiter turned around and left, returning to his duties. Li Shu knew that Mingyun was an elite area with beautiful nature, but everything else there was suffering greatly. The investor stood up because he was curious whether the boss was considering Pei Mingyun as a new location for the cafe. The man called someone and asked them to go to an internet cafe in the Mingyun area and find at least 3 waiters there. On July 14th, the events unfolded in the Mingyun district, where one of Boss Pei's internet cafe branches was located. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were delighted when, after a long time, Brother Pei Qian deigned to visit them. The red-haired guy immediately served the boss and brought the main character a cup of hot coffee. All the waiters crowded around the boss, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. The main character was only happy about this, because an entire team of waiters had no work due to the lack of customers. Pei Qian delighted the guys with the news that this month each employee would receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were stunned, their mouths wide open in surprise, asking why they were entitled to a bonus. The boss replied that he just wanted to encourage them because the performance at the Mingyun branch was not very good. He started shouting and told the guys that he didn't want to put pressure on them and asked them not to worry, promising that they would definitely raise their cafe. The entire team of employees rejoiced. The waiters and others thanked the boss for the additional payment. Afterwards, the smiles disappeared from the faces of the three waiters, and they began to look at each other as if they were hiding something from their superiors. The guy with red hair plucked up the courage to admit to his boss that someone wanted to bribe him to tell about their cafe. Following him, the other two guys also raised their hands and admitted to the management that they had been bribed. Peiqian's face twisted in surprise. He didn't understand who needed information about a cafe in such a terrible state. Without scolding his subordinates, Boss Pei smiled and asked the waiters how much money they were offered. The red-haired waiter admitted that they offered 500 for a regular notification, and as much as 3,000 for an urgent one. The main character was stunned. He was wondering who it was and why he hadn't met this person yet. An emergency meeting began in the head. All of Pei Qian were in a panic, suspecting that the branch had an admirer. The waiters told the boss that they would never betray the internet cafe and refused the offer, promising not to tell anyone anything. They beat their chests and screamed, begging Director Pei Qian to believe them, that they would never do such a thing. Pei Qian felt awkward because the prospect of embarrassing the internet cafe only benefited him by losing money. The protagonist took a glass of wine in his hand and briefly said no to the waiters without explaining what he meant. The waiters looked at the boss with stunned eyes, not understanding what his answer meant. The boss told his subordinates to sell as much information as they wanted and to ask the client for more money. One of the waiters suggested that Boss Pei had some kind of plan and wanted to sell false information. Staring at the phone, the boss smiled and thought that he didn't need false information and that he needed to tell only the pure truth. The protagonist secretly turned on the dictaphone to record the conversation with his subordinates and have material evidence. The guy put it on the table and suggested that the guys now talk about plans for the internet cafe. Boss Pei reminded Ma Yan that the guy had wanted to turn the internet cafe into a bar before, but the protagonist had not agreed. Ma Yan looked at his boss with fear when he said that internet cafes were in demand in their time, although they were not very popular. The director loudly declared that he believed that their internet cafe model would surpass all others and become very popular. He understood that it was true that a high-end internet cafe model was something to strive for, but it certainly wouldn't be achieved in a year or two. Boss Pei knew that he had several years left to bear large losses, and as for the future, he was going to think about it later. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan looked at each other in confusion when the boss announced that he had chosen the Mingyun branch for development. The protagonist shouted that they would focus on the nearby luxury apartment buildings and the university, offering the rich the quiet environment of an internet cafe. After the speech, the boss plopped back down in his chair and told his subordinates to simply wait for customers and serve them. The guy turned off the recorder and told Ma Yan that he had recorded everything and asked him to pass the recording on to the other waiters. The protagonist understood that thanks to the recordings, a person who wants to buy information will not have any suspicions. In the evening, Li Shi received a recording that Pei was going to focus on the residents of the elite area and provide them with a high-class establishment. The investor received the same information from 3 waiters, but the man was satisfied. After lighting a cigarette, he realized that Pei Qian would act predictably, and high-end internet cafes would become mainstream in the future. He was only interested in whether the boss wanted to rely on luck by choosing the unfortunate elite district of Mingyun. The investor didn't like the location of the cafe either. It was a long walk there, the bus wait was long, and students wouldn't go there. After putting out his cigarette, the man thought that Pei Qian's idea would hardly work, and that the rich wouldn't travel so far for a simple internet cafe. But Li Shi was confused by the boss's abilities, because last time the guy had been helped to promote the internet cafe by the singer Chen Lei. He lit another cigarette and concluded that the most important thing was that Boss Pei was going to radically change that branch. The man understood that such a precious person as Boss Pei would not waste his time on simple entertainment by constantly visiting that cafe. Investor Li Shi, holding a cigarette in his teeth, was about to call someone. He grabbed the receiver of a landline phone. The man told the agents to go to Mingyun and invest money in some cafes and bars as quickly as possible. After also asking to contact Mr. Zhang Yisher and see if he was interested in helping, Li Shi hung up. Smiling, he thought that it was too early to rejoice, because Pei Qian had a unique way of thinking and promotional abilities. The investor hoped that without him, the main character's internet cafe would not survive for long, and then the man would make a profit. A week had passed since the information had been leaked, and the main character was wondering if that person had moved yet. Lying on the sofa, Pei Qian understood that the man would do everything to ensure that his internet cafe did not exist and would invest in neighboring establishments. He remembered that the opening of the Headwind Company would take another week. and he still had a lot of things to decide. The guy came up with the idea of opening a high-class restaurant. Because Swan Lake is no longer suitable for dinners with the whole company, Pei Qian opened a meeting in his head, and the guys began to discuss the location issues in suitable areas. The guy in glasses suggested spending a lot of money, but in such a way that the system would not suspect anything. Pei Qian, a gamer, grabbing chicken with chopsticks, suggested opening further away from the center, without fear of customers in the form of local residents. Two guys came up with the idea of opening up near an internet cafe in the Mingyun area, and thought it was a great idea. All five of them agreed that this location was perfect because the internet cafe in Mingyun was the one that was losing the most money. The bespectacled Pei Qian proposed to create a menu with exorbitant prices so that people would spend a fortune there. Another Pei Qian, waving a chicken leg, suggested buying the freshest and most expensive ingredients and waiting for them to spoil. The guy offered to cook different dishes and delicacies, but only by pre-order, for example, Kobe beef and white truffle. Chief Pei Qian thought it was a great idea because ordinary customers would not be able to afford such dishes. He also suggested hiring high-class chefs and paying them a lot of money so that the losses would be very large. After the meeting in his head, the guy's spirit was lifted because he had a great opportunity to spend money. Pei Qian decided to contact Ma Yan as soon as possible. He called the guy and waited for him to answer. Boss Pei asked Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan not to go to work for the next few days, but rather to decide with him what location would be suitable for the restaurant. The next day, the main character went to the center of a modern city to choose a suitable location for a restaurant. He was walking with Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan, and when he saw a room, he pointed at it and said that it was not bad. Zhang Yuan was shocked by the boss's actions because he first wanted to open a delivery service, but now he was looking for a place for a restaurant in a bad area. The red-haired guy understood that the place was in the middle of nowhere, and no fool would travel that far just to get a bite to eat. The three boys continued to walk around the area. Zhang Yuan suddenly stopped when he noticed something. He called out loudly to Boss Pei when he saw the new building in front of him and asked him to pay attention to it. Zhang Yuan noticed that there was another new building on the other side and pointed at it. Ma Yan remembered that just a few days ago it had been closed here, and now there was a construction team working near the house. The red-haired guy talked to the builders and told the guys that a new cafe would soon open in this building. The young man pointed to another construction site and said that there would be a bar and a snack bar there. The delighted Zhang Yuan approached the boss with his eyes shining with delight and said that the boss had a diamond eye. Pei was in an unpleasant shock when the guy said that the boss's forecast had come true and the area was developing rapidly. Zhang Yuan felt encouraged because this place would prosper and people would come to the high-class restaurant. Pei Qian was furious. He didn't understand who created this mess because the area was deserted, and no one wanted to invest here. The protagonist sighed heavily, realizing that a high-class restaurant did not fit in between a snack bar and a bar. It dawned on him that this could have been done by someone who was interested in the internet cafe, and he believed his boss's false information. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in confusion as Boss Pei waved his hand and walked forward. The main character suggested that the guys go and look at some other places, without focusing on this location. Zhang Yuan didn't understand what the boss's behavior meant, because having shops on the street would be a plus for the new restaurant. The red-haired boy was curious about why Boss Pei decided to leave, trying to figure out what the hidden reason was. Looking at the mountains, the protagonist asked the guys if the Mingyun Villa was located in the Beijing district. Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang did not answer the boss's question, but only looked at him with puzzled expressions. The three guys came closer to the fence and looked at the picturesque area that opened up from the observation deck. The protagonist, accompanied by Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan, went to the sales office in Mingyun Villa, a modern building with traditional elements. Inside, the guests were met by a girl who brought them drinks on a tray while the guys were already sitting on the sofas. Zhang Yuan didn't understand what the boss was planning, and whether he was really going to buy a place here, because he was afraid that there was nothing good in this area. The guy was also scared that this place would not be so easy to find, and it was as if they were climbing into a dense forest where there could not be a restaurant. Pei Qian knew that the system would not allow him to buy real estate, but he hoped that for the sake of opening a new business, he would be able to do so. Soon, the girl who worked in the sales office brought with her a stately elderly man with glasses. She apologized to the boss for the wait and introduced him to Director Tsui. Our hero extended his hand to the man. The protagonist apologized to him for disturbing him, and the director replied that he was very glad that they were interested in Mingyu. After a brief conversation, Pei Qian and Director Kui sat down on the sofas to continue their conversation about real estate. The assistant obediently poured tea into her boss's cup before the negotiations began. Director Sui asked the guy how many plans he had since he wasn't alone, and was surprised that someone else was interested in real estate here. The boy told Director Kui that he wanted to check if he had the opportunity to rent the very top of the Beijian district. The question was so unexpected for the old man that he flinched violently, and the tea spilled out of the cup. As he wiped away his tea, the man couldn't understand who would even think of renting property in such a remote location. Director Tsui apologized to the guy and stated that they do not rent out real estate, but only sell it. Peikin said he was very sorry, laughed loudly, and declared that next time he would buy real estate. The boss mentally addressed the system, saying that he liked that building for business, but they were just selling it. The system notified the guy that if the owner wanted to make a purchase for the benefit of the company's development, there were no restrictions. Peikian was pleased because it turned out that the system did not mind him purchasing a building to run his business. Seeing the boss's face, a strange feeling pierced the grandfather. He suspected that the young man wanted to buy the building. Kui thought he had misheard when Boss Pei casually announced that he wanted to buy a property in the Beijian district and asked for a price. The director showed a photo of the building and said that its area was about 600 square meters, and it cost more than 6 million. After listening to the old man, Pei Qian waved his hand casually and replied that it was not that expensive. Director Tsui was taken aback. He tried to smile, but he didn't understand how a building that couldn't be sold for several years could be called inexpensive. The protagonist got up from the sofa and told the elderly man that they needed to inspect everything in the building before the deal. The man agreed to show the future owner the building without any problems and asked him to follow him. Our heroes went to the top of the Beijian district to a luxurious house that was surrounded by mountains. Pei Qian smiled as he looked around the building. He seemed to like it, but Ma Yan and his friend were completely stunned by what they saw. The main character felt rich and he likes this feeling. He can quickly spend almost 7 million and not even get upset. Director Kuei told the boss that this building was located near the northwest gate of the district, and it was quite clean. Pei Qian acted indifferently. He closed his eyes and replied to the old man with a sigh that this was great. Zhang Wen told the boss that there was still time and suggested that he look at the other two buildings to open a restaurant. The main character did not understand why and said that everything had already been decided and he wanted to settle in this building. The red-haired guy was shocked that the boss chose a place where there were almost no people and no one would build a restaurant here. Ignoring his subordinate's reaction, Boss Pei asked the director if it was possible to open a restaurant in this place. The director replied that the idea was not the best, but if the boss paid the entire amount at once, he would discuss it with the owners of other buildings. The main character took the phone in his hands and agreed to pay everything at once, saying that he would send his assistant to the director. Soon, the car of our hero's assistant, Miss Xin Hailiu, was already parked near the desired building in the Beijing district. The girl got out of the car and looked around, smiling as she looked at the luxury real estate in the area. When she approached the boss, he immediately apologized for disturbing her and told the girl that she still needed to sort out the signs. While Pei was relaxing on a lounge chair, the assistant asked Director Tsui what issues with the building needed to be resolved. Pei Qian understood that the money in the system account was enough to buy the building, but the budget would also be needed for other expenses. He easily solved this problem and came up with the idea for the Ocean Fortress game to release some new epic weapon. The guy wrote to Lu Ming Liang and asked him to put all his efforts into developing a new weapon with a limited edition at the same price. The boss realized that he needed to sell 10,000 copies of the epic weapon to earn another 6 million. The main character hoped that he would finally be able to earn some money next month. The guy remembered that the best employee would be awarded on August 1st, and he was going to inspire all his subordinates. The following events took place in an office building that belonged to Shangyang, a subsidiary of our hero. Lin Wan stretched after exhausting work on the computer. The girl yawned, feeling tired. Taking a sip of her drink, she knew she needed to get busy with Song of Bloody Battle, hoping that the game would increase its audience and boost sales. The girl decided to try the game on herself and understood why people invest money here and not in some fantasy world. Lin Wan understood why her boss decided to buy out a company that was only making losses. While fighting the enemy in the game, the girl realized that the boss wanted to conduct an experiment, which the developers of this game had not dared to do before. While playing, Lin Wan thought that the boss wanted to change the players and put them all at a disadvantage on the same level. She believed that the company made money because it sold exclusive weapons and other items to local rich people. Then such rich people receive luxurious equipment, golden wings, the title of king, and much more, which distinguishes them from ordinary players. The girl believes that her boss decided to level the playing field by taking exclusive items from the rich and giving them to ordinary players. Linwan believed that the boss spent a lot of money on the second part of the game to compensate for the shortcomings of the first one and to make a splash. She was delighted by the pleasant feeling that pierced her, as if the girl and the team were going against all the rules. Someone knocked on the door of Development Director Lin Wan's office and asked permission to enter, and the girl gave her permission. Wang Xiao and Ye Chuzhou entered the office. The girl asked her colleagues to sit down and asked what they had come for. The guys admitted to the director that they came to discuss advertising for a new project. Wang Xiao said that there is still more than a month left before the release of the second part of Song of Bloody Battle, but the advertising needs to be prepared in advance. Lin Wan was surprised because in Tengda, the discussion about advertising took place after the game had already been released to the market. Ye Zhuzhou shared his experience and said that the best thing is to buy advertising on the internet and publish it on various sites. Lin Wan was not happy with this idea. She wondered if they really wanted to use annoying banners for promotion. The lead planner said the problem was inconvenience, because people would have to download an installation package. Wang Xiao agreed. He said that this was a very serious problem, so an alternative had to be found. The girl realized that such an unsuccessful advertising option could reduce the number of clicks on the game page. She thought about it and told the guys that it would be better to discuss this matter with Boss Pei, and the guys agreed. The girl started typing a message to her boss. She said that they needed to make an announcement for the game. After sending the message, Lin Wan said that the answer would come in a few days, and then she would inform the guys about everything. Lin Wan was surprised when she received feedback from the director within a second, because he had never responded so quickly before. Wang Xiao looked at Ye Zhuzhou and guessed that Director Pei had already predicted everything in advance and came up with the advertisement. Sometime later, the development director received a document by fax from Pei's boss at the head office. The girl took several sheets of paper and approached her subordinates, saying that this was a document from Boss Pei. All three of them widened their eyes in surprise when they read the contents of the documents sent by our hero. Ye Zhuzhou admitted that the boss's plan was not the best, and Wang Xiao voiced Pei Qian's idea to spend the maximum amount of money on advertising, invite stars, and dress them up in cosplay. Lin Wan completely agreed with her subordinates, and she herself looked with horror at the contents of the document sent by the boss. The chief planner assumed that the boss had thought of this plan long ago, but did not understand why he had chosen this particular method of advertising. Wang Xiao agreed that rich players would like the celebrity endorsements, but after the update, their audience is not rich at all. There was silence in Lin Wan's office. The three of them studied the boss's advertising strategy and wondered whether it was reasonable. Lin Wan smiled widely and screamed in delight when she finally understood our hero's idea and intentions. The girl said that the boss's goal is not for them to stop being slaves to money, but for their tastes to change. Ye Zhuzhou also began to understand everything when Lin Wan explained that the boss wanted to attract a different audience and change them. Wang Xiao had the same reaction when Lin Wan said that this was why the boss decided to use such a level of publicity. She was delighted with the boss who always went against the rules, and she was willing to give it a try, even if not everyone understood the ad. At the Tengda office, the workday was also in full swing, with employees performing their duties at their computers. Pei Qian was glad that Lin Wan didn't respond to the boss's advertising plan and didn't ask any unnecessary questions. Scratching his head, the guy began to mock his strategy, claiming that this type of advertising was the most effective. He started giggling, suggesting that they also make a video of a character from the game saying that she was in the bathroom and asking the player if he would join soon. The guy naturally received a warning from the system that the law cannot be broken and he could face serious punishment. So Pei Qian was left to turn to celebrities to dress up as characters and promote the game. As Pei Qian prepared to drink tea, he thought about how to choose the right stars and slogans to attract the audience. There was a satisfied smile on his face because the guy believed that his advertising plan would bear good fruit. Our hero's other personalities playing the game at the time suggested that the guy let Lin Wan shoot the commercial himself. The five Pei Qians were in the game room arguing about whether to involve those who had already played the first part of the game in the second part. One of our hero's personalities said that old players follow the updates, and that way they will understand that they have a new version. Another Pei Qian was glad that it was not a given that the number of players would increase significantly even if they spent all their money on celebrities. Botanist Pei Qian said that the best way to convince old players not to play the new version is through advertising. All five agreed that such investments in advertising are indeed a waste of money. which is good for them. The protagonist was in a good mood, realizing that he could be confident in the subsidiary company Shangyang Games. Soon, Lu Mingliang entered the office and asked if the boss wanted to look at some finished sketches for the game. Look back, there's a shore there. The head planner said that the students had adjusted a lot and the game would soon be completed, and Pei Qian inserted the flash drive into the laptop. When Pei Qian saw the sketches on the screen, the boy was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The game had high-quality graphics, although it was dark. The guys worked on the locations and made the characters. The developers also showed an image of a crowd of dead people walking along a path to find the rest of their souls. In addition, the game had giant monsters, fantastic creatures that the main character would have to fight. There were also friendly non-player characters in the plot, and the developers also worked on heroes that the player will not play as. Pei Qian was speechless when he saw all this, and Lu Mingliang asked the boss what he thought about it. Trying to hide his irritation, the protagonist replied to his subordinate that the sketches looked pretty good. The chief planner agreed, saying that they had done a great job this time, and that it was a joy to look at the sketches. Pei Qian tried to force a smile and agreed with his subordinate, trying to keep his negative emotions in check. In fact, the boss was very unhappy. He thought that he would like to stop cooperating with these developers. Lu Mingliang didn't get a detailed answer from his boss, so he asked him again what he thought about the sketches. The hero sighed heavily and answered the guy that the artist had done a good job, and there was no reason to reject this work. Smiling, Pei Qian returned the flash drive to the guy. He reassured himself that the success of the game would not depend on good graphics. Boss Pei was surprised when Lu Mingliang, after taking the flash drive, expressed his hope that the boss would like the upcoming game. Pei Qian was puzzled when the boy said that the artist Ruin intended to drop by the office soon and see how things were going. The main character, forcing a smile, said that he agreed to entertain the artist, but secretly did not want to see the artist, because he was at the top of his black list. After talking with his boss, a satisfied Lu Mingliang turned around and walked out of the office, leaving his boss alone. Pei Qian walked to the window. He didn't think there was any problem with the game, and he still had 3 urgent matters to attend to. First of all, on the 1st of August, he needs to reward the best employees, and he wants to choose the winners with special care. The guy also remembered about the project, which was not yet ready, and he did not yet know who to appoint responsible for it. He realized that it was time to think things through carefully, because the guy had not yet paid for the props with the money that Mr. Lin had given him. The protagonist picked up the stack of paper bills that Lin gave him and realized that he needed to start today. Our hero started working at home. The guy was sitting at the coffee table and writing some letter. Pei Qian wrote on a white sheet of paper about the independent audit of companies in the first day of the upcoming event. Afterwards, the main character made 2 holes on a sheet of this paper, which would serve as slits for the eyes. Pei Qian's next step was to use the tape, unrolling a section to continue making his craft. The guy built a structure out of glasses, tape, and a sheet of paper, creating a kind of mask. Putting it on his face, he decided that the craft was not bad. On the piece of paper, the mask, it was written that he was a hardcore gamer. The protagonist put the phone on a tripod and turned on the front camera. He pressed the button to start recording the video. Pei Qian held a piece of paper with a greeting from an independent verification company written on it. Afterwards, the boss threw the piece of paper aside and said hello, introducing himself as an auditor from the most picky company in the country. The boy grabbed a small box with a picture of a pineapple on it and a knife to open it. After throwing out all the unnecessary documents and accessories from the box, Pei Qian took out a new phone. There was a basin of water in front of him, and Pei Qian said that he wanted to check the phone's waterproofness first. Without further preparation, the protagonist threw the switched-on smartphone straight into a basin filled to the brim with water. After taking the phone out of the water 3 minutes later, Pei Qian, wearing a mysterious mask, told viewers that the gadget had not started to freeze. Afterwards, the guy announced the second test. He swung, holding the phone in his hands, and was ready to test the gadget for durability. He started throwing the phone on the floor over and over again, and after the first fall from a distance of a meter, cracks appeared on the screen. However, the reviewer was pleasantly surprised by the result. He said that the phone remained undamaged after several falls. Armed with a whole set of forks and knives, Pei Qian said that he would now test the phone for impact resistance. He began to bang forks and knives on the gadget, saying that the phone seemed quite durable to him. After all the executions, the main character took the broken phone and began to check its disassembly using a screwdriver. After disassembling the phone, the guy showed a video of what the phone looks like from the inside, so that viewers could see the quality of the materials. Peikian finally asked viewers to write if they wanted their phone model to be tested next, and said goodbye. When the video was finished filming, the main character sighed with relief and pulled off his makeshift mask. Taking a laptop, the guy only had to poorly edit a video, upload it to the site, and wait for responses. He understood that success was not that important. He just wanted to let Mr. Lin know what kind of person he really was. When Peikian uploaded the video, he knew that he needed to film another 20 episodes and spend about 200,000 on props. On Tuesday at work, the guy was happy with the job he had done. He created a new account without promotion or exposure. The video of the phone being disassembled received heated comments, with some calling the guy a monster and others praising the video. The protagonist opened a bag of chips to have a snack, waiting for a reaction to his video of mocking a smartphone. The guy was happy because he was sure that the video he shot wouldn't get that many views. The corners of his mouth turned down as he received a message from the system that 10% of the company's funds would be redirected to another account. The main character was scared, assuming that this happened because he bought the premises for $6 million. The guy nervously chewed on chips and didn't understand why the system hadn't reacted this way to expensive purchases before. Peikian guessed that this was some kind of punishment. He saw that the balance was now about $2.5 million, much less than the original capital. He panicked, having analyzed and realized that he could not lose the main 600,000 on the main balance. The guy was horrified. He grabbed his head, not understanding what it was and what kind of complication of the task the system had given him. He didn't like that the rules were getting more and more complicated, and he had to worry so much because he wanted to take a little loss. Taking control of his emotions, the protagonist decided to call his assistant, Miss Shin Hailiu, on his mobile phone. The boss understood that after the notification from the system, the formalities were over, and it was time to talk to the assistant. Meanwhile, the pedestrian street in the Mian district was bustling with couples and mothers with children strolling in the sun. The dejected boss Pei and his close associates were out for a walk. Zhang Yuan pointed his finger to the side and asked the guy to look there. Zhang Yuan pointed out the sign to the boss and said that there was also an internet cafe here, called Fox. He whispered to the boss that he had found out everything, and that this establishment was copying them. But their competitors didn't have such cool computers as theirs yet. The main character did not react to his subordinate's report in any way, but turned his attention to the picture that was in front of him. Peikian saw that they were distributing leaflets there and realized that people would be happy to go to this internet cafe, leaving them without money. He thought he was afraid that people simply wouldn't get to their cafe if all the establishments and shops nearby opened. But this news only made the boss happy. He was glad that there was a person who was helping him lose money by opening these little shops. Peikian guessed that this person might be Mr. Li Shi, who came to his internet cafe back then. The guy was jubilant. He praised Li Shi for doing his job well and wanted to thank him. The main character climbed to the very top of the mountainous region, where the guy had purchased expensive real estate the day before. The blonde manager led the boss and his entourage to the building that now belongs to our hero. The man stated that all the boss's demands were met. They tidied up the chairs, tables, and other furniture. He looked at his boss with an ingratiating smile and asked if Pei Qian had anything else to add. Pei Qian pointed down and said that they needed to add a counter and a wine cabinet and put the most expensive furniture in the hall. The boss also asked for less furniture in the garden, but to add umbrellas and to have about 5 different styles of furniture to choose from. The fair-haired man diligently wrote down everything the customer told him, trying not to miss anything. The boss began to list the styles in which the interior should be: simple, Chinese, Japanese, European, and floral. He puzzled the man by saying that the selection of style, lighting, and decoration should go hand in hand with the preparation of the menu list. Peikian said that most dishes will need to be ordered in advance. For example, if a customer orders European cuisine, the room will need to be decorated in that style in advance. Our hero also talked about the categories of dishes. The usual ones will be those that will be prepared for ordinary staff. More sophisticated dishes, such as bluefin tuna and pufferfish, must be paid for and ordered in advance. The boss asked the man if he had any questions, and he hesitantly asked if it was possible to prepare so many styles. The man dared to express the opinion that everything necessary was already there, and that decor was not so important during the meal. Pei-chan did not agree. He shouted that this was all very important, realizing that otherwise he would not be able to spend a lot of money on nonsense. He stated that they have cuisine from different nations, and they must impress customers by changing the decor, dishes, and table settings, depending on the dish. The protagonist stated that they were a high-end restaurant and details mattered. asking if the man understood everything. Blinded by Pei Qian's brilliance, the man realized that there was meaning in this, and the boss's aspiration was the main guarantee of the business's success. The blonde shouted that he would immediately start preparing and bring everything to perfection, be it Chinese, Western, or any other cuisine in the world. Miss Sin's assistant asked the director what the name of their new restaurant meant. The main character hesitated. He coughed, thinking about how best to explain the name of the restaurant to his assistant. He waved his finger in front of her face and loudly declared that the name of the restaurant did not matter. The chef and Zhang Yuan's mouths opened wide in surprise when they heard that the restaurant's name had no meaning. Our hero's personal assistant, Miss Xin Hailu, was also noticeably surprised when she heard the boss's explanation. The blonde scratched his head and asked the boss how then the clients would recommend their establishment to their friends and acquaintances. Zhang Yuan agreed, saying that there would be no flow of people, and if there was not even a sign, then no one would know that they were serving food here. The assistant said they would need a name for the restaurant anyway when they started marketing it. The protagonist yelled at the boys, declaring that they would rely on the quality of the food, not the big name. The dumbfounded Zhang Yuan, the fair-haired man, and Miss Xin's assistant looked at each other, surprised by the boss's behavior. Boss Pei reiterated to his subordinates that good food is the key to success, and they must serve customers well to advance. The director's subordinates were shocked by their boss's stupid statements, but they did not argue with him. Pei Qian patted the chef on the shoulder and told him to stop thinking too much and just do as he said, and put him in charge of the establishment. Boss Pei was pleased. Now no one would know that he had opened a restaurant, and he would simply feed his staff. Soon, a new working day began in Tengda's office, and the weather outside was sunny, blinding all the buildings in the city. Twice a year, the company holds a selection of outstanding employees, and the guys were curious who would receive the award this time. Chief Planner Lu Mingliang also witnessed his colleagues' conversation about who would be the best employee for the half-year. Bao Shu, meanwhile, prayed to Buddha that he would not get second place and would not be sent on leave for a whole month again. The protagonist entered the office accompanied by his faithful assistant. Miss Xin announced the beginning of the ceremony. The girl said to the boss, raising her index finger upwards, that they could proceed with the announcement of the results. Pei Qian remembered that the prize money was a whole million yuan, as well as a month of paid leave. Looking at the nervous Lu Mingliang, the boy knew that it was better to vote for someone who was always obedient and didn't interfere. Miss Xin's assistant reported to the boss that all the staff were ready for the ceremony. Before announcing the voting results, the protagonist clapped his hands loudly to attract attention. The director said that the voting results were ready, and he was ready to announce the names of the lucky ones. Lu Mingliang was surprised when the boss approached him with a golden cup and congratulated the guy. The boss was secretly not happy with the results of the vote, but rules cannot be broken, and he announced that everyone unanimously voted for the guy. Trying to hold back a smile, Pei Qian asked the boy to continue working in the same spirit. Realizing that he was losing his favorite, Lu Mingliang held back his tears as he looked proudly at the cup, which was not just a simple award, but the trust of the boss. Bao Shu perked up as the boss turned a sly gaze on him, holding the second cup for the winner. The chief designer was horrified when he suspected that he had once again, unfortunately, become the winner of second place. Pei Qian walked up to Bao Shu and tried to tell him with his eyes that he didn't choose the guy on purpose, and that it was just the choice of his colleagues. Bao Shu immediately began to refuse the reward and begged the boss to give the prize to an employee in greater need. Holding back his anger, Pei Qian grabbed the boy by the shoulder and told him to pack his things because he was going on vacation in 3 days. Crying with grief, Bao Shu said that he had already seen all the sights of the country and there was nowhere else to travel. The boss hit the guy on the shoulder and asked him to collect documents for a visa to send his subordinate on vacation abroad. Bao Shu was not happy to become the winner. He thought it was mean because he did not want to go anywhere, and was better off working overtime. The protagonist returned to the first-place winner and asked why Lu Mingliang didn't say a few words to his colleagues. Blinding everyone with the glitter of the cup, Lu Mingliang admitted that he felt awkward receiving the award, and it was only thanks to the boss's direction that he became its owner. Colleagues began to applaud the guy and shower him with compliments. Some hoped that in the future they would be in his place. Pei Qian also clapped for him, and the employee standing next to him said that he would also follow Boss Pei's advice. Holding back, the protagonist wanted to yell at them to listen to him and not take the initiative. Lu Mingliang hesitated when Boss Pei came over and asked the boy if he had already thought of how he would spend the million. He said that the new game still needed some work, and secondly, He hadn't yet quite figured out what exactly to spend the money on. The chief planner asked the boss to put it off and keep the money for himself until the guy needed it. The boss didn't agree. He offered the guy an alternative, to appoint him as CEO if he didn't have any ideas. Lu Mingliang was taken aback and asked his boss if he had misheard something just now. The main character suggested that his subordinate open his own business in any field if he doesn't know where to spend money. A saddened Lu Mingliang agreed to his boss's proposal. Judging by his face, the guy was not happy to leave the company for his own business. Taking a piece of paper from his assistant, Pei Qian was ready to announce the new chief planner by choosing someone from the list. Looking at the list, the main character decided to choose anyone for whom at least one person voted. Without further ado, Pei Qian named Li Yada, a girl who worked at Tengda Company. He repeated her name again because she did not respond. And when the girl heard him, she shuddered with fear. All the employees were surprised by the boss's choice because the girl was inconspicuous. She looked at Pei Qian with fear. The shy girl with glasses stood up and admitted to her boss, stuttering, that she still had very little experience for such a position. He gave her a vicious look, which made Li Yada even more scared. And the boss thought that he wouldn't have chosen her if she had enough experience. Li Yada tried to calm herself down by remembering the previous chief planners who were promoted by chance and all managed to cope. The girl, adjusting her glasses, told her boss and colleagues that she would make every effort to complete the development of the game. Look back, the shore is there. Boss Pei smiled, thinking that he definitely wouldn't blame his subordinate if it turned out that her skills were insufficient. The working day was over. It was already evening in the city. Our hero spent time after work in his apartment. The guy was snacking on an apple while sitting on the sofa. Pei Qian opened his laptop, continuing to work even under the cover of night. Pei Qian was stunned when he saw on the internet that his new game, Look Back, The Shore is There, had already been published. When he read the angry reviews below the story about the game's plot, he was surprised that the project was really that bad. The guy decided to read it all himself and was not surprised that the audience was unhappy, assuming that Ma Dubiao was being helped by someone in writing. Having read the story, the main character, satisfied with the result, slammed the laptop shut. A happy smile shone on his face. Because the literary site, as expected, did not live up to the optimistic hopes. Remembering Ma Dubiao, who had a staff of 30 people, it was no surprise to him that the students showed such a dismal result. Pei Qian decided to pin the story to the front page of the site so that all 2,000 visitors could read it. Having finished the apple, the guy threw it in the trash can and remembered that he had recently been sent several phones to check. The young man took out the box with the second victim. It was time to check the model of Shenhua's phone, which now costs more than 4,000. Pei Qian once again pulled on a makeshift mask made from a piece of paper, with the words "Hardcore Gamer" written on it. The guy armed himself with a set of a fork and a table knife to begin testing the phone for durability. The phone's durability test was successful. Our hero tore the gadget into many parts. The main character was very happy when he finished disassembling the phone with a screwdriver. He smiled and raised his hands up. The guy said that the impact protection of the new model is quite good, even better than that of the previous phone. He still had some time, so he decided to check out another phone called MSC and took the box with it. Having opened the box, the main character looked at the contents and told the audience that he could also send other equipment for inspection. When it was 1 o'clock in the morning, other events were unfolding in the city of Peng, which was plunged into darkness. In his room, a guy with blue hair sat at his computer, sighing as he typed on the keyboard. The young man complained to himself that he was tired, so he took a can of soda to cheer himself up. It was Hu Xiao, the founder of Xiaohu Company and a hater of the Shenhua brand. The guy was annoyed that Shenhua phones were so expensive. The guy decided to watch something on the computer and came across a video of our hero, who filmed the most independent and honest checks on his channel. When Pei Qian started smashing the phone, Hu Xiao was taken aback by the guy's behavior. He first thought that the blogger was a fan of Shenhua, but he was wrong. The young man was delighted. He was very pleased to see someone breaking the phone of the company he hates. After watching the video, the guy decided to leave a review, writing that all this is due to the poor quality of Shenhua's development. Hu Xiao was happy because now everyone would see that Shenhua's phones were not that good, and there was nothing special about them. Yawning, he continued to criticize Shenhua phones for their lack of security and called them a trinket that was not worth the money. The guy stood up from his chair and stretched, wondering where the reviewer came from, assuming that he was a developer of some games. The next day came, and the action took place in the Chinese metropolis where the main character lived. The guy was spending time in his apartment. He was sitting in the kitchen and having breakfast, staring at the phone screen. Pei-Ken was shocked because he saw during breakfast that his video of disassembling a phone had become one of the most popular. Boss Pei was confused because a certain Xiao Hu shared his video, causing a stir around him. The guy saw that Xiao Hu even had a separate account for reposting Boss Pei's videos and thought that it might come in handy. The main character furiously bit off a piece of his breakfast and continued eating, forgetting about the situation with the video. Pei-Ken, having analyzed his statistics, realized that there were more than enough comments even though he was not receiving donations. After finishing his breakfast, the guy left the empty dishes on the table and thought that it was a good time to shoot a new video. A smirk appeared on his face. He opened his laptop and thought that this time he would definitely become popular. Xiao Hu continued to comment on the video of the reviewer he liked, and he did this over and over again. Having put the keyboard on his shoulder, the guy wrote a comment that the video is true, and the disassembly helps to fully study the phone. Afterwards, he wrote a comment that the video clearly shows the terrible quality of the new product from Manhwa. With an evil smile on his face, Xiao Hu then wrote a comment saying that the back cover of the phone was poorly made and that other brand phones do not have this problem. After finishing typing a whole bunch of comments, Xiao Hu solemnly picked up the keyboard, defeating objectivity and high quality. The guy raised his hands up and stretched. He admitted that he hadn't felt so full of energy in a long time. Xiao Hu grinned slyly. He said that it was time to say goodbye to the Manhwa brand because their time had already passed. Before he could even take a sip of the sweet water, the guy opened his eyes wide in surprise and screamed, cursing. The guy saw that a hardcore gamer had posted another video where he had broken an MSC phone with just one blow of a fork. Xiao Hu turned into a destructive flame in anger. He screamed, not understanding how the guy managed to post a new video so quickly. The young man was perplexed because the coincidence was too strange, and the video appeared immediately after his comments. He angrily put the soda can back on the table, furious that the new video had come out too quickly. It was the 3rd of August, and the events were taking place in the picturesque Mingyun area where our hero was doing business. Pei-Ken's new logistics company office finally opened, and the boss came to the scene to take a look. With his arms folded across his chest, the protagonist was pleased with the way the office of his new logistics company looked. Pei-Ken asked if the guys could take charge of the Headwind company. The boss saw that on the first day of launch, at least 3 employees were working at each of the 100 points, which meant at least $1 million a month in salary costs. He assumed the revenue would offset the rent, but was glad he would still be steadily losing $1 million a month. Pei-Ken placed his hand on the dumbfounded subordinate's shoulder and said that he would be in charge of logistics. Lu Mingliang looked at his boss with delight when he was given permission to move to another field if he didn't like this one. The young man asked his boss not to worry and promised that he would cope. But first he would like to discuss something. The boss interrupted him and said that Headwind was their long-term prospect, so he was willing to spend the money. Pei-Ken told his subordinate that their main goal was not to make money, and Lu Mingliang had to understand that. Lu Mingliang stared at the director with dumbfounded eyes, wondering what the purpose could be other than making a profit. The puzzled guy asked the boss if their goal was to expand their customer base and rapidly expand their business. The protagonist lowered his head and sighed heavily before answering his subordinate's question. Pei-Chen turned away and said that most companies in this field only chase profits, and their goal is to provide the best quality service. Introducing himself as a courier, the guy said that if one of the companies refuses to deliver goods to a client, they should do it. Boss Pei said that if others won't help unpack boxes or take out trash, their company should help. The boss began shouting and said that they cared not only about money and customer base, but also about reputation, and Lu Mingliang's job was to recommend their new company. Lu Mingliang looked at Director Pei with an enthusiastic expression and told his boss that he understood everything. Pei-Ken waved goodbye to the guy and allowed him to continue working, saying that he was leaving and there was no need to see him off. The protagonist knew that Lu Mingliang was good because he was a very obedient guy, and if he agreed to spend the boss's money, everything should go smoothly. As the boss walked away with a sly grin, Lu Mingliang watched his boss leave and thought what a cool guy his director was. Lu Mingliang was now also convinced that one had to run a business properly to provide comfort to customers, even if it did not help in making money. Afterwards, Pei-Ken went to an internet cafe located in the Mingyun district, where he sat at the computer and drank a cocktail through a straw. Ma Yan suddenly ran up to him and shouted that something bad had happened. A new chain of internet cafes had opened in Jingzhou and was developing rapidly. Ma Yan said that this cafe chain already has investors, which is a pretty good indicator. A completely calm Pei Qian replied to the worried guy that he remembered that a new establishment had opened nearby. Ma Yan was furious. He shouted that a branch of Joyful Star had opened right under their noses, and people were flocking there because of the low prices. Our hero put all the facts together in his head and came to the conclusion that the investor Mr. Li Shi was involved in the opening of the internet cafe chain. He almost cried from delight at this man, mentally praising the wonderful man for helping the guy spend money. Ma Yan asked the boss what they would do and whether they should continue to do things as before. The protagonist looked at his subordinate with surprised eyes and asked how they had acted before. Confused, Ma Yan called out Chen Lei's name, asking if they hadn't used a singer to restore the establishment's popularity before. Ma Yan scratched his head and admitted that it would not be easy at all to find someone equally popular. The protagonist put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, asked Ma Yan not to worry, and promised that he would think of everything. Boss Pei solemnly announced that the private restaurant Mingyun would be opening on August 7th, and suggested that everyone dine there together. The 7th of August soon arrived. It was already evening. People began to gather on the territory of the Mingyun restaurant to celebrate its opening. Among the guests were Tengda's staff. Lin Wan, Huang Xibo, and Zhu Xiaoze were delighted with the interior of the private restaurant. Some tables were already filled with customers, choosing from the menu what dishes they would have for dinner. A neat waiter in a waistcoat and red bow tie walked around the room, carrying dishes for the guests of honor. The boss was also at the opening. He asked the guys to start eating and enjoy the evening. His subordinates thanked him. The assembled employees of Tengda decided to drink the first glass of alcohol in one go to their beloved boss Pei Qian. All the Tengda employees were dining and drinking together, enjoying the wonderful evening, while Lin Wan was sitting at another table. The girl admitted that she didn't think that such a good restaurant would open in such a deserted place, and she didn't understand why she didn't know about it before. Ms. Xin Hailu told the girl that Boss Pei had worked very hard to make the establishment top-notch. Lin Wan looked at the girl with stunned eyes when she heard about the boss, and Xin said that the food for them was prepared by the best chef of the establishment. Xin Hailu said that almost all dishes here need to be ordered in advance, and the ingredients are brought in advance by a special delivery service. Lin Wan asked the girl if Boss Pei planned to hold banquets for employees here in the future. Miss Xin surprised Lin Wan by saying that she knew that Tengda employees would be dining here, but there were no plans for a large banquet yet. The red-haired girl was amazed because everything in the restaurant was of very high quality, and she could not even imagine how much effort the boss put into the opening. The boss felt an inexplicable and strange sense of unease when Lin Wan looked at him and thought that Pei Qian put work and development first. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the hall when Huang Xibo and Zhu Xiaozi approached him, offering to drink another glass of wine together. Huang Xibo told the boss that they had decided on the next step and wanted to create short films that people could judge. The surprised boss asked the guys why they chose this genre, because the combination of reviews and short videos is strange. The red-haired guy told his boss that they were inspired by a blogger who runs a channel called Hardcore Gamer. Our hero felt uneasy when Huang Xibo started telling us how they were inspired by Hardcore Gamer's videos. The director stated that they could do gadget reviews and that it would be much easier to implement than anything else. The protagonist didn't understand how the guys found out about his channel, because he clearly wasn't filming videos to inspire his subordinates. Inspired, Huang Xibo and the director discussed how they had the advantage of a loyal audience and regretted not having thought of this earlier. Pei Qian tried to calm down, hoping that the guys would realize during the process that things weren't that simple and would abandon this idea. The main character secretly wishes that the guys would film a new season of the series Boss Pei's life instead of a video. Without giving his real opinion, the boss said that he would support the guys. But they should remember that the company's reputation is important, and they will have problems if they fail to implement everything properly. The boys asked Boss Pei not to worry about it, and the three of them clinked glasses to drink together. Afterwards, the main character decided to step aside to be alone for a while, and he silently went into another room. Seeing this, the director asked his friend why he felt that the boss was not very enthusiastic about their idea this time. Scratching his head, Zhu Xiaoze said that they had spent quite a lot last time, and the boss had still treated them well back then. The boy was shocked when Huang Xibo hugged him tightly and said that the boss wanted to show them that they were moving in the right direction. Huang Xibo explained to the director that Boss Pei had always been like this, and he only paid attention to those who were facing major problems. The guy added that the boss doesn't pay attention to projects that have a chance of success because he trusts the guys. Director Zuxiao's perked up and made an apology gesture with his hands, shouting to Huang Xibo that he understood everything. Huang Xibo told his friend that Boss Pei had approved their idea, and there was no need to worry because they would work hard. Returning to the table, the boss began to cut up the crab leg. He knew that he had used the best products for the employees today, and for this money it was possible to feed 300,000 people. The main character, having broken the crab's leg into several pieces, began to devour the meat from there, starting his dinner. Taking a spoonful of black caviar in his other hand, the boy knew that he wouldn't be able to feed them like this every day, because the system had limitations. Pei's boss was also upset that he had inspired Huang Xibo and his director with his technology review videos. He washed down his sorrows with a glass of wine, and the only thing that comforted Pei Qian was that the unprofitable company would continue to help him lose money. When the main character drank a glass of red wine in one gulp, he abruptly put the empty glass down on the table. Grasping the glass tightly with a trembling hand, the drunk Pei Qian understood that he would definitely not end up in the red. A satisfied Pei Qian continued his dinner, an idea popping into his head to buy a few more cars if the system allowed it. The guy wanted to rent a few parking spaces, buy a couple of commercial vehicles, and hire full-time drivers. He was delighted when he saw that the system had allowed him to spend $1 million on a 7-seater car and 2 regular cars. The main character had to put aside his dream of buying a new car when someone came up to him and called him. It was Ma Dubiao and a few other employees, the guy holding a glass of wine in his hand, offering the boss a drink together. Boss Pei agreed to join in, drinking with the boys, although his head was filled with plans to buy 3 cars for almost $1 million. Dinner came to an end, and tired but satisfied employees began to leave our hero's new private restaurant in the Mingyun district. It was already almost empty inside, only Boss Pei was still sitting at the table, and the employees were clearing away the dirty dishes. Pei Qian looked at his wristwatch and realized that it was around 8 o'clock in the evening, which was the perfect time. The chef came up to him and asked how the boss liked the dinner, and Pei Qian replied that the food was simply wonderful. Pei Qian said that in the future the company would hold meals there on the 20th of the month, and asked the chef to reserve a room for him on the first and third Sundays of each month. The boss reminded the chef that his main goal was to feed the customers the best food and provide the best service, and there was no need to worry about the rest. Suddenly, Ma Yan appeared in the restaurant hall. The guy was running around the room and shouting the name of Brother Qian. Ma Yan told his boss that he was full and suggested that they go to an internet cafe while they still had time. The protagonist, accompanied by Ma Yan, immediately went to one of the branches of the internet cafe after dinner. When they entered, they saw investor Li Shi sitting at the table. The man was also surprised to see the owner of the establishment here. Boss Pei came closer and said hello. Li Shi smiled and told the protagonist that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Without showing any strong emotions, the owner of the internet cafe sat down on the chair next to him to talk to the visitor. Pei Qian folded his hands and asked the investor if he had come to the internet cafe to spy on them. Investor Li Shi closed his eyes and smiled. Hearing his boss's suggestion, he forced out a chuckle before answering. The man laughed and responded to Boss Pei's accusations by saying that this was a normal development in business. Li Shi said he doesn't intend to replace their internet cafe, he just wants to open a place that will be similar. Pei Qian smiled. He knew that Li Shi was trying to bribe his staff, and the false information he sold had misled him. The guy was pleased because he was convinced that the investor had invested not only in the Joyful Star, but also in other establishments nearby. Looking at Li Shi, the boss thought what a pretender he was, because he knew exactly what this man was planning. The protagonist laughed and mentally told Li Shi that he was thinking flawlessly and was quite persuasive in his words. But he had missed the most important thing, namely the wealth transformation system, which pays for our hero's losses and about which Li Shi naturally knows nothing. The boss sighed and told Li Shi that they wouldn't be able to compete because Pei Qian's internet cafe wouldn't be able to take off a second time. Pei Qian smiled and admitted to the man that he was just trying something new in business. Looking at the investor who was silently sitting in the chair opposite, the guy still wanted to push Li Shi to take some action. Li Shi asked Pei Qian to stop being modest, because in every success there is only a drop of luck. And geniuses like Boss Pei act immediately, and do not wait like others. The man said he knew that the boy had recently opened a company called Headwind and had gone with Ma Yan to an area to study the environment there. Smiling broadly, the investor said that he understood the guy's concerns and that accepting investment was indeed a difficult step. Pei Qian smiled silently in response and thought that in this situation he could only wish the investor good luck. He informed Ma Yan that if Mr. Li decided to visit them again, The entire menu would be free for the man. Li Shi thanked Boss Pei and expressed hope that they would come to mutually beneficial terms with him. The guy smiled insincerely, but in his head he was cursing because Li Shi continued to mock him. The next day, the events took place in the office of the Shangyang Company, where Lin Wan, Ye Zhuzhou, and the others were currently working. Lin Wan, Ye Zhuzhou, and Wang Shou gathered in the meeting room, the three of them sitting silently, studying the documents. The chief planner expressed the opinion that it was not entirely cost-effective to invite Hong Kong stars for the advertising campaign, even if that was the boss's wish. Wang Shou admitted that he thought they would only need to allocate a couple of million for promotion, since the previous budget was only a few $100,000. Lin Wan replied that if the boss wanted something, they had to do it, and suggested spending $2 million to invite a couple of stars. The development director threw a stack of papers on the table so she could think over the candidates with her subordinates. On the table were profiles of stars who could be chosen for the advertising campaign. One of them was a man named Gu Laolei. Also, one of the notable questionnaires was that of Zhang Zuting, a middle-aged man who was also famous. The main character spent time in his personal office. He sat at his laptop and snacked on a pack of chips. The boss had to look up from watching the video when his phone, lying on the table, vibrated due to an incoming call. The guy was surprised when he saw that Lin Wan was calling him. He didn't understand why she was bothering him now. During the call, he found himself in a courtroom, receiving the star's questionnaire. He asked the girl who Zhang Zuoting was. Lin Wan said that he is a Hong Kong star, he is 41 years old, and his latest films have been great, although he is not filming much now. The girl admitted that they considered many candidates from Hong Kong, but they all asked for $5 million for the job. She felt awkward, but she told her boss that Zhang Zuoting's reputation was not very clear, but he only asked for $2 million in fees. Boss Pei was annoyed by this conversation, thinking that they should just hire a star for $5 million. He changed his mind when he realized that an expensive celebrity could attract a large audience, and this was not good. Lin Wan said that Jiang Zitong would be coming to the city the day after tomorrow and asked if the boss wanted to attend the filming in person. Pei Qin replied that he would take a look and agreed to watch the star's performance, because an old actor is still an actor after all. The boss asked the girl what about the organization, and she replied that a car would pick up the star and take him to the agent, and he would live in the best hotel. She hesitated when the boss asked about food, and replied that he would have dinner at the hotel, and that they would order food for the duration of filming. Pei Qian did not agree. He said that he would give the number of a restaurant in Mingyun and asked Zhang Zuoting to eat there. Lin Wan happily agreed. She wanted to thank the star for allowing her to visit that restaurant again thanks to him. Soon, the plane from Hong Kong, in which Zhang Zuoting was flying, was already planning to land in the city where the star was invited to film. Zhang Zitong breathed a sigh of relief when he finally arrived. The manager informed him that those people were already here. At the airport exit, the man was met by Lin Wan and a girl holding a sign that said the company welcomed Mr. Zhang to the city. Lin Wan walked up to the guest star and greeted him respectfully, quietly saying that Boss Pei had prepared a celebratory banquet for them. Hong Kong star Zhang Jitong took off his sunglasses before replying to a girl from Tengda's company. When the sun had already set, they went to our hero's restaurant to feed the guest from Hong Kong with elite dishes. Lin Wan brought the actor to the restaurant and introduced him to Pei's boss, and they were also accompanied by the star's manager. Pei Qian shook the actor's hand and welcomed him to the city, saying that there was nothing outstanding about Jingzhou, so all he could do was invite him to dinner. Soon a large table was set, with a whole range of varied dishes of fish, meat, and desserts for the actor. Everyone sat down at the table. The main character asked the actor to try the local dishes, and he, laughing, agreed. Zhang Zitong was taken aback when a waitress came over and brought him a huge crab, apologizing for the wait. The actor asked if this Kamchatka crab, which looked to weigh about 10 kilograms, had really cost the boss 6,000 or 7,000. The manager tried to take a photo, but the boss stopped him, asking him to try and feel all the notes of the dish because photographs do not convey the taste. The red-haired guy felt awkward and admitted that the boss was right. He really liked the exquisite restaurant and the pleasant atmosphere here. Boss Pei courted the actor politely, knowing that he should not allow photos to be taken so that no one would know about the restaurant. Zhang Zitong praised his boss for his kindness and hospitality, promising to give his all 120% on tomorrow's filming. The next day, filming with the Hong Kong actor began, and the action unfolded on the set. The actor felt uncomfortable in his new role. Looking at his reflection in the sword, he no longer understood who he was and what he was doing there. Jang Jitong turned his attention to the boss, who was encouraging the actor by smiling and giving him a thumbs up. The employee brought the actor dressed as a knight a script and asked the man to look at the words he was supposed to say. The man's eyes lit up with delight and surprise. There were only a couple of lines and the work seemed very simple to him. The script called for the actor to introduce himself and say that his favorite game was Song of Bloody Battle, and then advertise it. He was surprised that there was no plot to the filming, but he understood that it was a great opportunity to improve his skills. Pei-ken suggested continuing filming, and the actor stood silently and felt humiliated because he would not be able to show his abilities. When filming began, Jang Zitong acted according to the script. He introduced himself on camera and said that he had acted in many projects and TV series. The protagonist watched the filming with a serious expression on his face, but inside he was laughing because it looked funny. With his sword thrust forward, the actor declared his preference for the Song of Bloody Battle, calling on everyone to immerse themselves in the world of this game. When filming was completed, a crew member clicked the clapperboard to signal the camera to turn off. The actor was perplexed. He did not understand how he received $2 million in fees for empty advertising chatter and considered it a waste of money on the part of the company. The man was stunned when Pei's boss approached him, gave him a thumbs up and praised him for his excellent work. Jang Zitong's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe that Boss Pei thought this was a good job. Pei-ken said that everything went great, but they had room for improvement. But in his heart, the actor fundamentally disagreed with the guy. Jang Jitong loudly replied to Boss Pei that he understood everything and asked him what part he thought he needed to rehearse. The main character said that in the advertisement, the man needs to play the role of the older brother and needs to act lazy and casual. The actor was puzzled when the guy asked him to act lazy and casual so that they would feel a warm atmosphere from him. Pei-chen asked the actor not to worry, to relax during filming and just calmly deliver his lines. Taking the script in his hands, the stunned man agreed and told Pei's boss that he would try again. When filming began, the actor introduced himself to the audience again, giving the same speech as the first time, but in a calmer voice. Jang scratched his head awkwardly and apologized to his boss, admitting that he still didn't understand what he was supposed to do. The main character stopped him, saying that everything was filmed wonderfully and they would not shoot a third take. Jang Zitong was shocked and looked at Boss Pei with dumbfounded eyes when he heard that the filming was completed. Boss Pei thanked the man for his cooperation and allowed him to return to the hotel to rest, and he would be taken to the airport tomorrow. They shook hands, and the actor couldn't believe that he had been put on makeup for 40 minutes since early morning for the sake of 2 shots. The actor was against taking a break. He told his boss that his acting was not the best, and he wanted to continue filming until the commercial was perfect. Boss Pei waved his hand and asked the actor not to worry, promising to find the best shots and combine them. Afterwards, a girl from the film crew came up and offered to help the actor remove the armor. The man agreed. Jang Zitong followed the girl to change clothes, and Boss Pei was left alone on the set. The guy was happy because now Song of Bloody Battle was on the path to losing money, and the advertising would convince past players not to play the new version. Moreover, Pei-ken knew that the new version of the game would not have account replenishment, and donators would have nothing to do there either. The Shangyang Games staff were sitting at the computer. Lin Wan was standing behind them. The guys were praising Boss Pei for how cool he was. The guy sitting at the table admitted that before the ad came out, he had no idea how cool it would look. Lin Wan asked what he was talking about, and the guy explained that they advertise on various websites, video hosting sites, and other platforms. He explained that the script is easy to understand, and the cutting allows you to post the video wherever your heart desires. After listening to her subordinates, Lin Wan said that it was great that their advertising campaign was going according to plan. Looking at Boss Pei, the girl became worried because she still wanted to discuss something with her boss. She found the courage to approach him and said that Jang Zitong's Chinese was not very good and that they should find a dubbing actor. Boss Pei was categorically against it. He said that it would be fine as is, and Lin Wan should believe in the actor's skills. Pei-ken came closer and said that this kind of casualness from the actor would make the players feel more at ease. After listening to the boss's explanation, the girl stopped arguing, realizing that Pei had specially invited the Hong Kong star to shoot casual videos. The following events took place in the Manhwa office building. A new working day had begun at Tengda Company. The new chief planner, Li Yada, reported that the game was 60% complete, and they would not finish it before mid-October. Boss Pei asked her to continue working at the same pace because there would be a demo version of the game later, which also needed to be tested. Feeling afraid and awkward in front of her boss, The modest girl quietly told the boss that she would go then. The main character, without looking at his subordinate, waved his hand indifferently and ordered the girl to go. Embarrassed, Lee Yada buried her face in her notebook, turned around abruptly and ran out of Boss Pei's office in fear. Relaxing, the boss thought that the demo version was needed so that he could play the game himself, as the system required, and add a secret weapon to it. Pei-kin knew that there was no time limit for completing the game, and that only a small portion of the game needed to be completed in order to be approved by the system. The guy smiled slyly. He understood that he had to lose absolutely all the money, those 20 million that he invested in the game. Another meeting started in our hero's head. All 5 of his personalities gathered around a round golden table. Chief Pei-chen loudly declared that their current bonus system was fraught with many dangers, and everything needed to be changed. Pei-kin, a tea lover, recalled that employees currently receive 15% of the game's net profit as a bonus. Pei-chen the intellectual said while crying that they originally planned to give out as much money as possible. But now they are in big trouble. Adjusting his glasses, the other Pei-chen said that the dividends from the projects were so high that the workers' profits had also increased greatly. The head Pei-kin slammed his hammer on the table and shouted that it was terrible that high payouts were incentivizing employees to create good games. Pei-kin, wearing glasses, smiled and proposed changing the criteria for distributing percentages based on reputation. The rest of our hero's personalities looked at this guy with stunned eyes when they heard his idea. He explained that the better the reputation of the project, the bigger the bonuses will be, and this should not depend on the game's profit. Pei-kin, wearing a bow tie, was delighted, because this way they would shift the employees' attention from profit to reputation. After finishing the meeting, our hero praised himself for what a great guy he was, because there aren't many projects with a good reputation and big profits. The guy finally got a response from Hu Xiao. He gave his boss a phone number, and Pei-chen immediately called the person who promotes his videos. Hu Xiao didn't understand why Hardcore Gamer was looking for him, because, apparently, the blogger deals with money, and not small amounts at that. He realized that he would still need to know the blogger, and assumed that this guy wanted to help him. Hu Xiao was wrong. The first thing Pei-chen did was ask the guy if he could do the boss a favor. Hu Xiao smiled and replied that it was no problem, because he always had the price tag with him, hinting that the service would be a paid one. Hu Xiao gave our hero a giant shining book that was filled with a list of his services and their prices. Boss Pei read that the guy provides boosting of primary subscribers, premium subscribers, and much more. Pei-chen assumed that the services would be more expensive, and after thinking about it, he decided to buy the complex from the guy for 1,000 yen. The main character told the guy on the phone that he would like to buy from him a complex A with likes and comments. Hu Xiao happily agreed, promising to definitely complete the task set before him, and asked which account to leave comments on. Pei-kin asked the guy to find the Fei Huang Studio channel, saying that a new review would be published there soon. Xiao Hu was puzzled when the customer asked him to leave multiple identical positive comments on the video. It was the first time he had seen such a customer, and he was especially surprised that the customer wanted the same content of the comments. Xiu realized that Hardcore Gamer wasn't such a fool after all when he realized that the blogger just wanted to suppress the competition. When he started working, Xiao Hu knew that Fei Huang Studio was involved in rating reviews, and that was exactly what he needed. The guy was ready to handle his task, knowing that the Hardcore Gamer had paid him to take out his competitors. It was already night in the city, and the action took place in Hu Xiao's apartment because the guy was not yet asleep. Hu Xiao was still sitting at the computer. He looked tired, and even had to eat dinner while working. The guy finally saw that the video the boss ordered was published by Fei Huang Studio. It was called Great Inventors Day. The guy immediately got down to business. He began typing on the keyboard at incredible speed and writing comments under the video. Hu Xiao also gave orders to his subordinates to work tirelessly and told them what the commentary should be. And he himself began to eat. The young man expected that the owners of that channel would get a bad reputation, and that doubts would arise about the videos they were releasing. 2 hours later, Hu Xiao stretched. The work was finished, and now it was time to see the result. He sat back down at the computer, thinking that even if there was criticism in the comments, it would still cause a stir. The guy turned on the video and saw that there was no reaction from the public to the many similar comments under the video. He assumed that something was wrong with the video and decided to examine the content of the video himself. There was a guy in the video who, before saying anything, set up the camera in the right place himself, and he had tools in his pocket. The man introduced himself to the audience, saying that his name was Sun Idi. His English name was Eddie, and he was a great inventor. He showed his new invention on camera. It was a device that made some kind of attachment rotate. The blogger said that the device is equipped with an internal motor and high-frequency vibration. All you need to do is fill it with powder and clean it with the attachment. The inventor had already imagined how he would receive untold wealth for his device, which would allow him to buy a house. Jubilantly, he announced that he was going to submit the invention for a patent and put it into production in order to rise to the top of the financial empire. In the next shot, a man was sitting at a table in a restaurant with a pretty woman. They were drinking wine. The inventor decided to take advantage of the opportunity and show her his invention. Since he was having dinner with such a beauty today, Eddie decided to clink glasses with the beauty. But he did it deliberately rudely, causing the wine to spill over the glass. The woman's eyes nearly popped out of her head, and she screamed in fear when her snow-white dress became stained with red wine. Luckily, Eddie was ready to rush to the rescue, and he immediately picked up his invention for saving things from stains. The man poured washing powder onto a red wine stain and turned on the appliance to wash it right off the woman. The inventor was left in shock when a woman called emergency services to report that a stranger had poured an unknown substance on her dress. The date with the beauty ended unsuccessfully. Soon Eddie was having lunch with his friend. They ate meat kebabs and fish. Eddie was upset to tears. His friend asked him not to worry, claiming that the lady had misunderstood him and would definitely forgive him. Suddenly, the inventor noticed that a piece of meat from the skewer fell directly onto the man opposite him's light-colored t-shirt, leaving a greasy stain. The man's eyes lit up. He had another chance to save the item from the stain and demonstrate his invention. Eddie yelled, stopping his friend from touching the stain and asking him to deal with the problem himself by getting out the device. The man was glad to see that Eddie had his washing machine with him and was willing to help. However, he was puzzled when the inventor took out the device and asked his friend if he had brought washing powder with him. He was sweating from the strain when Eddie asked again if his friend had brought the powder, since the oil could only be removed with it or soap. The next shot showed a dejected Eddie lying on the couch, declaring that he had created something that could change the world. But people rejected him. Addressing the audience, the man asked them to contact him if any of them were interested in his interesting invention. Hu Xiao didn't understand what was going on and where his fake comments were because they were lost among the real positive reviews. He was unhappy with his work because his promotion fit so perfectly into the rest of the comment wave that it went unnoticed. At this time, Pei Qian was in his office. The guy was sitting at his laptop in his favorite fish costume and drinking soda. The protagonist received a message from Hu Xiao about where he was from and realized that the inflated comments had failed. Pei Qian grabbed his head. How could he know that Fei Huang Studio would use short videos for promotion? After taking a sip of soda, the guy decided to take big measures to ensure that the response from the main audience would be negative. The protagonist put the can of sweet soda he had drunk back on the table and squeezed it with his hand in anger, because he was unhappy with the result. Pei Qian was very annoyed. He wanted Hu Xiao to stop asking him anything else because he himself had no idea. He sighed heavily. He was ashamed that it was he who asked the person to help with promotion, so he decided to answer. Hu Xiu returned 1,000 to Boss Pei for the service, saying that he would not take the money this time and asked him to write to him if he needed help again. The main character was puzzled. He didn't even have time to answer the guy before he got 1,000 back into his account. Hu Xiu knew that Fei Huang Studio was on good terms with Hardcore Gamer, and their new video had gone viral, and he didn't understand what it could mean. This even began to scare the guy, because terrible suspicions were creeping into his head due to such coincidences. When he received Pei Qian's message, Hu Xiao smiled, realizing that the blogger had planned everything and that Fei Huang Studio was closely connected with him. The guy yawned and stretched, realizing that the person behind the Hardcore Gamer was clearly not so simple, which is why he did not take money from him. The tense Pei Qian knew that it was not that difficult to make things difficult for Fei Huang Studio, and nothing was impossible. But first, the boss wanted to check how things were going with the new game, so he picked up the phone to make a call. The guy asked his subordinate how things were with Look Around, The Shore is There, and asked him to take the blanks and come to his office. Immediately after these words, the main character ended the conversation and returned the telephone receiver to the landline station. Pei Qian sighed heavily. He planned to lose the game, evaluate the difficulty, and arrange the necessary weapons. Soon the new chief planner came into the boss's office, sat down at the desk and started tapping away at the keyboard to show him something. The protagonist stood next to his subordinate while she sat behind his chair and worked with an embarrassed face. Lee Yada stood up and said that she had done everything and the enemy's attack power had been doubled. And Pei Qian praised her and said that he would try to play it. Pei Qian sat down at the table and picked up the game joystick to try out the new game. Look back, the shore is there, on himself. The girl doubted that the game could be completed at all, because it was supposed to be very difficult anyway. And now the enemy's attack power had doubled. The main character was completely immersed in the game. He played as a man who held a large katana in his hand. The guy looked around. He was surrounded by a large number of ghosts, and he thought about who to start with. The few ghosts that stood nearby seemed weak to him, but even they would be difficult to resist now. Afterwards, the main character of the game noticed a ghost who turned his back to him and stood without a weapon. Pei Qian saw that one of the ghosts was unarmed, so he rushed forward to pounce on him. The boy ran up to the unarmed ghost and plunged the sword into his body when he didn't even suspect it. The protagonist was frightened when the ghost turned around and looked at him with terrible, lifeless eyes. The monster screamed and began waving his arms. The sword strike did not kill him, and the ghost was ready to counterattack. One wave of the enemy's hand was enough for our hero to fly high into the air, defeated. The blow from the ghost was so strong that the main character flew back, and when he landed, he broke the ground with his body. Unfortunately, the screen shows a message that the player is dead, so Pei Qian will have to start from the beginning. Lee Yada quietly watched from the side as her boss played, feeling awkward when her boss lost so quickly. The protagonist admitted that his intuition had failed him, but he was not upset that he could not complete the new game the first time. The head planner was thinking about how smart her boss was, because a normal player would have gotten angry long ago after so many character deaths. When Pei Qian picked up the joystick again, the girl wondered if the boss was really going to give it his all and show off his strength. But after a short time, the screen again showed the message that the character was dead, so Pei Qian lost again. The protagonist asked Lee Yada if there was a way to adjust the attack power of opponents in the game. The girl explained in which column this indicator changes and how to use the formula to adjust all the values. Lee Yada guessed that she had imagined too much, and now Boss Pei wants to reduce her attack power in order to pass the game. After some time, Boss Pei announced that now the enemies in the game will deal damage that takes away 80% of the player's life. The chief planner was confused when she heard this. She wanted to object to her boss, but hesitated. The guy waved his hand and told his subordinate that he wanted to try something in the game, and that she should leave for now. The girl followed the order and left, but she was curious about what all this meant and what Boss Pei wanted to try without prying eyes. A sly grin appeared on Pei Qian's face. He was ready to hide a secret weapon in the game that would help him pass it. After some work, Pei Qian included a machine gun into the game that could kill an infinite number of monsters in a few seconds. It was Wednesday, August 18th, and Tengda's office was already full of people. The employees were busy with work. The head planner was also at work. She received a message from the boss that he had changed the content of the game, but only slightly. The girl suspected something, because Boss Pei rarely makes any changes to the games on his own. Lee Yada assumed that Boss Pei simply didn't trust her, but then she dismissed that thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appointed her as the chief planner. When the girl saw what changes the main character had made to the game, she was noticeably surprised. The salvation of the lady staff has been changed. It originally had different characteristics, but Boss Pei changed everything. Lee Yada noticed that the weapon damage has increased, and if the player gets this staff, the game will become much easier. She assumed that the boss had simply decided to make his life easier. But she didn't understand why he hadn't simply lowered the difficulty of the game. The chief planner, holding a cup of hot coffee in her hand, concluded that the director had some plans of his own on this matter. Lee Yada walked up to Bao Shu's workplace. The guy was sitting at the table at that time, sighing heavily, clutching his head. The girl asked her colleague if he was ready to go on vacation, and the upset guy asked her not to ask questions about it. While drinking a can of sweet soda, Bao Shu asked the chief planner if she had come to see him on business. The head planner confirmed and pulled out her chair to sit next to Bao Shu and talk. She admitted that Pei Jian had personally made changes to the game. Look back, there's a shore, and Bao Shu asked what changes. The girl said that in the mission with the destroyed temple, if you kill the boss, you can get rewards from the treasure chest. Bao Shu was surprised when Lee Yada said that the boss increased the enemy's strength several times, made the character weaker, and added new parameters. The player must now die 6 times at the hands of the boss, talk to the monk to get a weapon, and skip some arcs, reaching the ending earlier. She remembered the words of the monk in the game, who tells the player that only by going through 6 circles of suffering can the player gain freedom. Lee Yada stated that she felt the game was too difficult, and that the boss's introduction of weapons was a way of helping the players. Bao Shu replied that not every player would guess what conditions needed to be met to obtain this weapon, and the girl agreed that this was very strange. The guy asked if he was right in claiming that this unique weapon helps to get through the difficult final part of the game. The chief planner sighed heavily and confirmed her colleague's assumptions, looking at him. Bao Shu stood up and shouted, understanding the boss's plan, because 6 deaths are 6 reincarnations, and on the 7th time, the monk will become good. Li Yada suggested that choosing the salvation of the lady staff in the game would mean that the player is choosing to escape, introducing the main character, who holds a unique golden staff in his hands. The girl said that the player decides not to face more difficult challenges in this way, protecting himself. Li Yada stated that only by abandoning the staff and using normal weapons would the player truly be able to escape the abyss of suffering. According to the lead planner, to do this, the player needs to confront more powerful enemies and solve complex problems. She was delighted with the boss's idea, stating that the ending of 6 reincarnations was not much different from the others. Bao Shu said the boss decided to add a dilemma, to stay in the comfort zone, or to step out of it and learn the truth about the world by immersing himself in suffering. The guys were delighted with the boss. Bao Shu shouted that nothing else could be expected from the boss. The main character, meanwhile, put the joystick on the table. He was very annoyed after playing the new game. Pei Tian clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, not understanding how he could have ended up in such a situation. Sitting in front of a laptop with a new game running, the evil boss couldn't be alone any longer. A sly grin appeared on the guy's face as the idea of finding another candidate came to his mind. He called Xin and asked him to contact Chao, and asked him if he wanted to try out their new game and get paid 500 won a day for it. The boss added that the blogger will not receive a cent if he does not endure and does not play 8 hours a day until the game is released. After finishing the phone call with Miss Shin's assistant, Boss Pei returned the phone to its place. Pei knew that the blogger would agree. Even though Chao Liang was earning well now, this man always needed money. The guy looked sharply at the door of his office when he heard a knock and allowed the man to enter. Miss Shin reported that Chao had agreed and said that he would come over the weekend and that she would arrange accommodation, food, and ticket costs. The boss asked the assistant to choose the living conditions carefully so that everything for Mr. Chao would be at the highest level. The girl also reported that Zhang Zuting published a post expressing his gratitude to them, and he needed to respond. Xin asked Pei Qian if he wanted to get a tick on his Weibo account, and the guy refused because he was not interested in the platform. When the main character realized this, he was very scared because he did not know what exactly the actor, Zhang Zuting, had written in the post. After deciding to check, the boss got angry because Zhang Zuting told him everything in detail and recommended a private restaurant in Mingyun. The protagonist became wary when he received another notification from the social network and decided to check. It turned out that Zhang Zuting wrote another post and again recommended a restaurant in Jingzhou, praising the food there. The guy breathed a sigh of relief because the man didn't write the restaurant's address, and said it was a good thing he forbade him from filming back then. Peikin was startled when he received another notification, which meant that the actor had written another public post. Now the actor has shared the restaurant's address with everyone and attached a map with the exact location where it was. The main character realized that it was all over for him, and he was cruelly deceived by the actor's red-haired manager. An enraged Pei Chen slammed his fist on the table, trying to calm himself down, thinking that nothing terrible had happened yet. The assistant told the boss that she would go if he had no more assignments for the girl, and he let her go. Pei Qian knew that the actor's post had collected 4,000 likes, and his fans were scattered all over the country, and at most 10 people would come to the restaurant, so there was no particular problem. He calmed down, realizing that the guy spent a decent amount of money on a personal chef every month, and a couple of clients wouldn't cover the expenses. But Boss Pei still wasn't going to take the situation lightly, so he decided to call someone. Boss Pei called the chef of his restaurant. The man asked the boss if he had any instructions. The guy coughed and replied that it was nothing serious, and he just wanted to ask how many customers there had been in the restaurant recently. The man admitted that no one had come yet and that this problem needed to be solved, for example by doing more advertising. Boss Qian briefly replied to the chef of his restaurant that he did not mean that. Chef Mr. Lin was puzzled when he heard these words from his boss and expected some explanation from his superior. The boss praised the chef for his good work and said that his job was to provide the guests with food and not to worry about advertising. He warned about the increase in customer flow and announced 3 new rules for the chef. Guests cannot be singled out, nothing can be explained, and they cannot be allowed to take photos. Peikin was lost in thought when the chef asked the boy what it meant to not explain anything to the restaurant's guests. He explained that, for example, if a guest asked why dishes needed to be ordered in advance, the chef had only two possible answers. Ingredients were brought in from abroad, or there were complicated logistics. If a guest asks why the prices are so high, you should answer that the ingredients are of high quality, or that the layout of the hall is constantly changing. Peikin explained to the chef that he shouldn't say too much to the guests, and he shouldn't overdo it with the serving either. The cook did not understand what the boss was trying to tell him, assuming that he had decided to take advantage of the principle that marketing needs no explanation. The man told his boss that he understood everything and promised that he would strictly follow Boss Pei's instructions. It was Friday, April 20th, and the area around the airport in Jingzhou City was crowded. Xiaoliang took a breath of fresh air and smiled. He was very happy that he had finally come to Jingzhou City. The man was delighted that Boss Pei even ordered a car for him and booked a hotel, praising the organization for its top level. The blogger never thought he would ever get to this place. The Tengda company office was filled with an atmosphere of elegance. At the entrance, the man was met by twin secretaries. The girls asked him to write his name on the form. Xiaoliang was surprised by the favorable working atmosphere in the office. All the guys were active and free, which is rare for game studios. The man was ready to enter Boss Pei's office. He knew that he was not an easy person to manage so many people. When Xiaoliang finally met Boss Pei in person, the men shook hands to symbolize their first meeting. Boss Pei was friendly, actively shaking the man's hand, and said that he had heard about the blogger Chao Liang. The guy asked the man to sit down. Chao Liang was shocked because this guy looked very young for a boss. There were treats on the table for the guest of honor. The fruit plate was filled to the brim with grapes, peaches, and dragon fruit. The main character also treated the blogger to a cup of hot tea. The man took a sip before they began their conversation. Chao Liang said that he had already rested and suggested that they get down to business. He was pleased that Boss Pei was so concerned about his comfort. Boss Pei forced a smile and agreed. He knew that he had initially wanted to give the blogger more rest, but now he was ready to provide the conditions right away. To begin with, the guy handed the blogger an employment contract with the Tengda company. It was a blank form that had not yet been filled out. Chao Liang was happy to sign the contract, seeing that there were no pitfalls. Just playing 8 hours a day would earn him 10,000. When the contract was signed, the protagonist invited the man to follow him to show him the new workplace. The guys went to an internet cafe, which was located near Handong University. Peikin showed Chao Liang his new workplace and praised the food and drinks in this cafe, saying that it was okay to eat here. Chao Liang sat down at the table, and the boss explained that the computer already had a game, as well as a timer to monitor the work, and told about the terms of payment for the work. He put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that there would be a banquet tonight to celebrate Chao Liang's promotion, so that he could get used to the team. The main character said goodbye to the blogger, telling him to get to work, and said that he was leaving, but allowed him to call if he had any questions. Chao Liang told his boss that the boss was too worried and assured the guy that everything was just perfect. As our hero left, he was jubilant. He found it fascinating because he knew that very soon Chao Liang would lose his enthusiasm. Our hero's new personal restaurant in the elite mountainous region of Mingyun was also operating, as was the Tengda company office. Now the establishment was not completely empty. Sui Zhebing, the only son of the Shui family, the heir to the coal business, was sitting at the table. The guy asked the waiter if they had emperor crabs, and was told that such dishes had to be ordered in advance. He was understanding about this because emperor crab is not easy to get, and ordered sea urchin instead. The customer was told that this dish also had to be ordered in advance, and, already irritated, he asked what about the tuna. The waiter apologized to the gentleman and said that the visit and dishes should be reported to the restaurant in advance. Zhuo Zhibing was very unhappy because he came to the restaurant and was left hungry. The guy covered his face with his hand. He asked if it was possible to make a reservation for this evening and was told that the restaurant had already been booked by someone for today. The guy handed back the menu and ordered columbarium meat, shrimp with tea, chrysanthemum soup, and bean curd to start. The waiter took the menu and agreed to bring the order, asking the visitor to wait a little. Zhuo Zhibing was surprised that this strange establishment could not be found even on the internet, and the location was not indicated anywhere. The guy decided to check if there were any reviews of the private restaurant Mingyun on the internet, but he found nothing. The young man had already begun to suspect that he had ended up in some kind of black market, and not a restaurant. He was furious when he saw a sign on the table prohibiting taking photos to taste the food. The guy was going to write a post exposing it because he only got here on the actor's recommendation, and that was by accident. After some time, the waiter approached the visitor's table to serve him the first course. The waiter placed a plate on the table and was ready to lift his cap. The guy thought that half an hour for cooking a dish was quite fast. When all the dishes were brought to the rich heir, he was surprised because the food looked quite decent. The guy knew that usually a meat pagoda is made with 9 floors, but here it was as many as 17, and it was an incredibly complex dish. He was also pleasantly surprised by the soybean curd soup. Everything was cut and arranged correctly, as required by the recipe. Suijebing took the first bite of food into his mouth to check if it tasted as good as it looked. He blushed with pleasure. The shrimps were also delicious and tasted like those he had once tasted in Hangzhou. The guy knew that such a good chef who prepared all these dishes could not be found in the city of Jingzhou. Zhu Jibing was confused about what was going on in their kitchen, because one cook was not enough to prepare these dishes. He approached the waiter and said that he wanted to order dishes for tomorrow. The guy wanted to check the true level of professionalism of the restaurant. Chef Lin sighed heavily. The restaurant was not visited very often, so the man felt tired and worried. He asked the waiter if the customer was satisfied with the quality of the food and thought about how the few guests had been leaving good reviews in recent days. The chef breathed a sigh of relief and was pleased when the waiter said that he thought the customer was enjoying everything. The waiter informed the director that this guest had made a reservation for tomorrow as well, wishing to dine in their restaurant the following day as well. The news pleased the chef. He realized that the client was making good money, and if they were able to feed him well, it meant that the restaurant had hopes for a bright future. Meanwhile, work was also in full swing at the main character's internet cafe branch near Handong University, and he came there in person. Pei Qian decided to watch Chaoliang work. The man tried hard but seemed to be failing at the game. The man clenched his teeth in anger because he kept making mistakes while playing a difficult game. Chaoliang swung the game controller when he failed again because he was so angry. The blogger was so furious about yet another miss that he slammed the joystick on the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. The dejected man looked at the screen. Only the message that Chaoliang's character had died was displayed. Chaoliang had lost his former enthusiasm. He had already lost for the 100th time, and now he would have to start all over again. The man was completely burnt out. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, losing any desire to play further. Pei Qian laughed, realizing that the money was well spent, and it was the right decision to invite Chaoliang to the city. The guy understood that during the game the blogger did not have the unique spear that he had. The protagonist walked up to the man and woke him up. Chaoliang looked at the boss who appeared in front of him unexpectedly. With a mocking smile on his face, Boss Pei asked his new subordinate how he was feeling. A man was startled when his boss caught him falling asleep right at his workplace. Chaoliang scratched his head. It was difficult for him to directly answer Boss Pei's question about how he felt. He shared his opinion that the game's difficulty was too high and someone had added an extra 0 to the mob attack, but later regretted saying that to such a cool developer. The protagonist placed his hand on Chaoliang's shoulder before trying to persuade the man. The man was scared when his boss suggested that they go out and eat to discuss everything again, seeing that the blogger's mind was already clouded. As Pei Qian helped the man walk, he knew that Chao was much more stress-resistant than other players. Having completed the storyline of Lonely Desert Road, he was already imagining how the other players would react to the game. Look back, the shore is there, even if it had tired Chao out. Soon the protagonist and Chao were already sitting at a table and having dinner. On the table there were bowls of rice, egg, meat, fish, and snacks. Chaoliang liked the nice atmosphere of the place. Everything looked very expensive and the staff served them very well. The man even felt a little strange because he was just a game tester, and they took him very seriously. Pei Qian asked the tester how the game was going, and the man admitted that he was still stuck in the first city. The protagonist thought that his results were not bad because Chaoliang managed to leave the newbie village. The boss knew that the game had a setting that would cause all dead enemies to resurrect, making them difficult to defeat. Pei Qian understood that an inexperienced player might not even leave the newbie village if he couldn't think of anything. The boss asked the game tester what he thought was the main difficulty in completing the game. The man admitted that the monster's attack power was too high. But this answer was not enough for Boss Pei. Chaoliang thought about it before telling his boss what else was keeping him from finishing the new game peacefully. The blogger said he was confused by the angry crowds of opponents, recalling how he ran away from dead skeletons with weapons. He complained that he once lured a monster out quite easily in the game, but out of nowhere an arrow flew at him. The man also told our hero that the ground suddenly collapsed under him in the game. The main character found it funny, listening to the man. He answered Chow that it didn't sound easy. Chow said the creepiest thing was the monster that looked like a fisherman, and said he wondered if there was any hidden weapon in the game. Pei Tian choked when the man asked this. Chow was frightened when he saw the boss's reaction. The protagonist explained that he was simply glad that the food was ready, and invited the man to pounce on the dishes that were served. The blogger was puzzled, wondering if he had imagined that something in Chow boss's words just now made him laugh. Chow tensed up when his boss offered him to try sea urchin, suspecting that Pei wanted to make a fool of him, and didn't invite him to dinner out of pure heart. He thought that if his guess was correct, he should declare a protest and tell everything on the internet, even though he had signed the contract. The man finally decided to try the sea urchin sushi, and his heart stopped because of how delicious it was. Chow Liang was amazed. He had eaten sea urchins before, but this one tasted much better and all the dishes looked very expensive. He realized that he was imagining things, and that in fact, Boss Pei appreciated his efforts, rather than mocking him. The restaurant waiter stayed nearby and listened as Boss Pei forced his subordinate to eat the dishes. Pei Tian stood up and asked the man to finish eating while he went to the toilet, and Chow Liang happily let him go. When the main character went to the restroom, the guy turned on the tap to wash his hands after dinner. Chef Lin was surprised when he also came to the toilet and saw his boss in front of him, washing his hands in the sink. The master asked the boss if he was satisfied with today's food, and Pei Tian praised the cuisine, inquiring about the recent customers. Lin became quiet because he knew that the flow of customers had increased recently, and he assumed that the boss was asking to check if the advertising was working. The cook decided to speak more optimistically to show the results of successful work. But in this way, he would be deceiving the boss. Pei Tian realized that the chef was in no hurry to share the news, which meant that it was not that good. And the actor's post did not bring much result. He asked the chef to simply say how many customers there were, and Lin said that over 2 days the restaurant had 8 visitors, 3 sang, and 1 had made a reservation. The main character concluded that one client has a lot of money if he booked a place for tomorrow. Boss Pei asked if the customer had an accent, and Lin replied that he had a slight accent and was most likely a guy from Pingcheng. Pei Tian guessed that the client would not stay in the city since he was from the coal capital, and imagined a rich man. The young man decided to remind his subordinate that the rules are the same for everyone, and only waiters should communicate with rich clients. As he left, the boss thought it was good that the client did not live in the city, and hoped that the private restaurant would soon start losing money. The cook assumed that the boss had asked him not to be nervous at the sight of the rich man, because there would soon be a lot of them in the restaurant. He hit himself in the chest and told himself that he couldn't give the rich people any breaks. Otherwise, the rules would lose their meaning due to the influx of rich people. The man ran, wanting to quickly tell the others that in the future they would have many rich people among their visitors. As evening fell, the action continued to unfold in the city of Jingzhou in one of the tall office buildings. It was Sunday, August 21st, and Lin Wan, Wang Xiao, and Ye Jizhou were sitting at the table, looking over work documents. Wang Xiao said that the size of the new game had reached 370 megabytes, and Lin Wan replied that she knew about it. Ye Jizhou reported that the advertising campaign was ready, and the videos would no longer be intrusive, leaving freedom to the players. Lin Wan praised the work and said that now we need to work harder because the final testing of the game is ahead. Putting the documents on the table, the girl announced that after the tests they would announce the official release of the game. When it was already dark outside, the private kitchen in the Mingyun district that the protagonist owned was still operating. On the table there were fresh dishes, baked meat with tomatoes and sauce for the guests of honor, as well as appetizers and other delicacies. The visitor was Wang Peng, co-founder of the public criticism app, and the guy was delighted with the dishes on the table. The guy was brought here by Sui Zhebing. He told his friend that he thought the restaurant was pretty good, and you wouldn't find anything like that in other places. Wang Peng asked his friend how he found this place because there was no information about such a good restaurant on the apps. The guy asked the waiter how long they had been open, and the employee replied that the restaurant had opened more than 2 weeks ago. Wang Peng was surprised that his network of promoters had not found this establishment in all this time, and he wondered how his friend had dug it up. The guy asked what the name of this place was. He wanted to contact its owner and establish a strong partnership. The waiter admitted that the restaurant had no name. They didn't rack their brains and hoped that the guests would remember the taste of the food and the atmosphere. Wang Peng was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how they even decorated the restaurant if the establishment didn't even have a name. Zhu Zhebing suggested that his friend stop chatting and start eating dinner, otherwise the food would get cold, and the boy agreed. The guy who came here for the first time wanted to take a photo of the dishes before starting to eat. Zhu Jiabing immediately covered his friend's camera with his hand, warning Wang Ping that taking photos was prohibited in this restaurant. Wang Ping didn't understand what was wrong with the pictures, especially since it was free advertising for the establishment. Zhu Jiabing explained that the owner of the establishment believes that only by putting away the phone can one truly enjoy the food and atmosphere. He explained that this was why they were in such a remote place and insisted that his friend put away his phone. The waiter came with a bottle of wine to pour for the guests, and Sui Jiabing asked his friend to try another dish. He asked how the dish tasted, and Wang Ping admitted that he had never eaten anything better in his life. The guy said that he had eaten black caviar in other restaurants, but for some reason it seemed to him that it was much tastier here, perhaps because of the dishes or the decor. Surprised, Wei Jiabing noticed that today the hall looked completely different from last time, from the appearance to the dishes. Everything was different. The guy asked the waiter why the ambiance had changed, and the employee explained that the owner believed that the environment also affected the enjoyment of the meal. The waiter explained to the guests that this is why different types of drinks should be drunk from special glasses. The employee said that everything was chosen with difficulty and meticulously, because a properly selected glass can reflect the uniqueness of the wine. Xu Jiabing's eyes lit up with delight because the establishment paid attention to even such small details. Wang Peng asked his friend how much the dishes cost, and Xu Jiabing replied that it was only 13,000 yuan. After dinner by the car, the guy told his friend that he had noted the geolocation of the establishment and was going to write a review about it later. Wang Peng asked what he was going to do with the title and suggested that he just leave that line of the review blank. On Friday, August 27th, game tester Chow was still hanging out at one of the internet cafe branches. The man admitted that the game was quite difficult, and now he finds the most problematic thing to be opening the new mode. Chaoliang realized that this game required players to try their best to understand the plot, memorize attack methods and their frequency. He smiled, realizing that once he got used to it, the difficulty of the game wouldn't seem so high to him. Xiao admitted that he used to be blind and now understands that the game is made for hardcore gamers, not newbies. And then the boss comes. Boss Pei was stunned when he saw the end of Huangquan Road on the monitor, and the bridge would begin behind him. He realized that he had underestimated Qiao's abilities, and the man went through everything much faster than the guy even without the secret weapon. Pei Qian noticed from the man's expression that he was enjoying the constant deaths and had stopped suffering. A chill ran down the man's spine from Pei Qian's gaze from behind. His eyes widened when he felt it. The man shuddered, turned around and looked fearfully at his boss, who had been standing silently behind him all this time. The young man said that he came to see Chao's work, and he was ready to change something in the game if the difficulty threshold was not high enough. The protagonist sat down on the chair next to him, crossed his legs, and asked Chao how he felt about the game. Now Chao understood why Pei Qian kept asking this question. Namely, to get the man used to this complexity. Qiao put the glass on the table and declared that everything was great, and he hadn't felt such excitement from a computer game for a long time. Pei Qian panicked. Things were bad, and he had to come up with something urgently to fix these shortcomings in the game. He asked Chao about the difficulty and how much he would rate the game's difficulty, and also asked him to tell about his impressions of the mobs and weapons. The man said that the hardest part is getting through towns and villages, but at the current stage, the difficulty of the game has become lower. As for weapons, Chao advised using a wooden axe in the first stage and killing almost 90% of the mobs with it. Pei Qian tensed up. He was going to increase the difficulty for an experienced gamer, and then no player would be able to complete the game. The main character and the game tester discussed the difficulty of the new game for a long time. After a long conversation, the man exhaled. Chao concluded by stating that the gameplay becomes enjoyable once you craft good weapons. Pei Qian replied to his subordinate that he understood everything and said that he would take everything into consideration and think about it later. The guy stood up and said he was leaving and told the tester to continue playing. Chao also stood up to say goodbye. The man was flattered that such a successful game developer listened to his opinion, assuming that this was what helped the boss reach such heights. In the Tengda office, the working day was underway. Some were sitting at their computers, while others decided to take a break and drink coffee. The protagonist approached Li and handed her a piece of paper. The boss asked the chief planner to edit something. The girl happily accepted the task from her boss and promised that she would do it right away. After Boss Pei left, she watched him go for a long time with a smile, thinking about what a conscientious person her boss was. Li Yade liked the boss for his pursuit of perfection, and she couldn't imagine how he found the time to create a new weapon. The main character returned to his office. He was sitting in a chair and drinking a sweet soda. Thinking about something, the boss thought about Chow, who used the most simple and unremarkable weapon, but had advanced so much in the game. The guy wondered whether he should invite Mingyun to the restaurant, because Chow makes a big contribution to the game. Look back, the shore is there. He decided to call his chef and told the man to arrange dinner for him at a restaurant the following evening. Chef Lin was forced to inform his boss that their restaurant had already been reserved by another customer for the following evening. The main character was stunned. He was afraid that the client from last time might come to the restaurant again. Pei Chen asked to be seated in a smaller room, but the chef replied that all the seats in the restaurant for tomorrow were already taken. Starting to get nervous, Pei Chen asked for a reservation for the day after tomorrow, but the chef said that everything was booked up until next week. The boss got angry. He thought what the hell was going on and what kind of global changes were these in just 1 week. The chef reminded the boss that every 20th day of every even month and the first Sundays of every month were still reserved for him. The main character was completely perplexed. He was wondering who dared to take all the seats in his private restaurant. The guy suggested that the initiative could have been taken by the second-generation rich woman Lin Wan, who found the rich people. However, Pei Chen was not sure about this version because he did not understand why Lin Wan would do such a thing. The cook decided to share with his boss the good news that the city's rich people had noticed their establishment. Pei Qian was furious. He couldn't stop being angry, even though he knew that the chef only intended to calm him down. The cook knew that the circle of rich people in the city was not that wide, and everyone there knew each other, and private cooks often worked for this circle of people. He told his boss that a frequent customer named Sue had found the restaurant through an actor's recommendation, and then he invited his friends and a wave of popularity followed. The main character stood silently and listened to the chef's story, and then decided to personally read the review of the restaurant. He was shocked when he saw that someone praised their establishment on the internet for its exclusivity and talked about all the benefits. Chef Lin said the reach increased even more because the restaurant without a name started to be searched for using keywords. The boss was clutching his head when the chef finished him off, saying that the most important thing was Pei Qian's rules about banning photography and waiters being polite. The man said that all these rules were liked by their customers, which means that Boss Pei played a major role in promoting the place. Trying to keep his cool, the boss asked to reserve a table for him for the following Sunday, but to change the menu. When the call was over, the furious protagonist clicked his tongue and clenched his teeth in anger. He decided to write down the names of the people who had ruined everything for him in a notebook, namely Sui Zhebin, Wang Peng, and the actor Zhang Zuting. The guy leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily, complaining about how difficult it was for him. The main character began to walk back and forth in the office and ask himself to calm down, because in such cases you need to keep your head cool. He calculated that he would make money from the restaurant, but not very much because the number of people for reception was limited. The presence of highly qualified chefs, thanks to whom the daily personnel costs are colossal, was also reassuring. The purchase of the villa cost the guy $6 million, and it will be a long time before the restaurant recoups the money spent on it. The guy sat down at the table, realizing that September was coming soon, the results would be taken into account, and he didn't have much time left. He decided to launch the Shangyang Studio game as quickly as possible, hoping that word of mouth would work. The assistant and Ma Dubiao came to the boss's office, and the boss ordered them to determine bonuses for the employees based on their investment in the project. He explained that the database should include Tengda projects and be able to evaluate the work. The guy announced that he would start giving bonuses to employees starting next month, and told them to figure out the rest themselves. Visibly frightened, Miss Qin meekly agreed to follow Boss Pei's instructions. He told Ma Dubiao that in order to compile the rankings, a website would need to be created, and a couple of people would need to be hired to be in charge of it. Ma Dubiao was frightened, asking if he would have to take responsibility for this site as well, since he didn't have the strength to do that either. The boss told his subordinate that he completely relied on him and promised to hand over the site to other people when everything was ready. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to do all the preliminary work to create the site. The night of September 1st arrived. The action took place in the middle of a night metropolis, and our hero was at the center of events. The guy was still at work, eating chips and watching videos on the internet with a cheerful smile. The main character found these videos interesting and couldn't wait for the next events to start on the screen. Peikin was startled when actor Zhang appeared on the screen dressed as a knight and greeted everyone. The boss couldn't believe his eyes when he came across this advertisement. and remembered that today was the release day of the game Song of Bloody Battle. The guy had already cooled down about the problems with the private restaurant, so he decided to see what the new game from Shenyang would bring him. The guy was stunned when he opened the main page of the site and discovered that it featured the face of actor Zhang Zuoting. The comments under the advert featuring the actor were mixed, with some people disappointed with Zhang Zuoting and others liking the advert. The protagonist smiled. He had no idea that Mr. Zhang's fans would react to his work in exactly this way. There were more bad comments, so Pei Chin concluded that things weren't that bad. The guy decided to approach from a different angle now, so he started quickly tapping on the keyboard, typing something. A sly smile appeared on his face as he checked what he needed, and everything was going exactly as he expected. The next morning, a new working day began in the office of our hero's subsidiary, Shangyang Games. The atmosphere in the office was extremely depressing. Employees clutched their heads, and some fell asleep at their workplaces out of exhaustion. The game's overall revenue was falling despite the high level of donations, and the staff was distressed because players were actively leaving the game. Ye Zhizhou said that most players wouldn't even bother to level up such a difficult game, and something needed to be done urgently. The guy slapped his face and told Wang Xiao that it would be a good idea to make the initial download of the game 5 megabytes in size. He suggested allowing players to start playing while the main game was launching to get them hooked early on, and then offering a full download later. Wang Xiao shook his head and sighed. He replied that the idea sounded good, but he didn't know how to implement it. Ye Zhizhou said that they first wanted to send players to the palace so that they could feel the full atmosphere of the game. Wang Xiao said that then the initial download should be about 70 megabytes, but certainly not 5. The guy with glasses said that the majority of players wouldn't want to download even that much, so there was no point. They began to wonder if Boss Pei also didn't expect all this to fail, and didn't expect the game to fail. Wang Xiao was even more worried that from next month onwards, bonuses would be calculated based on the game's reputation. The lead planner responded that the game would not make money, and regardless of reputation, it felt like it was all wrong. Ye Zhao, exhausted, said that the bad grades that would most likely have a negative impact on the reputation would be due to the advertising. Wang Xiao was very upset when Ye Zhizhou explained everything to him, and he realized that they would not earn any bonuses. The main topic of discussion in the office was background loading data, and employees learned that the situation was rather boring. Lin Wan clapped her hands and loudly asked the guys to go to the conference room because she had something to tell them. The entire development team gathered in the meeting room, with development director Lin Wan sitting at the head of the table. The girl assumed that everyone already knew about the launch of their new game and stated that the situation was not so optimistic. The staff looked at each other, knowing that the decision to create a minimal version of the game had been made by everyone, and everyone had worked on it. The developers were very curious about what would happen next and wanted to see what Ms. Lin had in store for them. The red-haired girl was visibly shaking. She stated that no one was to blame for the failure, and no one should blame themselves for anything. The stunned employees looked at each other and were very surprised that Director Lin did not scold them for the failure of the game. Instead, Lin Wan suggested that they come up with a way to solve the problem because the boss had always been good at developing good, high-quality games. But she didn't understand why the guy bought a loss-making company and why he started developing the Song of Bloody Battle. The chief planner's eyes widened in surprise when Lin Wan said that Boss Pei had taken a risk by deciding to release the second part of the game. Wang Xiao was also surprised when the girl said that the boss had decided that the players should no longer be held hostage to money. Lin Wan said that they must be prepared for any outcome now, and she thought that their boss had also prepared for everything. Raising her voice, Ms. Lin said that no matter whether they succeed or not, each of them is a hero. Hearing such strong words from Lin Wan, the entire development team looked at her, stunned. Wang Xiao and the chief planner exchanged dumbfounded glances and had nothing to say in response to the girl's speech. The guy suggested moving on to the next question and asked how to solve the problem with income that had fallen due to the removal of donations. Ye Zhizhou put forward a proposal to increase the percentage of gamers playing in order to get money from buying potions. Other staff members suggested considering replacing the micro-terminal or changing the overall structure of the game. One of the girls suggested reworking the beginner's guide to make the game much easier to play. Lin Wan shook her head and said that the ideas were not very suitable yet, and they should stick to the prepared plan. Chief Planner Ye Zhizhou hesitantly tried to object to Director Lin, but the girl stopped him. She suggested conducting a week-long observation and then thinking about something if gaming activity does not increase. It was the 3rd of September, the last working day of the week, and our hero was in the office, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands. The boss was visited by Lin Wan. The protagonist showed hospitality and offered the girl some tea. Lin Wan was surprised that Boss Pei was being so polite, assuming that something had made the boss happy. The boss was happy because he had lost 8 million and was sure that Lin would not be able to bear it and would leave the business. The red-haired girl confessed to her boss that she came to him to discuss several issues in person. She said that actor Zhang is ready to come at any moment to reshoot the commercial because it has ruined the reputation of not only the game, but also him. The main character was scared. He was categorically against reshooting the commercial, but Lin Wan did not admit it. Boss Pei decided to take a sip of hot tea before trying to persuade Lin Wan not to do so. The guy said that the advert was even shown on TV and the campaign was in full swing, so there was no way to reshoot anything. The girl countered by saying that their ad had caused Zhang Zoting to face a huge wave of hatred on the internet. Boss Pei said he understood that it was difficult for viewers to accept the actor's new image, but Zhang should also accept the nickname of the Roast Trotter since that is what he was given. He told the girl to come back and convince the actor that it was not worth reshooting the commercial, and let him see how his popularity on the internet had grown. Lin Wan was against it, but she didn't argue with her boss and agreed to try to persuade Mr. Zhang. As for the Song of Bloody Battle, the girl believes that it is too early to draw conclusions, and that it is necessary to work to get rid of losses for now. The main character got scared and started screaming, asking his subordinate what losses she was talking about. The red-haired girl also looked at her boss in fear, not expecting such a violent reaction from him. The protagonist stated that the game's consumer rating is good and they are using word of mouth, so everything is going well. Twirling her hair around her finger, Lin Wan agreed, but her netizen rating was no more than 4.5 points. Pei Tian replied that these people hadn't even played the game and were making their choices based on advertisements, so their opinions shouldn't matter to them. He said they must believe that their game will stay with them for a long time, and that hard work and dedication will overcome everything. Lin Wan asked the boss if he thought the game would be more popular and better quality. The guy wondered how he could even know about this because nothing really depended on him. The main character answered his subordinate that he thinks that only time will tell whether the game will become popular or not. When the guy was left alone in the office, he relaxed. He was sure that Lin Wan had already gone home. Pei Tian was happy because not all was lost yet, although the failure of the restaurant made him quite nervous. Suddenly, the main character received a notification on his phone that he had received a new message. He immediately picked up the phone and read the message. Lin Zhou asked Pei Tian, "He is the hardcore gamer." Pei Tian started to write a message in response. He thought that Lin was quite a busy man and did not suspect that the man would find out everything so quickly. Lin told the boss that his sister was very grateful to him, and Pei had no idea why, because his sister Lin Yu was a busy person. The guy looked at his phone in confusion after he confessed to the man that he was the hardcore gamer. Pei Tian felt uneasy when he learned that Lin Yu was grateful to him for helping promote Shenhua phones with his review. Lin Zhou wrote to the guy that he was glad that his money went in the right direction, and Shenhua's account reposted his videos. The man told his boss that his sister told him that the brand was coming out with a new phone, and they wanted to send it to the guy to test for 100,000. Pei Tian politely declined the reward because his second sister works hard and helps develop Pei's business. The conversation with Mr. Lin caused tension in our hero. He decided to hold out, not accepting the 100,000. The guy was shocked when they wrote to him that Lin and his sister had a bad relationship, but he wanted to restore it, so the boss's passions were surprising. Meanwhile, in the Shangyang Games office, Lin Wan was sitting in her office and checking the website where their new game was released. The girl remembered her boss's words about how they would one day be in the black, but she didn't understand when that time would come. She wondered if the new game would continue to lose money if that promised time never arrived. Suddenly, the girl's phone vibrated, and it turned out that Lin Zhou, her brother, was calling her. When Lin Wan saw that her brother was calling her, a look of surprise appeared on her face, but she was ready to answer the call. She asked him what happened, and Lin explained that he simply wanted to give Pei's boss some money as a token of gratitude, and he told her to transfer it to the girl's account. Lin Wan was unapproachable. She said that she didn't want anything, neither her brother's money nor the money that was meant for the boss. The brother explained that the boss thought Lin Wan had made a great contribution to the company and said that it was time to change something in their brother-sister relationship. Lin Wan accused her brother of thinking too much, and 100,000 as a measly handout would not make a difference to her. Lin Zhou replied that it was okay if she didn't need the money, and said that second sister was very worried about her. The girl replied that she really liked it here and that she didn't need anything, and asked me to tell her sister not to worry. She wanted to hang up, but her brother stopped her and said that Yu's business was on the rise, so he asked Lin Wan for some advice. Lin Wan replied that she was not involved in mobile game development and therefore could not help, but her brother offered money for advice. The girl's eyes lit up when the conversation turned to mobile games, and the idea of a mobile version of a computer game popped into her head. She recalled that the popularity of their new game, according to the boss, depends on luck. And mobile games, which are currently thriving, are just that, luck. Linjo was taken aback when his sister's mood changed, and she happily reported that she finally understood the boss's words. Soon the girl made another call to discuss the development of a mobile game, and thanked the man for his help. She pressed the red button to end the call, and think about how long it would take to develop the app. Soon, at a development team meeting, the development director told the guys about her idea to create a mobile game. The employees looked at each other. They didn't understand whether it was worth switching to the mobile version and how to do it. Ye Zhizhou said that switching to the mobile version is not difficult because the game's size is 300 megabytes, and this is normal for a mobile game. He offered to find out as much as possible about it and reduce the development time. But he has no experience in creating mobile games. Lin Wan admitted that she had already gone to the boss, and he said that the game was pretty good and there was no need to improve anything. The girl loudly slammed her hand on the table and seemed to turn into a mythical bird giving a fiery speech. She said that the rise of mobile games is a real stroke of luck, and that Boss Pei believes in their development, which she is absolutely sure of. The guys were inspired and agreed to make the transition to the mobile version, since there was a demand for it. Another employee suggested killing 2 birds with 1 stone and publishing the game in 2 versions at the same time. Wang Xiao didn't mind, since switching to a mobile version isn't difficult, but Ye Zhizhou replied that some changes would still have to be made. Lin Wan announced that everything has been decided, and they will release a mobile version of the game Song of Bloody Battle Reboot. The internet cafe branch near the campus of Handong University was almost empty, with only a few students hanging around on the street. There were people sitting on the summer terrace. Among them were our protagonist and the new game tester Qiao Liang. Pei Qian asked the man to share his thoughts, saying that he often listened to the opinions of workers. Qiao said he remembered this because Pei Qian had reviewed and changed the game based on the man's comments. However, the man could not add to the boss that changes in the game had occurred, but not in the direction he wanted. The man asked his boss if he could make his own assumptions as a computer games expert. Pei Qian happily allowed the game tester to once again offer criticism towards the new game. Qiao Long stated that first of all, he thinks the balance adjustment in Look Back, There's a Shore is not entirely appropriate. The boss stopped him and asked what was wrong if after the adjustments the game balance had improved. The man admitted that the balance had improved, but the weapon, which was once easy to use, was no longer so. Pei Qian replied that popular weapons are weakened and unpopular ones are strengthened, and this is quite normal within the framework of the theory of relativity. Qiaoliang grabbed his head and opened his mouth wide in indignation when the protagonist started talking about the theory of relativity. The boss explained that there are quite a few good weapons in the game, which unfortunately remain unnoticed. Therefore, he believes that more attention should be paid to unpopular weapons, and that they should be strengthened. The man was extremely indignant, he said, clutching his head, that this was not right, and that he should not simply weaken the weapon. The boy waved his finger to stop him, and asked the man what they should do then. The boss calmly suggested that it was necessary to increase the damage that enemies would inflict on the player, if not to weaken the weapons. He happily stated that increasing the difficulty of the game will show who is the most diligent and capable gamer. According to the boss, there is an opportunity to sweat and show off your talents. And after that, the guy put a cup of coffee on the table. Pei Qian asked if this wasn't a good opportunity for a high-level player to prove himself, and the man replied that he was putting in much more effort than ordinary gamers. Qiao felt flattered to be called a high-class player and assumed that Pei trusted him to approach him. The man's heart skipped a beat and his mouth opened wide as an interesting idea came into his head. The man abruptly put his coffee cup back on the table and exclaimed to his boss that he had come up with something. Qiao said that the game was very difficult in the early stages, and it was only thanks to the boss's support that he did not give up and continued playing. The blogger raised his index finger and asked his boss if he had any ideas. He looked at his boss with adoration when Pei Qian replied that they would look into the matter. Pei Qian suggested adding references to the game, and when the player dies, an encouraging message will appear on the screen. The man became suspicious when the main character said that it was worth giving the players the opportunity to write their own epitaph for the future. Chao Liang was surprised when Boss Pei stood up abruptly and declared that it was already late, inviting the man to have dinner together. The man agreed, so at sunset, the two of them went to Mingyun Villa, where Pei Qian's restaurant is located. After dinner, Pei Qian put Chao in the car and walked to the passenger window to tell him something. The boss said that the driver would take Chao to the hotel and he would stay behind because he still needed to take care of business at the internet cafe. Chao asked why they didn't go together, and Pei Qian replied that he would take a walk, waved goodbye, and left. Standing in the middle of the street, Pei Qian groaned inwardly because he didn't expect that there would be such an influx of guests in a private restaurant. Feeling awkward, Chao, who was left alone with the driver, suggested that the gentleman go home. Now only a quiet and peaceful internet cafe in the Mingyun district could calm our hero down. As Pei Qian was about to head there, he suddenly stopped and became visibly frightened when he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw an elderly man, a director who sells real estate in the area, running towards him. The man said that it was a coincidence that Pei Qian was also here, since he had just recently wanted to come by and thank the guy. The director said that the boss's restaurant has become the most popular in the city, and many wealthy people dream of visiting it. Pei Qian was puzzled when his grandfather said that many people didn't want to go to other places, preferring this particular restaurant. He said that the city's investment circle has expanded, and this area will soon become one of the most premium. The happy director said that many were planning to reopen in their area, and all the buildings had already been leased or purchased. Pei Qian was in complete shock. He didn't understand what was happening and why this area had become the new business center of the city. He became even more tense when his grandfather declared that the 6 million invested by the boy would easily return with double profit. The main character grabbed his head in horror when he heard that he had the prospect of earning 10 million from this restaurant. Pei recalled that Li Shi, who was influential in investment circles, was keen to invest in the area and decided to take action as well. The protagonist assumed that the investor would continue to invest money in the area, as if playing Monopoly. He understood that if the area continued to develop, not only would prices rise, but other industries would also become more popular. The guy grabbed his head in horror and screamed. He wondered if a real disaster had befallen him. The director told Pei's boss that their master wanted to thank the guy personally next time for such help. At this moment, the main character felt bad, and he did not need any gratitude from the master. As for advertising, the man promised his boss's business to grow and not charge them for cleaning and rent. The director also promised to find a team of gardeners who would regularly take care of the territory, and declared this a sign of gratitude. The man grabbed the boss by the hands and declared that in the future, the guy would become the most powerful owner of one of the establishments in the villa. The protagonist was trampled. He felt like lightning was striking him with every word the man said, and he understood that this was the end for him. There were also customers on the summer terrace near the internet cafe in the Mingyun district. Although the place had been empty before, Pei Qian decided to go to this establishment. He grabbed the door handle to enter the place that still made him happy. The guy froze when he walked inside and found that the entire hall was packed with customers, and it was difficult to find a free table. Boss Pei turned silently and saw that the second part of the hall was also occupied, and a rock band was playing for the guests on the stage. The waiter greeted the boss happily, and the boss coldly asked the guy where Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were now. An employee approached Ma Yan and his friend, who were relaxing over a glass of wine, and reported that Boss Pei had arrived. Ma Yan was visibly happy when he heard that Pei Jian was here, and upon seeing him, he loudly asked his friend to sit down quickly. The guy told the boss that Pei Qian had been very busy lately, and they were acting freely because school was over. The boss sternly asked his subordinate why he had not told him that the traffic at the internet cafe had increased. Ma Yan scratched his head and asked his boss if this development was not part of our hero's plan. The protagonist was discouraged. He mentally blamed his friend for having no idea what the boss's plan was. Ma Yan recalled that the boss said that he would focus on developing this cafe, and then improve the business environment here by opening new establishments. Zhang Yuan admitted that he thought the boss had deliberately leaked false information to deceive Mr. Li, but now realizes that he was far from the truth. The guy said that Li Shi was the head of the investment circle and drew attention to them, and it was no wonder that their establishments became more popular. Ma Yan also happily declared that the problem of losing money in the internet cafe had now been solved and business was on the rise. Holding onto his glass of cold cocktail, Pei Qian remained silent, not understanding what he should do now and where he had taken the wrong turn. The protagonist drank, realizing that he was right in saying that he would focus on this internet cafe and made Li Shi invest in the wrong place. He admitted that this time things didn't go according to his plan, and the guy didn't have anyone specifically to blame for it. He felt sorry for the cook, who would now be spinning like a squirrel in a wheel. And the only thing that made him happy was that Ma Yan could still be trusted. Ma Yan told Brother Qian that it was time to expand since business in the area had suddenly taken off. The guy reminded that Li Shi had opened a chain of internet cafes in the city, and they didn't need to focus on high-end establishments of this type. Pei Qian felt like he was being shocked and wondered if he could continue to suffer losses if he opened another business. Boss Pei thought about it because the situation had changed today, and he might need to adjust the plan a little. Therefore, the protagonist asked Zhang Yuan how things were currently with the expenses and income of this branch of the internet cafe. Zhang Yuan happily said that the main point's income was 700,000, and other branches would soon break even in terms of losses. The restaurant in the Mingyun district, according to the guy, has lost a lot of money recently, but he will soon be able to turn the losses into profits. Pei Qian asked whether the main income of internet cafes now should really come from selling drinks. Zhang Yuan confirmed that the current internet cafe is drinks, but the fee for using the internet is not that high. The protagonist solemnly raised his glass and declared that they would open another branch and see where the rent would be the highest. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan looked at their boss with admiration and praised their boss for how cool he was. Pei Qian said that they can move to the second stage and develop the internet cafe brand, but not deviate from the original essence. Zhang Yuan didn't understand the boss because they never strayed from the point, and the joyful Pei Qian bumped glasses with Ma Yan. Our hero's mood improved. He was ready to take action again, not intending to give up and give up. The protagonist realized that having a bar in the internet cafe and a stage with singers helped the establishment increase its profits. After taking a sip of an ice-cold cocktail while sitting on a chair, Pei Qian decided that it was time to think in the opposite direction. Pei Qian showed the boys a tablet with a picture of the area where he wants to open a new branch of the internet cafe in the second stage. He said that food and drinks won't be popular there, but the computer scheme should take off. Zhang Yuan asked if they were really planning to open there because rent in a shopping mall could be very expensive. The guy asked if it was worth raising prices in such a place, for example, to 20 yuan per hour. Pei Qian shouted back, asking why they were raising their prices when their category should not exceed 10 yuan per hour. Ma Yan praised his boss for his great idea and was not against taking it to the next level by opening next to famous clothing and cosmetics brands. The guys agreed on everything and, in honor of the transition to the second stage, clinked glasses to drink together. Satisfied, Ma Yan and Pei Qian began to gulp down their drinks, while the dumbfounded Zhang Yuan shook his head because he did not agree with them. Ma Yan asked Zhang Yuan to calm down and said that temporary losses were not so important. Only the main goal was a good reputation. The guy became like a copy of the boss, asking if their internet cafe wasn't in serious losses and now things are better. He showed the red-haired guy the phone and asked him to look at the ratings of their cafe. They were all positive thanks to word of mouth. Zhang Yuan didn't know what to answer. The guy's jaw dropped because he had no words except emotions. Boss Pei was pleased with his partner Ma Yan and thought that if all his employees were like this, there would be no problems at all. On Wednesday, September 8th, our hero was spending time at work in the office. He threw the joystick, complaining about something. The tired guy leaned back in his chair and began to complain that today was especially hard for him to get through. Pulling himself together, Pei Qian grabbed the computer mouse, because the deliveries would soon resume and everything needed to be resolved. The protagonist went to the site to check what videos had been released there recently and started scrolling through the page. The first thing the guy came across was a video called Song of Bloody Battle, and a new version of it that people haven't tried yet. Afterwards, Pei Qian noticed a video featuring actor Zhang. It was a clip about a man, under which there were many comments. The protagonist also found another viral video of the actor and laughed, thinking that Zhang Zuoting had done a great job. In this video, actor Zhang Zuoting confessed to the girl who interviewed him that the whole country is now laughing at him. He said that fans ask why the actor starred in such an advertisement and admitted that he was serious during the filming. The man complained that the customer demanded that he stop being so serious, and his request to find a voice actor was refused. The journalist laughed and asked the puzzled man if he had thought about breaking off cooperation with the company in that case. The actor said that his partner had performed well in other ways, and the girl asked if it meant that the advertising had not caused him much trouble. Zhang Zuoting thought about it and replied that the main problem was that his friends were now making fun of him. After watching the video, the main character even felt a little sorry that Zhang Zuoting couldn't answer his friends. The guy called Lin Wan and said that he would give her another 2 million so that she could invite the actor and his friends to reshoot the commercial. Peiken smiled slyly as he hung up the phone, thinking that the actors would not refuse such a large fee. The guy relaxed and said that no one would dare to mock Zhang Zuting anymore, praising himself for his kindness. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was sitting at her desk in the development director's office, chatting with the chief planner and Wang Xiao. The girl said that Pei's boss had allocated another 2 million for advertising, and she thought the boss was happy with the current state of affairs. Wang Xiao said that the boss was a good man for deciding to invest in other less-paid actors to shoot the commercial. Lin Wan laughed and replied that it was not only cost-effective, but would also help develop advertising even further. Ye Chuzhou said that he even felt a little sorry that Boss Pei had to spend so much money on some kind of advertising. Wang Xiao said that there is nothing wrong with this, because after the release of the mobile version of the game, they will be in a huge plus. Lin Wan stood up, raised her voice, and stated that they must work harder to live up to their own expectations. On Monday, September 11th, the workweek began at Tengda, and the guys were already in the office. A tired Bao Shu entered the room. The guy was yawning loudly, exhausted after a whole month of vacation. All the employees were delighted when the chief designer finally returned and began to greet him with smiles on their faces. The guys surrounded their colleague and started peppering him with questions about Europe, while the tired Bao Shu stood like a pillar in the middle of the office, not reacting to them. The head planner, seeing that Bao Shu had arrived, mentally praised the guy for being a good guy. She approached her colleague with a friendly smile on her face and said hello, saying that she wanted to ask him something. The chief designer looked at the girl with horror and shouted that he was very tired and they would discuss everything tomorrow. A confused Li Yada didn't understand what was wrong with him when the guy yelled at her and disappeared at the speed of light. For some reason, the girl got the impression that after resting, Brother Bao was no longer so interested in work. After returning from vacation, an exhausted Bao Shu immediately sat down at his desk and put on headphones. The boy clenched his teeth in irritation because the first thing he had to do after returning was get to work. Bao Shu envied Lu Mingliang, the chief strategist, who was destined to be the first in their company from the very beginning. And the guy thought of himself as an ordinary worker who only gave recommendations about the ocean fortress. He didn't understand why everyone voted for him, and he took the place of honor. And whether he really made such a contribution to the company, an angry Bao Shu began to look around, checking the situation in the company office. The guy had made up his mind. He was determined to become a scoundrel from today on, who would reduce all efforts to a minimum. Pei Qian, who saw Bao Shu arrive, noticed that the guy was testing the new game. Look back, the shore is there. The boss realized that Bao Shu was afraid that he would be chosen as an outstanding worker next time, so he decided not to stand out. The protagonist is convinced that the selection of the best employees is still excellent, despite some deviations. Taking off his headphones, the chief designer looked up from his work when he noticed Boss Pei walking past him. The guy threw the gaming joystick aside and started typing something on the keyboard, suggesting that Li discuss the issues in private. Now Bao Shu was forced to hide in order to work normally, and because of this, the guy had a very hard time. After work in the office, the main character decided to go to his internet cafe, near which there were already a couple of visitors. He was pleased with himself because the game, Look Back, There's a Shore, was finally completed, even though he used a hidden weapon. The guy approached Chow and said, what a coincidence it was that they were in the same establishment at that time. Pei Qian sat down next to him, knowing that a new internet cafe would soon open, which would allow him to lose up to 400,000 won a month. He smiled when his cocktail was brought to him and knew he was moving in the right direction if his calculations were correct. Meanwhile, game reviewer Chow was puzzled by something. He looked thoughtfully at the monitor, scratching his chin with his fingers. He was surprised and asked Boss Pei if the tombstone inscription function was now activated in the game. The boss said that the tombstone inscription function was available from the very beginning of the game and asked the man not to rush. The man said he was going to spend another 2 weeks on the game, and Pei was shocked that he could complete it so quickly with a regular weapon. The protagonist was afraid that the level of the game was too low because Chow was going to complete the game with enthusiasm. The man was surprised when he reached the point in the game where he had to write lines on a tombstone for a character. The character Chow played stood in the middle of a gloomy night cemetery with a bright torch in his hand, surrounded by gravestones and bare trees. On one of the graves, a man noticed that there was no inscription and decided to leave one himself. A window appeared in front of the game tester with a line in which he was asked to enter a free inscription for the tombstone. The man scratched his head trying to think of a good inscription and decide whether to make it encouraging, funny, or sad. Chaoyang decided to write that he could do anything to encourage himself in the future when he was having difficulties in the game. Holding the joystick, the man got ready to work. It was time to show his skills to Boss Pei, with 2 weeks to spare. In the game, a male character wandered through the mountains during a thunderstorm, and only scary dead people walk the earth. The morning staff in the character's hands is a weapon inherited by the hero, a good attribute that increases the skill of wielding weapons. He knew that after activating the skill with this staff, he could deal fan-shaped damage to the enemy with great action skill. The man gripped the morning staff tightly in his bandaged hands, ready to use it against his enemies for the first time. The enemies arrived just in time. Chao's character swung his sword to fight against the axe-wielding undead. Chaoyang tried to strike at the monsters, but they were smarter and managed to jump up to dodge. The game tester was stunned when the attack with the morning staff was unsuccessful. The 3 undead who remained safe and sound swung their arms to counterattack the game character. A nervous grin appeared on the game reviewer's face, and sweat began to break out on the man's face as the difficulty of the game became exhausting. After the first attack of the dead, Chao's character was defeated. He dropped the staff from his hand and was deprived of life. The image on the screen turned black and white, and an encouraging message appeared saying that Chaoyang could do anything. Chaoyang was at a loss. He didn't understand what had happened and felt a taste of disappointment in his skills. The man in glasses grabbed his head. He began to suspect that he was doing something wrong while playing the game. The protagonist sat nearby and grinned, his arms folded across his chest. He thought that the gravestone inscription had lived up to his expectations. Peikin thought that no matter what was chosen as the inscription, it would start to irritate players later. The guy smiled evilly, being sure that everything would inevitably lead to losses, and they would be very large. Meanwhile, in Shangyang, the working day also continued. All employees were at their workplaces. The main planner was also focused on work. The guy was looking at the tablet screen, working on the game. Lin Wan told Wang Xiao that she had made arrangements with the managers of the stores that sell Shenhua phones, and they would soon release a mobile version of their game. Wang Xiao was in anticipation. This long-awaited day had finally arrived, and he was curious about what would happen next. The girl and her blue-haired colleague looked sharply at Ye Jizhou, who had jumped up from his chair while holding a phone. The chief planner, showing the guys the phone, loudly announced that everything had begun. He was almost crying. All the staff crowded around the leader. They were happy that the game was included in the category recommendations. A stunned Wang Xiao took off his glasses when he checked on his phone and saw that their mobile version of the game had made it to the leaderboard. The guy saw that Song of Bloody Battle Reboot was in 7th place on the list of the most downloaded games. The boys looked at Lin Wan, who was smiling on the side, in shock when they found out that the seat was bought with money. They wondered what director Lin had done to suggest that this girl had such influence. After Lin Wan went to her office, she sat in a chair and read the users' comments about the new game. Stretching, the girl thought that it was good that they decided to change the weight of the game, and now it is much easier for players to load it. She realized that for players who like Three Kingdoms King or Phantom General, the low game size is very important. Lin Wan was surprised when they moved up from 7th place to 6th place on the list and realized that everything was going well for now. The girl asked her subordinates what about another table, and they sent her the current data, promising to upload the game to 2 more sections of recommendations. The development director breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was wonderful that brighter times had finally arrived. She never thought that she would be able to manage an entire company, bear responsibility, and make important decisions. The girl smiled, realizing that all this was thanks to the fact that Boss Pei believed in her and supported her. Lin Wan noticed that Boss Pei had already written something to her, assuming that the information had already reached the boss. He invited all the employees to dinner at a restaurant on the evening of the 20th to celebrate the launch of the mobile version of the game. She assumed that the director wanted to somehow encourage the employees of Shangyang Games, because he did not yet know about the success of the game. Lin Wan stood up and decided to tell her boss some important news to give him a real surprise when dinner was over. It was the 20th of September, the day when our hero and his subordinates went to a restaurant for dinner. The Shangyang Games employees were already sitting at the table and chatting, and a waitress approached them to serve the dishes. Chef Lin asked the boss to let him report on the situation and staff turnover. But Boss Pei didn't want to listen to anything. He smiled and said that he believed in the chef and his actions, and now it was word of mouth that was important, not making money. The chef was touched by the director's words and told his boss that he would continue to work in the same spirit. When the main character approached the table to start dinner, the waiter helped the guy take off his jacket. Pei Qian sat down at the table, thinking that today was a beautiful day. He hoped that nothing could ruin it. The guy hoped that no one would rub salt into his wound today, because the restaurant's growing popularity was already depressing him. The protagonist was noticeably scared when he was distracted from his thoughts and saw what was in front of him. He noticed that all the guys were sitting in front of him and looking at him, so he asked him not to wait and to start dinner. After listening to the boss, one of the subordinates immediately divided the chopsticks into 2 parts to start eating. The boy pounced greedily on the food, grabbing the chicken with one hand and the second course with the other, and said how good it was that he hadn't eaten anything today. All the other employees were shocked by the behavior of their colleague at the table, who was greedily stuffing himself with noodles. The man noticed that all eyes at the table were directed at him, and he looked questioningly at the boys. Boss Pei asked the guy his name, and he perked up and stuttered out a shout, introducing himself as Hao Chong. Pei Qian liked this employee and said that everyone should learn from Hao Kun and come to the restaurant next time when they are hungry. The main character asked the children to eat to their heart's content, warning that no one would leave the table until it was empty. The employees regretted eating at lunch because the table was groaning with an abundance of food, and now they doubt that they will be able to eat it all. As Pei Qian ate, he noticed that the people from Shangyang Games were completely different from his subordinates from Tengda Company. He thought that the current situation of the game Song of Bloody Battle was not very trustworthy, but from the looks of it, the staff didn't care about it. The guy understood that if all the employees were so flighty, he would have no problems at all. He approached Lin Wan and said that it was okay that the game's release had failed. The main thing was to gain experience. The boss praised them for their hard work and promised to give them another 20 million at the end of the year. Ye Taiju told the boss that their success had encouraged them, and he believed that 20 million would help them release a good game. The main character felt bad when he heard from his subordinate about some success they had achieved. Lin Wan handed the director her phone and asked him to take a look at something with a happy smile on her face. Boss Pei agreed to take the phone and saw with his own eyes that their new game was at the top of the list of applications. The main character's hand began to tremble, and he stared at the screen silently with eyes filled with horror. He returned the phone to the girl and asked what happened, but inside he was indignant, not understanding how an unprofitable browser game had turned into this. Lin Wan puzzled her boss when she asked him if he himself had not advised the girl to do this. She recalled that she had once asked him when the Song of Bloody Battle would enter a lucky period, and he had advised her to rely on luck. The girl asked if the growing popularity of mobile games wasn't a stroke of luck, and didn't mean that it was time for them to create mobile games too. Pei Qian's face darkened and he replied that he thought there was a misunderstanding, and Lin Wan said that she knew that the boss was very modest. Lin Wan stood up with a glass of wine and proposed to strengthen the cooperation with Shenhua to further move into mobile applications. The boss was angry. He hoped that Lin Wan, having contacted his relatives from Shenhua, would go there and not cooperate with them. Ye Zhuzhou also praised the boss for his foresight and asked him to look at the reviews that players leave for the new game. The main character seemed to turn into a lifeless stone statue when he read positive reviews under the game on his phone. The boss was in a stupor. He realized that it was all over, and now the issue with the player shortage was resolved due to the transition to the mobile version. He realized that Zhang Zoting's advertisement had attracted quite a lot of people, and the market's recommendations on phones had made the problem even worse. Pei Qian saw that the game was a hit, even though the quality was terrible, and all players would now play on equal terms due to the selection system. The guy was furious, but he told himself to stay calm because he couldn't show his subordinates that he was panicking. Boss Pei asked Lin Wan if she wanted to tell him that the Song of Bloody Battle would now bring in a lot of money. She replied that Wang Xiaobing believed that there was no point in expecting a large profit, a maximum of 5 million a month. At that moment, our hero felt as if all those 5 million had fallen on his back, without depriving him of a chance of survival. Lin Wan said that the Shenhua platform will only take 1/10 of the game's profits. Pei Qian thought that the girl was just making fun of her, because 10% seemed like a very small amount to him. The girl sighed and said that she wished they had given players the opportunity to invest money in the game, otherwise the profit would have been double. Ye Zhuzhou reassured his boss, saying that he had nothing to worry about because the company's reputation was their priority. Lin Wan believes that their games will remain popular even in a few years, and the income level will not fall. In the eyes of our hero, Lin Wan has turned into an evil witch who, to spite him, wants to maintain the income and popularity of the game. Pei Qian felt as if he had fallen into the whirlpool of an evil witch who had cast a curse on him. Boss Pei began to chew furiously on the crab claw, complaining about how everything was driving him crazy. Looking at his happy subordinates, he mentally called them losers, whom he had just praised. And now they had repaid him like this. The main character realized that now all he could do was get drunk, so he decided to drink a glass of red wine in one gulp. When Chief Planner Ye Zhuzhou saw Boss Pei drinking, he shouted that he wanted to drink with him. Lin Wan also took a glass in her hand and invited the whole team to drink together to the bottom for today's meeting. Keeping a calm demeanor, Boss Pei said he needed to make a call and suggested the boys have fun without him for now. The guy went outside and picked up the phone. He calmed down, realizing that in any case, this was not the first time he had found himself in such a situation. He knew he had to take matters into his own hands and get Headwind and the new internet cafe ready to open before October 24th. The boss called someone and strictly ordered them to do as he said. And Ye Zhuzhou, who had gone outside, noticed this. After finishing the conversation, he sighed heavily, realizing that now it was up to Zhang Yuan and Ma Yan. Ye Zhuzhou, observing the director, saw how busy the boss was always, and guessed that he was very tired. The protagonist turned his head and looked questioningly at the chief planner who was watching him. The chief planner felt awkward when his boss stared at him, noticing that the guy was watching him. Ye Zhuzhou came over and said that everyone was worried that the boss might be sick from drinking, so he came to check. The boss, smiling, replied that everything was fine, and he hadn't had too much to drink. He just had some minor troubles at work, but inside he was seething with rage. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when Lin Wan ran out into the street and showed him something on her phone. The happy girl reported that their game is now recommended by the official platform, and it is hanging on the main screen. The boss didn't understand what the hell was going on, because the platform was supposed to be health-focused, not promoting games. He sincerely did not understand how a game about war and killing could end up on the main screen of this site. When the guys returned to the restaurant, the protagonist asked Lin Wan what the official recommendations were. Lin Wan, looking happily at her phone, began to read out many lines to Boss Pei. Ye Zhuzhou did exactly the same thing, reading official instructions to our hero from his phone. In horror, Boss Pei covered his ears, deciding that he would not read it anymore because it even said that the game could become a national treasure. Lin Wan and Ye Zhuzhou cried with happiness. It was great news for them that their new game was officially recognized. Boss Pei decided to leave the happy guys and go away. He did not understand what kind of damn day it was, and why he was surrounded by only negativity. On September 21st, in Huangding District, the protagonist went to a shopping mall. Ma Yan asked him if he liked the place. Ma Yan told the boss that there were generally few shops on this street, and this shopping mall, which was very popular, would be perfect for them. Boss Pei asked the guy if this shopping mall was definitely not related to Shenhua Corporation, and he was told no. This made the boss happy. He loudly declared that this place was excellent and he was happy with it, so everything was decided. Ma Yan was also delighted with the place. He said that they could start renovating and asked if they would do everything in the same style as before. The protagonist turned around and told Ma Yan that they would not be decorating the new internet cafe in the same style. He explained that after all, their new motto is back to the essence of an internet cafe, so there won't be the same strictness in the design as before. With a cheerful smile on his face, Boss Pei told his subordinates that the main thing was to react quickly. The boys smiled and gave Boss Pei a thumbs up, agreeing with all of their boss's instructions. The boss went ahead, thinking that opening one internet cafe was not enough, and he needed to get something else done in a week. In the evening, Pei Qian was suffering in his office, sighing heavily because the rating of the bloody battle song had risen again. The only consolation was that there would now be losses in another aspect, but it was bad that due to word of mouth, the popularity of the game could skyrocket. Remembering how he met Ma Yan at the mall today, the hero's only hope was for Tengda's game. Wrapped in a dinosaur-shaped blanket, Pei Qian remembered Chao Liang, who had cleared this new game so quickly, he didn't expect Chao to complete. Look back, there's a shore in just 2 weeks on high difficulty, but it was too late to change anything. The exhausted boy realized that he had to rely on fate because he didn't want to lose everything in the pursuit of losses. Pei Qian was startled when Mr. Lin called him. He thought that the man was back in town and wanted to meet. After talking with Mr. Lin, our hero went to one of the city's establishments to meet the man. Sitting at the table, Mr. Lin introduced his sister to the boss, saying that her name was Lin Yu. The girl in the purple outfit greeted our hero, saying that she had heard a lot about him. Mr. Lin said that he heard Wan say that the boss had opened a prestigious and popular restaurant and asked if he could go there. Pei Qian apologized to the guy and said that he would have to wait until the 26th, but he could place an order now. The guy was pleasantly surprised that in just 2 months, the boss's restaurant had become so popular. Boss Pei asked why they came to Jingzhou, guessing it was because of Lin Wan, and Lin Yu confirmed his guess. Lin Zhou admitted that his grandfather does not show it outwardly, but in fact, the head of the family is very worried about his granddaughter. Lin Yu admitted that the success of Bloody Battle Song had surprised them, and Shenhua had not expected the game to be so profitable. The boss thought about how well everything would have ended if Lin Wan hadn't come up with the idea to release a mobile version of the game. Lin said that Wan had recently posted a lot of positive reviews about the game, so his grandfather couldn't stay away. Pei Qian said that he remembered that they had once failed to move away from their family, so they decided to support Lin Wan in her endeavors. Mr. Lin replied in a raised voice that Lin Wan's dream had already been fulfilled, but his dream was never destined to come true. The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted that this was why he felt depressed and believed that he was a loser. Lin Yu remained calm and said that she knew that Lin Wan was the boss's trusted person, and the girl's rapid growth and career could not go unnoticed. The girl was surprised when Boss Pei stopped her and accused her of thinking too broadly, and asked her to take the talented Lin Wan into their company as soon as possible. Lin Yu said that Boss Pei was right, but their problem was still not resolved and Lin Wan didn't want to go back to them. Pei Qian shook his head and said that he didn't think he could help them in any way, knowing that if he could, he would have gotten rid of Lin Wan long ago. Lin asked the boss not to worry and remember that he could count on Shenhua's support, and Lin Yu promised to thank the guy. The protagonist smiled slyly when he heard about gratitude and thought that it would help him avoid systemic actions. The boy folded his arms across his chest and promised the Lin family representatives to think about how to solve the problem with their sister. The next day, Chao Liang was standing outside an internet cafe whose branch was located near Handong University. A happy man was looking at something on his phone when our main character suddenly approached him. Chao Liang was visibly startled and surprised when he noticed Boss Pei approaching him. The man extended his hand forward as Pei Qian approached him, greeting Chao with a wide smile on his face. Boss Pei praised the man for his efforts and stated that Chao had made a great contribution to the development of the game. Look back, there's a shore there. Chao Liang promised his boss that when he got home, he would definitely send him a video of how he was playing the new game again. Frowning, the protagonist ordered himself to take action in order to definitely eliminate Chao Liang this time. A shocked Chao's mouth dropped open when Boss Pei told him not to post the video this time. Before continuing the conversation, the main character pointed to the side and invited the man to go there. Chao Liang sat down at the table, hoping that he could still be useful in developing a game with a strange plot and high difficulty. The man became noticeably wary and looked down silently, thinking that Boss Pei wanted to discuss something else with him. Pei Qian coughed and decided to ask the man if he was writing spoilers for a movie that was supposed to be premiering. Smiling awkwardly, the man in glasses replied that of course he doesn't do that, and it's wrong to do so. Pei Qian explained that if viewers knew all the details before watching the film, their interest in it would be greatly reduced. The protagonist stated that the same thing was happening with games, and asked the dumbfounded Chao Liang if he understood his point. The boss said that if Chao published a video showing all the difficulties of the game, gamers would lose interest and desire to play it. Chao agreed that his video could change players' first impressions of the game, but if he doesn't, someone else will still post it. Pei Qian replied that such a situation was inevitable, but Chao Liang was the one who understood the details and nuances of the game best. He suggested that the blogger post the video a week after the game's release, when players would truly feel the game's complexity. Chao decided to follow Boss Pei's plan and said that he had suffered in the game for a long time and had finally figured it all out, and he now wanted to let other players experience those feelings. He knew that a week later, players would definitely need guides, so they would start looking for videos, and then they would stumble upon his help. Blogger Chao Liang imagined that he would become a deity to whom all players experiencing difficulties in the game would begin to pray on their knees. While Chao was daydreaming with his mouth open, Pei Qian understood that in a week many would be disappointed in the gameplay and would not even watch the blogger's videos. The following events took place in the Shenhua office building, where our main character also went. Boss Pei was wandering around the office with his hands in his pockets. All the Tengda employees were busy with their work matters. Pei Qian walked up to Ma Dubiao, and when the subordinate saw his superior, he asked him why he came here. The first thing the main character did was ask the employee how things were going with the ebook sites. Ma Dubiao was sweating from the tension and hesitated, not knowing how to properly answer the boss's question. Sitting down on the sofa, the guy told the boss everything about the current situation with the sites and offered to show a report on paper. Boss Pei, drinking tea, said that Ma's work could be considered effective and the site was running stably, and asked him not to pursue profit. Ma Dubiao told his boss that he had some ideas on how things could be improved. He talked about the biggest problem, which is that writers need to be productive, but most of them fail to achieve this. According to the guy, even if their current readers find several authors to their liking, they will still be limited to a subscription. The subordinate said he had come up with a way to improve things, and Boss Pei gave him permission to voice the idea. Ma Dubiao assumed that a good book had appeared on their website, but there was no money to pay the author the required fee. Boss Pei asked how they were going to determine which book was successful. The guy said that on the one hand, the site's data, including votes, clicks, and so on, can help them with this. On the other hand, Ma Dubiao mentioned the opinions of people themselves about the books published on their website. The guy hit himself in the chest and asked the boss to let him judge. He was glad that he would finally express his opinion. Ma Dubiao began to tremble with fear. He thought that he was asking too much from his boss, as if he wanted to take all the credit for himself. The protagonist thought that Ma Dubiao was writing like a conveyor belt, so this guy could cause big problems for the site. Peiken thought that the books that the guy thought would be of high quality would actually be nothing special. So the boss allowed the guy to implement his idea. Looking at his subordinate with a kind smile on his face, the boss stood up and announced that he would give the guy an extra 2 million, which he could spend on work needs at any time. The subordinate felt uneasy and wanted to object to Boss Pei because the amount was sufficient and seemed too big to him. Ma Dubiao said that they currently have few authors who upload good works, so 200,000 is enough for him. Boss Pei waved his hand and replied that he didn't mind giving the authors more so that their site would get decent ratings. When Pei Qian left, Ma Dubiao was touched because the boss trusted him very much and wondered if he was such a good person. In Tengda's office, the workday was also in full swing, and Bao Shu was sitting in the center of the room, busy working on his computer. When Pei Qian entered the office, he saw the chief planner talking to Bao Shu standing next to his desk. Seeing Li Yada and the others doing the final checks on the game, he wondered whether he should launch an advertisement for the new game. Back in his office, Pei Qian decided it would be better to keep a low profile and not increase the risks by spending a decent amount on advertising. Turning on the computer, the guy decided that if he didn't promote the game to the masses, no one would even pay much attention to it. Pei Qian was horrified when he logged into the website and saw on the home page that Tengda had released a new national treasure. The protagonist, angry, imagined himself hitting a punching bag. He didn't understand why his project was again at the center of discussions. The guy was angry at netizens who were discussing how Tengda would negotiate with officials to promote the game. Having calmed down, the boss decided to spend some money on promoting the game, since it had already become popular even before its release. He sat down at the computer again and decided to go ahead. The protagonist wrote to the appraiser, asking if he was online. Pei Qian had successfully contacted Hu Xiao, and it was as if he was in a courtroom when he spoke to him. A joyful Hu Xiao told Boss Pei that he would agree to carry out any order he gave him. Pei Qian asked Hu Xiao if the guy could help him with some business. The guy spread his arms wide and replied to our hero in a correspondence that he would help him without any problem. Hu Xiao hinted that he had very capable workers and they would complete any task, so the price might jump. Pei Qian replied that the price was not a problem and his requirements were low. He needed to play one game and share his first impressions. Puzzled, Hu Xiao scratched his head because the task seemed too simple to him and asked the boss if that was all. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist answered the guy that that was all that was required of him. Pei Qian knew that the system would block all inflated comments and wondered how to spend money without violating the law. It seems the guy came up with an idea. He knew that if he didn't commit fraud, the system wouldn't block his accounts. He decided to ask Hu Xiao to rate his game honestly, and then it wouldn't be a review manipulation or a scam. Hu Xiao scratched his head and asked his friend what kind of reviews there should be under the game, positive or negative. Boss Pei replied that it was important to him that the guys left honest reviews, whether they were good or bad. The guy asked if there would be any other conditions besides the first impression of the game, and on what platform they should be left. The main character allowed the guy to leave reviews on any websites, official platforms, and forums. When Hu Xiao began to list how much these services would cost him, Pei asked him not to bother him with the calculations. The protagonist said that he would pay 300 yuan per person and comment, and he thought that was enough. Hu Xiao was stunned. his eyes wide open because he had never been offered such a large sum for his services. The guy was amazed because it was the first time that a local millionaire who was willing to spend so much had resorted to his services. After the conversation, Hu Xiao didn't understand why Pei was willing to spend so much money for a simple entertainment. Pei Qian yawned when the deed was done, hoping that the first impression of his new game would definitely be negative now. The boss tensed up when Hu Xiao began to bother him with questions about what he should do with that kind of money and whether the game was demanding. He thought that the guy should just leave a bad review, and that's it if he can't play the game properly. When the main character went to the closet to take his jacket, he came to the conclusion that money can solve most problems. Putting on his jacket, the guy grinned. He was glad that the working day was finally over and was satisfied with the work. It was the 1st of October, exactly midnight. It was the day when the new game of the Tengda company would finally see the light of day. Look, the shore is there. Hu Xiao, taking the joystick, was ready to complete the task. He was curious about what the honest first impression of the game would be. When he managed to enter the game, he was happy because the graphics seemed good to him. Afterwards, he saw that an epitaph could be left on the gravestone, and he wrote some meaningless words. Sometime later, the boy was still playing, and with a sharp sword he struck one of the dead men, but did not kill him. Hu Xiao was outraged when, a second later, his character lost all his health after the first blow from the enemy. The guy's jaw dropped in shock because he didn't expect the game to be so difficult at the very beginning. The defeated Hu Xiao silently looked at the monitor, where a meaningless tombstone appeared after the character's death. The guy was extremely outraged. He screamed, not understanding why he died so quickly, and assumed that there was some kind of error in the game. He sat back down at the table and decided to text the rest of the guys to ask if they were experiencing the same problem. Hu Xiao contacted his entire team, as if he was at a large table in an official meeting, and cleared his throat. Some of the guys couldn't play because of a weak computer, some had it freeze during the game, and some said that everything was fine for them. One of the guys said that they still received the money and the review can be anything, so he decided to leave a negative one. The second evaluator objected because a lot of money was allocated, so you need to try and find something good in the game. Scratching his ear, he said that it seemed to be a matter of his friend's skill, because the monsters weren't that strong, and he should think about his own clumsiness. The guy in the green suit got angry and shouted, asking where such a righteous man came from, who imagined himself to be the smartest. Angry at his colleague, he asked why such a nice guy came to their team instead of getting a job at the church. Hu Xiao sat silently and listened to his subordinates argue. He didn't know what to do now and decided that he needed to come up with something. Hu Xiao's team's conversation descended into complete chaos, with all the guys starting to swear and fight among themselves, shouting and cursing. The guys lost complete control over their emotions and began to beat each other, releasing all the accumulated anger. Only the dumbfounded Hu Xiao stood to the side and watched this horror, not understanding what was happening at all. The guy decided to loudly hit the table with his hands to attract the attention of the enraged guys with the sound. Hu Xiao loudly ordered everyone else to be quiet, causing the guys who were just arguing to become frightened and fall silent. An angry Hu Xiao shouted that they were professionals and needed to learn to control their emotions. He encouraged everyone to get to work and leave any feedback, warning that they would not get a penny if they behaved this way. The guys immediately stopped arguing and decided to take their work seriously, starting to write reviews on all sites and platforms. It was the first time Hu Xiao had encountered such a situation, and he was scared that the guys were allowed to leave any comments, both good and bad. The reviews under the game and Pei Qian's post were quite mixed when Hu Xiao checked them. There were both good and bad. He decided to check the comments and grabbed his head. They were so different that it was even difficult to understand. The guy was noticeably surprised when he noticed a message that was somehow different from the others. Someone left a detailed review with pictures. He wrote that at first he was fascinated by the game, although it was highly difficult. The player wrote that he finished the first location when he showed more effort and dealt with all the enemies. He also complained in his review about the huge magical deer that killed him in the game about 5 or 6 times. However, the player managed to break through. During another attempt, he managed to jump to the side when the deer wanted to crush him with its paw. Then he decided that after 5 deaths from this monster, he would finally break through, and was able to climb onto the beast's head. After reading the review, Hu Xiao thought about how capable this player was, guessing that he was the only one left behind. The review inspired the guy to try playing again. He decided that it was worth trying again, not wanting to give up. But his new attempt turned into a complete failure. He was outraged that this terrible game cost almost 130 yuan. When Hu Xiao was about to press the button to return the money for the game, He changed his mind, not wanting to be a weakling, and decided to try again. The guy frowned when a message appeared in the game saying that with the current level, the player would hardly be able to complete it. Hu Xiao was furious, he shouted, asking how dare they say such things to him, and this made him even more excited. He clenched his fists and teeth in anger, insulted that the developers thought the guy would fail in the game. The guy picked up the joystick again, claiming that he still had plenty of time and money, and he was happy to waste it. Raising the joystick up, Hu Xiao shouted that he was not going to give up today and was determined to play the game again. On Sunday, October 3rd, the main character went to his own restaurant, which was booked for him today. Pei Qian happily ate the rice balls prepared for him and the guy he invited. As he broke open the crab's leg, he thought about the new game that had been heavily criticized, but he was upset that few people were getting refunds for it. The boy perked up when Mr. Lin asked Pei Qian if he had thought about what they had discussed during their last meeting. Lin Zhou said that there was no need to strive for perfection, and if the boss had ideas, they could be implemented together. Boss Pei wiped his hands and said that he thought it would be okay to let Lin Wan take over the expansion of the business. He explained that if the girl allowed him to continue playing games, she would create better projects, and this would not be to the company's advantage. Mr. Lin was puzzled and asked if his sister would be happy if she gave up her dream job. Pei Qian replied that there was no need to turn everything around quickly, and that she could be in charge of games and business expansion at the same time. The protagonist separated his chopsticks with a loud crunch before moving on to the next dish. Boss Pei explained that there was a lot of work, so the girl would not have time to rush between the two spheres. He imagined Lin Wan running back and forth between the two jobs, trying to fulfill her duties in both. Mr. Lin replied that the idea was great, but warned that his sister might become suspicious because she was very smart. Boss Pei said that the girl should keep her position as director of Shangyang, and in the meantime, they will look for a new job for her. After putting the sushi back, Pei Qian shared the idea that he could tell her that she needed to try harder because of the transition to the new platform. He said he is currently considering live streaming and phone interactions. Lin Zhou clapped the boy and said that it was wonderful, asking which idea he was leaning towards now. The protagonist replied that he liked videos with phones better, fearing that the losses from organizing streams would only pay off. Having put sushi in his mouth, the guy knew that he would need to invest up to 20 million in the phone business, and it was not a fact that everything would go smoothly. Mr. Lin said he understood everything, and if his sister introduces new phones, Shenhua will support her. Lin Zhou praised the guy for his wonderful ideas and stated that he was indebted to our hero. They clinked glasses of wine, and Lin Zhou asked if he wanted to create an online platform to track reviews of his new game. Pei Qian sharply replied that there was no need to do that, and everything was going according to his plan. And Lin Zhou decided not to interfere anymore. Lin Zhou hit his chest and asked his boss to contact him if anything happened, because now Pei Qian's problems were his problems too. When a new working day began, the main character went to the roof of his office building to drink coffee. Looking at the view of the city, Pei Qian decided to start production soon, giving himself the command to be 100% sure of failure. Li Yada sent him a message, telling him that if the game's returns were more than 35%, the game would be removed from the site. She said that now the returns are approaching 30%, and in the future the situation will not turn out in their favor. The main character was absolutely delighted when he read this message, because he was finally given good news. Li Yada asked if she should lower the difficulty of the game in that case, and the boss forbade her to do so, promising that he would figure everything out. He felt bad that the game's returns sometimes dropped and wanted to work hard to get them to 35%. Soon the main character was brought his ordered coffee. The guy took a paper cup with a drink in his hands. He decided to create more negative reviews under the game so that newcomers would be scared and not even risk buying it. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao felt empty. He didn't understand what happened and why things turned out this way. The guy still didn't give up trying to complete the game. Look back, there's the shore, but lost again at the hands of the enemy. He decided to find out everything, assuming that he should have returned the money for this terrible game. His eyes lit up when Pei Qian suddenly wrote and offered to pay him another 100,000 to put in some effort into the reviews. Hu Xiao was happy to start writing reviews again. He was happy to have such a great employer. Meanwhile, Chaoliang continued to play Look Back. There's the shore, even after he returned home to his city. The man was forbidden from filming videos about the game, so he decided to do everything in text format. Chao stretched, admitting that the more he wrote, the more he realized how rich the game's story was. The blogger started eating instant noodles for dinner, thanking the team that is developing the game's plot. While happily eating noodles, The man wanted to look at the reviews under the game that other users leave. The man seemed to find himself in a room where he was sitting next to other appraisers. Netizens hiding behind characters were arguing as some called other players disabled due to their lack of skills, while others criticized the game's difficulty. Chaoyang noticed that everyone was paying attention to certain details of the game and was going to use that feedback to create a good video. Noticing Old Man Chow, one of the users said that now many do not have enough patience to continue playing the game. Another player complained that the game looks too official and is even present on many platforms. Chaoyang was taken aback. He thought it was a simple game and had not heard that the project was called Official. The user told about the news site that was created by the company Tengda. And now, look, there is the shore on the main page of this platform. The information shocked the man so much that he abruptly put the bowl of noodles back on the table, almost spilling it. Chaoyang said a big thank you to the player who provided him with this information. Looking at the book, Chow realized that the official promotional campaign for the game's release took place in July, long before its release. The man remembered a monk he had met in the game, and for defeating whom the player receives a good weapon in the form of a staff. He read that in the book the monk was quite weak, and wondered if there was another way to kill him in the game. Cho suggested that the players see if there was another way to interact with the monk, as he had already tried everything before. Some guys wrote that they easily killed that old monk, and some admitted that they had not yet reached that mission. Chow didn't understand what this meant, and assumed that at some point the game had been changed and now the plot was different from the book. He was surprised when one of the players showed Old Man Chow an unusual weapon and asked what it was. All the users looked at the unusual staff with delight. It was a pretty good weapon from those that can be found. Chaoyang was stunned when he realized that this unique staff had been hidden in the game all this time, and he didn't understand how this could have happened. The player said that he simply ran up to the Buddha statue and opened it, and before that he couldn't get rid of the monk until the very end. The man shouted, challenging the other users to try and do the same as the one who received the staff. Chaoyang stretched his arms. It was good news for him that in the game Look Back, there was a weapon hidden on the shore all this time. The blogger took the joystick in his hands to see for himself and get the unique staff that had been hidden all this time. He entered the game suspecting that the weapon was hidden on purpose so that no one would find it, and found this intriguing. After Chow dealt with the monk, the character became good and told him that he decided to train to get rid of all difficulties. After completing a secret mission, the male character finally received an item under the status of Lost or Divine. Chow was very happy to receive the lost staff from the monk, who decided to help the character overcome difficulties. The blogger realized that he had to die 6 times during the monk's passage to get this weapon, and decided to try it out. He came to the forest and saw a whole crowd of opponents there. All the dead had a completely filled health bar. Chaoyang waved his golden staff, wanting to test how this unique weapon would work against the dead. By creating a wave of magical golden energy with his weapon, the man managed to turn the dead into ashes with one blow. The player was stunned when he saw that the golden staff from the monk was so powerful that he was able to defeat everyone with one blow. The man was very sorry that he had not been able to get this weapon earlier, because he had spent too much time and effort on this game. Meanwhile, Peiqian was sighing in his office, not understanding why the return rate for the game began to drop sharply. He started typing something on the keyboard, wanting to check what was happening on the forum where players were discussing the game. Peiqian turned into an ice block when he read that all the players had found out about the method to obtain the weapon that he had hidden so securely. Boss Pei started rolling on the floor all over the office and screaming, cursing the player who was not lazy and died so many times in the game to get this staff. The main character couldn't just leave everything. He calmed down and decided that he needed to come up with something to solve this problem. He knew that before all the low ratings for the game were due to its difficulty, but now with the staff, all players will be able to complete it without any effort. In the evening, the action took place in Hu Xiao's house. The guy still did not give up trying to complete the game. Now it wasn't so difficult, because the guy got his hands on the secret staff. He rejoiced, shouting that everyone would fall before him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed in the lower right corner of the screen that he had received a message from his boss. Having received the order from the customer, he voiced a new requirement to his team: to create as many negative reviews about the game as possible. The guy started thinking about how this could be done and decided to criticize the game's plot. But many found the task difficult. Hu Xiao said that only a few posts from each were needed and warned that there was still time, advising to read everything on the forum. On October 6th, in Tengda's office, the chief planner was in a good mood because everything was now in their hands. While chewing on chips, Bao Shu reminded Li Yade that he had already told her not to worry about look back. The shore is right there. The girl admitted that Brother Bao was right, and that she had previously been worried that the weapon was too well hidden. Bao Shu, after sharing the chips with the girl, suggested that Boss Pei wanted the players to find the staff on their own. A happy Li Yada said that once the staff was found, the game's reputation improved, and its refund rate dropped sharply. The chief designer said that Boss Pei is the best of the best and has a good understanding of human psychology. Bao Shu said that the boss initially wanted to make the players suffer, and when they were on the verge of breaking down, he decided to send them a secret weapon. He presented the secret golden staff as a gift that would immediately bring joyful smiles to all the players. Having received a unique staff, users immediately begin to receive positive emotions from the game, joyfully running after the dead. Bao Shu said that the sudden decrease in difficulty greatly helped players relax and feel at ease. The chief planner, chewing chips, listened spellbound to her colleague, who was talking about the boss's idea. Li Yada felt butterflies in her stomach because she was amazed by the boss who fixed the situation with the game at the last moment. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and stopped smiling, taking all her emotions under control. And Bao Shu finally told Li Yada that they would soon be able to begin developing the second part of this game. Meanwhile, Boss Pei was in a panic. He did not understand what his employees were doing and expected to lose everything. Pei Qian sighed heavily, realizing that there were less than 3 weeks left until the results were announced. And now, no one could fix the situation. Biting his nails from nerves, the guy decided to open new branches of Headwind and an internet cafe as quickly as possible. So the main character called his subordinate and asked how things were going with the internet cafe. Zhang Yuan confessed to his boss that he couldn't give him an answer yet because the cafe was only 30% complete. Pei Qian got angry, ordering his subordinate to open 3 or 4 establishments within 2 weeks, and money was not a problem. Hearing the boss's stern voice, Zhang Yuan asked the boss not to worry and promised that they would do everything. After these words, the boss hung up the phone. He didn't understand how Pei Qian would know whether the internet cafe was thriving if he didn't come here. An unpleasant conversation with the director made the red-haired guy plunge into thought. He wondered if the boss had realized that, after the release of Look Back, The Shore is There, the popularity of their establishments had sharply increased. He assumed that the boss realized this, so he decided to quickly gain momentum and invest more money in urgently opening new establishments. At this time, Hu Xiao was puzzled by something, so the guy decided to pick up the phone and ask the guys who worked for him a question. He sighed heavily and asked internet users if there was anything they had accidentally overlooked. The guy in the purple suit and mask decided to answer. He shouted, calling on everyone to look at the information he found. He shouted about a post that said the staff only appears after 6 playthroughs and helps weaken some enemies. The guys and girls, having read the post, wondered whether this was a hoax or official information from the company. One of the guys explained that they are given a weapon that only seems strong, and when the time for returning the money expires, it turns out that everything is not so at all. He slammed his hand down on the table before making another statement to the team. The guy shouted that the essence of the game had not changed. It was still very difficult, and it only seemed to them that the tasks had become easier. The second guy countered by saying that the developer hardly intended to anger people by creating a weapon that only appeared powerful. Hu Xiao clapped his hands to his guys and told them to set the rhythm because they couldn't let the customer down. They decided to write reviews saying that the staff is a complete scam and that the weapon doesn't really help you get through the game. The guys decided to convey to the players that the staff helps to destroy only some weak monsters, and it cannot cope with all of them. One of them showed a picture of a game character being beaten by the dead, even though he has a staff. According to commentators, the developers planned everything in advance, tempting them with the right weapon so that when the refund period expired, it turned out to be not so cool. The main character laughed when he saw all these reviews and praised the team of guys who did a good job. The guy, drinking soda, was jubilant because he had already achieved some success, although he no longer expected a large return on his funds. Meanwhile, Chow was furious with the negative reviews and decided to defend the game from such an influx of haters. The man shouted, asking Boss Pei not to worry because he intended to protect his honor. In the evening, Tengda's office was completely empty. All the company's employees had already gone home after work. Only Pei was still at work. He remembered that he had previously forbidden Chow from posting videos about the game due to possible spoilers. The guy understood that the blogger could publish a very detailed guide, but it was not a fact that the video would attract many players. He was taken aback when he saw that Chow had already posted a video, in which the man first greeted the viewers. Chao Liang confessed to the audience that a month ago he was offered a new job to become a tester for the game. Look back, the shore is there. He said that he promised the developers that he would not publish the video right away, so the video was released only now. The blogger admitted that he did not expect everyone to give up due to the difficulty of the game, because he believes that this is the main feature of the project. The main character watching the man's video was horrified. He screamed, asking what kind of nonsense this Chao Liang was talking. A dumbfounded Pei Qian assumed that Chao had gone crazy, because what else was the point of such a high difficulty? The blogger showed 3 fingers to the camera and stated that the content of the game's plot is mainly based on 3 aspects. The first, as he believes, is in-game details that are hidden even on decorative items and locations. The second aspect, according to the blogger, lies in the original source of this game, namely the book. Chao Liang stated that the latter was something that required a lot of effort and diligence on his part during the passage. The man claimed that the book, which covers the game's plot, has much more content than the game itself. He advised viewers watching him to check out the book if they were interested. The main character was shocked. He did not understand how Chao Liang had access to the book site, and what he was doing at all. The blogger then mentioned the difficulty of look back, the shore is right there, and said that things aren't as bad with it as they might seem. The man said many players give up almost immediately, unaware that the game contains a hidden powerful weapon. Chao Liang said that the game developers intentionally left so many hints to make the game easier for users. He stated that in the official story in the book, there are a lot of scenes with the staff and the monk, so some digging was needed. The blogger said that the old monk, who was supposed to be an elite monster, turned out to be a very weak opponent. He explained that these were hints from the developer, and the player's curiosity was supposed to prompt him to dig into the monk's history to find the staff. Chao concluded that this game is great because the staff allows even beginners to defeat difficult enemies. Now, Pei Qian was not surprised that the staff he had hidden was found so quickly, since it was written about in the book. He began to bang his head on the table in frustration, because he could not have known earlier that everything would turn out exactly like this. Also in the video, Chao said that he observed that there are 3 important endings in the game and listed them, but also mentioned a hidden ending. Pointing behind him, the blogger said that the hidden ending is called the same as the game itself. Look back, the shore is there. The main character was perplexed because he himself did not suspect that there was some other hidden ending in his game. The blogger explained that this ending is outside the game and is a voice in the player's head that constantly says, "Look back, the shore is there." Chao Liang said that if a player gives up and stops going through the difficulties of the game, he will reach a hidden ending outside of it, and then a message appears on the monitor screen saying that the player has given up, gained freedom, and escaped from the sea of suffering. The blogger stated that in this case, the player will no longer have the opportunity to change the world, and the game's main character will sink into oblivion. Chao stated that in order to obtain the staff, one must die 6 times in a row, and this is symbolic of the wheel of 6 reincarnations. He said that players should understand that there is no need to suffer, because the game can be ended at any time. The man began shouting and asked the audience if they had ever thought about a fake ending. He stated that by giving up the staff, one can truly feel the suffering that the character is going through. According to him, only by working hard and moving forward can one truly understand the spiritual context of the game. Pei Qian was very annoyed when the blogger in the video began to urge players not to return the money for it, but to try to complete it. Boss Pei covered his face with his hand when he saw the admiring comments from viewers under the video, who also wanted to not give up and beat the game. The main character realized that all the players had fallen under the blogger's bad influence. He covered his face with his hands so as not to see it. He realized as he leaned back in his chair that he had underestimated Chao Liang's destructive power. And now, this would be the end for him. The guy assumed that rumors would spread in all directions, and the profit from the game would be high before the day of summing up the results. The boss began to rush about, thinking that he would spend a lot of money to open as many stores as possible, and wanted to force Ma Yan to hurry up. Enraged, the protagonist stood up from his chair, clenched his fist, and decided that he needed to go and personally supervise Ma Yan's work. The guy silently left his personal office and walked past the employees. Li Yada was discussing something with the other guys. As he passed by, he said he would handle the logistics of Headwind and allowed the staff to finish their work for the day. One of the employees didn't understand why the boss was acting so proud if their new game had already become popular. The second girl was amazed by the boss's determination, noting that he didn't even go on vacation, but immediately decided to take care of logistics. Lee Yada shouted that if the boss was working overtime, then they shouldn't be left behind either. And that was where their fighting spirit lay. On the 18th floor, where the book site office was located, work was also in full swing, and a satisfied Jew walked around the room. He pleased his boss with the news, telling Ma that the site's popularity was growing, especially the number of new user registrations. A puzzled Ma Dubiao asked his subordinate what was the reason for the sharp rise in popularity of their site. Opening his laptop, Ma assumed that Pei's boss had launched an advertisement somewhere, although his boss had not warned them about this. Ju suggested that the reason for the rise in popularity of their site was due to a new game called Look Back, There's a Shore There. He told his boss that blogger Qiao had recently posted a video talking about the game. Ma Dubiao thought that Boss Pei had promoted their website by asking a blogger for help, so they should try hard. The guy started to panic, wondering what they needed to do to retain the readers who came to the site. Ma suggested hosting events and giving gifts for entry, and Ju suggested giving a coupon for a free book if a person visited the site for a week in a row. The leader said that it was useless to give coupons to a person who didn't like the site, and those who liked it would remain there without gifts. Smiling broadly, the subordinate suggested linking the rewards to the new game in order to gain even more popularity. Ma Dubiao replied that this was a great idea and would help attract new players to Look Back. The shore is there. Grabbing the phone, the guy adjusted his glasses and hoped that everything would go well, especially since no additional investment would be required. Ju said he was leaving to talk to the rest of the team and come up with a plan to organize everything. Meanwhile, the main character went to one of the Headwind Company's points. Couriers were working near the entrance. Lu Ming Liang, pouring tea for his boss, admitted that the question was stupid, but asked why he personally decided to visit the office. Boss Pei thought that the guy's question was not stupid at all, because his capital now depended only on the Headwind Company. The main character asked the manager how things were going with the opening of new company outlets. Lu Ming Liang asked the boss not to worry and, beating his chest, said that almost everything was ready and they were already renting sites and hiring people for this. The guy put a tablet with a plan outlined on it in front of his boss and declared that he had figured everything out. Pei Qian was pleased knowing that Lu Ming Liang could always be relied upon and felt that he had made the right decision regarding him. Lu Ming Liang asked his boss if there was any point in such careful planning. Boss Pei thought that his desire was only to spend money and try to spend it all, and he had nothing to do with the plan. The protagonist became wary and asked his subordinate why he decided to ask him such a question. Lu Ming Liang explained that these were just delivery points, and he wondered why Boss Pei was so concerned about them. Pei sighed heavily because Lu Ming Liang was not in a hurry to open new points, and now he was very worried. The guy wanted to shout at him, telling the truth, that he needed to spend as much money as possible, and he didn't care about the rest. But the main character sighed heavily, holding back his true emotions, and simply asked his subordinate to forget. The following events took place in Shanghai, the capital where blogger Qiao Liang now lived and worked. The man was surprised when a foreigner wrote to him and said that he liked the review of the game and asked for permission to use his content. Qiao Liang imagined how a beautiful foreigner would play their game and she would gain even more popularity. The guy smiled because he definitely could use some support like that, so he decided to send the message back. When it was already light outside, the heroes went to the Huanding shopping center. It was Friday, October 8th. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were already sitting in the new internet cafe. The guys were watching a review of the company's new game on the projector. Zhang Yuan told his friend that their internet cafe was gaining popularity, and the boss was a real talent for making profits. Ma Yan agreed. He said that the game had become popular, so everyone started coming to them to try it out. The guy wondered if the boss would be able to keep such a large number of branches under control, assuming that it would not be easy. Ma Yan asked his friend if he knew that most of their visitors came specifically to play Look Back, There's a Shore There. Zhang Yuan asked if it was impossible to play it in other cafes, and Ma Yang replied that it was clearly not possible to enjoy it in other establishments. He thought that Boss Pei was a genius for being willing to suffer temporary losses for the sake of big profits in the future. The guys perked up when one of the guests approached them and asked if they were the owners of the establishment. The guest said that they had very good computers and asked to give him a list of components to assemble the same one at home. Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan looked at the visitor in shock, because this was the first time they had encountered such a request. The red-haired guy stood up and told the visitor that he would help him with his request without any problem. Zhang Yuan took out a piece of paper and a pen to write down a list of the parts that were in the computers in their internet cafe. The guy spent a long time carefully writing down all the components for the visitor. while Ma Yan sat nearby on the sofa. After handing over the piece of paper, Zhang Yuan warned that there might be problems during assembly and asked if the boy was sure he could handle it. The visitor admitted that he didn't really understand computers and asked in a modest voice for help with the assembly. Zhang Yuan hesitated, and the guy showed 5 fingers and said that he was ready to pay a whole 500 yuan for help. The red-haired guy immediately stopped hesitating, shook the visitor's hand, and declared that in that case he agreed to help. Zhang Yuan asked the guy to leave his number and promised to contact him as soon as the computer was assembled. When the guest left, Ma Yan said that the guy should look for an assistant himself and asked his friend if he was really not satisfied with his salary since he decided to earn some extra money. Zhang Yuan replied that he was not chasing easy money. He just realized that this way they could develop their business. Pointing to a piece of paper, Zhang Yuan asked the boy if he thought their computers would be ideal for home use. Ma Yan agreed, but he was not sure that he would be able to assemble them because it would be competition with large stores. Zhang Yuan replied that the computer market was rapidly shrinking, and it was more profitable for the buyer to go to a private person. The guy wasn't thrilled with the idea, so he asked his friend what they were going to do with assembling computers later. The red-haired youth, raising his voice, declared that they could even help with delivery because they had the Headwind Company. Inspired, Zhang Yuan began writing everything down, offering to sell it at almost cost, taking money only for installation. The guy even came up with a name, wrote it down on paper, and declared that the company would be called the Kingdom of Faith, or ROF for short. Ma Yan doubted whether they needed this business at all, since they could easily trade on the internet. And Zhang shouted that the guy was thinking too simply. He was surprised when Zhang Yuan ran away, claiming that it was time to take the initiative and stop being in Boss Pei's shadow. Ma Yan was taken aback when Zhang Yuan stated that they would definitely be swallowed up if they did not develop. The boy was speechless when Zhang Yuan continued to persuade him, asking if they wouldn't end up in the black. Zhang Yuan finally managed to convince Ma Yan, so the boy picked up a glass of red wine and admitted that his friend was right. The cafe manager suggested that the red-haired guy in that case discuss everything with Lu Mingliang, who was in charge of Headwind. The red-haired boy extended his hand, holding a glass of red wine to drink with his friend. The guys clinked their glasses and unanimously decided to try to implement Zhang Yuan's idea for a new business. It was Monday, October 11th, and the Tengda office was already filled with workers. Li Yada was happy that everything was going well at work, and the whole team was confident in their actions, even though the boss had not shown up at the office for a couple of days. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she noticed a bunch of comments from foreign users. Bao Shu approached her and asked what was wrong because he saw that an overseas streamer had recently started broadcasting their game. While munching on snacks, the happy guy said that it seemed like the foreigners were going crazy because they were having a hard time understanding the game in Chinese. The guy left silently, and the chief planner remained sitting at her workplace, thinking about this problem. Li Yade's confidence was awakened, and she was going to talk to the boss to translate the game into English. At this time, the main character was not in the office. He was riding in a car in the passenger seat, while his subordinate was driving. The guy looked out the window and silently thought about something, but was forced to look at his phone when he received a call. He picked up the phone, and Li Yada asked the guy if they could translate the game. Look back, there's a shore into English. Pei Qian realized that translating the game into English would mean the end for him. Imagining the crowd of players who would bring in money if it was translated, the main character sweated from the tension and fell silent, not knowing what to answer the girl to such an annoying question. When Pei Qian got out of the car near the shopping mall, Li Yada said into the phone that the translation would help them reach a new level. He remained silent when the girl asked if they shouldn't promote domestic games to the international market. Li Yada gave the example of a popular Chinese game that entered the European and American markets, and the boss thought that he definitely didn't need that. Pei Qian told the girl that entering the overseas market took a lot of time and effort, and they would be in big trouble if they ran out of money. The girl asked what foreigners should do when they frantically look at the dictionary during the game, and the boss replied that it was a good opportunity to learn Chinese. The boss said that the game contains a lot of ancient poems that are impossible to translate, and rushing to translate will only make foreigners laugh. As he opened the door, he once again told Li Yade not to rush into this, and to first find good translators and then think about it. At this point, our hero's telephone conversation with his subordinate ended, and he hung up before entering the shopping center. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief because his mind had managed to turn away from trouble, and he decided not to rush into translating the game. When the main character entered his new internet cafe, the guy froze with his eyes wide open, like a statue. The boss was scared. not understanding what this was and where such a crowd was coming from, because there was a stir in the establishment before him. The guy was angry because Ma Yan and Zhang Yuan were about to make this business profitable, and cafes like this shouldn't be popular. Pei Qian stopped and turned his head as Ma Yang raised his hand and shouted, drawing the boss's attention. Ma Yan asked the boss if he wanted to drink bubble tea, telling him that a nearby convenience store had decided to cooperate with them, giving a big discount to internet cafe customers. The wary protagonist asked his subordinate why there were so many people in the establishment today. The guy was surprised, telling his boss that the internet cafe always had that many visitors. Boss Pei clenched his fist so hard that the veins on his skin stood out when he heard Ma Yan's answer. Trying to smile, Pei Qian asked since when there were so many customers here. But inside, he was angry at the guy. Ma Yan was surprised that the boss didn't know, and explained that it was all thanks to the recently released game Look Back. The shore is there. The guy said that at first there weren't many people, but every day there were more of them. And now their daily revenue is quite good. Ma Yan said that many fathers take their children to the mall for various activities. And while the children are there, the fathers sit in the internet cafe. According to Ma Yan, some guys wait here for girls while they get their hair, makeup, or nails done at salons. He admitted that most of the people were there because of the new game, and he assumed that Brother Qian was busy with company affairs and didn't know about it. The main character was in a stupor. The guy was angry, not understanding why everything went wrong again because he didn't want the game to become popular. He opened his eyes wide and stared at one point when he realized that someone's business was dying out while his was thriving. So he asked Ma Yan how things were going in their other new establishments. Ma Yan happily reported that they had decided on a location for the new outlet, and the opening would be next week. Boss Pei asked the guy to take his time because the opening was not until October 24th. The guy wanted to wait a little to avoid the influx of customers, so he waved his hand at Ma Yan and said that they would wait for the right moment. At the Tengda headquarters on October 12th, Li Yada reported that she had looked at the translations of some studios. There were no errors, but the level was not up to par. She approached Miss Shin because the girl had previously worked for an overseas company. The chief planner admitted that Boss Pei was right, and the transfer was not that simple, and his hasty exit would only make the situation worse. The twin sisters came and reported to Li that they had received a call from the official platform staff to discuss the issue of new languages. Miss Sin and Li Yada looked at the girls in surprise when they heard about the call from the official platform. The head planner called them back. The girl introduced herself as Li Yada and told them her position. She told them that the level of translation for the game was high and they had not yet found a suitable translator. The secretary's eyes widened in surprise when the girl on the other end of the line was told that it was excellent. Li Yada was shocked when the platform's representatives said they wanted to offer them their own translators for free. The chief planner responded that this was wonderful and thanked the representative of the official platform. After finishing the conversation, Li Yada handed the phone to the secretary to return it to its place. Li Yada was very happy about this news. She was going to tell the boss the good news as soon as possible. The girl started and stopped when she realized that Boss Pei knew that everything would turn out exactly like this with the translation. She presented him as a king who says that it takes time to enter other markets, and without support and money they won't get far. In Li Yada's eyes, Boss Pei was a wonderful person, and she admitted that the boss was absolutely right. The girl's eyes filled with tears. She was delighted with the main character, considering him a very wonderful person. Today, Pei Qian was feeling unwell. The boy kept sneezing into a paper handkerchief while lying in his bed. The main character caught a cold during the autumn cold snap and was lying in bed in his work suit. Boss Pei looked exhausted. There were bruises under his eyes and his face was covered in beads of sweat. The boy got angry when he tried to throw a tissue into the trash can but missed again. Pei Qian didn't understand how he managed to get sick. He complained about how miserable he was and how his life was completely different from the one he imagined. The original plan was to just sit and wait for the crash, but all his expenses constantly turn into profits. The guy received a call from Li Yada, and when he answered the call, it seemed to him that the girl had personally come to his room. The girl was shocked when she saw the boss in front of her, who looked really bad. She screamed in horror. The chief planner, worried about her boss, ran to his hospital bed and asked if he had caught a cold. Pei Qian replied that it was okay and that hot water would help him, and then asked how things were going with the game. With shining eyes, a joyful Li Yada said that she received a call from the official platform and was promised help with translation and promotion abroad. The main character froze in horror when he heard this, and the girl asked him not to worry. promising that she would arrange everything. Pei Qian's hands started shaking. He didn't understand what kind of jokes they were making about the official platform helping them with the translation. The distraught Pei Qian sat and stared at one spot in silence. Li Yada called out to him when the boss didn't answer for a long time. Trying to maintain an outward calm, the boss smiled and asked what other news she had. And Li Yada replied that there was no more news. The concerned chief planner asked what was wrong with the boss and if she could help him with his medication. The main character refused help and told the girl that he just needed some rest. Smiling brightly, Li Yada reminded her boss that he shouldn't forget about rest since he works so much. When the call ended, Pei Qian covered his forehead with his hand and sighed heavily, complaining about how tired he was. The guy was suffering because he had become too irritable lately. Late in the evening, other events were unfolding near the branch of the Internet Cafe, which was located near Handong University. Zhang Yuan assembled a new computer, Ma Yan praised it, and the guy agreed that he definitely didn't screw up with the appearance of the unit. After touching the computer, Ma Yan asked the guy if he had made it to order and if he had assembled the system unit himself. Proud Zhang Yuan offered to sell the computer to one of his regular customers to build up his base and take advantage of word of mouth. He smiled, imagining that in the future they would become famous and think about other developments. The guy's rosy dream was to one day create his own large-scale production facility for the manufacture of equipment and get rich. Ma Yan suggested that at the early stages he simply help with installation and delivery, especially since there is a company called Vistrekny Vetter. Zhang Yuan laughed and took out a large bag with shining eyes and placed it on the table, inviting his comrade to take a look. He opened the package and showed the contents to the guy, saying that he was going to install these logos on all the equipment in the Internet Cafe. Ma Yan's eyes lit up. He was already imagining how their employees would tell customers about the computers when they asked whose equipment it was. On October 13th, our hero recovered from his illness. He still spent time at home, this time having dinner on the sofa. The boss was worried that there was time until October 24th, and he needed to invest money in the business. But it was not a fact that everything would go according to plan. He saw Tengda as a big business, since they had over 1,000 people working there, while the internet cafes had an order of magnitude fewer. The guy understood that this was not the limit of his plans, but he did not know what to do, because he still had not received any benefit from this whole business. As Pei Qian imagined the jubilant Zhang Yuan and Ma Yan, he thought that sometimes it was worth accepting his defeat. But in practice, Pei Qian could not do this. He cried, complaining that he wanted to spend too much money. He remembered that the 24th was Programmer's Day, and now this holiday is not particularly celebrated, but he could hand out bonuses to employees. After analyzing, the main character realized that it was best to invest in the delivery and logistics company Headwind. Pei Qian remembered that sometimes they did free delivery and did charity work by delivering free products. The guy decided that he needed to pay couriers more and reduce the delivery price in Vistrekny Vetter to a minimum. Boss Pei also came up with a bonus system for couriers so that the guys would receive them every time they delivered a package. But he was still not sure about the big losses. Having plopped down on the sofa, the guy realized that little depended on him. The protagonist decided to discuss something with Gu Mingliang, so he called the guy to talk to him. Pei Qian asked if he had time and said that he would like to meet at an internet cafe to discuss something. The guy was surprised when Gu said that he was already at the internet cafe. The boss asked him why he came there. Boss Pei was indignant when Gu said that Mr. Ma had told him to come there to discuss the details of business development. The protagonist twisted his face in indignation, closed his eyes and fell silent, trying to digest what he had heard. The young man was horrified, his mouth wide open when he realized what exactly Ma Yan wanted to discuss with the guy. Pei Qian shouted into the phone to wait for him and that he would be there soon. But he himself screamed in indignation and anger throughout the entire apartment. As evening fell, the next action took place near a shopping mall on Huangding Street. Inside this center, there was one of the branches of our hero's internet cafe, and many visitors to the shopping center were walking near the entrance. When Boss Pei arrived at the internet cafe, he walked to the rest area and saw Ma Yan, Zhang Yuan, and the third subordinate there. Pei Qian came to the establishment wearing a medical mask and scarf, calmed the guys down and said that it was a common cold. Ma Yan helped him sit down and said that he shouldn't come with such a cold because he needed to think about his health. Zhang Yuan asked the waitress to quickly bring hot water to the boss, but Pei Qian refused and asked for coffee instead. Pei Qian got angry when he saw the logo on the computer and realized what the guys were doing in secret from him. Ma Yan told the boss that they had come up with a new business and were making money on computers for 1,000 yuan each. The main character reacted to the news calmly and indifferently, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand. Peiqian was secretly furious with Zhang Yuan, who he felt had fooled Ma Yan with his terrible ideas. Feeling the boss's fierce gaze on him, Zhang Yuan complained to Lu Ming Liang and the waitress about how cold he felt. Ma Yan asked Boss Pei what he thought about this new business and if he had any ideas. Pretending, Pei replied that the idea was not bad, but there was no need to make a fuss. And inside himself, he giggled maliciously, challenging the guys, since they wanted to play. Zhang Yuan said it was good that the boss supported them and asked whether it was worth investing in such a business at all. The boss got angry and stood up and slammed his fist on the table, accusing Zhang of being conservative because they couldn't grow the business without spending money. Ma Yan, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Ming Liang looked at the boss, who suddenly yelled at them in fear. The protagonist asked Zhang Yuan if it was true that it would take about 5 days to deliver the computer to customers. The red-haired guy replied that if they speed it up, they could spend only 3 or 4 days on delivery. Peiqian said that it was too slow, and the customer would not wait if they spent so many days on assembly and delivery. Ma Yan asked if everyone else didn't deliver within the same time frame, and Lu Ming Liang said that gamers could wait for only 3 or 4 days. The hero stated that 4 points must be met. The first is delivery no slower than in offline stores, and the second is high-quality subsequent maintenance of the equipment. Ma Yan looked at the boss with fear, when Pei said that the third point was the marketing model that should not lag behind. Zhang Yuan was also taken aback when Peiqian said that the price-quality ratio should be good. Lu Ming Liang had the same guess as the boys. He was fascinated by the protagonist's planning power. The main character stated that they were required to deliver orders on the day the order was placed, and asked the guys if they understood this. Zhang replied that then they would need to have a large batch of products on hand and sell the old ones at a discount when a new collection came out. The boss promised the guys to give them money to rent several warehouses and said that he recently wanted to introduce a Programmer's Day celebration. Ma Yan, Lu Ming Liang, and Zhang Yuan looked at their boss in shock when they heard about the Programmer's Day celebration. Boss Pei began to explain in simple words what Programmer's Day was, as if to school children, and told them to watch carefully and remember. Raising his hand, Zhang Yuan told the boss that he had some ideas. The guy suggested to his boss to replace Programmer's Day with a digital festival, because the first holiday was too narrowly focused. The idea of the subordinate to the boss Pei was liked. He was not against introducing such a holiday and asked to provide it to him. Zhang Yuan didn't want to let his boss down. He asked the guy not to worry and promised to organize everything in the best possible way. The main character did not argue with the red-haired guy and sat silently on the couch, surrounded by his subordinates. Peiqian knew that now that the company was growing larger, he couldn't personally communicate with all the employees. A few days later, the main character was spending his free time at home, holding a joystick and playing a console. Boss Pei had to stop playing because his phone vibrated, and it was Ma Dubiao calling. Without turning off the game, the main character pressed the phone to his ear with his shoulder and answered the phone call. Ma Dubiao announced good news because from next month they will not need to allocate so much money to authors of articles on websites. A subordinate told me, while the office was celebrating, that thanks to a recently released game, their site had gained ground. The guy said he spoke to the head planner today and so far everything is going well. He told his boss on the phone that the website's revenue had increased, so he wanted to get his money back from the business. Ma Dubiao flinched and opened his eyes wide in fear as Boss Pei started shouting into the phone, ordering the guy not to dare do that. The boss categorically rejected Ma Dubiao's idea, and after the criticism, the boy felt like 3 huge stones had fallen on him. And when the guy remembered about the problems with the site, it was as if the biggest boulder had finished him off, depriving him of a chance to live. The guy with glasses quietly agreed to spend the boss's money to create a new page and asked him not to worry. Boss Pei shouted, ordering his subordinate to spend the allocated money this month by any means necessary. Peiqian breathed a sigh of relief because he was saved and wanted the staff to spend the money that was burdening him as soon as possible. Before Boss Pei could even take a deep breath, his phone rang again, this time from Miss Shin Hailu. The main character decided to pick up the phone while the girl had not yet said anything. He was interested in what she wanted from him. Already having some suspicions, the guy said hello, and Xin reported that an official representative wanted to interview him. Peiqian became very nervous when he learned that they wanted to interview him about how he got into making games. He shouted that his path is very difficult because he creates games to lose losses, but so far it only works the other way around. The guy already imagined how the official representative would squeeze the last juices out of him with questions about the Ocean Fortress and the new game. Nervous, the protagonist asked Miss Shin if he had the right to refuse since he was very busy. Miss Shin asked Boss Pei to at least try to come because the representative had helped them a lot, and they needed to thank him. The protagonist felt very irritated when he heard that the official platform helped him. He knew that if he came to the interview, nothing good would come of it, and he didn't understand why he should think about it while he was sick. Ms. Shin said that the platform also wants to give Pei Qian some kind of certificate for her outstanding contribution to the development of domestic games. Pei Qian was dissatisfied and remained silent. Some certificate did not inspire him, and he did not agree to an interview. But then Ms. Shin said that the official platform would give the boss her 100,000 yen personally for our hero. When the protagonist heard this amount, his eyes finally lit up and he changed his mind completely. The guy suddenly got up from the couch and shouted into the phone, ordering his personal assistant to gather everyone. Having calmed down, he blushed with embarrassment, coughed, and said that he thought that he should not be the only one getting all the glory. According to the boss, all the employees of Tengda have made efforts, so they will be pleased if they receive that certificate. He told Shin that everything had to be done at the highest level, that they had to hang up as many decorations as possible and take on the cost themselves. It was Sunday, October 17th, and in the afternoon the main character went somewhere with his assistant. Pei Qian was sitting on the sofa, while Miss Shin was standing next to him and informing someone on the phone that they had already arrived. Boss Pei planned to show the officials a couple of places around town during the day and take them to his restaurant in the evening. Miss Shin told the boss that the conference room had already been prepared and asked the guy if he could come tomorrow morning. Pei Qian told the girl not to rush. He was going to show them the internet cafe tomorrow and then take a walk around the city's iconic places. The girl asked when he was going to give the interview, and Pei's boss replied that they would do it the day after tomorrow. The main character said that it was necessary to interview employees from different departments and try to film as much material as possible in 3 days. After the interview, Pei Qian planned to have lunch together and take a day off by going to a restaurant. The guy told Miss Shin that they would take the guests to the airport afterwards, and the girl, writing everything down, replied that she understood everything. He also asked Miss Shin not to forget to buy some souvenirs, 10 for each guest, so that they could distribute them among their employees. The guy was pleased with his plans. He wouldn't miss out on what was his, and he would profit from what was someone else's, and he was glad that he could spend a lot of money on guests. After some time, the car in which the official representatives arrived stopped near the building where our hero was waiting for them. Xiajiang got out of the car and looked at the building with admiration, praising Boss Pei for choosing a good location. The bodyguard politely asked the girl and her film crew to move on, saying that her boss was already waiting for her. Miss Shin introduced Xiajiang to the boss, saying that she was the editor-in-chief and that she would be the one interviewing him, and they shook hands to get acquainted. Xiajiang said that the equipment was ready and they could start at any time, and the boss asked him to take his time and go for a walk. The journalist was surprised. She asked if work was not above all else, and said that they would have time to rest later. The protagonist replied that he himself was busy, but Tengda was a company in Jingzhou City, and it was better to start by exploring the city and its history. The guy announced that a banquet would be held in the evening so that guests could try the dishes of their city and be inspired by them. Pei Qian turned around, waved his hand, and allowed the guests to relax for now, entrusting them to his assistant, Miss Xin Hailu. Miss Xin Hailu took it upon herself to look after the guests from the capital and asked them to follow her. After some time, the whole team had already gone to the restaurant. Xiajiang and her colleagues were drinking red wine and eating delicacies. The editor-in-chief also visited the internet cafe, and she was delighted to use the newest computers in this establishment. Afterwards, the girl was taken with the team to the city park, where she decided to try local fast food, ice cream, and kebabs with meat and shrimp. The girl was amazed when she later went to the bar and she and her team were given a whole box of sweets. The next day, Xiajiang acknowledged that the hospitality was top-notch and hoped that the interview would be just as good. The film crew has already settled in the Tengda office, and the interview will take place in the conference room. Ms. Jin told the editor that Boss Pei doesn't like to work in front of the cameras, so she can only record what he says. The editor was unpleasantly surprised, responding that Pei's boss was the main character in the interview, and she couldn't film only the employees. Shin admitted that the boss was reluctant to give an interview, but later took into account that the employees had also put in a lot of effort. Xiajiang didn't argue anymore, and after a while the interview began. She didn't film the boss, but was going to write down his answers on paper. The girl began the interview with a question about why the main character decided to open a business in the gaming industry. Boss Pei sighed heavily when he heard this question, and the girl asked if there was any story behind his choice. Pei-Qian admitted that games just popped into his head, and he always regretted his decision and now regrets not choosing another field. Editor-in-Chief Xia Jian stared at Boss Pei with dumbfounded eyes. The protagonist's answer left her stupefied. After Boss Pei's answer, there was silence in the office. The guy sat in a disappointed pose and remained silent. Both Xiajiang and her accompanying colleague were stunned. The answer was extremely unexpected for them, so the girl was at a loss. The girl called the boss a joker because the guy created so many good games and she would never believe that this was not his field. The main character felt awkward, but he admitted that it was true, and in fact he himself didn't really know how to do anything. Xiajiang asked how he was able to create several amazing projects in that case, and the guy, trying to hide his anger, replied that it was all thanks to his employees. The editor-in-chief smiled amiably at Pei's boss and briefly told him that she understood everything. She realized that the boss was simply a talented person who did not want to be popular, so he promoted employees and attributed his merits to them. Xiajiang said they knew Tengda's games brought reputation, which is rare these days, and asked how they managed to stay afloat. The protagonist sighed heavily and looked down sadly when he heard this difficult question. Pei-Qian confessed to the girl that all their games are still afloat because he has no interest in making money. The guy bit his lips, trying not to cry. It was hard for him, but he replied that he also did not understand why players continued to invest money in his games. While writing everything down, the journalist realized that the boss was interested in the result, not the profit, and he was not trying to jump above his head. Adjusting her glasses, Xiajiang asked the boy what he was going to do next now that he had already achieved such success. The main character honestly admitted to the girl that the goal remains the same, to create a game in which he will start losing money. It was hard for her to imagine what Pei-Qian, who worked for fun rather than success, had to go through. Boss Pei was at a loss and didn't understand why her answers didn't surprise her at all, while Xiajiang was carefully writing everything down. She suggested returning to his new project, Look Back, The Shore is There, and asked how he manages to create a completely unique game every time. Pei-Qian replied that this was not the case, and he only hoped that his attempts to develop a game in an obscure industry would lead to failure. He tried to smile, but was seething with irritation when the journalist once again replied that she understood everything. Xiajiang asked Pei-Qian what he thought about the difficulty in the new game, and the guy replied that the players who complained were exaggerating. The main character said that he asked several graduates from the literature department to write a plot for the game, which they did. The game, according to Boss Pei, is difficult, but that's how it was intended to be because he just wanted to see how players would suffer while playing. Pei-Qian felt irritated by the reporter's stupid questions. When she asked about the staff, he replied that the weapon was kept for him. Xiajiang once again replied with a sweet smile on her face that she understood everything without asking any further questions. The main character barely concealed his irritation towards the girl, who constantly insisted that everything was clear and understandable to her. The editor wrote in her notebook that Boss Pei cares a lot about the players and their feelings. She wanted to write something else, but she was interrupted. Boss Pei, who had already lost his last strength, stopped the girl and asked if she thought she was misunderstanding his answers. Embarrassed, Xiajiang apologized and said that Pei-Qian was a deep thinker and she tried to understand him, but it didn't always work. The girl compared him to the brightest star in the sky, and no matter how high the guy aims, he can still achieve everything. Xiajiang said that the boss could not hide his magnificence, imagining him as a golden statue, which she looked at with adoration. The main character could barely stand this journalist, but the girl came to her senses and apologized, saying that she had simply been overworked. Boss Pei apologized and said he needed a break, and suggested that the editor-in-chief interview his staff in the meantime. Xiajiang nodded, happily agreed to let the guy go, and thanked our hero for the interview. The guy left, pretending that he needed to call someone, and the editor looked at him with admiration, thinking that he was very busy. The protagonist went out into the hall where all the employees of his company Tengda were located to rest after the interview. Xin Hailiu, who was also in the main room, looked at Boss Pei in surprise when she saw him. Pei-Qian asked the assistant which staff members Xiajiang had already interviewed. Miss Xin said that Xiajiang had already interviewed outstanding employees such as Huang Shibo, Bao Shu, Lin Wang, and Lu Mingliang. In the eyes of our hero, they were not outstanding employees, but monsters and the main threat, who were always stabbing him in the back with a rich imagination for new products. Pei-Qian imagined this team with horror on his face, realizing that this was heavy artillery. Shin noticed that the boss was angry, and it was because Pei Qian was afraid that one of them would blurt out something unnecessary and then everything would go against him. The protagonist strictly told Miss Shin to tell those employees not to mention his name during the interview, which confused the assistant. Pei Qian looked at Miss Shin menacingly and declared that this was an order and it must be carried out. Huang Shibo sat in the conference room for the interview, tense because the order not to praise the boss or mention his name seemed too difficult to him. Xiajiang knew that Boss Pei didn't want her to ask the employees about him, so she thought that there would be no difficulty. But she also understood that she had to fulfill her journalistic duty and find out the whole truth. Namely, what a noble man Boss Pei really was. The girl told Huang Shibo that for some reason the content of their interview had changed and asked her to answer only the truth. Huang Shibo told the editor-in-chief that he would have no problem answering her questions only with the truth. Huang Shibo's interview with Xiajiang began. The red-haired guy looked tense under the journalist's gaze. He became even more tense when Zia asked why he joined this company, but he replied that he decided to leave his previous job because of the low salary. He told the reporter that he then came and saw Lao Liu, his former chief planner, in the office. Huang Shibo said that Lao Liu did not pass the interview, but the company environment was friendly and the salary was very high. Smiling sheepishly, the red-haired boy stated that this was precisely why he decided to stay in Tengda. Xiajiang asked if the company had hired him instead of the experienced planner he knew. The girl reminded the guy of his words about the salary exceeding his expectations and asked what they were. Huang Shibo, sweating from the tension, thought for a moment before answering the editor-in-chief's question. Xijiang liked the guy's answer when Huang Shibo said that he offered his own amount, but Chief Pei Qian even doubled it. Huang Shibo smiled and stopped worrying about the interview when he realized that this girl Xiajiang was good. The journalist began to bombard the guy with questions about whether he had made games like Ocean Fortress and whether he knew how to promote a game. Huang Shibo began to feel uncomfortable again when the girl kept asking him questions, including whether he was scared when Fei Huang Studio was losing money. After a series of questions, Xiajiang decided to take a rest and drink some water before the next person came to interview her. Next in line was Bao Shu, a guy who sat awkwardly in front of the journalist, waiting for her questions. The first thing she asked the guy was how he felt when he ended up second on the list of the best employees and got a month of vacation. Bao Shu, embarrassed, laughed and tugged at his hair. He hesitated in answering the girl's question. Afterwards, Lin Wan came to the editor-in-chief for an interview, and the conversation with the girl was also filmed. Xijiang asked the girl why she thought she was transferred to the position of director of Shangyang Games. The reporter quickly wrote everything down as an enthusiastic Lin Wan praised the company and declared that infinity was not the limit. Afterwards, Xiajiang asked Lin Wan how she came up with the idea to create a mobile version of the game, which changed the situation in the company. When the interview was over, a happy Lin Wan walked out of the conference room and called the next employee in. Huang Shibo and Bao Shu congratulated their colleague on successfully completing the interview, and Lin Wan looked pleased. On Friday, the action took place near the hotel where the editor-in-chief and her accompanying group were staying. Pei Qian asked Xiajian how it went and said that he had been busy recently so he hadn't been able to prepare for the interview. The girl replied that the boss makes a great contribution to the domestic gaming industry and is a powerful entrepreneur. She asked Pei Qian not to worry and stated that the interview had gone well, and she hoped he would be satisfied with the result. From the girl's reaction, the main character realized that it was all over, and he was already afraid to find out what this journalist would publish. Boss Pei praised everyone for their efforts and announced that there would be a farewell banquet on Saturday where he would hand out souvenirs to the guests. When the guests returned to the hotel, Pei Qian was wandering around deep in thought when suddenly Shin's assistant approached him. Enraged, he ordered Shin to arrange a trip to an amusement park for the guests and take them to a horror room, a Ferris wheel, and other scary rides. Meanwhile, the workday continued in Tengda's office, with Bao Shu and the rest of the staff carrying out their duties. The protagonist returned to the office in a bad mood. He wandered around the office sighing, and Li Yada passed by. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she noticed her boss coming into the office. She immediately approached him and announced that the English and Japanese versions of the game would be uploaded to the platform tomorrow. Pei Qian tensed up because he had completely forgotten about this, and Li Yada reported that there would be no problem with localization advertising either. The boss realized that he was a little late, and if the overseas version was released tomorrow, the game's revenue would skyrocket. He looked at Li Yada with fear when the girl suggested that he develop a small update for the game. Pei Qian began to panic. The guy looked around to make sure that no one else had the same idea. The protagonist crossed his arms and shouted at the planner that the add-on should not be developed under any circumstances. He shouted at the staff that they had worked hard and needed a rest, asking them not to overwork themselves. In addition, according to the boss, without rest, employees will start making mistakes. So he simply asked to play games at work. The protagonist shouted Bao Shu's name, and the chief designer suddenly stood up from his chair, shouting back that he was here. Peiken shouted that Bao Shu would now be in charge and ordered him to make sure that everyone played any game for at least 40 hours. The chief designer was not happy with this news, but reluctantly agreed to follow his boss's instructions. Boss Pei turned around and told everyone to return to their duties, saying that the meeting was adjourned. Now Bao Shu was in charge, so all the staff members turned their gazes towards the frightened boy. Laughing awkwardly, the guy asked all the employees to play and not make his job more difficult. Late in the evening, the main character and his assistant arrived at the restaurant, along with the editor-in-chief and other guests. A joyful Pei Qian raised his glass of wine and asked the editor-in-chief if she had fun at the amusement park. The woman smiled nervously, sweating from the strain, and told Boss Pei that she had fun in the park. The guy stood up and shouted that today everyone needed to have a good rest, because tomorrow everyone would jump with a parachute and they couldn't miss it. The stunned guests from the capital stopped eating and looked at each other when they learned that they would have to engage in extreme sports. The entire team lowered their heads and sighed heavily, not arguing with Pei Qian or giving up this entertainment. After dinner, the hotel room was empty. There was a cup on the nightstand and a letter in which Zia wrote that due to a busy schedule they had to leave early. The meeting began in Pei Qian's head. The leader asked the guys if everyone was ready for the holiday that would last for a whole week. Pei Qian, wearing glasses, said there would be a discount on takeaways during the event and no delivery fee. Another Pei Qian replied that by using a special coupon, any delivery for the customer would be free. The guys also planned to make very big discounts at the main branch of the internet cafe, which no one had even dreamed of. Pei Qian also said that they have prepared a promotion in which they will increase the internet speed for free, and the first 100 customers will be able to take advantage of it. Chief Pei Qian was pleased with the ideas of his other personalities and stated that they would not need much time this time. The internet cafe branch on Huangding Road had a lively atmosphere, with many computers occupied by customers. A red-haired guy with glasses who was one of the visitors was playing the game diligently, trying to put in as much effort as possible. Suddenly, a man approached the visitor and abruptly put his hand on the red-haired guy's shoulder. It was the waiter of the establishment who came and congratulated the visitor on the fact that the guy had won a prize. The surprised customer asked the employee what the prize was, assuming that he would be allowed to play more for free. He became wary when the waiter asked him to leave his address and contact details because the prize was a computer. The red-haired guy didn't understand how it was possible to give a computer to a visitor for free. The waiter simply handed the guy a form and asked him to memorize it, claiming that it was completely free. The visitor suspected that this was some kind of joke because the waiter very quietly informed him that he had won something. The guy handed the completed form to the manager, and the waiter promised to arrange for the computer to be delivered as soon as possible. The red-haired guy was stunned when the employee quietly left after this and did not demand anything more from the client. The visitor decided not to bother anymore and returned to the game, because in any case he did not need to pay anything. That same day, in a male dormitory at one of the universities, this guy and several of his roommates were freely spending time on their laptops. He was surprised when the courier came to him because he hadn't ordered anything recently, and delivery right to his door was surprising. When Yu Han opened the door, a cheerful courier stood at the threshold and informed him that he had brought his computer. Yu Han was stunned when he remembered the incident at the internet cafe today. He couldn't believe that they actually brought him a computer. The courier entered the room to put down the box containing the computer and asked if there was any more trash to take out. Yu Han refused this additional service, and the courier wished the guy a pleasant experience and left. All the boys' neighbors crowded around Yu Han's new acquisition, calling him lucky and asking him to let them see it. The red-haired guy asked one of his friends to help him with the package, and he agreed without any problems. When they installed the computer and found out it cost 15,000, the neighbors assumed that Yu Han was a second-generation rich man. The boy turned around and looked at his friends, asking with tears in his eyes if he looked like the son of rich people. Yu Han explained that the computer was a prize he won in a lottery when he visited an internet cafe recently. The guys were amazed. They asked when it was, to which the guy replied that it was today, and they promptly delivered the computer already at noon. All the guy's neighbors made a collective decision to also go to that internet cafe, although they didn't know the address. but they also wanted to win a computer. One of the students asked the guys to wait for him because he still had things to do in the room. Yuhan asked Lee what kind of monitor would fit on the computer, and Lee advised him to replace both the monitor and the keyboard and mouse. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door again. It was the courier, asking if this was the room where Mr. Yu lived. The red-haired guy looked at the door with wide eyes of surprise when another courier knocked on his door. The courier, shaking with fatigue, brought a few more boxes and said that he heard that Yuhan was a lucky lottery winner. Yuhan was pleasantly surprised when it turned out that, in addition to the computer, he was entitled to a monitor and other bonuses. The red-haired boy's roommates looked at him with envy when he was given another gift. The boys rushed out of the room in a crowd, heading to the internet cafe because they also wanted to be in Yuhan's place. They knocked the red-haired guy down, getting his boots dirty as they ran over him to get into the club faster. On Huanding Street, at a shopping mall where there was a new internet cafe, the working day continued. Ma Yan praised the boss for his generosity and said that after such lotteries, many people would know about them. But Zhang Yuan did not understand why everything had to be organized on such a small scale. Zhang Yuan looked to the other side and his eyes widened in shock when he noticed a puzzling scene in front of him. A whole crowd of people burst into the internet cafe, holding bills in their hands to quickly buy a place in the establishment. People crowded around the cash registers and began shouting to demand that they be given a computer, a VIP card, or at least permission to take a seat. Soon, absolutely every seat in the computer club was occupied. The visitors were both male and female gamers. In both parts of the hall, all the tables were packed, with visitors playing games, hoping to win a computer. Ma Yan and his colleague were stunned, sitting silently on the sofa, watching the visitors with shocked eyes. The main character was spending time in his office. The guy was sitting in a chair at the table, staring at the computer screen. He grabbed a can of soda and grinned slyly, because at this rate he expected to lose between 5 and 6 million. Taking a sip of cola, the guy thought that he had finally decided which niche to spend his entire budget on. He was surprised when he suddenly saw that an exclusive interview with the developer of Tengda was published online. The guy didn't understand why the material appeared online so early because he thought it would only be published next month. The protagonist declared that this was some kind of meanness and began frantically clicking the mouse to read the interview. The first to speak in the video was Huang Shibo, who told the journalist that he had doubts about the success of the Ocean Fortress. When Xiaojiang asked why, Huang Shibo explained that games like this had never been released in China before, so they weren't sure about anything. Huang Shibo was also confused by the sale of an epic weapon for almost 900 yuan. He was sure that few people would be willing to buy a weapon for that kind of money. Shi Qiang told the boy that in the end, the Ocean Fortress had shown the world what it could do, and Huang Shibo agreed. The journalist asked the guy if it was true that at first they didn't know how to promote this game, and Huang Shibo confirmed it. Pei Qian didn't like the interview. He didn't understand why the journalist was asking the guy not about difficulties and plans, but about something completely different. Zhijiang also asked Huang Shibo why he left the company, and the guy replied that he was forced to leave his post. The guy said that he was ready to dedicate his life to the gaming industry, and in another company, he would most likely be given responsibility for developing subsequent games. The young man said that in the end he was transferred, and in addition to certificates and awards, he was given $1 million to develop in any area that interested him. He admitted that after receiving the prize, he came to the conclusion that he wanted to go into the film industry and spent all the money on creating the Fei Huang studio. The guy agreed that to some extent money changed his life and allowed him to know himself, finding the direction in which he wants to develop. The protagonist remembered a moment from the past when he hired Huang Shibo and did not understand who hired him and gave him a double bonus. Pagan began to blame himself for the fact that it was not he who spoke about the 3 principles of the Ocean Fortress at that ill-fated meeting, but the boss himself. Also, Boss Pei didn't understand who gave the reward to Huang Shibo, so that the guy could use the money to found Fei Huang Studio. It was obvious to the protagonist that there was only one person behind all this, Boss Tengda, and that he alone was to blame for everything. Xiaojiang asked Bao Shu during an interview why he lived in an internet cafe for so long and how he solved the problem. The guy said that someone found him in a computer club, offered to develop a game together, and even immediately gave him 500 yuan. He admitted that it was the first time he felt appreciated by someone because he had previously felt worthless, constantly playing games. On the screen were shots of happy employees, and Bao Shu said in a voiceover that he had become one of the most outstanding among hundreds of them. According to Bao Shu, they are all different from each other. And this is the main reason why the company is thriving. Pei Qian felt uneasy when the reporter said that they decided to leave the boss's chair empty so that the viewer could form their own impression of him. The girl conveyed Pei's boss's words that the company prospers only thanks to its colleagues and their great contribution. Finally, she stated that Pei Qian is a talented leader, an excellent entrepreneur, and a conscientious boss. After watching the video and reading the positive comments, the boss was upset. He expected something completely different, not such a disastrous interview. The next events took place in the conference room. Our hero met with Lin Wan, Wang Xiao, and Ye Jizhou, and the secretaries brought them tea. Lin Wan told the boss that she thought the whole company was in high spirits now, and they were eager to get back to work after a rest. The protagonist asked her not to rush with the new game and asked if they had any ideas for a new project. The girl replied that they had briefly discussed everything with the guys and decided to continue Song of the Bloody Battle by promoting mobile games. Pei thought that he couldn't do this anymore, and they wanted him dead when Lin Wan expressed her hope that the next game would bring in 10 million. Trying to maintain a smile, Boss Pei asked Ye Jizhou and Wang Xiao if they had tried to create a more independent game. Lin Wan stood up for her subordinate, saying that Wang Xiao had already tried his best. The smile disappeared from our hero's face when he remembered that he still needed to find out how things were going at Lookout. The shore was right there. A dejected Wang Xiao said that he had some good ideas at first, but after Tengda's new game came out, he realized that it was all in vain. The protagonist wondered what to do now that the success of Look Back, The Shore is There, had shaken poor Wang Xiao's confidence. Boss Pei calmly drank hot tea, sighing heavily. The guy closed his eyes, immersed in his thoughts. He said that it is possible to continue to pursue mobile games to achieve financial success, but he does not expect the amount to be very large. Lin Wan replied that she was afraid, they had no ideas, and asked where they should start if the boss wanted to create games for the phone. The protagonist suggested that his subordinate determine the direction to help the guys start working on a new game. The red-haired girl's eyes lit up with delight when she heard Boss Pei hint at creating a new game. Pei Qian chuckled slyly. He knew that he would definitely not let them become successful in the mobile game industry. The young hero made a scary face and told his subordinates that the next mobile game should be in the horror genre. Wang Xiao, chief planner Ye Zhizhou, and Lin Wan looked at their boss in fear. The girl confessed to Pei's boss that she didn't think they could handle such a genre because they had never done anything like it before. Wang Xiao said that few people play horror games and there are few fans of such games, while Ye Jizhou said that they know little about this format. Pei Qian told the guys that everything was fine because there was a first time for everything, but he himself was going to fool his subordinates like children. Looking at the reflection in the cup, the boss saw a graph there and said that no one in the country produces horror games. Ye Zhizhou and Wang Xiao, who were not thrilled with the boss's idea, looked at each other silently. Lin Wan blushed when the boss said that this was their chance if the guys wanted to prove themselves, and she partly agreed with him. The girl suggested to the boss that they discuss this issue a little later, and the others began to nod frantically, supporting her idea. The protagonist, with a friendly smile on his face, allowed the Shangyang game development team to take their time with this. The guy stood up from his chair and asked Lin Wan to stay after the meeting because he wanted to discuss something with her. Lin Wan's eyes and mouth widened in surprise when her boss asked her for a private conversation. She came closer, and Pei Qian said that Tengda was planning to produce phones, and he hoped that she would take responsibility for the preparations. Lin Wan seemed to have turned into a statue that had been struck by lightning, and she screamed, claiming that she was in charge of games and didn't understand phones. The main character was going to insist on his own. He asked the girl to sit down to discuss everything in more detail. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, Pei Qian asked her to stop worrying because the phones would be produced for Tengda. The boss said that production will be more serious than making games, and they will work hard like Manhwa company. Lin Wan replied that she understood everything, but she believed that the responsibility should be borne by people who understand this. Pei Qian promised to find an assistant for the girl and delegate all responsibilities to him, while she would simply receive bonuses. The main character allowed the girl to relax because his company's business is growing rapidly, and he is happy about it. Lin Wan scratched her head awkwardly and asked the boss if she could really compare to him. The boss said that this was the only way for her to advance in the company and hinted that he had no other candidates. He pointed his finger at the frightened red-haired girl and declared that only she was suitable for this role. Lin Wan thought the boss was right that she knew little about phones, but the other employees knew even less. Besides, she could always count on his help. Scratching her head, The girl agreed to think about her boss's proposal but still asked him to look for better candidates. The protagonist was delighted and declared that everything was decided, and allowed the girl to return to her duties, promising to return soon. When he went outside, the hero was pleased because he knew that Lin Wan would not refuse such a difficult challenge. When the driver opened the door for him, he looked at the sky and thought that all that was left was to find an assistant for the girl, but not one who was good at this. Later in his office, the guy said that Xiang Yang had already reached an agreement with Lin Wan, and the problem now was only in Tengda's gaming department. The main character started typing something on the keyboard. He was going to think about which of the employees would be best to choose. Peiken imagined himself as a Chinese emperor, sitting on a throne in front of a crowd of booing subordinates. The boss said he had to change the game's design 3 times since the company started operating, and the people responsible had to be changed 3 times. Our hero's subordinates began to look at each other. They did not understand what Boss Pei wanted from them. Pei Qian started shouting and declared that they were all representatives of Tengda, and they could all be considered his assistants who were working very well. Looking at the ceiling, the boss said that at first he thought that his enemy was sales, and then he tried to block word of mouth, but nothing worked. The young man said he now understands that the issue is not something outside the company, but something at its heart, the games department. He yelled at Li Yadu, saying that if they continued like this, they would only be repeating someone else's success, and that was impractical. The main character was ready to announce the plan for today, and that was to send absolutely everyone on paid leave. He stopped frightened and began to beg the system not to do anything, because it had warned him that it would kill him if he broke the rules. Realizing that he couldn't send everyone on vacation, the guy gasped and wondered what he should do with the gaming department. The protagonist became wary when Huang Xibo suddenly knocked on the door without prior invitation. Huang Xibo walked into the boss's office and announced that he had good news for the boy. Pei Qian thought that Huang Xibo wanted to stab him in the back again because he immediately knew that the news would be bad. Boss Pei asked the red-haired guy what news he had for the boss and whether it was related to the developer. Huang Xibo confirmed the boss's suspicions and said that the film was finally starting to make a profit for the company. The guy put the phone on the table and said that he opened an online store for trading, and now their expectations were finally met. Pei Qian saw that the t-shirts in Huang's shop were sold in thousands, and it was no wonder that there was a good profit. He realized that sales volume would not affect him in any way, so he praised Huang Xibo for his excellent work. The boss stopped being so carefree when he realized that the store could develop. But Fei Huang's studio was still dangerous. Huang Xibo didn't understand why Boss Pei was so downcast now, because just a second ago, the boss was still smiling. He guessed that the boss had good intuition and was now just thinking about what to do next with Fei Huang's studio. In part, Huang Xibo was right. Pei Qian really thought about what to do to make Fei Huang's studio no longer profitable. The boss was frightened when Huang Xibo suddenly asked whether his studio should pay attention to the quality of other products without paying attention to profit. Pei Qian smiled sweetly and told his subordinate that he thought so too, supporting Huang Xibo's idea. Huang Xibo, feeling ashamed and awkward, admitted to his boss that the problem was that he and his team had no ideas as such. A little devil and an angel were fighting above the boss's head, deciding whether to give Huang Xibo a few ideas or make another decision. The protagonist was silent for a while. He folded his hands together, dejectedly thinking about Huang Xibo's words. After clearing his throat, the boss said that creativity is a delicate matter, so the guy shouldn't worry. And Fei Huang has been showing good results for 9 months already. Huang Xibo sighed and asked his boss if they should try making a few more films. Pei Qian didn't mind because they had already filmed short films without any problems, and asked them to just tell him if there wasn't enough money. The guy admitted that their biggest problem is not the budget, but how to interpret everything. Huang Xibo said there are 2 extremes: light humorous videos and long films made by professionals. He said that the lake was too deep, and he was afraid of losing everything if he went in there, especially since he needed a quality script. Boss Pei's eyes lit up when Huang Xibo spoke about the difficulties. He hoped that the guy would definitely not be able to cope with them, and he needed this. He stood up and walked around the table, promising that Tengda would be responsible for the budget, they would also take on the script, and Huang Xibo and the director would only be responsible for the filming. Pei Qian put his hand on Huang Xibo's shoulder and promised that it would not reflect on him or the studio if the film failed. Huang Xibo tried to prove to the boss that he was wrong and that the guy couldn't film something like that. But Pei Qian left without listening to him. When the boss said that he was giving him the opportunity to realize himself, Huang Xibo suddenly changed his mood and promised that the studio would give it its all. The red-haired guy was going to return to the office, bring the others up to speed, and then start filming. He stopped short of telling his boss that the studio would pay him 100 grand for the script. And while it wasn't much, it was all the money they had. The protagonist was perplexed, thinking that it was some kind of nonsense that Huang Xibo decided to spend 100,000 on a script. Pei Qian walked to the window, lost in his memories. He was going to try to become a screenwriter who would definitely fail. The guy's confidence level grew. He picked up the keyboard and decided to submit a draft in a couple of days. Our young hero immediately got to work. He sat down at the computer, deciding to start by coming up with a theme for a new film. To do this, the guy called a meeting in his head. All his personalities played cards, not paying attention to the announcement of the meeting. One of our hero's personalities suggested making a script on a science fiction theme. Believing that it would definitely work, Chief Pei Qian agreed that the genre is not bad, and the films are quite bad, which is reflected in the box office. Pei Qian, who wore glasses, was against it, thinking that the theme of the new film needed to be spice up. Then another guy suggested adding a main character to the film who would be a truly terrible character. One of the characters suggested creating a story where the child would not be the main characters, for which he would hate him. The protagonist was delighted, adding that it was also possible to make the character a loser who would lose his life in the end. Pei Qian, wearing a cap on his head, put the card on the table and expressed the opinion that this would definitely work, and he couldn't believe that he was saying something smart. The leader stated that it is best to give the main character hope and then destroy it. They also came up with ideas to stretch the film to an hour and a half, add props, and make everything so that even hell seemed less tragic. After the meeting in Pei Qian's head ended, a sly, evil smile appeared on the guy's face. The main character did not understand how he had failed to discover his genius earlier, and he even became afraid of himself. One working day, our hero was spending time in his office. He was sitting in a chair and watching a video about cats. The guy became serious again when someone knocked on his office door and allowed him to enter. It was Miss Shin who asked for permission to show the recruitment report, and the second girl introduced herself as Hao Yun. The assistant reported that their inbox was about to burst from the flood of messages, and they needed to set some standards in the HR department. Pei Qian asked what was causing the flood of letters, and Hao Yun explained that it was all because of his interview. The protagonist immediately saw Xiaozhang's face in his head, who smiled at him as she said goodbye and promised that they would see each other again. An angry Pei Qian hoped that they would not cross paths again and did not think that the interview would cause such a sensation. For now, Boss Pei didn't need any new employees because all the vacancies were filled. But he had another idea. The main character decided to hire a couple of bad employees, some vagabonds who would only be of use to him. He asked Hao Yun how the selection process would be conducted, and she explained that they would take into account education, educational institution, experience, project implementation, and more. Hao Yun also plans to send out invitations for interviews, which will be divided into several stages. Blushing, the protagonist waved his hand and replied that it was good, but did not meet the company's standards. Shin asked the boss what was up to standard then, and Hao Yun was scared, thinking that they had miscalculated somewhere. Pei said they would accept anyone who submitted a resume because talent should not be discriminated against due to lack of education or experience. Hao Yun, frightened, told the boss that it was too much of a workload and they wouldn't be able to interview so many people. The main character suggested conducting a single test that everyone would take, and based on its results they would select the best. Ms. Jin thought about it and said that the test would cost a lot of money because it would require setting up a place, coming up with questions, and hiring observers. The boss was delighted. It was a great opportunity to spend a lot of money and asked Jin not to worry because he would take care of all the expenses. Pei Qian said that after the written test, they will invite people for an interview, and during the interview stage, girls are not allowed to reveal their positions. The red-haired girl's mouth opened in surprise. Writing everything down, she asked the boss what it meant. The boss suggested that the person in charge of the gaming department conduct the interview instead of the head of HR. And instead of the head of the gaming department, people applying for the position of developer will be interviewed by the head of their kitchen. Pei Qian said that the person in charge of delivery would conduct the interview instead of the internet cafe manager, and so on. The main character gasped and was confused when his subordinate asked his boss what the point of this was. The boss explained that this was all very important, and for example, in the future, they would know for sure that no one would push through their own. After listening to the boss's explanation, The girl with a red nose understood everything and took notes in her notebook. Approaching the window, Pei announced that the candidates would then face the third stage, a test of predisposition to Tengda, for which the boss himself would come up with questions. The girl wrote everything down diligently, realizing that such interesting and complex ideas could only have come to the mind of Pei's boss. The main character stated that the main task of the HR department is to coordinate the work of other departments and asked the girls not to be afraid to spend money. Miss Shin Hailu and her red-haired girl listened to the boss and meekly replied to the chief that they understood everything. Hao Yun had another question. She asked what the minimum salary would be for new employees. The protagonist's rage reached its maximum. He shouted that nothing was impossible for their company, and Tengda spared nothing for the employees. The boss's shout didn't frighten Miss Shin, but young Hao Yun was so stunned that she almost fell on her back. Fortunately, the woman caught her. The boss concluded that they needed talent, and after all the rounds were completed, they would choose a winner who would get the job. The guy said that they wouldn't force people to work for 100 yen a month because it would negatively affect the company's rating. Hao Yun sullenly replied to the boss that she understood everything. But in reality, she was confused, realizing how far she was still from the boss. Peikin said that they will pay according to high standards, and there is plenty of money, so no one will be left out. The girl put her hand to her head and asked our hero to rely on them, promising that she would not let him down. As his subordinates left the office, Pei Chen smiled because with his tests, he had blocked the path for geniuses to enter the company. The guy sat down in the chair and relaxed. Very soon he would spend a lot of money, and this was his main goal. After the hero had finished all his business in the office, he decided to go to an internet cafe, which is located in a shopping center. Sitting at the table with his subordinates, he announced to Zhang Yuan that he would now be the general manager of the internet cafe. The guy choked when the boss said that now only he would be responsible for everything that happened in the establishment. Zhang Yuan couldn't believe his ears. He was now the CEO. But he wondered what would happen to Ma now. Ma Yan quietly told his boss that he knew he had made a mistake, but it would not happen again, and asked why he didn't believe him. The protagonist laughed and reassured his friend, saying that he had a completely different task for Ma Yan. He said that Tengda was opening a new department and Ma Yan was the most suitable candidate for the position of director of the investment department. Ma Yan was delighted, saying that he had long wanted to become an investor, and promised that he would not let her down and would live up to all of Pei Qian's expectations. Zhang Yuan thought that Ma Yang didn't seem like the right person to be an investor, but the boss wouldn't promote his own people either. Boss Pei said that since they had already sorted everything out, Zhang Yuan should return to his work duties. The red-haired guy promised his boss that he would do his best to ensure that their internet cafe continued to thrive. When Pei Qian was alone with Ma, he declared that their investment department would be fundamentally different from others. Surprised, Ma Yan asked if the point of the department wasn't to invest in other companies and then make profits from them. Angered, Pei shouted, accusing Ma of being too shallow in his thinking for thinking that Tengda did not have enough money. The boss said that the investment would involve Ma Yan looking at which departments of their company most needed additional money. Pei Qian said that many companies have failed precisely because of a superficial attitude towards investment. He stood up and happily announced that their department would be called Dream Come True, and that the goal was not to make money. Ma Yang asked his friend if he should help a person if he met someone who had a dream. The protagonist praised his friend for his correct approach and stated that he had found the right person. The guy asked his boss when he could start working because he couldn't wait to fulfill his dream of becoming an investor. The boss asked the guy to take his time because he needed 2 more days to find an assistant for Ma Yan. Ma Yan agreed and told Pei Qian that he would be very much looking forward to it. The boy's eyes were shining with joy at receiving a new position. The guy rushed off somewhere, saying that he would go buy the relevant books and study the topic thoroughly. The main character has seen this somewhere before. He once ran to get books on the topic of development. A satisfied smile appeared on Pei Qian's face. He didn't mind allowing Ma Yan to spend his money on books. On October 31st, the day of summing up, our hero sat on the couch in his rented apartment and nervously waited for the results of the system. Finally, the guy saw something worthwhile. His personal account turned out to be more than 1,800,000 yuan. Tears of happiness rolled down his face. Now everything wasn't so bad for the guy, even though he understood that difficulties would be inevitable in the next month. Pei Qian praised himself for how great he was when the system decided to give him a gift for completing a special task. He was surprised when, as a reward, he was given the opportunity to spend up to 50% of the original system budget on charity. The guy realized that this was great, because initially the system considered charity a waste of money and prohibited it. The risk of losing money increased significantly because the boss could now give half of the budget to good causes, and this made him happy. He read that the next system count would be in 150 days, and the system's funds now amounted to 10 million. But the guy noticed that the system had been updated to the second version, and he was interested in what that meant. Peikian was furious. He flipped the table over in anger when the system notified that the profit conversion ratio had changed. Having calmed down, the guy remembered the Matthew effect. The richer the rich people are, the poorer the poor people are. The boss realized that, in other words, the system believed that the guy's company's growth made it easier to make both profits and losses. He was not upset because the reduction in the coefficients was not as important as the increase in systemic funding in the future. The main character decided to move on to the second stage of his path to wealth and now spend half of his budget on charity. Sitting in the chair, Peikian grinned, realizing that something interesting was finally about to begin. He had no doubt that he could become the richest man who came to the top thanks to losses.